Chapter 1 Sentence said to exile. Qin Feng, if you continue to deny or guilt, you shall perish right here. In the dungeon soft ministry of justice, within the torture chamber, the atmosphere was suppressive and damp, permeated by the metallic scent of blood. The petty official wielded a long whip, his countenance set twisted with malice he shouted curses. On the torture rack, Qin Feng, clad in tattered garments, was barely clinging to life. Each strike from the bar bed whip drew forth triplet soft blood, splattering upon the ground. His fair skin, marred by a tapestry of fold dan nuance, was no a grotesque sight of flesh and blood. The excruciating pain pierced through him, rendering his consciousness perpetually blurred. Day so relentless torment that extinguished a flicker of survival instinct within him. All he longed for was this we fin to ease interminable agony. Yet, deep within his heart, a stubborn resolve fueled this refusal to confess. To intercept the royal tribute of longevitipal sway sacrimity serving goth total annihilation. Even though kin clanwars teamed founding nobles, they could not escape the clutches of collective punishment. His benevolent father, loving mother, and bright, spirited sister Namatur Hamanitas tortured, fueled never confess. Huff, huff, huff. Theater to refine a lie grew where Yans ceased Heisen slot. Damn it, a hard-headed own. I've seen plenty of those. Bew top him peered full with such stubbornness, the Sisyphus. Wait to wretched fate there is still more to come. The official cursedasha departed. Qin Feng sen says gravir mori indistinct. Fragmented memory is flitted through his mind like a flating panorama. Was thighs a final flash of clarity befordiath? Azure Joe fun willingness swell a dupe within him. Toberborn yet meet such a tragus end him must bit him a stun fortuna teeming gal transmigrators. My son is wronged, I, as a loyal subject, am willing to firm my head as a guarantee. I implore your majesty town, cover Thetrith. In the grand palace of Daoyang. Befarith Ming Tian drew Mount Sededjingxing Hall. The Marquis of Fengxin, Qin Jinhong, with disheveled hair, awkward lie struck the enormous room with a heavy mallet, his movement stiffened devoid of strength. His legs trembled slightly. His hoarse voice suis barely audible. And his corpulent figure exuded an overwhelming sense of despair. After 3 days and nights, he was left with only a single breath to sustain him, preventing him from collapsing. Within the Jingxing Hall, eunuch from the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs approached, holding the imperial edict, flanked by 2 junior eunuchs. Qin Feng, the Desanoff Marquis of Fengxin, intercepted the royal tribute. Thievid and Caesar refute a baliscrimus unforgivable. High stow be exiled to the northern frontier. Qin Jinhong, failing in his duty shall have a his stateless struped and disfamiliasits 10 days later. A contingent of armored soldiers escorted went to prison carts, departing from the Ministry of Justice's dungeons, marching through to Northern Gate. On the official road, the family of the convict Satimteto approached the prison carts, only to be halted by Thiermer Eduards. The air was filled with incessant wails. Amidst the procession, Qin Feng caught sight of his father, Qin Jinhong. In the sunlight, strands of white hair were visible. Their resplendent tattoo of 9 dragon marquis had been replaced by ill-fitting plain garments. Once, no matter how had pleaded, his father's figure had grown not a sublimaler, despite his persistent corpulence. Hisher tatched, words failed him. Hello Eredished, unabledo face father. Finger, ididn't tolu or Motharan's sister to come, Firinja told Sadentham. Take care of yourself. On Seth this matter settles, your father will find a way to bring you back. The wheels crunched over gravel, producing a sharp sound. Qin Feng spotted jolted with the movement of the prison cart. In his ears, Hevigeli heard his father's voice, thick with emotion. Suddenly, turning back, Hekuden lime Kautagru paw figures pursuing from a distance. A slight lie plump silhouette chidite self into his memory. It will certain liar turn to the imperial city. Let the head of Emperor Yang Kang be stuffed in Tovming Tian drum. Qin Feng grasped at the cart's edge, knuckles whitening. He's Ayeshin with an indomitable resolve. 2 months later, the prison carts reached the northern frontier. Of the 20 prisoners, only 13 survived. Each was gaunt and listless. Yet, Qin Feng alone retained a glimmer of indelible brilliance in his gaze. Alongside death the 12 prisoners, Thwases courted be the soldiers stoth northern town army. After the handover their recruitment office, the soldiers departed without a glance back. Cheen Fing and theather prisoners received their Jiralong spear, a short dagger, abagofquaclime, a water pouch, an identity tag, an empty leather sack, and a cedo leather armor. Thedo tal weigh texi dead 20 pounds. Theta terrid and emaciated prisoners is struggled under the burden. Only Cheen Fing remained steadfast to Sam Mountain. Despite having lost much weight over the past 12 months, the injury sustained in the Ministry of Justice had neither worsened nor healed, leaving behind stark, ghastly scars. These was due to them and Aurora pills and medicinal herb she had consumed are thy heirs. Outside their recruitment office, in Thebeting wind, the prisoners felt tasons of dread and helplessness. But Cheen Fong, undeterred, stripped off his prisongar bin the meltings now, donning the leather armor against the biting cold. He gazed upward at the Azorski, his eyes say blaze with determination. If heaven does not favor him, he shall carve out thy son destiny with his life. He was a transmigrator, bearing the memory of his past life, reborn as the eldest son of Amarkes. His father, Cheen Jinhong, was devoid of ambition, drifting along with the current, kind-hearted and devoted. His mother, Ming Shuyun, wasel sonable, dignified and virtuous, gentlinkind. For removed from the treachery of court politics and the treacherous intrigue softnabulis holds, Illifof welt hand gloriousum adasuard. Yet, these ways a world dominated be formidable martial prowess. Master Scood Shake Mountain Sans Severivers. Moreover, it was rumored that celestial beings Scood pluck stars from the sky and fill seas with earth. In this transmigration, Cheen Feng's aspirations extended far beyond mere welt hand status. Atmer lived 5 years 6 years so fage, he adjurli sought to renown masters. However, reality dealt him a crushing blow. Helok the innate talent for martial arts, let alone a legendary spiritual roots hat could led to immortally. Nevertheless, Cheen Feng quick clyrigan discomposure. It was merle yela cluster start. Many transmigrators experienced similar beginnings. Alt hat mattered was obtaining a system. Before a system materialized, he had not been idle diligent, laid a solid foundation for himself. Hetra and his physic, sparing no expense in acquiring various rare herbs and pills. Little did he anticipate that these reckless actions would lead to his downfall. The longevita pilsent beunching templata the imperial palace oeri intercepted on the outskirts of the capital. Thepel wastelin, and no tassingle soldier priest was spared. Among the corpses left by the assailants were virile guards from the Marquis estate, sento procurer herbs. Everyone knew that Theodis Sanoft Marquis of Fengzine was obsessed with martial arts, willing to squander the family century old wheel for elixirs. With the theft of the longevitiples, and the involvement of guards from the Marquis estate, their races were glaringly evident. Evina's Marquis Feng's in sacrificed his title, beating Thming Tian drum for 3 days and nights outside Jingxing Hall, disturbing the entire palace. Thief indignables, fearing for their own positions, continually petitioned for clemency. Yet, they could not quell the Thofimperal Yongkong. The saged monarch awaited the longevitipal stoext in this life. While Cheen Feng's life was spared, it implicated Cheen Jinhong, marking high mass the fierce founding Nabalinthi, history of Daliang to bestrupeda fistitely and assets. Thought a road ahead was fraught with obstacles and shrouded in mist. Cheen Feng was resolved to tread upon thorns, pressing forward unwaveringly. Departing from the recruitment office, he inquired about the location of his assigned camp. Exiled prisoners were scattered throughout the military, and the recruitment office seated not was the manpower to guide them, leaving them to report to their respective camps. In thin or third frontier, no exiled prisoner could escape alive. Ding detection of host meeting conditions thwar God's system officially activated. Suddenly, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Cheen Feng's mind. Following this, a virtual's curse appeared before him. Host Cheen Feng. Combat power 2. 65 foot. Troop strength none. Special abilities. Thine formation displayed on the screen weighs exceeding like concise. In the lower right corner, there was a system explanation. Thebeting northern wind, laden with Issachil, seeped into his leather armor. Yet, Cheen Feng spot a burned with effervor. Res my leg grace dis resolute visage. Chapter 2 The War God System. Opening the system explanation. Qin Feng soon grasped the Sensiof God system. Combat power ways avali cessed be the system based in Asriasof factors, including strength, endurance, resistance, reflexes, longevity, explosive power, and speed. 1 point off combat power was Raflya, equivalent to Theto Fan Ordinary Adult. 10 points off combat power of Aled 9th year Wary Orift Body Refinement Stitch. 100 points off combat power Wood Stand with a 9th year Wary Orift Bone Refinement Stitch. His initial combat per off 2. 65 ways its Aled Foundation, head built over Thyers. Merrily Bassett in his fic, his strength lay between Heifer Stanskindir soft body refinement stitch. Wythwar God system, Hekuj rapid lie enhance his combat power through physical training. More importantly, defeat and gore killing anemia swuda yield combat power. If victorious in battle, there is event the possibility of acquiring additional special abilities. Thofi lack the innate talent for martial arts and could not condense energy. And without spiritual roots stoem bar conthipathofa mortally. Hekuд forjaun equipeth the fun parallelid, physical enhancement through T system. Ishal undoubted liar turneth the imperial city. Gazing southward, Qin Feng siez blazed with fervor, his heart resolute. After a long while, he suppressed his excitement, clutching ice identity Tagasha continued tosk 4 directions. In thin earthern frontier, there are formidable barriers, and the 300,000 troops off northern garrisonarian Kurdat has strategic stronghold off Yanwiching, their encampment stretching 4 miles, scattered along the border with Giangrong tribe. The northern garrison is organized in town at Sofan, with 10 such units forming gas squad, 10 squads constituting Ga battalion, and 10 battalai on smaking Upa regiment. The commanding officers are designate dajunita eaters, squad leaders, adjutants, and deputy generals. As a convict exiled from Ishomeland, Qin Feng naturally could not expect Tobes into a pleasant place. My currently belongs to an Nashingfeng army, stationed in the most perilous region. The Zhengfeng army comprises 2 major cavalry battalions, and Qin Feng has been assigned to the 4th Squad off to 4th and Etoft the 1st Cavalry Battalion. This designation, according to Thun's spoken rule soft to military, almost certain lie indicati sonnet with an exceeding immortality rate. After much inquiry and trudging through Himid, Qin Feng finally located his military tent. Upon lifting the tent flap, he was met with an unpleasant odor, nauseating blendo farini and decay. Thetan twasmodes list, divided into 2 sections. On thinner sid layaro wof large communal bunks, with driello dry sestra beneath and worn, shriveled cotton blankets piled atop. The outer siduous cluttered with a heap of forsture. Ropes, 2 water buckets, and a dozen long spears. Incidethatent satniman, all gathered on the communal bunks, engaged in agaftis. Before them lay a handful of copper soins. Areas seeking death, close sethatent flap. Qin Feng had intended talatinsum fresh air, but the soldiers inside could no tinder the cold wind that swept in. These was the frigid northern frontierald half spring had arrived, the bidding wind still cut like a knife. Why's thunet leader? I am a neurocrut. Qin Feng relinquished his grip, allowing the heavy burlaptant flap to full shut. It's been over a month since Su reported for reinforcements, and Wave finally filled the 3rd vacancy. A bur limon with a bu shivared the eyes de copper soin, front the naba derla dida te glad standing on the periphery. Watery dawdling for? I fi a can't fight, you want thavida bethiolden. That wold beam, Thean glad stammered, retrieving Theco and torternita the bearded man, glancing nervous lie between tetwomen, hesitant to approach. Then it's stilia. The bearded man scoffed, urging Jevrion to place Therbits. Unit leader, where am I supposed to sleep? Though Qin Feng received no clearancer, Hessermai said that this bearded man must indeed be unity eater. Feel free to sleep wherever y'all like. If I'll think you're tup enough, go ahead. If I'll don't, just find a nymph to spit at night. The bearded man responded casually. Oh. Qin Feng mused that thighs was indeed the case. The kinfamalihid military roots, and all thought fithid be novares insura since last served, his father's generation still retained some knowledge of military customs. In the northern garrison, a brutal frontierarmy, countless unspoken rules prevailed. Among them was the principal Phaeton lighthouse with strength, had the right to voice thyro opinions. Qin Feng tossed a long spear and tokener, Careless lie discarding ease water pouch and begaflamiatonalable spot on thickamunalbuck. Headern to leave, a sit wastilier lie in the afternoon, and physical training could enhance combat prowess. There are release in theory without my permission, you're not allowed to go anywhere. The bearded man pushed through Tekrodan shout dat Chin Feng. I just want to key walk. Chin Feng turned back. Ah, soyo Yuri a convict? The bearded man skinny discerned the tattoo on the left side of Chin Feng's forehead, even in the dim light oft heatened. A serious offender, no less. Some veterans could not suppressed here murmurs, Williother scrutinized Chin Feng with an unusual glint in their eyes. Thetitune Chin Feng's left temple barret wolines. One are exiled of the northern frontier formula reservis, and thither December of tet 27 year, enclosed within a rectangular frame. A square frame would signify a shorter sentence, while a rectangle eroni indicate to serious offender, permanent like consigned to military service, even in thievin tofa general amnesty. Lucky you, kid, die to bring anything valuable with you? The bearded man centrist twa speaked. In the northern garrison, even ordinary soldiers were stratified in torrents. The fierce type consisti doft hosu han listed voluntarily, strong and deager to make a name for themselves, often displaying exceptional valor. Some were even martial artists. Eventhunitan squad leaders swould not dare to provoke them lightly. Thesican Taipane cluded seasoned veterans with military accomplishments, ricky experience and well-connected. Thinkemethano recruits, typically forcibly conscripted, often frail timid, easy targets for bullying. Lastly, there were the convicts. Within each tent, thunida eater healthy highest authority. There were renos condorturting command, on Lithiolton. Even if on a twaswort-staffed, with only 6 or 7, an old teen would still be designated. The so-called old teen wasmer subordinate, a scapegoat for others to command and vent their frustration. Convicts, regardless of which tent theria sineto, word is steen tob tiolton. Foreign the military, that the faconvict would gown account head for, unlike ordinary recruits, ho hayden inviolable linea, that could not be crossed, no matter how much they were bullied. Edo. Chin Feng smiled, shaking his fist. The bearded man's gaze sharpened. Ario challenging? The veterans also exhibited displeasure. This skid, Thinasarel, Direto besorgant? Even if he possessed some strength, Wadofit? Cold Hakian Tor 3? Or Aventon or 20? While if there were convicts who had distinguished themselves since northern garrison, they real martial artists. Such convicts were assigned to special battalions. Chin Feng beckoned to the bearded man with a finger. The bearded man sign led to a burly companion beside him. That man eager strode toward Chin Feng. Get down than the ground. A fist the size of a sandbag swung toward Chin Feng's left cheek. Smack. Chin Feng had learned considerable combat experience from Thegward's soft ho fu. He struck like lightning, seizing Theber Limon's right fist with his left palm. As the man way staken aback with the strength emanating from Chin Feng's frail frame, Chin Feng swift lard alighted with a right hook. Bang! The punch was swift hand fires, landing squarely on Theber Limon's cheek. Theman bear lihid to meet a scream before the sound offist meeting bonichode, and he collapsed, unconscious. Ding you have defeated enemy, battle power 0. 15. The system notification range in Chin Feng's mind. In an instant, an inexplicable sensation coursed through his body. Hekud vividly perceiveth this physical prowess shad significantly improved in various aspects. Indeed, it ways as the system had described. As long as omion bore malicy towards him, they could be considered an enemy. Whether hidi fet or killed an enemy, he would gain an tenth of their battle power. By this reckoning, Theber Limon's battle power should be around 1. 5. However, whether defeated or killed, the battle power word couldn't be claimed dots, not repeatedly. Otherwise, he could simply grind forward each day, which would be exceedingly gratifying. Chin Feng's gaze quickly shifted from the fallen Berlimin to the astonished bearded man. Suddenly caught in Chin Feng's stare, the bearded man instinctively took a step back. Thackus felt as the fit were a thato fa ferocious beast locking gonto him. Yet soon, irritation and embarrassment washed over him. Assassin's own soldier, having witnessed countless battles, being intimidated by a mirror crew would be a source of shame if it were ito spread. Chapter 3. Physical training do not presume that merely possessing a modicum of strength and having trained for a few days will allow you to flaunt your prowess in the military camp. A glint of menace flickered in the eyes of the bearded man. With a sudden lunge, he stepped forward, his shoulder aimed squarely at Qin Feng's chest. His right fist was coiled, ready to deliver a powerful blow that would send Qin Feng sprawling. Bang! The moment his shoulder collided with Qin Feng's chest, realization dawned upon him. Things were about to go awry. Contrary to his expectations, Qin Feng did not stagger from the impact. Instead, it felt as though he had crashed against an impenetrable wall. The tremendous recoil destabilizing his body and forcing him to stagger backward. In the blink of an eye, a fist loomed larger before him. Despite its frail appearance, it exuded an undeniable ferocity. Bang! The bearded man was instantly hit with a blinding pain in his head. The world spun around him as his body uncontrollably crumpled to the ground. He struggled to rise, but his arms and legs felt utterly powerless, rendering him incapable of getting back up. Ding. You have defeated the enemy. Combat Power 0.21. The system notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind, as the exhilarating sensation of enhanced physical capabilities surged through his entire being. Host. Qin Feng Combat Power. 3.01 Troop Strength. None special abilities. None in just 2 punches. His combat power had skyrocketed from 2.65 to 3.01. Despite having invested heavily in rare elixirs and rigorous physical training since childhood, he had only managed to attain a combat power of 2.65 over the years, still superior to that of an ordinary soldier. Yet now, in mere moments, his combat power had surged by 0.36. The presence of a system was undeniably exhilarating. Qin Feng turned to face the remaining 5 veterans. They immediately felt as though they were being stalked by a bloodthirsty tiger, retreating until their backs hit the large bunk beds. Without uttering a word, Qin Feng advanced. Let us take him on together. There's no way all 5 of us can't handle just one. The veterans, seasoned by the battlefield, suppressed their fear and charged towards him as they realized he intended no mercy. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng launched a relentless assault, akin to a fierce tiger unleashed. After merely 2 exchanges, he felled all 5 with a single punch each. Combat Power 0.13, Combat Power 0.15, Combat Power 0.12. The system notifications rang out continuously. Though these veterans were not particularly tall, their combat power exceeded that of the average individual. With all 5 defeated, Qin Feng experienced a further increase of 0.65 in his combat power. His total combat power soared to 3.66, sufficient to knock down even a third-tier martial artist with a single punch. His gaze shifted to the 2 timid soldiers cowering in the corner. We, one of them stammered, wanting to explain but at a loss for words. Qin Feng surmised that they were likely new recruits who had recently joined the camp and harbored no ill intentions towards him. Without malice, there would be no reward in combat power. He disregarded the 2, turning to lift the tent flap and fastening it with a hook, allowing the biting cold wind to invade the tent. The camp of the Zhangfeng army was square-shaped, with orderly rows of military tents neatly arranged. The perimeter was fortified with trenches, barbed stakes, watchtowers, and earthen walls for defense. In the center lay a vast training ground, serving as a practice area during peacetime and a swift assembly point for the entire army in times of war. In the Great Liang Kingdom, aside from the Imperial Guard, the 4 border armies boasted the highest combat power. Among the 4, the northern garrison ranked second, not due to strict discipline or rigorous training, but because it was constantly engaged in warfare against the Chang tribe, with a majority of its ranks comprised of seasoned veterans. The camp was desolate, with most soldiers huddled in their tents to escape the cold. As Qin Feng made his way to the training ground, he found the expansive space, capable of accommodating thousands of cavalry, nearly empty, with only a handful of warriors practicing. Without wasting time, he began to jog around the training ground. According to the system, physical exercise could similarly enhance combat power, with higher intensity yielding better results. While defeating and killing enemies was indeed the most effective way to increase combat power, without his prior dedication to training and gathering rare elixirs, he might have perished during his exile. Now that he was in the military camp, even with the system at his disposal, he had to endure. Unlike the previous 2 months of excruciating exile, despite being physically drained from hunger and thirst, he still possessed the strength to fell an opponent with a single punch. Every bit of combat power gained was a step toward becoming stronger. Despite the biting cold and an empty stomach, Qin Feng's pace quickened, urgency propelling him forward. After a full lap, he found himself neither breathless nor flushed, sweat-free. The additional point in combat power had resulted in a comprehensive enhancement of his physical attributes. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he procured 2 elongated stones, binding them securely to his calves with vines, and continued to circle the training ground. The added weight of 6 or 7 pounds increased the difficulty significantly. As dusk approached, he faintly heard the sound of a gong. Realizing it was time for dinner, he finally halted, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and with an insatiable hunger gnawing at his insides. Checking his combat power, it had risen from 3.66 to 3.68, a modest increase of 0.02 over the afternoon, yet still commendable. Upon returning to the tent, he found the flap still ajar, no one daring to close it. The stench within had dissipated, no longer as foul as before. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the others scrambled to their feet, their expressions wary. With swift efficiency, Qin Feng stripped off his sticky leather armor, revealing a pale body marred by numerous scars. He picked up a large wooden barrel for water in the corner and headed outside. The sound of sloshing water echoed. He paused before the drainage ditch between the camps. With a splash, he poured a bucket of cold water over himself, the icy chill causing even his robust physique to shudder involuntarily. Ah! A sharp cry rang out nearby. A frail soldier, with his back turned, was covering his face with his hands. Qin Feng glanced down, noting the size of the area, but paid it little mind in such a place. Encountering a bare-chested man was hardly a spectacle to raise eyebrows, whether from a well-bred recruit or a girl masquerading as a soldier. It was of no concern to him. Continuing his wash, he emptied the entire bucket of water over himself. Afterward, he returned to the tent and donned his leather armor once more. The soldiers remained utterly silent. 2 new recruits shivering from the cold wind. The atmosphere was decidedly awkward. Qin Feng ignored them, patiently awaiting the meal. Moments later, a team of cooks arrived, pushing several large wooden barrels to the entrance of the tent to serve dinner. Qin Feng quickly grabbed a battered bowl from the corner and approached. Inside the barrel was a thick porridge made of coarse rice, wild vegetable roots, and salt, 1 bowl per person. With such meager rations, continuous training without combat could easily lead to starvation. He took a cautious sip, tasting the bitterness and thickness that clung to his throat, a few grains of sand crunched between his teeth. With no option left, Qin Feng gulped down the entire bowl of porridge. The burning sensation in his stomach eased somewhat, though it was merely a temporary relief. In the army, ordinary soldiers were allotted just 2 meals a day, and the next would not come until noon the following day. Given his current physique, that single bowl of porridge barely constituted a foundation, and he would remain hungry through the night. During his exile, he had survived on a mere half of a hard, dry vegetable cake a day, and even drinking water was a daunting challenge, yet he had persevered. Now, however, the stakes were different. While he could endure hunger, he required ample sustenance to support his daily rigorous training. His gaze drifted toward the other soldiers, in the brief interlude. Everyone had finished their dinner, licking their wooden bowls clean, when they noticed Qin Feng looking their way. Expressions of horror spread across their faces. The bearded man grit his teeth and scoffed. In the army, seizing a comrade's food is a grave taboo. I am aware. Qin Feng replied calmly. Although he was indeed a new recruit, he was well acquainted with many unspoken rules of the military. In the Great Liang Kingdom, soldiers did not receive wages. The ordinary soldiers had none. Recruits were exempt from labor for their families, while commanders sought wealth solely through military achievements and rewards of provisions. In the Zhangfeng army, ordinary soldiers received merely 2 bowls of porridge per day. If one were to be robbed by a comrade, it could lead to dire consequences, even starvation. Mishandling such matters could easily incite mutiny. He looked at the bearded man and inquired, "What is your rank, and how much military pay do you receive each month?" His gaze sharpened like a blade as it swept over the veterans. "You all must have received some military rewards at some point. Help me procure some food from logistics, and I promise to return double by the end of the month." The bearded man and the veterans stared at him wide-eyed, incredulous at the notion that Qin Feng was speaking nonsense. To promise a return of double in a month seemed utterly absurd. Qin Feng remained unfazed. I could easily take it by force. Yet I'm extending you a promise instead. What harm is there in trusting me for a month?" The assembled men, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, were momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, the one with the bushy beard turned away, retrieving a handful of copper coins from his satchel before departing the camp. The 6 old soldiers followed suit, leaving the encampment. Chapter 4. A sudden improvement in rations upon their return. The bushy-bearded man and the old soldiers bore a considerable amount of provisions, including several fruits. Qin Feng, taking advantage of the cold well water, devoured his food ravenously, swiftly consuming the rations and fruits. Feeling a sense of fullness for the first time since being imprisoned in the Criminal Department's dungeon 3 months prior, the bushy-bearded man and the veterans began to engage Qin Feng in conversation. Among his companions was a particularly assertive individual, a double-edged sword, for while it posed challenges regarding shared interests, it also presented opportunities for survival and glory on the battlefield. The bushy-bearded man, as the squad leader, had seen his dignity and reputation severely undermined by a single blow. Yet, having a strong ally in combat could significantly enhance the prospects of survival and accomplishment. As veterans, they understood the immense comfort of having a powerful companion when their own abilities were lacking. In the heat of battle, a strong individual could draw the enemy's attention, greatly alleviating the pressure on their comrades. If they could maintain an aura of strength, they could also seize opportunities for military merit. Since they were unable to overpower their adversaries, it was futile to dwell on grievances. Fostering camaraderie was the way forward. For soldiers stationed at the border, survival on the battlefield was paramount. Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, preferring to avoid idle chatter about hometowns or women with the veterans to forge bonds that would bolster their chances in battle. Instead, he chose to maximize every moment, striving to enhance his combat capabilities, which he believed was the swiftest path to reuniting with his loved ones in the imperial city. However, they were bound to fight together, and while he was indifferent to whether anyone would come to his aid if he fell in battle, he was unwilling to be vigilant against potential treachery from behind. He did not dismiss their overtures entirely, engaging in casual conversation that allowed him to glean a general understanding of his 9 comrades. The bushy-bearded squad leader, named Wu Guang, appeared to be in his 30s but was, in fact, only 24. He had served for 6 years and had slain 8 enemies. Among the 6 old soldiers, the eldest was just over 30, while the youngest was barely in his 20s, each bearing some military achievements. The 2 youngest recruits had arrived a month or 2 prior to Qin Feng, with the timid and cowardly Lao Shi having just turned 18. Unlike garrisons in other regions, border troops seldom retired. In the Dalian Kingdom, soldiers could retire after 3 years of service. However, those who survived beyond that typically had commendations to their name, as a squad leader. Wu Guang enjoyed a salary, and the commanders were adept at managing the distribution of military honors. When stripped down, a single enemy slain could yield a small reward, and after 3 kills, one could gain a plot of land. Border soldiers were predominantly conscripted from unmarried men with brothers at home. Their families could be exempted from labor duties, allowing them to enjoy a modicum of sustenance, and with decent military rewards, they could save for a decade or more before returning home, a far superior fate compared to that of a tenant farmer. Death in battle meant liberation from the world's woes, with all military rewards delivered intact to the families, a tacit rule and unspoken boundary within the border troops. And truth, even those who managed to survive for 10 or more years seldom chose to retire, as their desires had grown. Such was the case with Wu Guang, who had long exceeded his initial expectations upon enlisting. Yet, he was reluctant to part with the squad leader's salary. Furthermore, with just 2 more enemy kills, he could attain a noble title based on his military achievements. Although it would be the lowest rank, lacking land or fiefdom, it would exempt his family from labor duties for life and grant him a monthly stipend. If Wu Guang were to reach the milestone of 10 kills, he would inevitably raise his sights to slay 15 enemies. Achieving this would not alter his title, but would allow him to be assigned a position upon retirement, returning home as a minor official, one that could be inherited by his children or nephews. Should he kill 20 enemies and fulfill his service term, he could ascend to the rank of captain, thereby entering the middle echelons of authority, where acquiring military merit would be more attainable, and he could drift into the ranks of the exploitative class. Enlisting in the border troops was akin to a death sentence. The vast majority of soldiers returned either maimed or in coffins, with very few truly retiring to their homes. As the hour of the rooster passed, the night deepened rapidly, by the time the hour of the dog arrived. The camp was filled with the thunderous sound of snoring. Only one veteran could be heard mumbling, his right hand pressing against the thin cotton blanket. Qin Feng lay with his hands behind his head, unable to sleep through the lonely night, in comparison to the incessant crawling of vermin over his body and the gnawing of insects at his wounds in the dungeon, or the jarring and swaying of the prison cart under the sun and wind. This tent was remarkably comfortable. Yet, the events of the day, having acquired a system and a glimmer of hope, made the future less nebulous. While daylight allowed him to temper his emotions with reason, the night unleashed a torrent of thoughts he could not suppress. Just as he managed to regain control of his emotions, waves of longing surged forth. His father, clad in coarse clothing and visibly thinner, visiting him in the prison, worn and haggard, stripped of his previous grandeur. His younger sister, once lively and mischievous, now sorrowfully transformed. These memories flashed through his mind like needles piercing his heart. A sleepless night ensued. At dawn, Qin Feng rose early and made his way to the training ground, binding the 2 long stone slabs to his legs and continuing his running exercises. He returned to the camp only when he heard the sound of a gong signaling mealtime. The bowls and chopsticks had already been cleaned and stacked in the corner by Lao Shi. Wu Guang and the others had also brought back a considerable amount of provisions, including a small portion of cured meat. After lunch, he managed to fill his stomach slightly. Equipped with a spear and a short knife, Qin Feng set off once more for the training ground. Instead of running in the afternoon, he dedicated his time to practicing with the spear and short knife. Lacking knowledge of proper techniques, he could only explore through trial and error, focusing on honing his ability to strike targets while running swiftly. By the time he returned to the camp at dusk, his combat strength had risen to 3.72. A full day of intense training had yielded an increase of 0.04 in his combat prowess. Though modest, it was still significant. To his surprise, dinner was unexpectedly lavish. The porridge, previously made from corn and wild vegetable roots, seasoned with salt and sand, had transformed into fragrant white rice. Each soldier received a wooden basin, 30 centimeters high and 50 centimeters in diameter, filled to the brim, providing enough for 3 bowls per person. Additionally, there were over a dozen sweet potatoes and a bowl of salty and spicy meat sauce. The following morning, the camp reverberated with the heavy drumbeats of assembly and practice. As a cavalryman, today marked Qin Feng's first encounter with warhorses and tactics. He speculated that the brutal winter had claimed many cattle and sheep, inflicting heavy losses on the Chang tribe. With early spring upon them, the Chang tribe might launch a significant offensive, prompting the Northern Army to intensify their training and preparation, which would explain the return to standard rations. However, snippets of casual conversation with Wu Guang and the others hinted that these veterans were certain that some high-ranking official was expected to visit the troops for an inspection, thus prompting the improvement in rations. Yet, it seemed their assumptions were misguided. For over 10 consecutive days, no notifications of notable visitors had been received. Likewise, despite widespread rumors of marauders and incursions by the Chang tribe, standard rations lasted only 10 days before reverting to previous levels. On the 18th day of the second month, half a month had passed since Qin Feng joined the 4th Squad of the Cavalry Corps. During this time, through relentless training to forge his physique, his combat strength had risen to 4.23, with an almost daily increase of 0.04 points, surpassing even those at the 3rd tier of the skin-tempering realm. In the morning, while practicing with the spear at the training ground, Lao Shi hurried over, gasping for breath. "The squad leader has sent me to inform you that we have an operation. Hurry back to the camp for assembly." With a surge of spirit, Qin Feng swiftly unfastened the stones bound to his arms and calves, striding purposefully back to the camp. Chapter 5. The Assault on the Beacon Tower. Upon returning to the military encampment, Wu Guang and his comrades were already attired and assembled outside the tent. Qin Feng hurried into the quarters, fastening various leather pouches around his waist before stepping out to join the others. As Lao Shi arrived, panting heavily, Wu Guang promptly led the group to convene with the main forces. There was no need for Qin Feng to inquire. Along the way, a seasoned soldier informed them that the area guarded by the Zhangfeng army had a beacon tower that had failed to signal smoke the previous day and had not ignited a fire at nightfall, raising suspicions of its destruction. Their 4th Squad had been ordered to investigate. This matter bore significant implications. Since the onset of spring, there had been repeated reports of incursions by the Chang tribes and marauding horse thieves along the borders. These incursions ranged from small groups of 10 to larger bands of several hundred, becoming a constant source of vexation. Yet, this was the first instance of a beacon tower potentially being attacked, as small bands of Chang tribes and horse thieves could easily circumvent such towers. Even if detected, they could retreat and seek alternative points of entry. Only larger forces would struggle to evade the watchful gaze of the beacon towers, resorting to stealthy assaults to eliminate them. Moreover, spring had just commenced, heralding the revival of life. The Great Liang Kingdom was preoccupied with spring sowing while the Chang tribes busied themselves with herding. The peak of hostilities typically occurred around the autumn harvest when the Chang tribes, robust and numerous, would align with the Great Liang Kingdom's grain storage efforts, making it an opportune time for plunder. However, circumstances in the world are rarely absolute. Last winter had been harsher than in previous years, leading to countless livestock deaths among the Chang tribes. To ensure a greater breeding stock, it was plausible that these tribes might resort to incursions to seize remaining grain and mitigate their resource consumption. Consequently, upon learning of the communication failure from the beacon tower, the Zhengfeng Army's deputy commander promptly dispatched a cavalry unit for reconnaissance. Upon reaching the assembly point, the 4th Squad had gathered 7/10 of its personnel. After a brief wait, the entire contingent of 10 teams was present. The squad leader, Du Guangyao, approximately 40 years of age and of slender build, donned glimmering silver armor that belied his martial prowess. His steady and powerful strides contradicted his physique, marking him as a martial artist. However, even among martial artists, there exists a spectrum of strength. With a decisive command from Du Guangyao, the team swiftly proceeded to the stables, where the logistics officers had prepared rations and mounts. Each member was assigned 2 steeds. Though the Zhenbei army had limited cavalry, Qin Feng's unit served as the vanguard of the Zhengfeng army, ensuring that each cavalryman was equipped with at least 2 warhorses. These steeds were robust, with long limbs and compact frames, ideal for battle. The command. All swiftly mounted their horses, the thunder of hooves echoing as they surged out of the camp. As this was a reconnaissance mission, no logistics personnel accompanied them. A separate team was dispatched to manage the pack horses carrying provisions and tools. After half an hour, having switched mounts midway, they arrived at the beacon tower 20 kilometers away from the incident site. With a wave of his hand, Du Guangyao instructed 2 soldiers to cautiously infiltrate the tower for investigation. The beacon tower itself measured approximately 30 meters on each side, situated atop a high slope, encircled by 2-meter-high earthen walls, within which various buildings and storage rooms were constructed. At its center stood an earthen platform of several dozen square meters, rising over 10 meters high. In the northern frontier, beacon towers were densely positioned, with one constructed every 2 kilometers along the border, each manned by a squad. These towers formed a triangular network, their watchmen stationed day and night to signal any enemy movements through plumes of smoke or flames. Even during torrential rain, messages could be relayed swiftly via mounted couriers. Life for the garrison stationed at these towers was comparatively comfortable, with ample supplies and the opportunity to cultivate the surrounding lands covertly. However, should a significant enemy force launch an incursion, the garrison would face certain death. The entire garrison has perished without a trace of the enemy, the 2 soldiers who had scaled the walls reported. Lowering the drawbridge, enter and rest for a moment, Du Guangyao signaled for the others to dismount. Upon entering the beacon tower, a wave of the stench of blood assaulted them. Those skilled in tracking began to analyze the enemy's movements, while others searched for and gathered the fallen soldiers' remains. Soon, 10 corpses were collected. These were the garrison's soldiers, their bodies riddled with wounds, limbs severed, and their remains unrecognizable. The dried blood exposed ghastly broken bones. Many new recruits, witnessing such carnage for the first time, could not suppress their nausea. It appears to be the work of horse thieves, one seasoned soldier remarked, nonchalantly pulling out rations and a water pouch. That's debatable, another veteran retorted. While horse thieves may occasionally take limbs for food storage, they seldom assault beacon towers. It's plausible that a tribal group is mimicking the horse thieves' tactics to confuse us. If it is indeed a tribal incursion, we are in grave danger. With growing concern, the soldiers quickly covered the 10 corpses with lime and placed them in a makeshift cart. Du Guangyao dispatched an experienced soldier and a novice to transport the bodies back to the camp. The risk of plague from the corpses was significant, yet the Junbei army upheld a tradition of ensuring that their fallen comrades were returned home for burial, unless circumstances dictated otherwise. After resting for nearly half an hour, the soldiers skilled in tracking returned with reports. The assailants appeared to have been exceedingly cautious, as no signs of a large cavalry presence were found around the beacon tower. Only traces of small groups of riders heading deeper into the northern frontier were detected. It seemed more akin to the actions of minor horse thieves. However, the possibility of Chang tribes being involved could not be entirely dismissed. Ultimately, small bands of horse thieves had no compelling reason to target a beacon tower. The Junbei army was not to be trifled with. Should they provoke them, even retreating deep into the grasslands would not guarantee safety from retribution. Though the tribes of the grasslands often fought amongst themselves, they would unite against the Junbei army, relying on mutual support to disregard the threat posed by them. After gathering with the squad leaders for a discussion, Du Guangyao issued a command to ignite signal fires to summon reinforcements from the base, while simultaneously tracking the invaders based on the signs left by the warhorses. Chapter 6. The initial assault on the warhorses an hour later, following the faint traces left behind, the group pursued the trail to Dongling village. Upon entering the village, even the seasoned veterans, as well as the inexperienced Qin Feng, sensed that something was amiss. The village was eerily silent. The fortified compound had been breached, with bodies strewn about in rivers of blood flowing across the ground. Remnants of the elderly, women, and children lay scattered throughout the premises, and even the village chief appeared to have met a grim fate. The entire Dongling village had been decimated, with no survivors among the villagers. Young or old, the warehouses had been emptied. We must withdraw from Dongling village immediately and send scouts to investigate the enemy's whereabouts. Du Guangyao's voice was laced with palpable fear. Everyone swiftly mounted their horses to retreat from Dongling village. The massacre of a village was not something a mere band of horse thieves could accomplish. The northern frontier was vast and sparsely populated, with minimal taxation, and only a few formidable warriors dared to establish villages. Both the interior and exterior of the village were fortified with fences and earthen walls, housing hundreds of able-bodied men, with traps and crossbows set within the inner courtyard. A small band of horse thieves could at most launch a sudden raid, but would never be able to penetrate deep enough to annihilate an entire village. Du Guangyao worried that their reconnaissance cavalry would become the target of the attackers. If they were eliminated, it would significantly delay the Zhangfeng army's response. They must have sensed something amiss and are already making their exit. On a small hill, 3 Chang tribe captains gazed towards Dongling village. Spotting a cavalry unit emerging from the compound, they simultaneously placed their fingers and thumbs to their mouths, emitting sharp whistles. From below the hill, over 30 Chang warriors mounted their steeds, circling around the slope towards Dongling village. "Let us annihilate them. Leave none alive," commanded the 3 Chang captains, spurring their horses forward to charge at the sizable group of over 100. Charge. Behind, more than 30 warriors of the Changrong tribe closely followed. Their eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty glint. A sense of foreboding washed over Du Guangyao as he swiftly noticed the approaching cavalry in the distance. Alarmed, he scanned the area and spotted the nearest squad leader. "Wu Guang, you lead the charge to intercept and buy time for the entire unit to retreat." Wu Guang's robust frame stiffened. "Yes." He abruptly yanked the reins, turning his horse around. Though his complexion was grim and he cursed his misfortune inwardly, he understood that showing fear now would only hasten his demise. He raised his spear. "Brothers, follow me into battle." With that, he squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, leading the charge against the oncoming Changrong cavalry. Qin Feng and 6 seasoned soldiers swiftly turned their mounts and followed suit. Only 2 new recruits were left in a state of panic, their bodies seemingly unresponsive as they struggled to control their rearing steeds, spinning aimlessly in place. "Retreat." Du Guangyao gestured emphatically, and a one paid heed to the 2 inexperienced soldiers. The remaining 9 from their unit began to withdraw, leaving the 4 to cover their retreat, effectively sentencing them to death. Although they too were cavalry, their lack of training meant that facing 30 with 10 was a surefire path to oblivion. This was precisely why the enemy felt bold enough to attack, knowing their numbers exceeded 100 while they had chosen to retreat. Aware of their impending doom, Wu Guang and the seasoned warriors nonetheless charged forth. Defying military orders, the consequences were dire. Not only would they face death, but beyond the loss of life, they would forfeit all privileges and honors. The mere thought of dying and being left unburied, with no one to return their remains to their hometown, was something most soldiers could not bear. Baka, Molten, pursue the enemy's main force and wait for my signal to regroup. In the center, squad leader Toku Lewin waved to the other two squad leaders. Understood. The two squad leaders signaled back, immediately pulling their reins and leading their troops away from the unit to flank the main force. Wu Guang and the seasoned warriors felt a surge of relief with the absence of two units. Their pressure had significantly lessened. The idea of splitting forces to intercept the two departing squads never crossed anyone's mind, as excluding the two inexperienced soldiers still left them with only 8. Sending 1 or 2 to intercept would be insufficient against a single volley of mounted archers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two sides closed the distance to about 50 meters. Toku Lewin and his soldiers drew their bows and shot toward the group. Horses were precious, so they aimed primarily at the mounted warriors. Wu Guang and the 6 seasoned soldiers tightened their grips on their spears, lowering their bodies to the ground. Crack! With extraordinary reflexes, Qin Feng swatted away an incoming arrow with his spear. Hiss! Despite the bow's range, speed, and power being inferior to that of foot archers, one horse was struck in the head and fell to the ground, whinnying in pain. Dust billowed. The seasoned soldier tumbled to the ground, rolling to his feet. Unable to find his fallen spear, he unsheathed his short dagger and continued his charge. Dai Wu Guang thrust his spear toward Toku Lewin's chest. Clang! Toku Lewin had already retracted his bow. Squeezing his legs against the horse's belly and arching his upper body back against the horse's neck, narrowly avoiding the thrust, Wu Guang withdrew his spear. Toku Lewin quickly straightened up, using his curved blade to strike at Wu Guang's waist with the momentum of his galloping horse. Wu Guang was quick to react, immediately blocking with his spear. The curved blade struck the spear shaft and slid along it, forcing Wu Guang to relinquish his spear and draw his short dagger. The two men and their horses passed by each other. The only difference was that Toku Lewin quickly regained his balance and deflected a thrust from a seasoned soldier, while Wu Guang, still adjusting his stance, faced an oncoming Changrong warrior wielding a curved blade. Slicing through the air, though he avoided a fatal blow, the blade struck his shoulder. The sharp edge cut through his leather armor. Drawing blood. Wu Guang, already off balance, was knocked off his horse by the blow. Hiss! Just as he leaped to his feet, a Changrong warrior swung a blade at him. The head flew off, blood gushed forth. Clash, clash, clash. The two sides crossed paths. On the Changrong side, their ranks remained intact. In contrast, only 5 remained on Qin Feng's side. Squad leader Wu Guang and 2 seasoned soldiers had perished in the chaos. Suddenly, Qin Feng dismounted, gripping his spear with fierce determination. "Have you lost your mind?" An old soldier admonished him sternly. Qin Feng paid no heed and charged toward the Changrong warriors. During the previous clash, he had merely followed the seasoned soldiers, focusing on defense. Now, having gauged the strength of the Changrong cavalry, he felt no hesitation. Seeking death, Toku Lewin spurred his horse toward Qin Feng. However, he was unprepared for Qin Feng's incredible speed. Before the horse could gain momentum, Qin Feng had already closed the distance. Toku Lewin, controlling his mount with one hand while gripping his curved blade in the other, bent his body, poised to deliver a lethal blow as his horse approached Qin Feng. A glint of cold steel flashed. Qin Feng thrust his spear not at Toku Lewin, but at the horse's belly to maintain agility. Neither side's horses were equipped with heavy armor. The border troops of Dalian Kingdom wielded long spears. Attacking the enemy's horses proved far more effective than targeting the riders themselves. The Changrong warriors were skilled equestrians and could easily evade attacks from spears while mounted. Yet, horses could not dodge or evade. Previously, seasoned soldiers had refrained from this strategy, valuing the horse's worth over human lives. However, Qin Feng held no such notion. His combat power had reached 4.23, far surpassing that of ordinary men in strength, reflexes, and speed. As the enemy's horse had not yet fully accelerated, the recoil he experienced was negligible. Thud! The spear pierced the horse's belly, firmly planted. He exerted just the right amount of force, as the spear embedded itself. He swiftly withdrew it. The horse whinnied in pain, rearing and leaping. Although Toku Lewin had grown up on horseback, he could only crouch low, gripping the reins tightly, desperately trying to avoid being thrown off. Thud! Qin Feng thrust again. Toku Luan caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, but it was too late. This strike was both precise and ruthless, piercing through his skull. Ding. You have defeated the enemy. Combat power 0.25. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Qin Feng swung his spear and charged toward the remaining Qiangrong warriors. Chapter 7. Turning back to fight. Create distance. The Qiangrong warriors were filled with astonishment and fury at Qin Feng's audacity in slaying Toku Luan. They pulled their reins, attempting to create space. But Qin Feng surged forward, moving at full speed. His spear, a dragon unleashed. One horse was impaled in the hindquarters, creating a gaping wound. The Qiangrong warrior lost control of his frantic steed and was thrown off, rolling on the ground. Just as he regained his footing, Qin Feng drove his spear through his throat. Combat power 0.16. Circle around. Don't let them gain momentum. The remaining 4 seasoned soldiers finally reacted. Their spirits soared as they charged forth, hooves pounding. Just 4 of them dared to encircle the 8 adversaries. Qin Feng's fierce valor had flipped the tide of battle. He plunged into the enemy ranks, evading the onslaught of curved blades with his exceptional reflexes and physical prowess. His spear swung, and cries of anguish filled the air. In mere moments, the Qiangrong warriors were decimated. Qin Feng, single-handedly with his spear, had slain 8 foes, while the other 2 fell to the blades of the seasoned soldiers. After this brutal skirmish, the 4 seasoned soldiers were left panting heavily, yet Qin Feng stood tall and unyielding. Having felled 8 foes, his combat power surged from 4.23 to 5.52. Not a trace of fatigue marred his being. Instead, he grew more fervent and formidable with each clash. A gentle breeze swept through, mingling with the scent of blood. Qin Feng unsheathed his short dagger and severed the left ears of the 8 slain Qiangrong warriors. He tossed 2 into a bag filled with lime, while the other 6 found their place in the bags of fallen Wu Guang, and the 2 seasoned soldiers. One ear represented camaraderie, and the other, a tribute to the past month's rations. Such was his resolve, for esteemed veterans gazed upon one another with expressions of deep respect. Their military achievements were undeniable, and even in death, they remained significant. The honors and benefits derived from their valiant deeds would be inherited by their families. On the battlefield, those who survived typically bore the weight of their own kills, often claiming only the left ears of their fallen foes, with rare instances of appropriating the accolades of their comrades. Unclaimed enemy corpses were methodically gathered and fairly distributed among the fallen soldiers. Yet, it was equally true that no one would share their hard-earned military accolades with the deceased comrades, for such honors were forged through the peril of their own lives. Individuals like Qin Feng, who would bestow military honors upon their slain comrades, were unheard of, even in tales. Qin Feng began to gather the bodies of Wu Guang and the 2 veterans. The 4 veterans stepped forward, joining forces to corral the surplus, uninjured warhorses. They secured the bodies of Wu Guang and his companions onto 3 of the steeds while placing the collected bows, curved sabers, and other spoils onto another horse's back. Qin Feng hung the long spears of Wu Guang and his companions on the horses, mounted swiftly, and pulled the reins, galloping in pursuit of the direction from which the main force had retreated. The 4 veterans exchanged glances, contemplating a place to rest. However, it was evident from Qin Feng's demeanor that he intended to launch a counterattack against the 2 remaining factions of the Qiangrong tribe. Without hesitation, they spurred their horses to follow. Fortune favors the bold. With such a formidable leader, it was illogical not to take a chance. As they pressed forward, Qin Feng soon spotted the corpses of the 2 new recruits. He retrieved the last 2 left ears from the pouch of lime and placed them into the bags of the fallen soldiers. The 4 veterans arrived and offered their assistance, binding the bodies of the 2 new recruits onto the warhorses. The 5 continued their journey, following the markers left by the main force. After half an hour of pursuit, they finally located the remnants of their unit by a small river. The blockade of the Qiangrong tribe had merely obstructed one of their groups, while the other 2 remained in hot pursuit. Utilizing their cavalry archery advantage, they engaged in a long-range skirmish, ultimately cornering the main force by the riverbank. Conversely, a mere 20-some cavalrymen and 2 Qiangrong tribe captains dared not launch a reckless assault, choosing instead to wait for reinforcements from Toku Luan before striking decisively. From behind, the sound of galloping hooves approached. At last, they had arrived. Captains Baka and Morton turned with excitement. only to see Qin Feng and the 4 veterans charging toward them from a distance. What was happening with Tokay Luan? Why had he not led the troops to converge, allowing half of the intercepting force to escape? Both captains widened their eyes in disbelief. Had the forces of the Qiangrong tribe come to engage them? How could they still be alive? The soldiers of the frontier felt a surge of spirit, preparing for a counterattack. Du Guangyao's gaze burned with intensity. With the advantage of a pincer maneuver, they stood a strong chance of overwhelming the enemy. Turn around and annihilate them. Baka and Morton, clearly aware of the risks of being flanked, wasted no time in issuing orders, spurring their horses toward Qin Feng and his companions. More than 20 cavalrymen followed suit. As both sides closed in within 100 meters, Qin Feng suddenly dismounted, brandishing the collected long spears. He seized one and hurled it with force at the horse beneath Baka. With a whoosh, the spear sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for the horse's belly. Baka's eyes widened in horror as he yanked the reins, desperately attempting to steer the steed away from the impending strike. But it was too late. The spear's speed was ferocious, and no matter his skill and horsemanship, he could not make the horse respond with the same agility as his own body. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the horse's abdomen, embedding itself. The tremendous impact caused the horse to collapse backward, throwing Baka into the air, while a Qiangrong warrior behind him, unable to dodge in time, was also toppled by the falling beast. Qin Feng stood firm, another spear in hand, shifting his gaze toward Morton, who had now closed within 50 meters. With a sudden swing of his arm, the spear shot forth, aimed at the mount of Morton. The 2 strikes were executed within mere seconds. Morton gritted his teeth, forced to abandon the bow he had just picked up, drawing his curved saber to slash at the spear. Clang! The moment the saber met the spearhead, he felt a grave danger, and overwhelming force surged toward him, causing him to lose his balance and tumble from his mount. Even so, the inertia of the charging horse allowed him to strike out with his blade, merely deflecting the spear slightly. With a sharp hiss, the spear grazed the side of the horse, leaving behind a gaping, crimson wound. The sheer power of the strike left the Qiangrong warriors aghast, their faces ashen. As horses advanced within 30 meters, the 4 veterans surged ahead. Qin Feng refrained from throwing the remaining spears, choosing instead to wield his long spear and charge at the Qiangrong warriors. His speed rivaled that of the galloping steeds. Du Guangyao, no longer hesitating, led the charge from behind against the Qiangrong warriors. With Qin Feng intercepting with his spears and the 4 veterans bolstering the cavalry's charge, the momentum of the Qiangrong warriors was significantly diminished. Following a fierce onslaught, 1 veteran fell, another was injured, while Qin Feng seized the opportunity to plunge into the ranks of the Qiangrong warriors, toppling one with a single thrust. Blood mist filled the air, accompanied by continuous screams of agony. In his mind, the notifications of increased combat power echoed ceaselessly. Chapter 8. Reinforcements arrive. Thanks to Qin Feng's interception, not a single one of the 23 Qiangrong warriors escaped. In this battle, Qin Feng single-handedly claimed 10 kills, while the 3 veterans, after their charge, managed to turn and slay 5 more. The remaining 8 fell to the subsequent efforts of Du Guangyao and his men. On their side, apart from the loss of 1 veteran during the first clash, only 2 others sustained injuries. Having collected 10 left ears, Qin Feng adhered to his customary practice, placing 2 of the ears into the pouch of the slain veteran. A thought for comrades, a return for sustenance. Not only did ordinary soldiers regard him with newfound respect, but even Du Guangyao, their captain, was struck with awe. Yet, there was also discontent. Qin Feng's actions had diminished his own stature and authority. He could not possibly emulate Qin Feng, distributing the hard-won honors to the warriors who had been slain in the ambush. Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, impervious to the admiration or peculiar gazes directed at him. His sole desire was to carve out a place for himself in the northern frontier as swiftly as possible, to reclaim all that his parents had sacrificed for his sake in pursuit of this goal. He hardly considered who might be orchestrating his downfall, let alone other trivial matters. To ensure he had enough sustenance to support his intense training, he did not hesitate to pressure his comrades into parting with their hard-earned wealth in exchange for food. In the face of daily struggles, he was one who would assert dominance over his fellow soldiers. When comrades fell in battle, he remained willing to share a portion of his military honors with them, acting solely in pursuit of a clear conscience. "What is your name?" Du Guangyao inquired, looking at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng," came the reply. "With Wu Guang deceased, you shall temporarily assume the position of squad leader." Ultimately, Du Guangyao suppressed his discontent, extending a gesture of goodwill. There was no alternative. This individual was too formidable. With 2 swift strikes, he had unseated 2 Changrong captains, and with another, he had slain 10 foes. Such valor was humbling, even for a martial artist like him. People of such caliber either met swift ends or advanced rapidly. Either outcome was not worth antagonizing. "Thank you, Captain." Qin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. After expressing his gratitude, he silently activated the system. Host. Qin Feng combat power, 7.13 troop strength, 3 special abilities. None having slain 10 enemies, his combat power had surged from 5.52 to 7. 13. Du Guangyao's recent appointment, though temporary, had elevated his troop strength from none to 3. This indicated that if he led these 3 subordinates to victory, he might earn a special ability as a reward. Du Guangyao began organizing the cleanup of the battlefield, dispatching a warrior with a wounded arm, temporarily unable to fight, on a swift horse to the nearest signal tower to report the latest developments. He also left behind an injured soldier to guard the corpses and spoils until reinforcements arrived. Although reluctant, Du Guangyao issued orders for the unit to continue their pursuit of the Changrong tribe's main force. Originally over 100 strong, only 90 remained. After eliminating another scouting party of over 30 cavalrymen, they continued their pursuit, fully aware that they might face another ambush. However, their mission was to gather detailed intelligence on this Changrong tribe unit that had ventured deep into the northern frontier. Failure to complete the task would be considered a grave dereliction of duty. Thus, they pressed on. "Qin Feng, can you fight again? If so, I will assign 2 skilled scouts to your squad, placing you in charge of tracking and reconnaissance ahead." Du Guangyao hesitated for a moment, yet mustered the audacity to inquire of Qin Feng. Dispatching a contingent to pursue and remain vigilant undoubtedly would afford the main force ample time for retreat. Having engaged in relentless battles with the 4 divisions, both his mental and physical faculties must have suffered considerable strain. It was clear that he could not choose the 4 divisions to serve as a human shield once more. However, Qin Feng's valor and prowess rendered him the most suitable candidate for the task. "Can you all fight again?" Qin Feng asked, turning towards the 3 seasoned veterans behind him. Naturally, he was eager for combat, growing stronger with each engagement, yearning for the opportunity to fight from dawn till dusk. Yet, he would not disregard the lives of his subordinates for his own gain. Absolutely. Even the veteran who bore a wound on his back answered resolutely. "Fortune favors the bold. Following Qin Feng, we have secured 2 kills apiece in the previous skirmishes. Furthermore, military merit was not solely based on slaying foes, but also encompassed the acquisition of spoils and their overall contributions in battle. Having decimated over 30 warriors of the Shenrong clan, Qin Feng's achievements were monumental, and their contributions were not to be underestimated. The military accolades they had amassed, combined with their years of service, were sufficient for them to ascend to the rank of division leader upon their return. It would be illogical not to continue fighting." "Very well." Qin Feng then turned to Du Guangyao, granting his consent. Du Guangyao nodded in approval and promptly mobilized his forces. Not only did he summon 2 adept trackers, but he also enlisted 3 additional veterans to join the 4 divisions. Consequently, with Qin Feng included, the 4 divisions rapidly grew to 9 members. The system indicated an increase in manpower from 3 to 8. With a single command from Qin Feng, each soldier mounted a horse, and the entire 4 divisions surged forth from the main body, galloping swiftly towards Dongling Village. Upon reaching the outskirts of Dongling Village, the 2 skilled trackers swiftly discerned the hoofprints, leading them to the small hillside where the Shenrong warriors had initially concealed themselves. They continued their pursuit from the hillside. As night descended, at the edge of Mount Minghui, Tamer issued the order for his troops to rest in the valley. Over 1,200 Shenrong warriors entered the gorge. Scouts dispersed to monitor the surrounding area for any signs of movement. The remaining soldiers busied themselves gathering fodder and organizing the spoils of war, each one brimming with elation. They were all tribesmen of the Amoer clan. Last winter, the Amoer clan had suffered tremendous losses, with countless cattle and sheep succumbing to the cold. To mitigate the consumption of their livestock and ensure their continued reproduction, the clan leader ultimately dispatched Captain Tamer to lead a covert incursion into the northern frontier. Everything proceeded according to plan. Tomorrow, they would march upon Taolin village, plundering it clean before returning laden with riches. In truth, Tamar had contemplated withdrawing the clan during the massacre of Dongling village, as the spoils exceeded his expectations. A mountain of gold and silver had accumulated, which could be traded with other tribes or merchants from the great Liang kingdom for vast quantities of food and salt iron. However, ultimately, greed triumphed over reason. Tamar resolved to adhere to the original plan and continue the assault on Taolin village, for their success had been remarkable. The successful ambush on the signal tower had granted them ample time. And the bloodbath at Dongling village had been fortuitous, capturing the young lord who had failed to escape. Utilizing the young lord and several elderly, weak, and female captives as shields, they easily breached the village compound. Devoid of defensive fortifications or various traps, the guards and able-bodied defenders of Dongling village were no match for them. Even though the village lord possessed the strength of a second-tier body-tempering warrior, he managed to slay only over 20 members of the tribe before falling victim to their encirclement and assault, unable to escape. Given such ease, it was only natural to press on. The only concern that weighed on Tamar's mind was the absence of the troops stationed to ambush the Zhengfeng army scouts, who had yet to return with a report. According to his original plan, the signal tower had no signals, and the Zhengfeng army would undoubtedly dispatch scouts to investigate the matter. To that end, he had deployed numerous personnel along the route to erase any traces of their presence. While it was impossible to eliminate all evidence, he ensured that the scout team would find it challenging to ascertain their numbers or whereabouts. In this manner, he intended to send another contingent to lie in wait at Dongling village, striving to annihilate or scatter the scout team, so that the Zhengfeng army would require at least a day or two to uncover their strength and movements. By then, they would have returned to the vast grasslands. Buja, take your tribe to rendezvous with the ambush team. Once united, be responsible for scouting the enemy's movements. Upon discovering any developments, report immediately. Safety first. Tamar contemplated for a moment before summoning a centurion. Chapter 9. Special abilities. As the night deepened, Qin Feng found a small hillock and ordered a halt for rest. The border troops were lacking in meat, and the ordinary soldiers suffered from varying degrees of night blindness. Despite the bright moonlight, their vision was severely impaired. Coupled with their exhaustion, they could only rest for the night. After arranging the shifts for guard duty, he produced a hard flatbread and began to nibble on it in the vast wilderness. The only sounds were the chirping of insects and the crackling of the burning firewood. Faintly, he seemed to hear the sound of hooves. Hoofbeats! Qin Feng jolted with alarm. He immediately dropped to the ground, pressing his right ear to the earth. The sound of hooves became considerably clearer. There were numerous hoofbeats, and their pace was not rapid. Qin Feng promptly alerted his subordinates. The 8 soldiers, all seasoned veterans, immediately scooped up sand to extinguish the fire and quickly gathered the warhorses, calming them. Qin Feng swiftly ascended the hill to survey the distance. With a combat power rating of 7.13, his vision had reached a level several times that of an ordinary person. Even so, he could only discern vague movements several hundred meters away. Stay here. I will investigate the situation, Qin Feng instructed, taking his spear and hastening towards the direction of the shadows. The wind rustled, and under the moonlight, Qin Feng's silhouette resembled a fleeting ghost. As he drew within 100 meters. Aided by the moonlight, he finally discerned the scene. It was a contingent of nearly 100 Shinrong warriors. Although the Shinrong warriors possessed superior vision compared to the border troops, their speed was sluggish even when carrying torches during nighttime operations. Qin Feng promptly retraced his steps, ordering his men to lead their horses and follow closely behind him. He trailed the Shinrong warriors from a distance, as he had anticipated. This Shinrong team continued onward for over half an hour without encountering the ambush team, at which point they began to rest in place, assigning a sentinel to each cardinal direction. Qin Feng allowed his men to rest as well. Under such circumstances, a nighttime raid would have been the optimal choice. However, despite his subordinates being veterans, they lacked the elite troops suited for a night assault. With only himself, he was certainly insufficient, even though he was growing stronger with each battle. His current level of combat strength. Should he face an ambush, escaping would still be a formidable challenge. Not to mention that the Shinrong contingent, comprising 100 men, would likely include at least 1 centurion. The centurions of the various Shinrong tribes were generally high-ranking warriors, akin to the captains of the border troops. With 100 subordinates, they could easily encircle and eliminate even those at the lower ranks of body tempering. Qin Feng's plan was to launch a surprise attack just as dawn began to break, aiming to inflict a heavy blow upon the Shinrong contingent. His veteran subordinates considered Qin Feng's scheme somewhat reckless. Nevertheless, fatigued from a long day, they paid little mind to the proximity of the Shinrong warriors. Each succumbing to slumber, they resolved to sleep first and confront the challenge later. Qin Feng, however, took on the duty of vigilance. With a combat power rating of 7.13, his enhancements were comprehensive, including his stamina. By day's end, he remained invigorated, feeling no trace of fatigue. He occasionally stealthily approached the Shinrong camp to monitor the situation, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents occurred. Time flew by. As the hour approached the midpoint of the third watch, Qin Feng swiftly roused all the veterans, instructing them to lead their horses slowly towards the Shinrong contingent, which lay 1,000 meters away. He took the lead, gripping a short knife as he silently crept towards the Shinrong sentry. The sentry, leaning against a low tree, dozed off, utterly unaware of the impending danger. Swiftly, Qin Feng struck. He covered the sentry's mouth with one hand while the short knife glided across his throat. Thick, foamy blood gushed forth. The sentry's limbs twitched a few times before he succumbed completely. Combat strength 0.16. The system notification echoed in his mind. Qin Feng continued to advance deeper into the camp in the pale moonlight. He could see the Shinrong warriors curled up around their campfires, weapons in hand, soundly asleep. The warhorses were gathered nearby, enclosed by simple wooden barriers. Upon observing this scene, Qin Feng immediately devised a surprise attack plan. He retreated and quickly reconvened with the 8 veterans to share his strategy. The 9 of them positioned themselves behind a small hillock, awaiting the opportune moment. Before long, half an hour had passed. Although the bright moon had yet to set, a lightning hue appeared on the eastern horizon. As time progressed, the night sky gradually faded. The light continued to intensify. Onward, Qin Feng did not mount his steed. Instead, he clutched a bundle of spears and galloped at full speed towards the Xiongnu tribe. The 8 seasoned soldiers, showing no hesitation, swiftly mounted their horses. Cracking their whips, they charged towards the Xiongnu's dwelling, which lay 200 meters away. The thundering hooves gained momentum, yet they struggled to keep pace with Qin Feng, who was firmly grasping the bundle of spears. Trouble! An enemy attack! The centurion, Bujia, was the first to awaken to the danger. Upon spotting the cavalry rushing towards them from the distance, he sprang to his feet. Without a moment's thought, he inserted his thumb and index finger into his mouth and let out a piercing whistle. In the makeshift stable, a chestnut stallion reared up its front hooves, scattering the surrounding warhorses. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it effortlessly leaped over the more than 1 meter high fence and raced towards Bujia. Be careful! Bujia's complexion changed dramatically. He saw a spear transforming into a flash of lightning, aimed directly at the stallion's abdomen. In the next instant, half of the spear was embedded in the horse's body. The tremendous impact sent the stallion crashing to the ground. Damn you! Bujia's eyes widened in fury as he brandished his curved blade and charged at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng paid him no heed. Instead, he hurled 2 more spears, forcing back 2 Xiongnu warriors who attempted to reach the temporary stable. After throwing the spears, seeing Bujia approaching, he immediately discarded the long spear and drew his sword to engage. Clang! The blades collided, sparking a shower of flames. The force of their clash caused both men to stagger back several paces, leaving a small notch on Qin Feng's blade. The sound of galloping hooves echoed closer. The Xiongnu warriors, swift as the wind, were unlike the border troops, who carried various tools. Consequently, their temporary encampment lacked the customary barriers and snares set by the border troops. The 8 seasoned soldiers had already surged forward. They did not attack the panicked and still dazed Xiongnu warriors. Instead, they adhered to their predetermined plan, advancing directly towards the makeshift stable. Upon arrival, they split into 2 groups. One team severed the stable's fencing, while the other thrust spears towards the warhorses from the rear. The horses neighed in panic, bolting through the breach. Once all the warhorses had escaped the stable, the 8 soldiers followed the fleeing herd at a safe distance before gradually slowing their pace. They turned their horses around and charged back towards the Xiongnu warriors. The Xiongnu warriors, now less chaotic than before, found themselves utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the cavalry. The spears lunged forth, propelled by the momentum of the horses, piercing through the chests of the Xiongnu warriors, even lifting them off the ground. After carving a bloody path, they turned their horses and took a brief respite of a few seconds before launching another wave of assault. Not far away, after several fierce exchanges, Qin Feng realized it would be challenging to eliminate Bujia in the short term. He feigned an attack, shaking Bujia off, and instead charged towards the Xiongnu warriors. Bujia closely pursued as Qin Feng penetrated the ranks of the Xiongnu warriors. The pressure on him intensified. He managed to fell one warrior with a swift strike, but while evading Bujia's attack, he was caught off guard and suffered a deep gash on his arm from a curved blade. Fortunately, the strength gained from defeating one Xiongnu warrior allowed him to sustain himself for a while longer. With Qin Feng drawing fire and attention, the risks faced by the 8 seasoned soldiers in their repeated charges were significantly reduced. After 6 relentless charges, the warhorses were panting heavily, their bodies trembling. The 8 seasoned soldiers dismounted and joined the fray. Over 100 Xiongnu warriors remained, now less than half. In contrast, despite acquiring several new wounds, Qin Feng's strength had surged to just over 9 points. Maintaining his formidable prowess, as the 8 seasoned soldiers converged with him, the pressure on Qin Feng dissipated. He took the lead, wielding a short knife that had long lost its edge, and whomever he confronted stood no chance. Even Bujia, at the 7th level of the skin-tempering realm, found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Both sides were engulfed in a bloodlust. It was only after Qin Feng unleashed a series of strikes that Bujia, having blocked several blows, found his inner strength depleted and was ultimately knocked to the ground. The surrounding Xiongnu warriors, now slightly regained their senses, scattered in disarray. The remaining 5 seasoned soldiers, witnessing the retreating Xiongnu warriors, felt as though their strength had been drained in an instant. Though they knew that charging forward could net them a few more kills for their merits, they found themselves collapsed on the ground. Unable to rise, Qin Feng, still possessing some energy, refrained from pursuing. He hastened forward, not slaying the still struggling Bujia but instead delivering a punch that knocked him unconscious. Ding! You have defeated the enemy. Strength 0.75. The system prompt echoed, and the sensation of enhanced qualities surged throughout Qin Feng's body once again. Noticing that the 5 seasoned soldiers were utterly exhausted, allowing their wounds to bleed freely, he tended to his own injuries before assuming the role of a medic and approached them to treat their wounds. Ding! You have led your subordinates to a resounding victory over the enemy. Gaining the special ability morale boost, the system prompt rang in Qin Feng's mind once more. Chapter 10. Interrogating for information a special ability, Qin Feng rejoiced. He quickly opened the system interface to check. Host. Qin Feng Strength, 13.21 Troop Strength, 5 Special Ability, Morale Boost. Consuming 1 point of strength can elevate your subordinate's average strength by 1 point for 1 hour. The consumed strength doubles, increasing the average strength by an additional point. Qin Feng marveled inwardly. According to the system's explanation, special abilities could be categorized into personal and team types. This particular ability clearly fell within the team category and was exceedingly powerful. It meant that by consuming just 1 point of strength, he could enhance the strength of his subordinates for an hour. If he consumed 2 points, their average strength would rise by 2 points, and 4 points would grant a 3-point increase. Beyond that, the cost-effectiveness would diminish. At present, this special ability held limited value for him. However, if he were to command thousands or tens of thousands in the future, the impact of this ability would be extraordinary. With merely 4 points of strength consumed, he could elevate the average strength of thousands, even tens of thousands of subordinates, to the level of elite soldiers comparable to the 3rd or 4th levels of skin tempering for 1 hour. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Feng began to clear the battlefield. The 5 seasoned soldiers regained some strength and, mustering their spirits, joined him in the effort. Their faces were alight with uncontrollable joy as seasoned veterans. They understood that having a formidable leader not only enhanced their survival rate on the battlefield but also increased their chances of achieving military merits. Yet, they did not anticipate such a remarkable effect. Soon, all the spoils of war were gathered. Although they lacked horses, various curved blades and mounted bows piled up into a small mountain. In terms of kills, Qin Feng alone had claimed 36 left ears. Among the 3 fallen veterans, One from his own camp had provided 2, while the other 2 veterans each contributed 1. The remaining 32 left ears were stuffed into a bag filled with lime. Coupled with the previous 8, the total reached 40, the bag bulging at the seams. The 5 seasoned soldiers collectively harvested 28 left ears. The remaining 12, unclaimed, were evenly distributed among the 3 deceased veterans. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng sought out some rope to bind Buja's hands and feet. He then took a water skin and splashed cold water onto Buja's face. Buja slowly regained consciousness. The searing pain in his left ear made him wince as he slightly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a frail upper body, torn armor stained with blood and riddled with scars. As he blinked open his eyelids, his gaze rose to meet a young, resolute face. Buja's pupils constricted sharply. Memories flooded back into his mind. He recalled the events that had transpired. It was this young man who had shattered his perceptions, initially matching him blow for blow. Yet, under siege and with injuries mounting, the young man had only grown more formidable, even pushing Buja to expend all his inner strength, remaining fierce as ever. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, only to realize his hands and feet were bound, rendering him unable to move. Speak. Which tribe are you from? Where is your main force hiding? How many troops do you have? And what are your next plans? Qin Feng fired off a barrage of questions. This was also the reason he had spared Buja's life. A mere soldier could not possibly know the specifics of the main force's plans. But someone of Buja's rank, at least centurion level, would undoubtedly be well informed. Buja grunted, refusing to respond. Swish, Qin Feng suddenly drew his sword and struck at Buja's boot. The blade severed half of Buja's left foot along with the boot. A piercing scream erupted, echoing into the sky. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. Remain silent, and I will methodically sever your limbs. Qin Feng raised the short knife in his hand. I said that Buza fears not death. Yet I never wished to perish in such a lamentable manner. He chose the former. Qin Feng lowered the short knife he wielded. Buza glared furiously, his eyes fixed on Qin Feng, filled with a feral red and hatred akin to that of a wild wolf. Qin Feng remained calm. The victor reigns as king, while the vanquished become mere prey. Upon entering the battlefield, even the kindest souls must cast aside much of their humanity, let alone one with such unwavering resolve, who from the very beginning aimed to reclaim his parents' honor through military merit. Was either to tread upon a mountain of corpses or to become one among them. There was no alternative. We are the kin of the Moer tribe. The agonizing pain radiating from his left foot compelled Buza to ultimately abandon his hatred, choosing instead to end his suffering swiftly. With a swift motion, Qin Feng fulfilled his promise, severing Buza's head from his body. Captain, the 5 seasoned soldiers rose in excitement. They had successfully discerned the approximate location of the invaders and their subsequent plans. A remarkable achievement indeed. Qin Feng promptly organized, our cavalry is limited. 4 of you shall remain to guard the spoils, while one must return immediately along the same route to rejoin the main force and relay this information. I shall head toward Mingguishan to see if I can catch up with the main army of the Chang tribe. Understood. The 5 seasoned soldiers, disregarding their exhaustion, swiftly unloaded the bodies of their fallen comrades and the spoils from the war horses. Qin Feng rode alone, seizing the dim light of dawn to hasten toward the foot of Mingguishan, where the main forces of the Chang tribe lay. Along the way, he marked his path, occasionally encountering 1 or 2 fleeing warriors from the Chang tribe, whom he effortlessly dispatched. The most skilled horsemen among the seasoned soldiers took 3 steeds, exerting every effort to rejoin the main force. The sooner the location of the Chang army and their forthcoming plans were relayed back to the Zhengfeng army, the tighter their encirclement could be, ensuring the complete entrapment of the invading Chang forces within the northern frontier. In the valley of Mingguishan, the warriors of the Chang tribe began to organize their gear. Preparing for departure, a blood-soaked warrior of the Chang tribe galloped into the valley on horseback. Tamer received news that was almost beyond belief. The troops dispatched to assist the ambush and provide rear support had come under attack. And even Captain Buza had not managed to escape the onslaught. Immediately depart, Manoa. Lead your tribe to erase all traces and ensure the rear guard. He had no time to inquire further details, issuing the order to leave without delay. Yes, Captain Manoa swiftly summoned his tribe. The warriors under his command quickly bound lush branches to their horses' tails, following Manoa as they charged out of the valley. Once the main force had departed, they would retreat while rapidly erasing all traces behind them. Clatter, clatter, clattered in the distance. The sound of urgent hoofbeats approached. Glancing up, they beheld a young man, bare-chested and wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Brandishing a spear as he galloped toward them, a warrior of the great Liang kingdom. The Chang warriors dismounting to clear traces were taken aback, hastily mounting their steeds. However, they soon relaxed, for behind this Liang warrior was nothing but emptiness. The rider was none other than the solitary Qin Feng. Chapter 11. Ambush and disturbance. Upon seeing the considerable number of Chang warriors, Qin Feng swiftly halted his steed. Whoa! The panting horse slowly turned around. With a jab to its belly and a flick of the reins, the horse trotted away. Oh, not let him escape. After resolving this, investigate if there are any other scouts from the great Liang kingdom. Manoa commanded with a wave of his hand. A squad leader, accompanied by his warriors, spurred their horses in pursuit of Qin Feng. The steed beneath Qin Feng was already exhausted. The distance between them continued to shrink. Just as the squad leader was about to take aim with his riding bow, the distance dwindled to less than 50 meters. Qin Feng unexpectedly halted his horse. He dismounted and, armed with a spear, stood resolutely against the charging Chang warriors. Die, buzz! The squad leader released the bowstring. An arrow flew directly toward Qin Feng's chest. However, Qin Feng effortlessly deflected it with his spear. After dispatching 3 fleeing warriors from the Chang tribe, his combat power rose to 13.68. His strength, reflexes, and speed had reached a level capable of overcoming a 9th-tier warrior of the skin refinement realm. The arrow shot by a squad leader with mere 2 or 3 points of combat power posed no threat to him. Be cautious. The opponent may be a martial artist. Observing Qin Feng's lean frame and injuries, yet witnessing his ease in deflecting arrows, the squad leader felt a chill in his heart. He drew his curved blade, his expression turning grave. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The pounding of hooves stirred dust as the distance between them narrowed to mere meters. The squad leader and his warriors brandished their curved blades. Qin Feng suddenly accelerated, moving faster than the horse, and swiftly circled to the side of the Chang warriors. The spear danced like a dragon. In an instant, 2 Chang warriors were sent tumbling from their mounts. Whoa! The squad leader and his warriors were struck with terror, instinctively pulling back their steeds. If they continued to gallop, they might have a slim chance of survival. Although Qin Feng's speed had surpassed that of the horse, he had no desire to expend excessive time pursuing them. Such actions were tantamount to seeking death. Qin Feng immediately surged forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged into the ranks of the Chang warriors. Like a tiger among sheep, puncture, puncture, puncture. 1 spear per foe. None could withstand his assault. With 10 enemies slain, Qin Feng's combat power surged to 15.12, growing even stronger. He did not linger, swiftly gathering all the horses and tying them together. He then severed 10 left ears and exchanged them for a steed belonging to a Chang warrior before continuing onward. Before long, Manoa and his warriors once again heard the urgent sound of hoofbeats approaching from afar. None paid it any heed, continuing with their tasks, assuming it was the team sent to pursue the Liang warrior returning to relay news. Only when the horses drew near did their expressions turn to astonishment. The newcomer was none other than the earlier Liang warrior. This fellow was still alive. Did that not mean the team they had dispatched to pursue had met with total annihilation? Manoa furrowed his brow in concern. He feared that Qin Feng's rear was ambushed by Liang forces. However, if they allowed him to go unchecked, he would remain closely behind, fully aware of the main force's movements. Send people to drive him away, but do not pursue too deeply to avoid falling into an ambush, Manoa commanded with a wave of his hand. A squad leader, accompanied by his warriors, charged toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng promptly turned and retreated. The squad leader and his men did not pursue but halted at a distance of over 100 meters. Seeing them stop, Qin Feng reversed course and approached again. As the distance closed to around 60 or 70 meters, he dismounted, spear in hand, and advanced toward them. The squad leader and his warriors were taken aback, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's actions. It was not until he entered within 50 meters that they drew their riding bows. Aiming at him, buzzed. A flurry of arrows flew toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly accelerated. evading the barrage of arrows and charging toward the Chang warriors. Not good. Prepare for battle. The squad leader was alarmed. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's speed akin to lightning, he realized the severity of the situation and hastily abandoned his riding bow, drawing his curved blade. As he looked up again, he saw Qin Feng had already closed in. The long spear lunged toward his chest, and the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Instinctively lowering his head, he beheld a bloodied spear withdrawing from his body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed forth. His consciousness began to fade, and his body toppled from the horse. Puff! 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 Yet Qin Feng did not halt. His speed and reflexes had far surpassed those of his earlier days in the barracks. He no longer required to target larger foes with diminished evasion capabilities. 1 spear per enemy, each thrust lethal, on horseback. The Chang warriors screamed in agony, each one cast down by his spear. Those who sought to retaliate against Qin Feng were merely courting death. The moment they approached, they were pierced through by his spear. Those attempting to flee gained only a few extra seconds of life. Before their steeds could even gain speed, Qin Feng had already closed in, thrusting his spear through their backs. Combat power 0.16, combat power 0.13, combat power 0.15. The system's notifications rang out in succession. When the last Chang warrior fell, Qin Feng's combat power surged from 15.12 to 16.57 in the distance. Manoa and his subordinates gazed in shock. They finally understood why the previous squad had vanished. It was not due to an ambush, but rather because this Liang warrior possessed the strength to single-handedly take on an entire team. Captain, what shall we do? As Qin Feng nonchalantly gathered his warhorses, heedless of the presence around him, he severed the left ear of one of his kin, inciting a surge of righteous indignation among the dog-roan warriors. Their eyes blazing with fury, Manoa's countenance darkened. He contemplated issuing a command to attack several times, but ultimately refrained. Given his strength, coupled with that of his subordinates, even if they faced lower-tier warriors of the bone refinement realm, they could engage in a mutually destructive battle. However, this individual before him, potentially lacking even the bone refinement cultivation, was evidently not inclined to fight to the death. Instead, he would exploit his speed to lure them into a pursuit, striking decisively when they strayed alone, or otherwise preventing them from continuing their mission to erase traces, thereby buying time for the forces of the great Liang kingdom. This is the terrifying aspect of a formidable warrior. On a grand battlefield, such a warrior can uplift the morale of their comrades, acting as a spearhead to penetrate and divide enemy ranks, even to claim the head of the enemy commander. Yet in this smaller-scale engagement, even when solitary and amidst the expansive terrain favoring cavalry, one can remain invincible. The guerrilla tactics, unable to kill or shake off the pursuers, were utterly maddening. Maintain speed, drive him away, and seize the opportune moment. After much deliberation, Manoa reached a decision. He would first drive the opponent away for a while and assess the situation thereafter. The inner strength of warriors is not inexhaustible. Yet they can continuously swap mounts, if after several attempts the opponent still lingered at a distance. Estimating their inner strength depletion, they could certainly encircle and annihilate him. Charge, little thief of the great Liang kingdom. Dare to engage me in battle. Manoa brandished his copper hammer and charged towards Qin Feng. His pace was not excessively swift. Behind him, over 80 dog-roan warriors urged their steeds forward, closely following Manoa. The entire team maintained a comparable speed. As Manoa had anticipated, Qin Feng did not rise to his taunts but instead turned and fled, increasing the distance between them. Chapter 12. Slaying another centurion as both sides chased one another. The enemy's need to maintain formation kept their speed moderate, prompting Qin Feng to deliberately slow his own pace. After pursuing for 3 miles, Manoa finally called for a retreat. Qin Feng, in turn, turned back to follow, maintaining a distance of 60 to 70 meters. Quickly returning to their original position, Manoa immediately ordered a change of mounts. The warriors dismounted in succession, freeing the horses tied with branches at their tails and mounting anew. Suddenly launched, they galloped after Qin Feng. Yet Qin Feng, as before, continued his wild sprint. After another 3 miles, Manoa announced another retreat. Rapidly returning to their starting point, Manoa glanced back only to see Qin Feng still trailing behind. A cold smile crept across his face, If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Judging from Qin Feng's previously displayed strength, he was merely a ninth-tier warrior of the skin-tempering realm, relying solely on light-footed techniques. He could maintain a speed surpassing that of the warhorses. Traversing back and forth, covering a distance of 12 to 13 miles, he must have exhausted at least 70 to 80% of his inner strength. Under such circumstances, should he dare to continue pursuing, Manoa would not hold back with a command. The dog-roan warriors swiftly mounted new horses and charged at Qin Feng. The latter continued his retreat. Creating distance, advance at full speed, eliminate him, pursuing for 3 miles this time. Manoa did not issue a retreat order as he had previously. Instead, with a sharp crack of his whip, he accelerated towards Qin Feng. The warriors behind him spurred their steeds onward. I knew you would play this card. Qin Feng understood their intentions clearly and hastened his flight. He had lured Manoa into a full-speed chase deliberately, for he was devoid of inner strength. Once his inner strength was depleted, there would be no further contention. Though the high-intensity back-and-forth sprint had drained over half his stamina, his robust physique allowed for a quicker recovery than that of a warrior's inner strength. More importantly, should he successfully cause the enemy to become isolated, with each foe he slays, not only would his combat power increase, but so too would his stamina. Truly, the more he fought, the stronger he became. The two sides continued their relentless chase. The dog-roan warriors, due to the disparity in their steeds, began to fall behind. Damn it, why hasn't his inner strength run out yet? In the front of the formation, Manoa grew increasingly anxious as he pursued. Was it possible that the opponent possessed elixirs to rapidly restore their inner strength? He couldn't help but glance back in the vast wilderness. He could see only a handful of dog-roan warriors. A mere 10 meters away, only 3 centurions were closely following. Turning back to gaze at Qin Feng, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. It felt as though the distance had notably diminished. What had once been 70 to 80 meters was now reduced to just over 50. It seemed the opponent's inner strength was indeed nearing exhaustion, and he no longer dared to flee at full speed. Don't let him get too close, slow down, maintain distance, and wear him down with mounted archery. Wait for the others. Manoa hastily issued commands. Yet before he could complete his orders, he was horrified to see Qin Feng suddenly pivot and charge straight towards them. The speed was unparalleled, rivaling that of the peak of his prowess. Was he attempting to take a few down with him before his demise? Manoa quickly maneuvered his steed to the side. Followed closely by the 3 centurions, a smirk curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He thrust his spear towards the warhorse beneath Manoa. Thud! Before Manoa could react, the spear had pierced the horse's abdomen. The steed neighed in agony and collapsed, sending Manoa tumbling. He rolled several times before regaining his footing. As he looked up, he saw Qin Feng draw forth a dagger, advancing rapidly, with no time to think. He swiftly unsheathed his curved blade, his inner strength surging violently within him. Yet in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had vanished from sight. A fierce wind rushed towards him. Startled, he sensed impending doom and attempted to dodge. Swish! A chill enveloped his neck. His vision blurred, and he could merely make out a familiar headless corpse. Behind the decapitated body stood a tall, gaunt youth, his upper body marred with grotesque scars. Before Manoa could comprehend the situation, his consciousness faded into oblivion. Combat power 0.75. The system's notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. He had successfully slain the strongest centurion of the enemy forces, significantly boosting his own combat power while simultaneously depriving the enemy of their formidable leader. Without hesitation, Qin Feng sheathed his dagger, seized Manoa's head with one hand, and extracted the spear from the fallen warhorse with the other. When he glanced up, he saw the 3 centurions, paralyzed with fear, already fleeing on horseback. However, in the distance, unaware of the unfolding events, the dog-roan warriors were charging towards them. Qin Feng immediately retaliated. The centurion's head, this was the head of a centurion. As the dog-roan warriors in front caught sight of the head Qin Feng held, they were struck with terror, reining in their steeds and attempting to turn to flee. Unfortunately, it was far too late. Qin Feng's speed surpassed that of the horses. Before they could pivot, he was upon them. One thrust of his spear claimed 1 life. He slaughtered over 40 in a single sweep before there were no more dog-roan warriors in sight. His combat power soared to 23.56. According to the system, the average combat power for a 9th tier warrior of the skin tempering realm hovers around 10. Transitioning from the 9th tier of skin tempering to the 1st tier of bone refinement results in a qualitative leap. With combat power surging to 20. Following this, each increment in small realms could yield an additional 10 points. Thus, he now possessed a combat power exceeding that of a 1st tier bone refinement warrior. After resting for 2 minutes, Qin Feng refrained from pursuing the main body of the Dogrong forces. The main contingent comprised over 1,000 warriors, burdened with vast supplies, rendering their speed inadequate. He found another warhorse and retraced his steps, collecting left ears and organizing his spoils. By the end of his endeavor, 2 large bags filled with left ears hung from his waist. Once completed, he mounted his horse and resumed his pursuit of the Dogrong main force. With no warriors left behind to cover their tracks, even without expertise in tracking, he could discern the march route of the Dogrong main force with ease. Deducing it from the horse droppings and hoof prints, Manoa was slain. As Qin Feng resumed his pursuit, the fleeing Dogrong warriors had already caught up with the main force. The stunned Tamer was taken aback. Damn it! How could there possibly be a 9th tier skin tempering warrior, or even a 1st tier bone refinement warrior, among the scouts of the Wind Army? He finally understood why the ambush team at Dongling Village, along with those sent for reinforcements, had vanished without a trace. Change course, head north, abandon all supplies and unnecessary provisions, and proceed north with all haste. He no longer hesitated, promptly abandoning the plan to assault Taolin Village, and commanded an immediate turn towards the vast grasslands at full speed. Simultaneously, Du Guangyao, accompanied by 4 squads, arrived at Mengwushan. Additionally, reinforcements comprising 3,000 cavalry from the 1st Cavalry Corps, the Assault Corps, and the Light Cavalry Corps were hastening to provide support. Their mission was solely to delay and entangle the invading army of the Qiangrong tribe. The infantry battalion of the Zhangfeng army was swiftly advancing towards the border for interception, through the communication of messenger pigeons and signal fires. Nearby units, including the Huolong army and the Zhanaying army, had dispatched cavalry battalions into the operational area of the Zhangfeng army to participate in the encirclement. Captain Jiang, your 1st Cavalry Corps has produced a fierce warrior. Observing the 10 corpses with severed left ears on the ground, and the warhorses tethered together, the captains of the Assault Corps and the Light Cavalry Corps looked upon the achievements of the 1st Cavalry Corps with envy. Fortune smiles upon us. Captain Jiang Haicheng of the 1st Cavalry Corps beamed with delight. Having defeated several enemy detachments, he dared to pursue the main force of the enemy single-handedly, even achieving the remarkable feat of slaying 10 foes in one stroke. At such a young age, his prowess and valor promised an illustrious future, potentially surpassing even his current rank. As a senior officer, he could not help but extend favors and benefits. The army continued its advance, following the markers left by Qin Feng to circumvent Mengwushan and enter the wilderness. Soon, the sight of dozens of slain Qiangrong warriors once again left the entire army in profound shock, significantly enhancing their respect for Qin Feng. Among the fallen were several formidable centurions of the Qiangrong tribe. To defeat 100 foes single-handedly, even with stratagems to divide and conquer, one would need to possess at least the 1st level of bone tempering to achieve such a record. Chapter 13. The thoughts of Duan Hongyi Tamer fled northward with his forces, discarding a portion of his supplies. Yet he was swiftly pursued by Qin Feng. He trailed behind the main body of the Qiangrong tribe, continuously harvesting those stragglers who had fallen behind for various reasons. Tamer dispatched a reconnaissance team to gauge the pursuing forces of Daliang, which he effortlessly annihilated. After more than half an hour, his combat power surged from 23.56 to 25.75. The 3 cavalry battalions finally arrived from the rear. Amidst countless admiring gazes, Qin Feng returned to his assigned unit within the 1st Cavalry Corps, where a few temporarily reassigned soldiers had already returned to their respective squads. The entire unit, apart from him, was left with merely 2 seasoned veterans. Upon learning that the pursuers had arrived, Tamer grit his teeth and ordered all soldiers to turn back, attempting to first shatter these 3 cavalry battalions. Although the opposing forces were 3 times greater, they chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, they split into 2 and maneuvered to the sides. Tamer, caught in a dilemma, had no choice but to command a retreat along the original path, continuing his flight northward. for regardless of which side he pursued, the other could easily encircle him. Confident in leading 1,000 tribesmen to decisively crush or even annihilate the 3,000 cavalry of the Zhengfeng army. He knew that being caught in a pincer movement would present a different challenge altogether. After wasting half an hour, the already beleaguered main body of the Qiangrong tribe sank deeper into the mire. After fleeing for another half an hour, they were intercepted by an infantry battalion of the Zhengfeng army. Trenches, pits for trapping horses, and barricades were numerous. Though only an infantry battalion with over 1,000 men, they lay in ambush, employing various defenses against cavalry. With overwhelming archery fire raining down, the Qiangrong tribe's main force launched 2 waves of charges but could not breach the blockade, leaving behind over 200 corpses as they sought to bypass the infantry battalion. Not long after, they encountered yet another infantry battalion, and upon turning back, they found themselves completely surrounded by the Zhengfeng army in the wilderness. When the cavalry battalions of the Huolong army and the Zhanaying army arrived to provide support, the commander of the Zhengfeng army, Deputy General Duan Hongyi, issued a command, prompting over 7,000 cavalry to charge towards the main force of the Qiangrong tribe from all sides. The outcome of the battle was without any suspense. With only 600 or 700 Qiangrong warriors remaining, each skilled in horsemanship, they found it impossible to withstand the cavalry's charge from all directions. As the 1st Cavalry Corps surged into the ranks of the Qiangrong warriors, Qin Feng swiftly dismounted, wielding his spear with deadly precision. The notifications of his rising combat power echoed incessantly. Unfortunately, after slaying merely 20 foes, he helplessly realized that all he could see were comrades. The Qiangrong warriors had vanished, and even Tamer, the centurion with the 1st level of bone tempering he had been searching for, had been slain by 2 captains working in tandem. Ultimately, Qin Feng's combat power stabilized at 30-12, rivaling any practitioner of the 2nd level of bone tempering. By his own efforts, he had claimed the lives of over 160 foes, including 3 centurions and dozens of 10-man leaders. The spoils of war were plentiful beyond measure, and he returned triumphant. Along the way, various villages sent provisions for celebration. Upon returning to the encampment, it was already evening. Lifting the tent flap, he found the arrangements unchanged. Yet the comrades he once shared the space with were now few in number. Though Qin Feng possessed a heart of iron and stone, a subtle sense of solitude and desolation lingered within him. Nevertheless, his gaze remained as resolute as ever. 2 battle-hardened veterans entered the tent and surveyed the emptiness around them, their previously exuberant spirits dissipating. Qin Feng silently checked his injuries, confirming there was no inflammation, before lying down on the communal bed. After 2 days of relentless combat, his robust physique had prevented him from feeling fatigued. However, as he lay down, a wave of weariness washed over him, leading him into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, he was abruptly awakened by urgent cries. Turning to look, he realized an old soldier was trapped in a nightmare. Closing his eyes, he found sleep eluding him, so he rose and opened the tent flap. The moonlight was bright, and the stars twinkled brilliantly. He made his way to the training grounds, binding stones to his legs. However, he felt no sensation at all. His current combat power, the weight of 12 pounds, was insignificant. Larger stones could not be securely fastened to him. Thus, Qin Feng removed the stones and opted to sprint at full speed around the training grounds. Under the moonlight, anyone who happened to be present would surely mistake him for a specter. Swift as the wind, dust swirling, only the sound of his passage could be heard, his figure unseen. When weariness struck, he paused to rest before continuing. As dawn broke, an old soldier approached him. Deputy General Duan Hongyi had sent a personal guard to summon him to the main tent. Qin Feng understood the implication. In this battle, with the support of the Huolong army and Zhanaying army, the Zhengfeng army had annihilated over 1,000 Qiangrong warriors. Though it could not be deemed a grand victory, it held significant meaning as the harsh winter ended and various tribes eyed each other warily. In this battle, he had slain over 100 enemies and had played a crucial role in providing the location of the Qiangrong tribe's main force. Under normal circumstances, as the commander of the Zhengfeng army, Duan Hongyi would have sought him out for a conversation to foster camaraderie upon returning to the encampment the night prior. Failing to do so indicated a cautious approach, likely due to his status as an exiled felon, prompting the need for verification of his identity. Based on Qin Feng's estimations, once Duan Hongyi clarified his identity, his demeanor would likely be lukewarm, neither overly warm nor cold. He did not return directly to the tent, but first made a trip to the logistics office to request a new set of leather armor. Afterward, he returned to the tent and followed Duan Hongyi's personal guard to the main tent. Duan Hongyi's tent was situated on the eastern side of the encampment, covering an area of over 100 square meters. Surrounding it were densely packed tents of personal guards. The outer perimeter of the guards' tents featured moats and watchtowers, along with various defensive fortifications, with guards patrolling continuously. Upon entering the main tent, Duan Hongyi was intently studying a sheepskin map, seemingly lost in thought. "Greetings, Deputy General." Qin Feng saluted formally. "Tell me, do you believe that if we were to unite the Huolong army and Zhenying army, gathering 8,000 cavalry, there would be a chance for a long-range assault to decisively crush the Moer tribe?" Duan Hongyi asked without lifting his gaze. "I do not know." Qin Feng replied succinctly. He was entirely unaware of the whereabouts of the Moer tribe or the number of their clans, rendering him incapable of answering the question. "You are young yet possess such valor. Your future is boundless. If you truly aspire to develop within the military, in addition to diligent cultivation and practicing martial arts, you should also dedicate time to studying military texts and understanding the power dynamics among the various tribes of the Qiangrou." Duan Hongyi finally raised his eyes to look at Qin Feng. "Thank you for your guidance, Deputy General." Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. "Have you reached the first level of bone tempering?" Duan Hongyi inquired suddenly. "My background is ordinary, making martial training difficult. However, during my exile, I chanced upon an opportunity that greatly enhanced my physical constitution." Qin Feng's response was a blend of truth and embellishment. "I see." Duan Hongyi appeared somewhat disappointed. As a master at the 8th level of bone tempering, his perception abilities were formidable. Yet, he could sense no internal energy fluctuations emanating from Qin Feng, previously believing him to have mastered some hidden technique. It turned out he merely possessed an exceptional physique due to unique circumstances. Achieving the first level of bone tempering at such a young age indicated extraordinary potential, far exceeding that of those with merely unusual physiques. The latter, being acquired postnatally, could not compare to the innate strength of those born with it. Rest well for a few days, and await the rewards and appointments to come. He no longer hesitated. Stepping forward to pat Qin Feng on the shoulder, signaling that he could take his leave. Last night, having received the pigeon post from Yin Huicheng, he was aware of Qin Feng's identity and felt a twinge of inner conflict and uncertainty. The eldest son of the Fengxin Marquis, implicated in the robbery of the longevity elixir offered to Yunqing Temple, was sentenced to exile in the northern frontier, which also led to the confiscation of the Fengxin Marquis' title and estate. Any person of discernment could recognize the depth of the intrigue at play, rife with countless conspiracies. After all, there were numerous apparent discrepancies. This eldest son of the Fengxin Marquis, despite his obsession with martial arts to the point of depleting the family's wealth built over more than a century, would not be so reckless as to send someone to ambush the offerings to Yunqing Temple. Moreover, this offering was a longevity elixir, not a potion to enhance one's innate abilities, capable of elevating an ordinary person into the martial realm. A mere marquis's household lacked both the strength and audacity to assault the practitioners of Yunqing Temple. To date, the stolen elixir had yet to be recovered. This incident unfolded during the twilight years of Emperor Liang Kong, when the princes engaged in open and covert strife, while the founding noble families watched the turmoil unfold from a distance. The emperor's decision was indeed unexpected. The confiscation of titles and estates was not uncommon in the more than a century since the founding of the Great Liang. However, the forfeiture of titles and estates from the founding nobles was unprecedented, carrying monumental implications. Such actions were clearly intended to draw those noble families, who were comfortably ensconced and would inevitably receive rewards no matter who ascended the throne, into the fray. Should the founding nobles be compelled to engage, the already chaotic situation would descend further into turmoil, potentially inciting military conflict, which would be entirely contrary to Emperor Liang Kang's interests. Yet, he proceeded with this course of action in the struggle for the throne. Although the frontier troops were not at the center of the storm, they could not entirely avoid its repercussions. Despite being a pawn used up, Qin Feng was unlikely to draw the attention of the mastermind behind the scenes, but out of caution, it was prudent to maintain a distance. Duan Hongyi's inner turmoil last night stemmed from the realization that Qin Feng, despite his youth, possessed extraordinary strength and unmatched valor. With focused cultivation, he was destined for a remarkable future, likely to achieve countless military merits for the Zhangfeng army. Just based on this potential, he could advance further still. Not to mention, as he matured and his status equaled his own, he could become his most reliable ally. To this end, he had even sent a pigeon post to the Duan family, inquiring whether there were any exceptional young ladies of comparable age within their ranks. Realizing that Qin Feng was merely physically exceptional and not a martial artist, he felt no further need for hesitation. Without the ability to enhance his strength, regardless of his bravery, he would be limited to the rank of a school lieutenant, serving as a formidable warrior under him, yet unable to surpass him. There was no need to wade into murky waters or deliberately seek to cultivate a closer bond. Chapter 14. Military Achievements Reward. I take my leave. Your Excellency, Duan Hongyi's attitude aligned closely with Qin Feng's deductions. In this regard, he remained unperturbed. With the support of Duan Hongyi, the commander of the Zhangfeng army, his path to ascendance would undoubtedly be expedited. However, even in absence of such support, the impact on him would be minimal. With the system at his disposal, his strength would continually rise. As long as Duan Hongyi did not covertly suppress him, no one could obstruct his ascent, by his estimation. While Duan Hongyi would not deliberately foster his growth, he certainly would not impede it either. After all, despite the sensitivity of his identity, his strength and military accomplishments were undeniable, rendering him impervious to criticism. Moreover, the more military merits he accrued, the more Duan Hongyi, as commander, would benefit. Unless the mastermind behind the schemes sent someone to intimidate Duan Hongyi, this commander would absolutely not suppress him. Currently, the potential he exhibited as a discarded pawn would not provoke any sense of threat from the mastermind. By the time the mastermind sensed a threat and sought to suppress him, Qin Feng was confident that he would be unstoppable in the northern frontier. Departing from the main tent, Qin Feng did not return to the barracks but instead headed back to the training ground. Continuing his high-intensity training with full-speed sprints, his lightning-fast pace drew astonished glances from many martial artists present. When the meal bell rang, Qin Feng concluded his workout. With increased combat prowess, maintaining high-intensity training would yield greater improvements. The rigorous training from late afternoon to the following morning had already elevated his combat power from 30.12 to 30.35, an increase of 0.23, comparable to slaying a 10-man leader of the Chang tribe. Lunch was tenfold or even 100-fold more sumptuous than the inexplicably improved rations of recent times. The earlier return to normal meals had excited the soldiers in the army immensely. Today's lunch, however, elicited continuous cheers from the troops. Not only was there ample rice, but also generous portions of chicken, duck, fish, pork, and lamb. Each soldier also received a copper coin. All of this was a reward generously bestowed by the Prince of Northern Defense. 3 days later, the statistics of military achievements and the formal rewards and appointments from the Northern Defense Army would be officially announced. Although Qin Feng allocated some of his military merits to the fallen comrades, he still managed to slay 155 enemies, including 300 leaders and 38 10-man leaders. This count only represented the headcount merits. Military merits are categorized into headcount merits and battle merits. Headcount merits refer to the direct killing of enemies, whereas battle merits encompass a wide range of contributions, such as the direct acquisition of war spoils, uncovering crucial military intelligence, or playing a significant role in a battle. All of which can be converted into battle merits. In terms of battle merits, Qin Feng stood out distinctly. His most significant contribution was single-handedly locating the hiding place of the Chang tribe's main force and providing real-time enemy positions, allowing the Zhangfeng army to set ambushes and encircle the Chang tribe's main body in advance. Additionally, he alone captured more than 300 warhorses and countless weapons. When all contributions were summed, his achievements equated to the slaying of 1,005 enemies. The enemy count was the method of calculating military merits in the Great Liang. The entire invading Chang tribe totaled only about 1,300 individuals. However, a 10-man leader counted as 5 enemies, a 100-man leader counted as 50, and a warrior of the first level of bone forging, Tamuer, was counted as 500 enemies. Furthermore, capturing a batch of intact warhorses, a complete set of weaponry, and valuables worth 10 taels of silver were each counted as 1 enemy. Thus, despite the Chang tribe consisting of only a little over 1,300 individuals, combined with the substantial gold and silver seized from the massacre at Dongling village, the total count surged to over 26,000 enemies. According to the military merit system of the Northern Defense Army, for every enemy slayed, one could earn a copper coin, equivalent to one tael of silver. For every 3 enemies slain, an additional acre of land was awarded. For every 10 enemies slain, a first-level military merit title was granted, along with an extra 3 acres of land. The military merit titles comprise 100 levels, and upon reaching the 100th level, one could formally apply to the court for a noble title. Formal titles and military merit titles differ significantly. Military merit titles allow retired individuals to enjoy various monthly stipends based on their level and can lead to corresponding official positions. Formal titles, however, come with land and estates and can be passed down through generations. There are 2 types of formal titles, hereditary and non-hereditary, with the former being passed down through the ages. Under normal circumstances, no title is revoked without significant wrongdoing, nor is a title stripped without treasonous intent. The latter, in succession of titles, typically sees a demotion every 3 generations. For instance, Qin Feng's father, the Duke of Fengshin, Qin Zhenhong, holds a hereditary rank of a first-class marquis. Despite his lack of notable achievements, he remains one of the foremost nobles within the imperial city. Had it not been for being framed, Qin Feng would have ascended to the position of the 5th Duke of Feng exiled. Present, however, he must begin anew. For each of the 1,500 enemies he slays, he stands to gain 1,500 taels of silver and 950 mu of farmland. As for his title, having already surpassed the 100-level military merit rank, he awaits the imperial decree from the court. Nonetheless, these matters hold little significance for Qin Feng. What he truly values is his military rank. The higher his rank, the greater his opportunity to achieve military merit. Theoretically, slaying 20 enemies qualifies one for the position of team leader, commanding a squadron. Killing 200 grants eligibility for the rank of lieutenant. Leading a battalion. With his tally of 1,005, he is on the cusp of qualifying for promotion to assistant general. Yet, this pertains solely to military merit. In terms of seniority, he has merely served for half a month, rendering his experience nearly negligible. Furthermore, promotions require available positions. Fortunately, the border troops differ from other garrison forces. Despite the myriad of internal intrigues, merit is greatly esteemed. Coupled with the military accomplishments amassed by Du Guangyao, the captain of the 4th Cavalry Company, which also meet the criteria for promotion, he has been temporarily elevated to the rank of provisional lieutenant. Qin Feng is directly appointed as the captain of the 4th Cavalry Company. This exceeds his expectations significantly. He had anticipated that, due to his insufficient experience and somewhat sensitive status, he might only be promoted to squad leader, with a potential future appointment to a nominal position of provisional captain, pending a vacancy in another squad. Unexpectedly, he has leapfrogged several ranks to become captain. However, currently, his captaincy is somewhat nominal. The entire 4th Company comprises merely 10 squad leaders and 12 new recruits. Thanks to the recent battle, nearly every member of the 4th Company has achieved merit. Even those who did not slay enemies received substantial military accolades. All seasoned soldiers are qualified for promotion to squad leader, excluding the fallen Wu Guang and another squad leader. All 8 remaining squad leaders are eligible for captaincy. Although there is a single vacancy for captain within the entire Zhangfeng army, and while the 8 squad leaders cannot rival Qin Feng's illustrious achievements, it would be unreasonable for them to show no acknowledgement whatsoever. They cannot permit the newly arrived Qin Feng to directly ascend above them as their commanding officer. Consequently, all 8 squad leaders have been reassigned to different companies, temporarily occupying nominal provisional captain positions, awaiting their turn for promotion. Similarly, although there are 10 vacancies for squad leaders in the 4th Company, over 60 seasoned soldiers qualify for promotion. Hence, only 10 veterans remain to fill the posts, while the rest are reassigned to other companies to replace the fallen squad leaders. The remaining 12 new recruits, having also accumulated enough military accolades to qualify for promotion to squad leader, must stay within the 4th Company due to their lack of experience. This is, in fact, one of the reasons for the experience requirement in military promotions. If these 12 new recruits were to become squad leaders, they would not command respect and could potentially lead their squads to disaster on the battlefield. Qin Feng's direct elevation to captain is an exceptional case, as his military achievements are extraordinarily high. Judging by his performance, both in strength and intellect, he is capable of commanding respect. ensuring he does not falter in the field or issue erratic commands. After waiting for 2 days, the 4th Company gradually received 20 seasoned soldiers and 20 new recruits. This is also one of the regulations of the border troops. Any 100-man squad must not have more than half its members as new recruits who have not seen combat more than twice. The silver and land rewards for military merit have also officially arrived. Qin Feng promptly suspended training and summoned the 10 squad leaders for a meeting. Chapter 15. Selling farmland at a discount. Becoming a captain places one in the mid-level ranks of the military. Qin Feng now has his own independent tent. Although according to regulations, captains are not entitled to personal guards, almost all captains will select a few soldiers to assist them. To avoid wasting time on daily trivialities. Qin Feng followed suit, choosing 2 seemingly clever new recruits to serve as his nominal aides. One is named Liang Su, the other Zhang Hai. Both are merely 18 or 19 years old, the same age as him. The tent is not particularly spacious, with a diameter of only about 4 meters. Inside, there is only a wooden bed and a water bucket, lacking even a writing desk. However, compared to the tents of ordinary soldiers, it is vastly superior. Not long after Qin Feng returned to his tent, Liang Su and Zhang Hai brought in several long benches. After a brief wait, the 10 squad leaders arrived in succession. The squad leaders of the 1st and 2nd squads are veterans who had previously shared quarters with him. One is named Mao Han, the other Ding Fuguai. At Qin Feng's gesture, the 10 squad leaders took their seats on the benches one by one. I called you here to inquire if anyone knows the value of the farmland in Nanchuan village. Qin Feng raised the land deed in his hand. As a newcomer, he had not wasted time inquiring about the situation in the northern frontier or the military's regulations, leaving him largely uninformed. Although the fields in Nanchuan village are all medium quality, their proximity to Yanhui City, being less than 30 miles away, grants them considerable value. Despite farmland in the northern frontier being generally inexpensive, it can still fetch 4 or 5 taels of silver per mu, the 6th squad leader explained. Qin Feng nodded slightly. By this calculation, the 950 mu of land he possesses could be worth around 4 to 5,000 taels of silver. Logically, there should be merchants coming to the military to purchase farmland, correct? Qin Feng asked further. The 3rd squad leader explained. Our Zhangfeng army reportedly conducts all logistical procurement through a single trading house in Yanhui City, which includes the acquisition of farmland. However, for lands valued at 4 or 5 taels of silver per mu like yours, the offer is only 3 taels and 5 coins. Many veterans accumulate a few mu of land before gathering with others to collectively sell their farmland to a few individuals who then make a trip to Yanhui City to sell to willing merchants. Qin Feng understood immediately, forming a decision in his mind. Merchants need to profit, and those in charge of logistics need to profit as well, so they would not purchase at the rate of 4 or 5 taels of silver. 3 taels and 5 coins per mu falls within his acceptable range. As the legitimate son of the Marquis, he had previously paid over 10,000 taels for a rare elixir without batting an eye. Although currently in a compromised position, he is unwilling to squander time over a mere 1,000 or 800 taels. After some deliberation, he patted the wooden box containing the land deed and looked towards squad leader Mao Han. You take a team to the logistics department and help me sell all the farmland at the price of 3 taels and 5 coins per mu. The total should amount to 3,325 taels. I only need 3,000 taels, but it must be in universally accepted silver notes. If it cannot be gathered immediately, it must arrive from Yanhui City before tonight. Isn't that a massive loss? Mao Han and the other squad leaders were dumbfounded. Originally worth 4 or 5,000 taels, this arrangement would leave him with only 3,000 taels, resulting in a loss of over 1,000 taels. This is a loss of over 1,000 taels, an amount that some small landowners might not even possess. Just do as I say. Qin Feng opened his feet and retrieved a large wooden chest containing 1,500 taels of silver. Tossing a 5-tael ingot to Mao Han, he continued, when you return, bring back some ink, paper, and writing materials from logistics. Additionally, procure some pots, bowls, and utensils. Speak to the logistics manager about ordering some pigs, sheep, and chickens, ducks as well. This should be a daily requirement. Currently, personnel are insufficient, so let us budget at 3 taels per day. Once the personnel are complete, we will increase it to 5 taels per day if more silver is needed. Let Liang Su or Zhang Hai come to my tent to retrieve it. Captain, do you mean? The squad leaders all stood in astonishment, some unable to believe their ears. Yes, that is exactly what I mean. Inform everyone that starting tomorrow, all will report to the training ground for drills. Qin Feng affirmed their thoughts. He plans to personally fund the improvement of the entire company's rations and initiate training. The soldiers under his command may not enhance his combat strength, but they can yield him rewards for special abilities. More importantly, he requires influence and an army willing to serve him loyally. While military personnel are not permitted to procure supplies from outside on a large scale, they can exchange money for goods from the logistics department, albeit at a higher price in the northern frontier. The cost of goods is not excessively high. Rice and flour cost a mere coin per gene, and pork is less than 10 coins per gene. A large fat pig weighing over 200 gene would not exceed 2 taels of silver. However, purchasing through logistics would require around 5 taels. Qin Feng intends to send all 3,000 taels from selling the land to his parents. The remaining 1,500 taels will be kept at hand to improve the entire company's rations and procure training supplies. Even with the daily purchase of a large fat pig, alongside the necessary materials for training, it should suffice to cover expenses for at least 6 months. What you are doing may not comply with regulations. Ding Fugue swallowed hard, suppressing his reluctance, and reminded, Captain, this course of action may incite jealousy from other captains. Even the superiors may harbor discontent towards you. Indeed, Mao Han interjected, the captain's distribution of military merit to his comrades has already led to much gossip, with many claiming the captain is attempting to win favor, harboring ulterior motives and vast ambitions. Whoever harbors discontent, let them come to me. Qin Feng remained unfazed. With every gain, there is a corresponding loss. He was indeed courting the hearts of the people. For this, he was willing to offend colleagues and even superiors. Here in the northern border, strength surpasses cunning and schemes. Whoever dares to obstruct his path shall find themselves trampled beneath his feet. The captain and the various squad leaders were at a loss for words. Daily feasting on sumptuous meals was undeniably delightful. Yet, following this formidable captain would surely lead to countless merits in the future. If this captain were to offend his peers and superiors and be ostracized, it would be a considerable loss. Remember, serving under me, the most crucial aspect is absolute obedience to orders. If you cannot comply, feel free to voice it beforehand. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless disposition. A fierce glint of murderous intent shone in Qin Feng's eyes. The 10 squad leaders turned pale, no longer daring to speak further. Go, execute my commands. Qin Feng waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate. Prestige is not built in a day or two. It cannot simply be established by offering sweet treats and issuing threats. The 10 squad leaders promptly took their leave. Once outside the tent, they exchanged glances in silence. After a moment, Mao Han was the first to regain his composure, clutching a wooden box filled with land deeds, and rushed to his own tent to gather his subordinates for assistance. The other 9 squad leaders also departed, returning to their respective camps to relay the orders for training commencing the following day. What lies ahead would be addressed later. Starting tomorrow, there would be ample feasting. Chapter 16. Home letter for an entire afternoon. The soldiers of the 4th Squad, along with their respective squad leaders, eagerly awaited outside the tent. They have arrived. With an exclamation of joy, Mao Han and his team appeared in sight. Their faces were aglow, chins held high, radiating pride. Amidst the envy and murmurs of the other soldiers, they basked in their glory, feeling as if they were walking on clouds. Make way, make way! Though Mao Han had been promoted to squad leader for several days, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to the role. Leading the charge, he leaned forward, straining to pull a wooden cart measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. As he pulled, he beckoned the onlooking soldiers to clear a path. The cart was laden with a large pig, a basket of potatoes, a basket of sweet potatoes, and various pots and pans. 4 soldiers flanked the cart, supporting the food and utensils, working in harmony with Mao Han to advance the cart. Behind them, another soldier carried a tray laden with writing supplies. When they encountered a drainage ditch, there was no need to unload the cart. The surrounding soldiers would eagerly rush forward, lifting the entire cart with ease. As they neared the 4th Squad's camp, the curious onlookers found themselves of little use. The squad leaders and soldiers awaited in anticipation, surging forward to unload all the provisions, physically transporting them back to the tent. Upon learning that Qin Feng was at the drill ground, Mao Han hurriedly jogged over. He soon spotted Qin Feng on the training field, sprinting and thrusting a spear at a straw man. Qin Feng's speed was not particularly swift. His legs bore no stone weights, but instead, he was adorned with a set of iron armor custom-made by Liang Su and Zhang Hai from the logistics department just the day before. This iron armor was not the typical gear worn by military leaders, nor the heavy armor donned by cavalry. It was delivered around noon, crafted entirely from fine iron, and comprised 3 simple parts: leg guards, arm guards, and a belt, linked by fine iron chains for quick disassembly. It measured 2 to 3 centimeters in thickness and weighed over 150 pounds. It took 2 porters from the logistics department to carry it over. Yet, when worn by Qin Feng, it felt almost weightless. Of course, this was merely superficial. The weight of the armor would eventually take its toll, especially after prolonged exertion while practicing spear and sword techniques. Leaving him breathless, "Captain, the logistics department does not have many silver notes. They will be delivered tonight. It is said that they have already sent word back to the city, and a swift horse will expedite the delivery." Despite having organized his thoughts on the way, Mao Han, in his haste and lack of experience, still spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner. "The letter paper and ink you requested have also been delivered. Additionally, the pork, lamb, fish, and meat have all been approved. Today, we received a pig, along with plenty of potatoes and sweet potatoes, even pots and pans, all sent to your tent. What use do those assorted ingredients have in my tent?" Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. My tent is not a kitchen. However, as the camp was filled with rough men, and the 10 squad leaders were all newly promoted, they only knew of eating, sleeping, and boasting about their past exploits. He paid it little mind. He instructed to set up a kitchen tent and stove, asking the squad leaders to inquire among their subordinates if anyone had culinary skills or knowledge. During regular training, they could gather at the kitchen to prepare meals. As Qin Feng returned to the camp, he ordered Mao Han, "Those assorted ingredients should be taken to the kitchen. Since they have started arriving today, let us commence additional meals." Mao Han was somewhat baffled. He felt there was an irreconcilable contradiction in Qin Feng's string of commands. Unsure of which task to prioritize and still haunted by Qin Feng's earlier intimidating presence, he hesitated to ask for clarification. "Do you wish to be promoted to captain?" Qin Feng retorted. Mao Han was momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, nearing the tent, he timidly replied, "Yes, then think carefully about how to arrange things." Qin Feng understood that Mao Han was overwhelmed, but chose not to guide him on what to do. Mao Han and Ding Fuguwei were among the last of his comrades from when he first joined the Zhengfeng army. He intended to help them rise together as much as possible. Mao Han's earlier performance suggested he could hardly manage the role of a squad leader, let alone aspire to advance alongside Qin Feng in the future. However, no one is born a squad leader or captain. Having lived 2 lives and coming from a noble background, Qin Feng had far greater experience than Mao Han, allowing him to navigate the captaincy with ease. Enduring great adversity had transformed his character, granting him the audacity to disregard certain unwritten military rules and act independently. Mao Han, hailing from humble beginnings, possessed only experience in farming and warfare, thus lacking management skills was entirely understandable. With time, learning, and experience, he could gradually improve. Of course, this presupposed that Mao Han was willing to learn, engage, and reflect. If he were content to remain a squad leader, Qin Feng would not feel compelled to drag him along on the upward climb. Mao Han was anxious, but could only rack his brain, pondering how to arrange matters. In his distraction, he stumbled and fell into a drainage ditch with a soft thud. However, Qin Feng paid him no mind and continued straight to his own tent. "The captain has returned." Outside the tent, the soldiers of the entire squad gathered at the entrance, brimming with excitement. Upon seeing Qin Feng's return, they eagerly parted to create a pathway. Once inside the tent, what had previously been a spacious area now felt cramped, filled with a pig, a basket of potatoes, a basket of sweet potatoes, and various pots and pans. Qin Feng unfastened his iron armor and tossed it aside onto the bed. He then jettisoned the pork, potatoes, and kitchenware all at once. Only then did he remove the hook and close the tent door. He retrieved the writing supplies and ground the ink. Dipping his pen into the ink, he gazed at the slightly yellowed letter paper, his heart filled with 1,000 sentiments, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Having lived 2 lives, he was acutely aware of the fate that awaited his parents and sister following the confiscation of their titles and estates. He had always feared to contemplate it, as such thoughts would drown him in worry and regret. Yet, worry and regret were of no avail. The only course of action left for him was to spare no effort to restore his freedom through military achievements and return to the imperial city with honor. After a lengthy silence, releasing a deep sigh, Qin Feng began to write. Father, Mother. The unfilial son reports that all is well in the army. Perhaps fortune has finally smiled upon us, as I have encountered a celestial being who has guided me. My path to immortality is advancing by leaps and bounds. Even more so, while sitting in the camp, military merits have descended from the heavens, and I have effortlessly achieved a record of 15 enemy kills. The rewards have been issued, and I have been promoted to captain. Only the noble title awaits the decree for bestowal. The accumulated wealth from land and silver amounts to just over 7,000 taels. The military endures hardships, while the taverns in Yanwicheng are lavish. I shall reserve the majority to improve my livelihood, temporarily sending 3,000 taels home, so do not worry. With but a few sparse lines, Qin Feng allowed the ink to dry, lost in thought for a considerable time, before carefully folding the letter and placing it into an oil paper envelope. Chapter 17. Delivering gifts in person. Having tucked the family letter beneath his bedding, Qin Feng did not wait in the tent for the arrival of the silver notes. Instead, he donned his armor anew, took up his spear and dagger, and made his way to the training grounds. Outside the camp, the soldiers, believing he had discarded the pork and provisions, left in droves, thinking he was dissatisfied with their gathering. They were now huddled together, discussing plans and arrangements. Returning to the training grounds, Qin Feng resumed his practice of spear and sword techniques. The so-called techniques of spear and sword were not the esoteric skills learned by martial artists. Lacking inner strength, even the most exquisite techniques with extraordinary effects would be of no use to him. What he practiced were the methods passed down in the military, those suited for the brutality of battle, requiring no inner strength. These techniques were remarkably simple, in Qin Feng's view, merely emphasizing speed, precision, and ferocity. This aligned perfectly with the training regimen he had established. With the system at his disposal, his combat prowess could continually ascend. As his combat strength increased, his physical condition would undergo unimaginable enhancement. Attributes such as strength, endurance, reflexes, speed, agility, and even vision, hearing, and longevity would see significant improvements. Although he could not wield the wondrous, dazzling, and ever-changing techniques of the martial artists, he could rely on his formidable physique to possess a strength that rivaled those of equal combat power. His training focus was to integrate strength, endurance, reflexes, speed, and agility, striving for speed, precision, and ferocity to eliminate enemies at the lowest possible cost and the fastest pace on the battlefield. While enhancing his practical fighting abilities and techniques, he also did not neglect to improve his overall combat strength. Wearing over 75 kilograms of armor, he was constantly in a state of exertion while practicing spear and sword techniques. The training effects were extraordinary. Although the benefits of daily rigorous practice paled in comparison to the experience gained from slaying enemies on the battlefield, Qin Feng estimated that as long as he maintained high-intensity training, he could achieve an increase in combat strength of about 1% daily. Over the past 6 days, although he had not defeated or slain any enemies, his combat strength had risen from 12 to 32.05. As evening approached, just before dinner, Liang Su came to inform him that the pork was ready. This left Qin Feng somewhat speechless. With dinner imminent, the sight of a large pot of braised pork would surely attract the attention of soldiers from every squad. What face would the captains of each squad, and even the lieutenant of the cavalry, have left? Were it not for the knowledge that these squad leaders had only recently been promoted from ordinary soldiers, he might have suspected they were colluding to deceive him. Let Mao Han and Ding Fugui deliver bowls of braised pork, potatoes, and sweet potatoes to the lieutenant and captains of the cavalry. And in the future, ensure they each receive a portion as customary. I will personally deliver the lieutenant's share today, Qin Feng instructed as he returned to the camp. Isn't that a lot to distribute? Liang Su asked, somewhat bewildered. There are still many soldiers from various squads gathered around. It wouldn't be fair to not share with them. Inform each squad leader, instructing the other soldiers that if they wish to eat, they must either fend off blades for me on the battlefield or pay 101 for a bowl. Anyone who dares to snatch it will have their hands broken, Qin Feng replied coldly. That would lead many to curse you behind your back, Liang Su whispered. Qin Feng paid no heed. Such actions would not strip the lieutenant and captains of their dignity entirely, by treating them differently. He could also enhance his soldiers' sense of belonging. As for being cursed behind his back by the soldiers of the various squads, he gave it no thought. The higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes to please everyone. Difficult choices must be made, as long as it serves his interests. He fears offending superiors and cares little for idle gossip. Upon returning to the camp, he found his tent surrounded by a throng of soldiers. Entering the tent, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. 2 large barrels of braised pork, a sizable barrel of stewed potatoes, 2 large barrels of boiled sweet potatoes, and a large barrel of bowls and chopsticks filled his tent. The squad leaders seemed oblivious to their own thoughts. "Zhang Hai, bring me a wooden basin," Qin Feng called out to the outside, then approached the bedside to remove his armor and open the large wooden chest filled with silver. He procured a wooden box and began to fill it with stacks of silver. Once he had filled the box, approximately 150 taels, he closed the wooden chest. Before long, Zhang Hai entered with a dusty wooden basin. Qin Feng, disinterested in cleaning it, directly placed it into the large barrel of braised pork and ladled out a generous portion. "Find another basin for me to set aside some vegetables. Notify each squad leader to have their men carry all the food to the kitchen. Distribute it as they see fit. I want to be involved in future distributions," Qin Feng ordered Zhang Hai, balancing the wooden basin in one hand and the wooden box in the other as he exited the tent. The soldiers gathered outside parted to make way for him. He proceeded to the tent of Lieutenant Jiang Haiqing. "Lieutenant Jiang, this is Qin Feng. Are you in?" Qin Feng called from outside. "Come in," Jiang Haiqing's indifferent voice echoed from within the tent. Qin Feng pulled apart the heavy tent flap with his arm and stepped inside. In the Zhengfeng army, a lieutenant was already considered a senior officer. The tent was considerably larger than that of a mere squad leader, spanning over 30 square meters and furnished with various pieces of furniture. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter, carrying a basin overflowing with braised pork, Jiang Haiqing's expression remained somewhat aloof. He was already aware of Qin Feng's daily procurement of pork, lamb, and fish, which naturally dampened his spirits. Initially, he had held high hopes for this rising subordinate. Despite learning from General Duan Hongyi about Qin Feng's sensitive identity and the fact that he was not a martial artist, he remained unfazed. Even if Qin Feng's strength could not be further augmented, his current prowess, once accumulated with enough experience, could allow him to rise to the rank of lieutenant and stand on equal footing with Jiang. That sensitive identity was a concern only for figures of the caliber of Duan Yihong. It bore no impact on Jiang, who was destined to remain a lowly lieutenant in the border army for life. Over the past few days, he had been contemplating inviting several captains with whom he had a good rapport, along with Qin Feng, to Yanwicheng for a few days of leisure, hoping to strengthen their bonds. However, he had not anticipated the incident of Qin Feng spending money to win over the hearts of men, which nearly drove him to confront Qin Feng directly. "Lieutenant, our squad has prepared some braised pork, and I have arranged for a portion to be brought to you," Qin Feng said as he placed the basin of braised pork on the desk, wiping his sauce-stained right hand on his attire before setting the heavy wooden box beside Jiang Haiqing's bed. Jiang Haiqing's heart stirred. Though he too had risen from the ranks of ordinary soldiers to lieutenant, he had developed a certain acumen and cunning along the way. Qin Feng's actions immediately conveyed to him that the wooden box contained something of value. His expression softened considerably as he spoke. "Qin Feng, are you aware that news of your daily procurement of pigs and sheep has spread? Several captains have approached me, complaining that such actions place them in a precarious position, making it impossible for them to lead their troops effectively. Lieutenant, you should also know a bit about my situation. I am the only son in my family, with but a sister. I merely wish to survive. To provide some support for my parents. I harbor no other intentions," Qin Feng replied with a nod. "I have also informed the soldiers of each squad that anyone who helps me fend off blades on the battlefield can come to me for meat. I will provide as much as they desire. The captains, who are just as fearful for their lives as I am, can follow my lead. Those who are not as timid and believe me to be in the wrong need not fabricate tales at your expense. They can simply come to me directly," Qin Feng added. Jiang Haiqing nodded, his expression brightening further. He understood that Qin Feng's words were a means of providing an exit for himself and the other captains. A plausible explanation could significantly alleviate the dissatisfaction of the soldiers. Should the captains remain displeased, he could easily shift the blame onto Qin Feng. Those who believed they could challenge Qin Feng could approach him directly for a discussion. As for himself, he certainly had grievances as well. Whether these could be assuaged depended on the contents of the wooden box. "Lieutenant, if there is nothing else, I won't disturb your lunch any longer." Qin Feng exhibited little interest in lingering for idle pleasantries and, thus, took his leave. Jiang Haiqing nodded with a smile. From this encounter, it was evident that the young man before him, fiercely valiant on the battlefield and imbued with an indomitable spirit, was indeed the legitimate eldest son of the Marquis' household. His actions and decisions were not devoid of calculation and foresight. Once Qin Feng departed, Jiang Haiqing swiftly approached the bedside and opened the wooden box. Inside lay a substantial amount of silver, which caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. After meticulously counting it twice, he found there to be an impressive 150 taels. This tangible reward far surpassed his expectations. As a captain, his monthly salary was considerable, supplemented by various properties and diverse sources of income. However, when all was accounted for, he could manage to save only around 30 taels a month. After deducting expenses for his several wives in Yanwucheng and the costs of social gatherings, accumulating 100 to 180 taels over the course of a year was already quite commendable. The fact that a subordinate captain could present him with 150 taels of silver was beyond his wildest imaginings. Previously, during festive seasons, his subordinate captains and the logistics department's merchants would provide him with modest gifts, but the best years combined would yield merely 20 to 30 taels. In truth, the annual gifts he offered to his superior, Duan Hongyi, hardly exceeded 10 taels. Knowing that this young man was the Marquis' legitimate eldest son, he anticipated a more generous offering, yet he never fathomed it would be to such an extent. If such a wooden box were to arrive yearly, not only would it quell any grievances from his subordinate captains, but as long as it posed no threat to his life, he might even be inclined to shield Qin Feng from harm on the battlefield. On another front, upon returning to his own camp, Qin Feng found that the soldiers of each team had been sent away. Inside the tent, Zhang Hai had prepared for him a bowl of braised meat, alongside a bowl of potatoes and sweet potatoes. The bowls, both inside and out, were damp yet devoid of dust. Clearly, Zhang Hai had not emulated Qin Feng's earlier neglect of cleanliness, as he had diligently washed the wooden bowls before serving his superior. For the time being, he had passed the test. Chapter 18. A call to military affairs. That evening, personnel from the logistics department delivered silver notes. Qin Feng, carrying his family letter and the notes, made a personal trip to the logistics department. The head of the department, whose rank was equivalent to that of a captain, personally received the esteemed benefactor. Qin Feng conveyed his intentions, prompting the supervisor to fetch a wooden box in which he placed the family letter and silver notes. Sealing it with a wax stamp, he assured Qin Feng with utmost sincerity that it would be expedited to the imperial capital as swiftly as possible. The Northern Town Army had messengers that directly connected to various relay stations. Their purpose was twofold: to convey official documents and military reports, and to assist soldiers in sending letters home, distributing rewards, and even returning the remains of fallen comrades. Each relay station was required to prepare swift horses and carriages to facilitate this. In terms of speed, there were 3 classifications: urgent, expedited, and ordinary. For urgent matters, the Northern Town Army would utilize carrier pigeons or even faster and stronger birds capable of tearing apart ordinary soldiers. Allowing riders to convey messages on these fierce creatures in a single day, they could transport military intelligence or goods to any location within the Dalian Kingdom. Expedited deliveries involved using fast horses or carriages, continuously switching mounts at major relay stations, maintaining a relentless pace until reaching their destination. Ordinary deliveries, on the other hand, were leisurely, taking their time to deliver at a relaxed pace. These 3 categories were further divided into military and miscellaneous affairs. Qin Feng's family letter fell into the latter category, and with 30 silver notes needing to be contained in the wooden box, it could only be mixed with a plethora of other items for transport by carriage. Despite being expedited, a single cart of goods heading straight to the imperial capital would not match the speed of ordinary military correspondence. According to the logistics supervisor, it would likely take around 2 months for delivery. Although he was dissatisfied with this pace, he felt powerless to change it. As a mere captain, he lacked the standing to have his family letter treated as urgent military correspondence. At most, he could request the supervisor to dispatch a soldier to deliver his wooden box to the headquarters of the Northern Town Army overnight. Upon returning to his tent, the night rain pattered incessantly against the canvas, producing a soothing sound that only served to amplify Qin Feng's already tumultuous thoughts. He opted to don his iron armor and venture into the rain to practice at the training grounds. Engaging in high-intensity training would keep him at the brink of exhaustion and mental fortitude, allowing him to cut through all worries. By the time dawn broke, he found himself so fatigued that even walking felt burdensome, prompting him to take a brief nap in the rain. When he awoke in the early morning, though his body was drenched and caked in mud, he felt invigorated. After another half-hour of training, Mao Han, Ding Fugue, and other squad leaders arrived at the training grounds with the entire team of soldiers. Qin Feng instructed all the soldiers to run behind him around the training field, emphasizing the need to build their stamina and endurance before addressing any other matters. Even clad in over 150 pounds of iron armor, no one could keep pace with Qin Feng. Soon, some fell behind, trembling and drenched in sweat. However, Qin Feng did not impose difficulty upon them. He merely declared that those unable to continue could walk or crawl, but must not stop, unless they collapsed from exhaustion. Anyone who halted would see their rations for the day halved. He then sent Mao Han to the logistics department to inquire if they knew of any martial artists without military merit who might be willing to come to his camp in the evenings to teach the soldiers martial techniques. Naturally, he was prepared to offer a monthly remuneration of 10 taels of silver. Originally, most team leaders were martial artists. However, Qin Feng could easily deduce that they would be unwilling to comply. The reasoning was straightforward. If they agreed, they would be remiss in not imparting martial techniques to their own soldiers. They were naturally disinclined to squander time, exerting 2 efforts for a single wage. Teaching martial arts was no simple task. Many captains had begun as ordinary individuals, investing years of effort to accumulate military achievements through sheer luck, eventually rising to the rank of squad leader with some status, savings, and face. They would then spend silver to indulge in food and drink, seeking assistance from captains to assess their potential for martial cultivation. Only after confirming their aptitude would they risk everything to seek private instruction in martial techniques, slowly gaining entry into the discipline. This entire process would require no less than 10 taels of silver in various tributes. Conversely, to ask them to accept a mere 100 or 80 taels in exchange for teaching a large cohort of soldiers was utterly unacceptable. The task was simply too cumbersome. Teaching one individual versus teaching a multitude was a vastly different endeavor. Among ordinary soldiers, it was difficult to find even one literate individual among hundreds. Yet, within a group of a dozen ordinary people, it was not uncommon to find 1 or 2 with the potential to practice martial arts. This meant that if they agreed, the 4th team alone would require them to mentor over a dozen apprentices. Their own squad would similarly need to take on a dozen apprentices. Teaching them to read, comprehend martial techniques, and concoct medicinal brews would take no less than a year. 100 or 80 taels was not an insignificant sum. But their own training would inevitably be delayed. They might even have to personally fund the medicinal brews for their squad soldiers. Such actions could easily incite dissatisfaction among other team leaders. Just as Qin Feng's personal investment in improving his squad's rations would undoubtedly evoke envy and resentment from the soldiers of other teams, prompting them to desire similar treatment from their own captains. The same principle applied to teaching martial techniques. It was simply not worth the trouble. The situation was different for those martial artists enlisted in the army. They faced none of these extraneous constraints. Only the prolonged delay of their own training. Only when it was time for lunch did Qin Feng announce the end of the training session. After finishing his meal, he returned to the training grounds alone, while the soldiers were granted just an hour of rest. Once the break concluded, they had to return to the training grounds for further exercises. Despite their overwhelming fatigue, the prospect of ample provisions spurred them on. As they recognized the improvement in their physical condition, time flew, and before long, a fortnight had passed. The 4th team was now fully staffed, and even with the high training intensity, the soldiers had visibly grown stronger under the generous rations. Qin Feng's transformation was even more pronounced. His previously lanky physique had developed into a robust form, with rippling muscles brimming with latent power. Coupled with the myriad scars adorning his body, he exuded an imposing presence that had increased manifold. His combat prowess had also seen a marked improvement, reaching a staggering 37.55, nearing the 3rd level of bone refinement. Within the entirety of the Zhangfeng army, The only individual bold enough to claim greater strength was the deputy general, Duan Hongyi, who had attained the higher levels of bone refinement. Beyond him, perhaps a few other high-ranking captains might possess comparable strength, but none could surpass him. Captain Qin, the captain requests your presence. There are urgent military matters to discuss. A personal guard of Jiang Haiqing approached the training grounds, rushing to Qin Feng, who stood out amidst the throng. Understood. I shall make my way there immediately. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement within him and immediately nodded in agreement. His personal guards could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Over the past fortnight, Zhanghai City had sent him to seek out Qin Feng on multiple occasions, all of which had been met with Qin Feng's dismissive rejections, leaving the envoy somewhat psychologically scarred. Fortunately, this time he had not been turned away. Fearing that Qin Feng might change his mind again, he swiftly turned and ran back to report. Qin Feng, on the other hand, strode back to the tent, removed his heavy iron armor, took a refreshing wash, and donned the exquisite leather armor reserved for a captain before heading to the tent in Zhanghai City. Chapter 19. The grand scheme of wealth for the entire camp. Inside the tent, the adjutant Du Guangyao and the 9 captains were all present. Qin Feng's arrival elicited a variety of expressions among the assembled. Zhanghai City secretly let out a sigh of relief. Compared to most corrupt officials, he considered himself an honest man. Having received a generous gift of 150 taels of silver, he had spent the past half-month contemplating how to assist Qin Feng in resolving the conflicts with the various captains. Thus, he procured fine wines and delicacies from the logistics department and even sent someone to a nearby village to find several reasonably attractive courtesans, disguised as soldiers, to bring them over. He expended 7 or 8 taels of silver, all while risking significant trouble, in Zhanghai City's view, since they were comrades heading to battle together. Sharing drinks and women would surely dissolve any profound rifts. However, Qin Feng rejected the offer under the pretext of practicing marksmanship and swordsmanship and training the soldiers. Zhanghai City nearly choked on his breath, overwhelmed by the unexpected refusal. After that, considering the hefty gift of 150 taels, he sent his personal guard to seek out Qin Feng twice more, this time only preparing a few jars of fine wine. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, leaving Zhanghai City questioning his own existence. Here he was, trying to help you navigate the situation, and you repeatedly rebuff me. What could this possibly mean? After several attempts, he began to harbor considerable resentment toward Qin Feng. Fortunately, this time there was a military summons. Although Qin Feng was the last to arrive, he did come at the call. Otherwise, he would have lost face entirely in front of the captains. It was impossible not to express his anger. Yet to do so after accepting the generous gift seemed rather unreasonable. Thus, even before Qin Feng's arrival, he felt somewhat anxious, calculating how to express his ire without losing face and prestige while still honoring that 150 taels. Thankfully, Qin Feng did arrive. Beside him, Du Guangyao nodded in greeting to Qin Feng. He had felt some dissatisfaction with Qin Feng ever since he relinquished his military merits to honor his fallen comrades. However, since he could achieve great accomplishments largely due to Qin Feng's contributions, that dissatisfaction was hardly significant. The two matters of personally funding improved rations for the entire team and inviting martial artists to assess the abilities of his soldiers and impart training methods did not affect him, and therefore he held no malice toward Qin Feng. The other 9 captains, however, visibly soured their expressions the moment Qin Feng entered. A few even let out derisive snorts. Qin Feng remained unfazed. The hostility of the burly men was hardly worthy of his concern. He had already extended the necessary courtesies on the first day of improving the rations, and any further discontent could be expressed in private as long as they did not trouble him directly. Should they dare to impede his progress, they would have to face his wrath. Now that everyone had gathered, it was time to discuss business. Zhanghai City began. I have received military orders. The Yanwicheng side has reopened the grass route, and the Northern King's residence will dispatch 10,000 cavalry to escort it. Our cavalry camp has been specifically requested to participate due to our recent victory. We must reach Haeong Lake within 3 days to rendezvous with the merchant convoy. Reopening the grass route? Has the Northern King lost his mind? Last winter's harsh conditions devastated the various tribes of the grasslands, and the route will undoubtedly face savage attacks, the captains exclaimed, their faces filled with astonishment. Even Qin Feng, who had been preoccupied with training and surrounded by rough men more interested in feasting and women than current affairs, was slightly taken aback. While he was not well versed in the details of the northern frontier and the grasslands, he had certainly heard of the grass route. It was originally known as the Great Grassland Peaceful Trade Route, established after the first northern king and the Changrong tribes suffered mutual devastation, leading to widespread suffering among the northern frontier and the grasslands. The decision was made to form a large merchant convoy to travel to the grasslands' binding city for trade with the various tribes, exchanging the goods they desperately needed: salt, iron, grain, silk, ceramics, gold, silver, and jade, for cattle, sheep, furs, warhorses, medicinal herbs, and female slaves. Each side would benefit, aiming to resolve conflicts and reduce warfare. Behind this trade route, there were also covert operations aimed at sowing discord among the grassland tribes. In the early years, the grass route met expectations. Despite the influx of iron and grain into the Changrong tribes, it also filled the northern army with a wealth of warhorses, greatly enriching the northern king's residence and the merchant firms in Yanwucheng. However, after the second northern king ascended, the grass route began to change. The second northern king lacked the decisiveness and prestige of his predecessor, and the merchant convoy faced repeated attacks from the tribes. It was also during his reign that the Dalian kingdom began to undermine the northern king's control over the northern frontier. Internal strife plagued the northern army, and the escorting force for the grass route grew weaker, suffering increasingly heavy losses. By the time the third northern king took the throne, the northern king's residents had completely lost control over the northern army, leading to the termination of the grass route. Now, the fourth northern king was inexplicably reaching an agreement with the northern army's commander to restart the grass route, an idea that was utterly perplexing. Moreover, this was happening at a time when countless cattle and sheep had perished in the cold, and the tribes were seething with resentment, ready to seize anything they could. Typically, the grass route was only opened after the autumn harvest, never in spring, making this situation even more baffling. Don't ask me. Even General Duan doesn't know, and I am even less informed. Zhanghai City waved his hand dismissively. The purpose of gathering you here is to discuss what preparations we should make. The captains exchanged glances, rendered speechless. What preparations could be made? Perhaps they could ask their wives if they might procure a few female slaves, or perhaps draft their wills and divide their estates among their children in advance. Adjutant Du, what are your thoughts? Seeing no one else speak, Zhanghai City turned to Du Guangyao. We shall follow the adjutant's orders, Du Guangyao replied, reluctant to engage in deep thought in the northern army. Those with the rank of preliminary were generally outsiders. He, too, held the title of adjutant, with no responsibilities or authority, merely passing the days. As long as he made no mistakes, he could eventually queue for promotion once a vacancy arose. Very well, then let us return and prepare. We shall depart the day after tomorrow at dawn. Zhanghai City seemed uninterested in contemplating preparations. Prepare however you see fit. Gather the soldiers to pool funds for a batch of fine salt to carry in pouches. If anyone has extra silver, they can buy some exquisite but reasonably priced silver and gold jewelry to take along. If anyone fears the risks, they can purchase fine salt to distribute among the soldiers to carry. Qin Feng's voice suddenly rang out. What is the purpose of buying fine salt and jewelry? Zhanghai City and the other captains looked at him in bewilderment. Will fine salt and jewelry save our lives? Once we reach our destination, we can sell them to the Changrong tribe. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Qin Feng felt a bit bewildered himself. It was common sense that these items would fetch a handsome profit when sold to the Changrong. However, he was unaware of the market prices for these goods among the Changrong, relying solely on his instincts. Even selling fine salt to ordinary Changrong tribesmen should prove lucrative. As for the jewelry, it should offer even higher profits, but due to the large volume carried by the convoy, there was a risk it might not find buyers. Selling to the Changrong is indeed a brilliant idea. Zhanghai City was the first to snap back to reality, his eyes widening as he slapped his thigh. He had an epiphany. The other captains soon followed suit, their faces lighting up with joy as they regarded Qin Feng with noticeably less hostility than before. Seeing that the others finally grasped the situation, Qin Feng continued, "This matter requires strict confidentiality. We must ensure that no word of it escapes to avoid complications and uncertainties." The captains nodded in unison. As they would be escorting the convoy and trading goods with the Changrong, it would clearly violate military regulations. Additionally, with only 3 days to prepare, they needed to quickly gather silver, then send someone to Yanwicheng to procure fine salt and jewelry. Before hurrying to Haeong Lake to meet up with us, we will send someone ahead to prepare pouches for distribution, ensuring that it doesn't draw excessive attention. Qin Feng reminded them, one more thing to remember. The jewelry must be exquisite and uniquely designed. Melting gold and silver is not a difficult task, but only jewelry that is finely crafted and uniquely shaped will be something the Changrong do not possess. The captains nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grains. Their gazes toward Qin Feng filled with admiration and reverence. That will be all. Seeing the captains hanging on his every word, Qin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. Then we shall entrust this matter to you. We will fully cooperate, Zhanghai City quickly affirmed. The other captains nodded in agreement, their faces brimming with anticipation. Adjutant, please excuse me. I must focus on my physical training and drill my men, so I cannot spare any time. Du Guangyao added. Qin Feng decisively declined. He did not mind offering a few suggestions to help the entire battalion profit, while he would merely gain a personal favor. Expecting him to squander 2 or 3 days of valuable training time to handle this matter was out of the question. Zhang Haiqing opened his mouth, intending to persuade him, but recalling the lack of courtesy Qin Feng had shown even when asked for a drink, he quickly closed his mouth, fully aware of the high likelihood of embarrassment in being rejected. Forget it, I shall take the initiative myself. After much contemplation, Zhang Haiqing resolved to personally undertake the task. Otherwise, if they ended up with a plethora of shoddy jewelry that could not be sold, it would be a tremendous loss. I will go as well. The chorus of voices chimed in from the captains, all concerned that Zhang Haiqing might falter and miss out on a lucrative opportunity. Thus, it was wiser for them to go in person. Upon reaching Yanwicheng, they would seek out a brothel, requesting a lady's assistance in discerning quality, for she would surely know where to procure such gold and silver ornaments. Qin Feng understood precisely why these rough-and-tumble men were all intent on making the trip and could not resist offering them yet another suggestion. Zhang Haiqing, Du Guangyao, and the other captains looked upon him with almost reverent admiration. Chapter 20. A grand scale. Upon returning to the camp, Qin Feng summoned Liang Su, Zhang Hai, and all 10 squad leaders for a council. He promptly briefed them on the need to inform the soldiers to gather funds for the purchase of fine salt. Additionally, he generously offered to lend each soldier, whether veteran or recruit, 3 taels of silver, with no obligation to repay should they incur losses, and only requiring a repayment of 3 taels should they profit. Those wishing to borrow could enlist Liang Su or Zhang Hai for registration. Furthermore, they needed to devise a plan to procure a batch of medicinal supplies, such as healing ointments and antidotes. For unforeseen circumstances, he entrusted all these matters, including coordinating the procurement of fine salt and jewelry in Yanwicheng, to the capable hands of squad leaders Mao Han and Ding Fugui. Once these arrangements were in place, he donned his armor and returned to the training grounds. By evening, Zhang Haiqing turned over the departure arrangements to the acting lieutenant Du Guangyao, who, accompanied by 2 captains and several robust squad leaders, along with the gathered funds, hurriedly set off for Yanwicheng under the cover of night. Nearly every member of the vanguard battalion participated. One was a fool. They merely lacked experience and had not realized that transporting a load of fine salt and gold and silver jewelry to sell alongside the merchant caravan was a profitable venture. Even the ordinary soldiers knew that coarse salt could fetch a high price among the Chang tribe, let alone the fine salt, which commanded a handsome price in the Great Liang Kingdom. Everyone contributed their savings, even borrowing generously from fellow townsfolk. Naturally, they kept their plans tightly under wraps, wary of revealing even a whisper. The chaotic affairs of the border army were numerous, and even if this endeavor was exposed, it would hardly be deemed a serious matter. However, any profits they made would certainly be confiscated. Zhang Haiqing, Du Guangyao, the captains, and squad leaders collectively amassed 2,500 taels of silver. Of this sum, Qin Feng claimed 25%, amounting to 1,000 taels. Next in line was Zhang Haiqing, who, despite having borrowed 150 taels from Qin Feng not long ago, could only scrape together 600 taels. Moreover, he needed to make a detour to Lingsizwang, where his family resided, and most of his assets were in land. Given his status, using land as collateral to borrow several hundred taels from the village chief was hardly a challenge. If a lieutenant like Zhang Haiqing faced such difficulties, the captains and squad leaders were in even worse straits. Acting Lieutenant Du Guangyao and the 10 captains could muster no more than 100 taels at best, with some barely managing 30 taels, all cobbled together through loans. The 100 or so squad leaders had no additional sources of income, with most of their military rewards and salaries sent home. To gather 3 to 5 taels was already commendable. The over 1,000 ordinary soldiers combined could only scrape together 800 taels out of this. Nearly 300 taels were lent to the soldiers by Qin Feng. The remaining 500 taels were largely the military rewards obtained by the cavalrymen during the previous campaign against the Chang tribe. On the morning of the second day, the vanguard battalion gathered at the training grounds. After receiving the necessary supplies from logistics, each soldier took 2 mounts and set off towards Haiyang Lake in grand procession. Located merely 100 miles from the station of the Zhengfeng army. The journey was leisurely. Qin Feng, donned in his armor, jogged ahead. Even so, they arrived by noon. Upon their arrival, they found that several other cavalry battalions had already reached the shores of Haiyang Lake. Each battalion had chosen a spot to set up camp, patiently awaiting the merchant caravan's arrival. The distinction lay in the fact that the soldiers of the vanguard battalion were eagerly anticipating Jiang Haiqing's swift arrival. Only Qin Feng maintained his routine, seeking out an uninhabited area to continue his training in armor. In the dead of night, Jiang Haiqing and several captains finally arrived. Upon learning that the battalions were not camped together, they took advantage of the darkness, brandishing torches to reunite with the vanguard battalion. All of the fine salt was divided into bags and entrusted to the soldiers for safekeeping. The Great Liang Kingdom lacked a coastline and could only rely on pond and well salt, barely sufficient for domestic consumption. However, it could procure copious amounts of sea salt from the southern Great Qi Kingdom. Centuries prior, the salt production methods in Great Qi had evolved from boiling seawater to drying it, significantly reducing costs. Coupled with the fact that Great Liang did not suffer from a salt shortage, despite occasional tensions between the two nations, Great Qi maintained an exceptionally lenient control over the salt trade. This resulted in consistently low salt prices in Great Liang. Coarse salt sold for merely 2 coins per pound, while the more complex process of producing fine salt, which could even be served as a delicacy, was prohibitively expensive for the average person, priced at 100 coins per pound. The 800 taels of silver purchased a total of 8,000 pounds of fine salt. Divided among the soldiers, each received approximately 8 pounds, an amount that would go unnoticed. The 2,500 taels raised by the captains and squad leaders had been entirely converted into gold and silver jewelry. Following Qin Feng's instructions, Jiang Haiqing had enlisted the help of a lady from a brothel to assess the quality of the gold and silver ornaments and jade pieces procured, all of which were reasonably priced yet exquisitely crafted and innovatively designed. The total count exceeded 1,200 pieces, packed into 2 large wooden chests, cleverly concealed among various tools and items, rendering them inconspicuous. On the following morning, Qin Feng was jogging around the camp perimeter in his armor when Liang Su approached to inform him that the merchant caravan had arrived at Haiyang Lake and that the entire battalion was assembling. He promptly returned to the camp to summon his subordinates. Half an hour later, the vanguard battalion merged with the other 9 cavalry battalions. With the military orders issued, the assembled forces of the Northern Guard cavalry, numbering 10,000, commenced their march to rendezvous with the merchant caravan. Soon, Qin Feng beheld an endless procession resembling a colossal dragon, the merchant caravan stretching before him, at the front. A banner of the Northern Guard king fluttered in the wind, followed closely by a series of flat horse-drawn carts. 5 carts moved in parallel, and their numbers were no fewer than 3,000. Due to the varied cargo they carried, the styles of the carts were diverse, ranging from 2-wheeled carts pulled by a single horse to 4-wheeled carts drawn by 2 horses. The goods were piled high and covered with a layer of coarse cloth soaked in tung oil, concealing the nature of the contents. At the heart of the caravan, 2 luxurious carriages, drawn by 5 strong horses each, stood out. Each carriage measured 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Constructed from high-quality pine wood, exquisite silk adorned the 4 corners, and the windows were embellished with gold and jade. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with opulence and elegance. Qin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. As the legitimate eldest son of a first-ranking marquisate, he could instantly discern that the design and specifications of these 2 carriages were fit only for a bestowed prince or princess. Furthermore, in the entirety of the northern frontier, only the legitimate children of the King of the North were entitled to such titles. In this generation, The king of the north had 3 legitimate sons and 1 legitimate daughter, which meant that 2 of his sons were participating in this caravan journey. This was precisely where Qin Feng's disappointment lay. With 2 princes involved, it was evident that at least half of the king of the north's elite guards would accompany them. Though the king of the north's grip on the northern frontier had weakened with each passing generation, he remained a half-ruler of the region. If it were known that 2 princes were among the merchant convoy, most tribes on the plains would likely refrain from harboring thoughts of robbing the caravan. Thus, Qin Feng's opportunities to enhance his combat prowess would undoubtedly be diminished, as he surveyed the sides of the convoy. His suspicions were further confirmed in addition to each carriage being manned by a driver and a laborer. A substantial infantry force flanked the convoy, numbering at least 10,000. All were well-equipped and exuded an extraordinary aura. With 10,000 cavalry, another 10,000 infantry, and a vast array of guards and skilled warriors from the Marquisate, annihilating a medium-sized Chang tribe would pose no challenge. The convoy did not pause at Heyong Lake, continuing its gradual advance toward the vast grasslands. On the side of the Northern Army, the commander was the Deputy General Luo Jihong. Upon receiving orders, he commanded 10 cavalry battalions to split into 5, with 2 battalions each assigned to patrol the eastern, southern, western, and northern peripheries. The remaining 2 battalions were designated as mobile units to accompany the convoy. The cavalry unit Qin Feng belonged to, known as the Xinqi Battalion, was stationed on the left, while another unit called the Jingqi Battalion was placed on the right. This arrangement left Qin Feng quite dissatisfied. He had hoped that the Xinqi Battalion would be assigned to the vanguard, enabling him to converse with Jiang Haiqing about leading 4 teams as scouts to explore ahead. As a scouting unit, they would have greater freedom, potentially encountering numerous bandits along the way to bolster their combat strength. However, even Deputy General Luo Jihong was merely following orders and had no authority to alter the plan, let alone Qin Feng, a mere captain. He could only don his armor and engage in light jogging to hone his physique and enhance his capabilities through training. The convoy continued its journey. By evening, it came to a halt, establishing a camp. Qin Feng selected a patch of open ground for Liang Su to erect a scarecrow, preparing to practice his marksmanship. Just then, Jiang Haiqing approached, his face brimming with envy. "The guards from the Marquisate have come, stating that the heir has summoned you." Qin Feng inwardly clicked his tongue. The involvement of 2 princes in the caravan had already astonished him. But he was further taken aback to learn that one of them was actually the heir. The significance of this caravan journey to the King of the North's court was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 21. Provocation approaches. Qin Feng first returned to his tent to change into a set of leather armor before following Jiang Haiqing to meet the guards from the Marquisate. The guards maintained a cold demeanor, exuding an air of professionalism. He paid them no mind, simply trailing behind without initiating conversation. Along the way, he observed that the merchant convoy had gathered together. The goods had not yet been unloaded, but the carriages had been unhitched, and all the horses were being managed and tended to. Although there were 4 cavalry units stationed 2 miles away for defense and patrol, the infantry on the merchant side was also busy setting up defenses. Soldiers were seen everywhere, lifting spike barricades and digging trenches. Most of the soldiers and laborers were engaged in constructing tents. All the tents that had been erected were emitting faint smoke, carrying the scent of burning mugwort. Arriving at the center, Qin Feng found an expanse measuring over 20 meters in length and width. The freshly turned soil indicated that this area had once been a grassy meadow, now stripped of all vegetation and compacted into solid ground. Except for the southern side serving as an entrance, numerous tables and low benches were arranged around the remaining 3 sides. The northern side had the least, with only 2 tables set. These tables sat an extraordinary pair of young nobles clad in brocade. Qin Feng was taken aback. Not only was the heir present, but so was the princess. The heir, without question, was destined to become the 5th king of the north, while the princess, rumored to be exceptionally talented, was favored within the king of the north's court. If anything were to happen to these 2 on the vast grasslands, it would be as if half of the king of the north's court had collapsed. Unlike the northern side, the tables on the eastern and western sides were plentiful, most of which were already occupied. Seated at the first position on the eastern side was a burly middle-aged man, the commander of the Northern Army's cavalry, Luo Jihong. The first position on the southern side was occupied by a slender middle-aged man with a trimmed beard, whom Qin Feng surmised was the infantry commander dispatched from Yanwucheng. Although both men sat at the foremost sides flanking the heir and princess, they appeared restrained, merely smiling obsequiously, clearly aware that their placement at such esteemed positions was solely due to their roles as commanders of the two primary guard forces. In Yanwiching, their status would be rather ordinary. In fact, the individuals seated around them paid little attention to the two commanders. They were a diverse group of young people, all in their 20s, radiating cheerfulness and engaging in lively conversation. In the center of the open space, a bonfire had been lit, with guards roasting lamb. Qin Feng maneuvered around the fire and approached the front. "Qin Feng, I have met the young prince and the princess," he said, bowing slightly to the heir and the princess. The heir, Liang Yangrong, nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, the young marquis is remarkably valiant, just as expected." "Shameless," the princess, Liang Yunxi, remarked, her words unexpectedly jarring. "I appreciate the compliments, young prince and princess." Qin Feng pondered what had provoked this princess, though he maintained his composure. Unabashed, Liang Yunxi could not help but retort again. Qin Feng remained silent, brushing off her words. It was perhaps better to avoid provoking the princess altogether. The trials he had endured, the torturous punishments of the Ministry of Justice, the extreme hunger along the road to exile, had tempered his character, rendering it as resilient as iron. When the time called for patience, he would undoubtedly refrain from acting impulsively. "Young Marquis, please take a seat." Liang Yangrong gestured toward an empty spot. He seemed well aware of the reason behind Liang Yunxi's sharp words, but remained unaffected. Maintaining a warm demeanor coupled with authority, as one would expect from someone of higher status. Qin Feng nodded in gratitude and moved toward the indicated spot. Did he truly consider himself a young marquis? The young prince regarded him highly, yet one must know their place. As he approached the seating area, a voice dripping with disdain broke through. Qin Feng glanced toward the source, finding a young man dressed in fine garments. Exuding an imposing presence, he chose to ignore the young man and sat down in the spot Liang Yangrong had indicated. "Are you ignoring me?" the young man shot back, his irritation evident as he leaned in closer. "Young brother speaks wisely. Brotherly should perhaps refrain," came the mocking remarks from nearby tables. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. No matter the place, there are always those who, having never suffered great losses, think themselves clever, yet are utterly blind to the reality around them. He recognized that the sudden animosity directed toward him stemmed from jealousy over his more favorable seating arrangement, as they deemed him unworthy of such a position given his rank as a mere captain. Additionally, Liang Yunxi's inexplicable disparagement had presented these individuals with a perceived opportunity to ingratiate themselves with the princess. Yet they failed to consider that such rashness could easily lead to an image of impulsiveness and anger. Even if they managed to push him down, it would hardly leave a favorable impression on the heir and the princess. Young Marquis? The title of Fengshin Marquis has long been stripped away. What makes him a young marquis now? Merely a convict exiled to a remote land. The young man abruptly stood up, striding forward to address Liang Yangrong and Liang Yunxi. "Young prince, princess, I have heard that this young marquis has achieved great feats, having slain 3 chieftains of the Chang tribe, displaying remarkable prowess. Since we have yet to begin the banquet, I would like to challenge the young marquis to a friendly duel, to entertain everyone." "Absolutely not." Liang Yunxi shook her head. Liang Yangrong looked at her in surprise. The young man, lacking any discernible aura of internal energy, was evidently not a martial artist. Liang Yunxi stated coolly, and Liang Yangrong's expression shifted, a trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes. The onlookers were equally astonished. Even Qin Feng found himself taken aback, however, while the crowd was surprised that he had managed to kill 3 chieftains of the Chang tribe without being a martial artist. He was more intrigued by the princess's attitude. Their first encounter had been inexplicably hostile, so why did she suddenly come to his aid after someone had challenged him? If he were not a martial artist, how could he have slain 3 chieftains? There surely lay some mystery behind this claim of military merit that warranted further investigation. The young man was filled with joys is widely known. The princess is a prodigy, having received guidance from a reclusive immortal since childhood. Her strength has reached an unimaginable level. If she claims that Qin Feng is not a martial artist, then it must be so. It would be easier to tread upon. What does the young lord think? Liang Yangrong could not help but glance at Qin Feng. He too believed Liang Yunqi's words, yet he was equally aware that Qin Feng had indeed single-handedly slain 3 captains of the Chang tribe and managed to protect himself while trailing behind the Chang army. Second brother, Liang Yunqi's delicate brows furrowed, her displeasure evident, clearly having discerned Liang Yangrong's thoughts. Before Liang Yangrong could speak, Qin Feng suddenly rose to his feet. He was eager for a fight, and it would be against his interests to be stopped by the somewhat inscrutable Liang Yunqi. With a swift motion, he began to remove his leather armor. Liang Yunqi could not help but turn her face away. This fellow was indeed a bit of an exhibitionist. Why undress at the slightest disagreement? As a newly appointed squad leader, he had discarded the tattered prison garb from his time in the northern frontier, and he had only received 1 set of military armor, lest he find himself without clothing to wear. I beg the princess's pardon for any offense. Noticing Liang Yunqi avert her gaze, Qin Feng offered a casual explanation. The expressions of the onlookers varied. I will send a few sets to you later. Liang Yunqi remarked with a hint of sympathy, reflecting on the plight of a firstborn heir of noble birth, who had fallen to the extent of valuing a single set of leather armor to the point of not wanting it damaged. Preferring to fight in the nude. Remembering that early spring day when Qin Feng had bathed in a bucket of icy well water amidst the biting wind, her feelings of embarrassment dissipated entirely. Thank you for your kindness, princess, Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, there were circumstances he was unaware of that had caused this princess to disapprove of him upon their first meeting. However, this exchange of words made him realize that she bore him no malice and, in fact, harbored a degree of sympathy for him. Once stripped of his leather armor, he was left only in a pair of shorts. Qin Feng sidestepped the table and walked towards the young man. A collective gasp arose as many beheld the multitude of scars adorning Qin Feng's back, revealing the hardships he had endured due to the incident involving the royal tribute. Liang Yunqi, upon turning her gaze back, bit her lip, a wave of respect washing over her. She could hardly fathom the sheer strength of will Qin Feng must possess to have endured the brutal interrogations in the Ministry of Justice after having been raised in luxury without suffering any hardships. Chapter 22. Provocation in return. Xi Jinping, the young master of the Divine Eagle sect, stood at the 8th level of the leather refinement realm. As Qin Feng approached, the young man arrogantly introduced himself. Qin Feng beckoned him with a finger. Today, let me demonstrate to you the 8 transformations of the Eagle Claw technique from our Divine Eagle sect. Xi Jinping felt a surge of humiliation. Unleashing an angry roar, channeling his internal energy, he executed the elusive steps of his technique, his hands morphing into claws as he lunged towards Qin Feng. The dual claws were a flurry of transformations, dazzling to behold. Truly, the 8 transformations of the Eagle Claw technique was a marvel, unpredictable and mystical. As the name implies, the technique comprises 8 variations, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Once in close proximity, combined with the Divine Eagle sect's Starlight Steps, no opponent of the same level would escape unscathed. The crowd erupted in admiration. Liang Yunqi frowned slightly, wishing to interject, yet was astonished to see Qin Feng not retreating but advancing boldly toward Xi Jinping. There were no elusive or unpredictable movements, but his tall and robust figure exuded a steadiness akin to a mountain. Lie down. Xi Jinping clawed at Qin Feng's throat, but mid-attack, he transformed his strike into a swift downward motion aimed at Qin Feng's thigh. Qin Feng remained unperturbed, as if oblivious to the danger. This nonchalance gave Xi Jinping the impression of a blind man flirting with a beautiful woman. The essence of the 8 transformations of the Eagle Claw technique lay in its unpredictability, with each strike seamlessly following the last. His initial attempt at Qin Feng's throat was merely a feint to force him to lean back in evasion. This would shift Qin Feng's center of gravity upward, leaving him unable to brace himself below. With a rapid transition, he aimed for Qin Feng's thigh, confident of success. Xi Jinping mistakenly believed that Qin Feng was merely an ordinary person, lacking the keen perception of a martial artist, and would not recognize his feint, thus not contemplating evasion. Fortunately, it mattered not if Qin Feng could not grasp the subtleties of the 8 transformations. The young lord and the princess could see through it and understand his true strength. 10 centimeters, 9 centimeters, 8 centimeters. Just as Xi Jinping envisioned tearing a piece of flesh from Qin Feng's thigh with his next move, a sudden gust of wind swept through. He raised his gaze, only to see a fist hurtling towards his face. Closer and closer it came, a surge of dread gripped him. He could not comprehend how, despite his swift descent, Qin Feng could launch an upward punch aimed precisely at his head. There was little time for contemplation as he hastily turned his head away. Yet, it was too late. The punch surpassed his comprehension of speed, far exceeding that of his 8 transformations. Just as his right claw was about to seize Qin Feng's thigh, it collided with his face. Bang! The moment their faces met, Xi Jinping felt as though his visage had been struck by a hammer. In the next instant, a haze enveloped his mind. His head, propelled by the force of the punch, was driven towards the ground while his lower body shot upward. Bang! After his head forcefully struck the ground, his legs finally began to descend. The impact exacerbated his already muddled state of consciousness. In the haze, he barely registered the command to cease. A moment later, a sharp crack echoed, followed by excruciating pain radiating from his right leg. A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted from his throat. While Qin Feng had shattered his cheekbone with a single punch, he did not relent. Instead, he stomped down on Xi Jinping's right leg, shattering his shin bone. Ding! You have defeated the enemy, gaining 0.91 battle power. The system notification rang in his mind. Total battle power increased from 38.67 to 39.58. Merely a punch and a kick had augmented his battle power to the equivalent of 3 days of intensive training. Damn it, it was just a friendly spar, and you struck so ruthlessly, voices of indignation echoed. Several young talents associated with Xi Jinping rose in protest. Young lord, princess, I am but a mere warrior, skilled only in the art of killing. I failed to halt in time. I beg your forgiveness. Qin Feng bowed respectfully to Liang Yangrong and Liang Yunqi. Yet within, he remained unfazed. The situation unfolding before him was to his satisfaction. He had intentionally crippled Xi Jinping. With the war god system at his disposal, he was destined to tread upon mountains of corpses in his journey ahead. Enemies were a boon, and since Xi Jinping was a young master of the Divine Eagle sect, incapacitating him would undoubtedly incite their wrath and vendetta. This ensured a steady influx of battle power in the future, by ruthlessly incapacitating Xi Jinping before a gathering of passionate and arrogant young talents. He was certain to incite widespread resentment, by provoking them further. It was possible that some hot-headed individual might soon step forward to offer him battle power, while simultaneously alienating a faction of martial artists and clans from Yin Huicheng. A two-pronged strategy. The only concern was potentially displeasing Liang Yangrong and Liang Yunqi. Yet, in the face of sufficient benefits, there was no risk he was unwilling to take. Liang Yangrong's gaze sharpened. He was about to speak when Liang Yunqi's melodious voice rang out first. He provoked first, and the young lord's momentary lapse is understandable. The gathered young talents were left dumbfounded. They could not fathom the princess's sudden shift in stance. Initially, she had clearly disapproved of Qin Feng. Yet now her attitude had performed a complete turnaround, evidently favoring him. Liang Yangrong cast a bemused glance at Liang Yunqi. Only he understood the underlying circumstances and recognized his sister's clear-cut character. Aware of why her demeanor had suddenly changed, initially, he had intended to chastise Qin Feng, as his actions had indeed displeased him greatly. This gathering was organized by him, and the young talents present had joined for his sake. Inflicting serious harm on Xi Jinping had left him with no face whatsoever. However, since Liang Yunqi had preemptively rendered a judgment, he could not afford to upset her over a matter of pride. With a gentle wave of his hand, a figure clad in black swiftly appeared beside him. Take young Master Xi away, spare no expense to heal his facial and leg injuries. The man in black remained silent, and with a swift motion, he appeared before Xi Jinping, who was writhing in agony. With a series of precise strikes, he channeled his internal energy into Xi Jinping's body, sealing off the 2 grievous injuries. Young prince, you must stand up for me. Suddenly, the pain vanished, and Xi Jinping regained some clarity, unable to suppress a scream. His gaze towards Qin Feng was filled with uncontainable resentment. The assembly of young talents contemplated responding, but recalling Liang Yunqi's earlier demeanor, they restrained themselves. The man in black, however, paid no heed to Xi Jinping's cries. With a casual flick, he tossed Xi Jinping's body over his shoulder as if it were a mere ragdoll, and swiftly departed. Since no one dares to continue the contest, I shall take my leave. Qin Feng proclaimed loudly, unwilling to let the opportunity to enhance his combat prowess slip away. Liang Yangrong and Liang Yunxi exchanged bewildered glances. The previously calmed young talents once again erupted in indignation, rising en masse. Young prince, if he seeks his own demise, Wu Jun is willing to assist him. Young prince, princess, he has provoked us. If we do not respond, we shall undoubtedly lose face. We implore you to grant us permission to engage. Many stepped forward, requesting a chance to battle. Chapter 23. A strike for each, enough to make a point, or face severe consequences. Liang Yangrong, intrigued, wondered about Qin Feng's capabilities, considering he lacked internal energy and was not a martial artist. What could he achieve solely based on his physique? The great Liang kingdom was not devoid of individuals blessed with extraordinary strength. Yet as far as he knew, this young heir of Fengshin Marquis had shown no remarkable physical traits in his youth, aside from having consumed numerous rare elixirs to enhance his constitution to a level comparable to low-tier martial artists. However, the power, speed, and reflexes Qin Feng had just exhibited were clearly on par with those of a ninth-layer martial artist of the skin refinement stage. Initially, the news from the imperial city had led him to believe that the ambush on the imperial tribute was a conspiracy against this young marquis. The mastermind's aim was to undermine Fengshin Marquis, instilling fear among the entrenched aristocracy and further complicating the already tumultuous power struggle for the throne. Half a month prior, news had emerged from the imperial city regarding the assassination of the Duke of England's eldest son, with suspicions pointing towards the second son, who allegedly commanded private soldiers with intentions of rebellion. This only reinforced the notion that unseen hands were pushing the noble families into the fray of the imperial succession. Yet, Qin Feng's astounding prowess began to shake Liang Yangrong's convictions. If there had been no ambush on the imperial tribute, what had enabled him to attain strength rivaling that of a ninth-layer practitioner purely through physicality? Liang Yunxi observed Qin Feng, pondering the thoughts swirling in his mind. She could discern that he had not exerted his full strength, and his capabilities far exceeded those required to defeat a mere eighth-layer martial artist. Yet, she struggled to comprehend why Qin Feng would provoke so many young talents, especially in light of Liang Yangrong's evident displeasure and the simmering dissatisfaction among the others. While there were many foolish scions among the old aristocracy, the eldest sons destined to inherit titles had undergone rigorous training since childhood, possessing at least a modicum of discernment and intellect. It was unfathomable that, devoid of anger or reckless impulses, one could so brazenly provoke a multitude of young talents. Based on her research, this young marquis, although lacking the innate qualities to become a martial artist, was exceptionally astute from a young age. His obsession with martial prowess led him to exhaust the Marquisite's wealth accumulated over centuries, lavishly acquiring various elixirs, making him more of a prodigal than the typical scion. Yet he surpassed many heirs from established noble families in numerous aspects. Indeed, the assembly of young talents, witnessing Liang Yangrong's acquiescence, displayed expressions of delight. Qin Feng then extended his index finger, methodically pointing at each of the young talents who had previously shouted their intent to teach him a lesson. They were consumed by rage. Feeling their dignity had been gravely insulted, one impetuous individual sprang to his feet first. With a light push of his toes against the table, he soared into the air, akin to a willow catkin, landing before Qin Feng from a height of over 10 meters. Qin Feng silently admired this feat given his current physique. Achieving such a jump was not particularly challenging, yet he lacked the finesse to employ internal energy for agile maneuvers, which conferred an ethereal grace upon his opponent. Su Jia of the Golden Blade sect, 8th layer skin refinement, Su Jia declared. Brother, she fell prey to carelessness. Let me demonstrate how a mere brute is no match for a martial artist. With a swift motion, he drew his large blade. Were it not for the young prince's command to hold back, I could have severed your head with a single strike. With a powerful push off the ground, Su Jia lunged at Qin Feng like a great rock, his blade slicing down with thunderous momentum. In an instant, Qin Feng neither dodged nor flinched. As Su Jia descended upon him, he unleashed a kick that struck the latter squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Su Jia cried out in pain. His body hurtling backward at an angle, he crashed to the ground, skidding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Damn it! Su Jia, infuriated and humiliated, launched himself back into the fray. Swinging his blade once more at Qin Feng, I will kill you. Su Jie was now completely unhinged, bellowing in fury as he scrambled to his feet again. Enough! The young marquis has already shown mercy twice. Let us accept our defeat. Liang Yangrong interjected calmly. Su Jie halted, fixing a furious glare at Qin Feng before returning to his seat, covered in dirt and shame. Ding! You have defeated an enemy. Gaining 0.95 combat power. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Total combat power rose to 40.53, no less than that of a third-layer martial artist of the bone refinement stage. The assembly of young talents erupted in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. Defeating Xi Jinping could be attributed to surprise, but now that Su Jie had been easily dispatched not once but twice, they could no longer deny the fact that, thanks to his formidable physique, Qin Feng's strength had reached a level capable of effortlessly overcoming an 8th-layer practitioner of the skin refinement stage. Luo Guanghua, heir of the Luo family, 9th-layer skin refinement. A sharp voice resounded. A figure dashed towards Qin Feng, sword drawn. With a flick of his wrist, the sword transformed into a flurry of silver plum blossoms, targeting vital points around Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng remained unfazed, his gaze steady upon the incoming sword shadows. Though they appeared impenetrable, enveloping him completely, most were mere illusions, designed to obfuscate the true trajectory of the sword. Against an evenly matched opponent, such swordplay could exploit its intricacies to confound defenses. Yet, with Qin Feng's current reflexes and speed, he could easily disregard the intricate web of swordplay. As he assessed the situation, he could perceive the reality behind the illusions. With a sidestep, the long sword barely grazed his back. Taking advantage of Luo Guanghua's missed strike and his inability to retract the sword in time, Qin Feng swiftly retaliated with a backhanded slap. Crack! Luo Guanghua felt a force akin to steel striking his face, the pain searing through him. His body spun uncontrollably, staggering several steps before collapsing onto the ground, dazed and disoriented. Ding! You have defeated an enemy. Gaining 1.08 combat power. The system chimed once more. Total combat power surged to 41.61. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. The young talents stood in shock, struggling to grasp the reality before them. In Yin Huiqing, Luo Guanghua was among the top 3 in strength amongst young talents of the skin refinement stage. The fact that he had been so easily subdued by a mere slap left them reeling. Surely, only someone of the bone refinement stage could contend with such an opponent. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the second seat on the left, occupied by the handsome and elegantly attired Mu Chunfeng. This time, Liang Yangrong had invited young talents, all under the age of 20-5. In Yanwicheng. Even among prodigies, most of this age group typically ranged from the 7th to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Only Mu Chunfeng, hailed as the foremost genius of Yanwicheng and martial arts, had transcended into the bone-forging realm. Furthermore, at the tender age of 20, Mu Chunfeng had not merely reached the first level of the bone-forging realm, but had already broken through to the second level. However, his indifferent demeanor and disinterest in worldly affairs left him reluctant to engage. As anticipated by the crowd, under the scrutiny of dozens of gazes, Mu Chunfeng remained unfazed, as if all matters were of no concern to him. His participation in the Tsaui path was not motivated by the prestige of Liang Yangrong, the crown prince, but rather a desire to broaden his horizons on the vast grasslands. Simultaneously, he hoped to chance upon the prowess of Princess Liang Yunxi, for he understood well that the title of the acknowledged martial arts genius did not necessarily imply being the absolute best. Just as his master was regarded as the strongest in the northern frontier, an invincible presence beneath the grandmasters, he asserted that within the northern king's residence alone, there were at least 2 hidden masters who could rival him. Moreover, Liang Yunxi's master possessed the capability to suppress him with a mere flick of the sleeve, likely a grandmaster or even a legendary cultivator. Grandmasters are entities that can disregard imperial authority, let alone a mere northern king. According to his master's analysis, Liang Yunxi's extraordinary talent was underscored by her master's willingness to remain in the northern frontier, despite her own reluctance to leave. He dared not view Liang Yunxi as a surpassable goal. Rather, he sought to comprehend the extent of their disparity. As for Qin Feng, he paid him little mind. This young lord, now reduced to an exiled criminal, though ruthless and vengeful, had not provoked him to the extent of inciting hatred. Furthermore, lacking martial arts talent and confined to physical prowess, Qin Feng was destined to have limited potential, which did not inspire him to seek camaraderie or challenge. "You worthless fools, come at me together." When the assembly of young talents gazed at Mu Chunfeng with pleading eyes, hoping he would take action, Qin Feng arrogantly spoke. The crowd erupted in fury, their breaths becoming labored with indignation. How brazen! In his lifetime, he had never encountered such audacity. Chapter 24. A bountiful harvest of strength. This scoundrel is so arrogant. We must all join forces. Someone, unable to withstand the provocation, lunged at Qin Feng. The young talents, as if compelled by an unseen force, all leaped into action. With a whoosh, shadows danced as fierce winds howled. One young talent transformed his legs into a series of overlapping afterimages. Delivering a kick to Qin Feng's chest, bang! Qin Feng effortlessly sent the opponent flying with a single kick. Ding! You have defeated an enemy, gaining 0.85 strength. In the blink of an eye, another assailant charged with a sword. Qin Feng deftly evaded, striking the opponent's face with a resounding slap, sending him spinning 3.5 times before crashing to the ground. Strength 0.93. Boom, boom, boom. The young talents frenziedly attacked Qin Feng, yet none proved a match for him. Remarkably, Qin Feng had not unleashed his full power, restraining himself to merely 20 points of strength, equivalent to the first level of the bone-forging realm. Otherwise, with his current strength exceeding 40 points, surpassing even the third level of the bone-forging realm, should he unleash his full might, these young talents would scarcely glimpse his shadow. Strength 0.87, Strength 0.95, Strength 0.88. The system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's mind. In mere moments, more than 20 young talents lay sprawled on the ground. Although a few had merely participated for the sake of appearances, lacking any genuine hostility towards Qin Feng, and thus did not count as enemies, even their defeats did not contribute to his strength. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's total strength ascended to 57.73, a remarkable increase from 38.67, nearly 20 points gained in less than half an hour. What an exhilarating experience! Observing the young talents groaning on the ground, Liang Yangrong, Liang Yunxi, and the two vice-generals were left speechless. "Forgive me for disturbing the leisure of the young prince and the princess." Qin Feng, suppressing his excitement, bowed in apology to Liang Yangrong and Liang Yun. It is of no consequence. We were merely engaging in a friendly exchange. "Everyone, please return to your seats." Liang Yangrong waved his hand nonchalantly, appearing unconcerned. Yet, internally, he was beset by a torrent of frustration. A well-planned gathering had dissipated into thin air. His intent in gathering these young talents to participate in the Tsaui path was to cultivate their allegiance for his own benefit. In a matter of 2 to 3 decades, these young talents could become renowned experts in the northern frontier. Even in the present, securing their loyalty would facilitate the northern king's residents in forging connections with their respective sects and families. Yet, following this chaotic melee, the young talents had lost all face. Each of them, prideful and unaccustomed to such defeat, would find their willingness to serve him significantly diminished after such a public humiliation, necessitating additional time and effort to remedy the situation. As for Qin Feng, though undeniably strong, his lack of martial talent rendered him of limited value for recruitment. Originally, a few reprimands could have eased the young talent's spirits. Yet Liang Yunxi's evident favoritism towards Qin Feng precluded Liang Yangrong from displeasing her for the sake of a group of young talents. Thus, he maintained an air of indifference, feigning that nothing had transpired. Upon returning to his seat, Qin Feng donned his leather armor, awaiting the feast. With a calm expression, his heart brimmed with joy. He had accrued strength in abundance. Moreover, he had unwittingly offended numerous prominent sects and families within Yanhuicheng. A future visit to Yanhuicheng would undoubtedly yield a windfall of strength, delivered to his doorstep. The assembly of young talents also returned to their seats, their pride shattered. They wished fervently for a hole to hide in, feeling unworthy to remain. Many, as Liang Yangrong had predicted, contemplated returning to Yanhuicheng. However, out of respect for the prince, they refrained from contradicting him as he invited them to the bonfire. The lamb had yet to be roasted. And with a wave of Liang Yangrong's hand, maidservants began presenting trays laden with fruits and fine wines. This iteration of the Tsaui path was intentionally kept simple, If there are any shortcomings, I ask for your understanding. Let us raise our glasses and toast to the hope of a triumphant return from this journey." After the maidservants had poured the exquisite wine, Liang Yangrong raised his cup in invitation. The crowd raised their glasses, forcing smiles onto their faces. It is said that the grasslands are vast and boundless, rich in exotic charm. Yet, the bloodshed and brutality of warfare are equally present. Does anyone among you have prior experience? Liang Yangrong, typically an imposing and composed figure, found it necessary to shift his demeanor, proactively seeking topics to ease the tension and pique the curiosity and aspirations of the young talents, ensuring they remained eager to participate in the Tsaui path. "I once accompanied my father to the Tapu tribe. Indeed, the great grasslands are unlike anything in our Dalian kingdom." A young talent could no longer contain himself. "Dio, elaborate." Liang Yangrong's interest was piqued. His demeanor attentive and eager. After organizing his thoughts, the young talent began recounting his experiences of the journey across the great grasslands with his father. Liang Yangrong interjected with thought-provoking questions, gradually easing the atmosphere. Only when they beheld Qin Feng did the young talent's eyes blaze with resentment. The gathering continued until midnight, culminating in a reluctant conclusion. Qin Feng could not help but admire Liang Yangrong's prowess. As a prince, his ability to control the situation was masterful. Over several hours, despite the lingering gloom among the young talents, their anticipation for the Tsaui path grew, especially when Liang Yangrong proposed that should they encounter wolf packs or horse bandits, they would form a hunting ground and allow them to lead their own troops in the hunt. Throughout the gathering, Qin Feng was akin to a spectator, focusing solely on drinking and dining. To avoid further provoking the young talents, Liang Yangrong deliberately overlooked him, not engaging him in conversation. Once the gathering concluded, Qin Feng returned to his camp alone. "Young lord," a delicate maidservant hurried to catch up with him. "Is there something you need?" Qin Feng inquired. The maidservant curtsied and explained, "As we venture into the grasslands, the risks for the caravan increase. The princess wishes to find a cavalry escort, and I was sent to inquire if you would be willing to accompany us." "Certainly." Qin Feng's response was succinct and decisive. He was inclined to lead his team as scouts, tasked with investigating the marauding bandits and various tribes in the vicinity. This would undoubtedly provide ample opportunities to enhance their combat prowess. However, the defensive arrangements were not within the purview of a mere squad leader. If he could establish a rapport with Liang Yunxi, he could have his team reassigned to scout duties. A mere word from the princess would suffice. He also discerned that this princess, initially indifferent towards him for reasons unknown, harbored no ill will. Subsequently, she appeared to favor him, seemingly out of sympathy. "Very well." The maidservant took her leave. Qin Feng continued his return to the camp. For him, the night had been immensely fruitful, with his combat power elevated by nearly 20 points. Yet upon returning to the camp, he donned his iron armor once more and trained for an additional hour. Not resting until the hour of the pig had passed. Every little bit counts. An increment is still an increment. Chapter 25. The Gift of Elixirs at Dawn. The Lieutenant Jiang Haiqing arrived to convey the military orders from the Deputy General Luo Jihong. The fourth team, to which Qin Feng belonged, was reassigned to guard the princess's carriage. "Brother Qin, you are on the rise, but do not forget your elder brother," Jiang Haiqing remarked, filled with envy and jealousy, wishing he could call Qin Feng brother and seek his favor in the future. Last night, the young master and the princess had summoned Qin Feng to join their gathering, further affirming his status as a young prodigy with noble origins who had achieved great deeds at a tender age. Early in the morning, the sudden command to reassign Qin Feng's fourth team to guard the princess's carriage was unequivocal evidence that the princess regarded him with special favor, in the northern frontier. Who does not know that the Wang family of the north is teeming with experts? When it comes to defensive assassinations, who could rival the cavalry of the northern army? The lieutenant would not have such thoughts that evening. Qin Feng responded with a smile, though Jiang Haiqing did not comprehend his words. Qin Feng, however, did not elaborate. The news of him having incapacitated the young master of the Divine Eagle sect and defeating most of the young talents had yet to reach the northern army. Once it spread, Jiang Haiqing might not be so envious and jealous anymore. Having connections with the princess indeed offered a chance for rapid advancement. However, having offended numerous sects and families, it would not be surprising if he met an untimely demise one day. Maintaining proximity to such individuals increases the likelihood of promotion, yet also heightens the risk of collateral damage. Few possessed the courage to shoulder such tremendous risks. With a command from Qin Feng, the entire fourth team swiftly began to pack up their tents and organize various supplies. Excitement and apprehension filled the yard. To serve as guards for someone of the princess's esteemed status was, in their eyes, an unparalleled honor. Yet, they had also heard tales of the perils of being close to royalty, fearing that a single misstep in word or action might lead to their ruin. Captain, you, especially upon seeing their captain clad in the training iron armor, the squad leaders and soldiers were thrown into a state of frenzy. They were rough men, yet they understood that donning such armor was akin to entering battle unarmed. Given the princess's nobility, it was an affront to her dignity. The moment they approached the princess's carriage, they could be struck down by the guards of the Wang family. Should the captain be killed for his crude attire? Their fates would hardly fare any better. Set forth, Qin Feng charged toward the center of the convoy. The squad leaders and soldiers, on the verge of tears, could only mount their horses and follow. Their initial excitement had dissipated, replaced entirely by anxiety. Yet, none dared to step forward to offer further persuasion. The frenzied training over the past half-month had instilled in the fourth team soldiers an unwavering habit of absolute obedience to orders. No one dared to question Qin Feng's decisions any longer. In truth, their concerns were entirely unfounded. Qin Feng, though seemingly autocratic and arrogant, appeared indifferent to everyone's opinions, was merely weighing the pros and cons. To cultivate a force that would obey his commands without question, he was willing to offend superiors and colleagues alike. To significantly enhance his combat power, he disregarded the face of Liang Yangrong, the young master, and defeated all the young talents in one fell swoop. In this world, it is rare to have everything go smoothly. Yet, whether offending superiors or Liang Yangrong, he maintained a careful balance to ensure he would not attract their formidable suppression. As for wearing iron armor to serve as a guard, it was not that he was unwilling to waste even a moment of training. He understood well that Liang Yunxi would likely harbor no resentment towards him for this, and might even increase her sympathy. At worst, it might lead the princess's guards to perceive him as seeking attention, which they would find displeasing. His combat power had reached 57.83, equivalent to nearly 0.6 points of enhancement through a day's rigorous training. The displeasure of a group of guards was of little concern to him. Should anyone dare to confront him, he would welcome the opportunity, as it would only serve to bolster his combat power. When Qin Feng's team arrived, although the tents had already been dismantled, the convoy had yet to depart. Inside the carriage, Liang Yunxi was seated cross-legged in meditation. Her exquisitely beautiful face and noble demeanor made her appear as a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. Upon hearing the sound of hoofbeats, she halted her practice and gently waved her hand, as if an invisible force drew back the curtains. Not far away, Qin Feng, clad in a rough and simple set of iron armor, galloped forward with a contingent of cavalry. She could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Upon seeing him thrice, he had appeared in such revealing attire each time. This young lord seemed to lack any trace of the noble demeanor expected of him. Rising, she parted the carriage curtain and descended from the vehicle. Qin Feng had already approached, and a slight sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. The significant increase in his combat power made the weight of the armor, over 150 pounds, increasingly burdensome. "Greetings, Your Highness." Qin Feng bowed respectfully. His soldiers hastily dismounted. Liang Yunxi nodded lightly, gazing at Qin Feng, and inquired, "Are you training your physique?" "Indeed," Qin Feng affirmed with a nod. Liang Yunxi turned to her maidservants nearby. Immediately, two maidservants stepped forward. One held a tray containing 2 small porcelain vials, while the other bore 2 sets of brocade garments. "These 2 outfits were promised to you yesterday. They should fit your physique well. The vials contain a type of elixir known as the strengthening pill. If you consume one every 3 days, it will enhance your physique significantly after refinement," Liang Yunxi explained. "The powdered substance is muscle regeneration powder. After an injury, simply apply a small amount to the wound for rapid hemostasis and healing. Applying a bit to scars can eliminate them and even remove the facial markings you bear." "Thank you very much for your generous gifts, Your Highness." Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. During his time in the imperial city, he had exhausted the family's wealth accumulated over a century, desperately seeking rare elixirs and materials, He understood well that if the strengthening pill and muscle regeneration powder were indeed as powerful as Liang Yunqi described, their value would be unimaginably high. You are not a martial artist and lack the internal energy to refine the strengthening pill. Come aboard my carriage, and I shall assist you in the refinement, Liang Yunqi offered. Very well. Qin Feng accepted the 2 sets of brocade garments and handed them to Liang Su for safekeeping. He then took the 2 porcelain vials and followed Liang Yunqi onto the carriage. The soldiers were left astounded, utterly shocked. Is the captain truly this remarkable? He approached the princess while donning an iron armor that only covered his arms, calves, and waist, and not only escaped punishment but was also bestowed with garments and elixirs. Moreover, he has the privilege to enter the princess's carriage. Even the surrounding guards and maidservants were equally astonished. They understood that although the princess was clear-cut in her affections and dislikes, unconcerned with societal formalities, she had never permitted any man, aside from the Wang family or the young master Liang Yangrong, to enter her room or carriage. This fellow was merely the legitimate son of a marquis, and one who had been stripped of his title at that. What merit or virtue did he possess to warrant such special treatment from the princess? Inside the carriage, it resembled a lavish chamber, spanning at least 14 to 15 square meters. The floor was adorned with a thick, plush fur carpet, soft and comfortable. The walls of the carriage displayed a stunning landscape painting, while the surroundings were embellished with jade and silk ribbons, exuding an elegant yet gentle atmosphere. The furnishings were relatively simple. On the left side was a soft couch, adjacent to a table laden with various platters of fruit. To the right was a long bench, presumably intended for the maidservants. Let us begin. Liang Yunqi gestured towards the couch. Yet, Qin Feng directly inquired, no merit, no reward. Why does your highness bestow upon me such precious elixirs? By all accounts, you could be considered my cousin, Liang Yunqi explained. Qin Feng shook his head, finding her reasoning rather dismissive. They were merely distant cousins, barely connected. Liang Yangrong had not treated him, this cousin, with any special regard. The entanglement of noble families was intricate, and familial alliances were commonplace. If one traced back several generations, he could establish a familial connection with almost any noble or royal. Chapter 26. The unusual relationship regarding proposals. Seeing Qin Feng's resolute gaze, Liang Yunqi asked, "Are you aware of the matter of proposals?" "What proposals?" Qin Feng was utterly perplexed. After a few moments of hesitation, Liang Yunqi finally spoke candidly. Over half a year ago, the Fengshin Marquisate dispatched envoys bearing lavish gifts to the northern town Wangfu to propose your betrothal. At that time, I was out training with my master, and upon my return, I learned that news had reached the Wangfu regarding your ambush on the imperial tribute, resulting in your imprisonment in the Ministry of Punishment. Thus, we were unable to decline the proposal in a timely manner. Understanding the situation, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. He realized that over half a year ago, upon turning 18, his parents had been fervently arranging a marriage for him. At that time, his mind was solely occupied with the pursuit of martial arts, completely oblivious to everything else, allowing his parents to meddle freely. As the legitimate eldest son of a hereditary marquisate, devoid of any rivals, no half-brothers even, combined with his somewhat reckless reputation, he had ample opportunities, even to seek a marriage with a noble princess. The Fengshin Marquisate, likely adhering to the adage of casting a wide net, shamelessly sought out eligible and distinguished noblewomen, including princesses, county princesses, and daughters of dukes and marquises, either personally or through intermediaries to propose marriage. He never anticipated that even the Wangfu of the northern town, far removed in the northern frontier, would not overlook him. Engrossed in the martial path, he found himself uninterested in the 2 eligible princesses of noble birth. Within days, Emperor Liang Kong had rejected the marriage proposal to the princesses. Many of the distinguished county princesses and daughters of dukes and marquises directly declined for the same reason. A few who were willing to consider the matter were all favored daughters, possessing a degree of autonomy over their own marriages, requiring time to deepen their understanding through various gatherings. In the short term, no decisions were made. Once the news of the ambush on the imperial tribute surfaced, before Qin Feng could be summoned to the Ministry of Punishment, various royal houses, dukes, and marquises hastily sent back gifts, refusing the betrothal. The reason Liang Yunqi treated him with such consideration stemmed from her own training journey. The northern town Wang was unable to act on her behalf, hence the prolonged silence in response. The Fengshin Marquisate, having neither confiscated titles nor assets, faced no repercussions in declining the proposal. Had the time elapsed been shorter, it would not have been significant. Yet, after a half-year of inaction, upon the Fengshin Marquisate's confiscation of titles and assets, the refusal came too easily, leading to misunderstandings that the northern town Wang initially intended to marry off a county princess, only to retract when the Fengshin Marquisate fell into disgrace. With no other recourse, the northern town Wang Fu had no choice but to continue postponing. Given their ongoing discussion regarding the betrothal and Liang Yunxi's amiable disposition, it was clear she would eventually decline, yet she felt no qualms about offering him some form of compensation. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, after learning of his arrival in the northern frontier and assignment to the Zhengfeng army, Liang Yunxi had even gone to the lengths of disguising herself to visit the Zhengfeng army, intending to clarify matters with him and provide some form of recompense. However, upon reaching the army camp, she was startled by a naked figure emerging from a large wooden tub, causing her to flee in a panic. This young lady, who could confront demons and monsters, found herself lacking the courage to return to the Zhengfeng army camp. Thus, she resorted to sending someone to subtly remind the deputy general of the Zhengfeng army to ensure that the recently imprisoned and exiled Qin Feng received improved nourishment, as he must be suffering from malnutrition. Consequently, the army's provisions began to return to a semblance of normalcy for a period of time. Only last night did Liang Yunxi learn that the terrifying figure she had encountered was, in fact, Qin Feng. The fright from that day still lingered, and she couldn't help but tease him upon their first meeting. "Thank you for your generous gifts." Realizing the context, Qin Feng ceased his hesitation and removed his shoes. Settling onto the soft couch, with no ulterior motives at play and an opportunity to enhance his combat prowess, he had no reason to decline out of pride. He retrieved a small porcelain vial and, upon opening it, discovered it contained over half a bottle of white powder. After sealing it again, he took out another small vial, uncorked it, and found it filled with deep red pills, each about the size of a peanut, exuding a refreshing fragrance that invigorated his senses. Roughly estimating, there were about 10 pills. He promptly took one, placing it in his palm before consuming it. Instantly, a delightful taste lingered in his mouth, and as he swallowed, the strength-enhancing pill transformed into a wave of warmth that spread throughout his stomach, filling him with a comforting sensation. "Sit cross-legged." Liang Yunxi's melodious voice resonated. Qin Feng complied without delay. The next moment, he felt Liang Yunxi's delicate, pale hand pressing against his back, its softness and warmth soothing. Soon after, a powerful energy flowed through his back and into his body. Under this energy's influence, the warmth released by the strength-enhancing pill began to spread throughout his flesh and blood. He could distinctly feel his muscles and bones fortifying rapidly under this nurturing flow. "I can see that you concealed your strength last night, but I didn't expect your physique to be even stronger than I had anticipated." Liang Yunxi couldn't help but comment, "During my exile, I encountered a unique opportunity that drastically altered my constitution," Qin Feng casually explained. Liang Yunxi nodded, refraining from further inquiries. With her intelligence, she understood that everyone harbors secrets unfit for disclosure. Just as she would never reveal to anyone that she had witnessed Qin Feng bathing in the Zhengfeng army camp. Time flew by as the convoy began to move, the wheels rolling steadily. The massive carriage was exceptionally well designed for shock absorption, making the interior feel almost devoid of any bumps. After about half an hour, the entirety of the strength-enhancing pill had been fully absorbed. Unable to resist, Qin Feng opened the system to check his status. Host. Qin Feng combat power. 60.92 troop strength. 100 special ability. Morale boosted. It was not an illusion. His combat power had indeed increased significantly, rising by 3.09 points compared to before taking the strength-enhancing pill. The effects far exceeded his expectations. Previously, the various rare pills he had purchased with the Marquisate's wealth accumulated over a century had only elevated his power from around 1 point to 2.65. Now, this singular strength-enhancing pill had directly added over 3 points to his combat power. While strength-enhancing pills can bolster one's physique, repeated consumption diminishes their effectiveness. "Your constitution is even stronger than I had anticipated," Liang Yunxi explained. "In 3 days, you may safely consume 2 pills simultaneously for further enhancement." "Thank you, my lady," Qin Feng expressed his gratitude once more as he rose. Next is the flesh-repairing powder. A mere smudge will suffice. I'll tend to the scars on your back, Liang Yunqi stated as she turned away, and no need for that. This flesh-repairing powder is incredibly precious. It's unnecessary to waste it on scar removal. I can use it whenever I sustain injuries. It will gradually heal the scars. Qin Feng shook his head. Are these scars the remnants from your time in the Ministry of Punishment? Liang Yunqi couldn't help but inquire. Qin Feng nodded. Only a few fresh wounds were acquired while pursuing the Changrong tribe. I've heard that you never confessed during your time in the Ministry of Punishment? Liang Yunqi asked curiously. The ambush on the imperial tribute is a grave crime that merits the destruction of one's family and estate. If I were to confess, even if the Qin family had contributed significantly to the founding of the state, we would still face confiscation of titles and assets. I cannot allow my troubles to bring calamity upon my parents. Qin Feng replied with a bitter smile. I never expected my father would stir up such chaos in the palace, disregarding the consequences in a desperate attempt to save me, ultimately leading to our family's downfall. Liang Yunqi fell silent. His words, delivered so nonchalantly, were a burden few could bear. Not to mention, this young marquis had lived a life of luxury, sheltered from hardship. After a moment, she asked, with your intellect, you should have known that your actions last night would displease my second brother. Why did you proceed nonetheless? I need adversaries to sharpen and awaken myself. The best scenario is to have the world as my enemy. Qin Feng's reply was half truth, half deceit. He indeed wished for the world to oppose him, but not merely for self-improvement. The reality was that if he achieved that, he could harvest combat power wherever he went. However, he would not go to such lengths as to create enmity without limits. Liang Yunqi's brows furrowed slightly. She sensed that Qin Feng had become somewhat extreme after enduring great trials. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to advise him, if the lady has no other matters. I shall take my leave, Qin Feng proposed. In 3 days, return to refine 2 strength-enhancing pills, Liang Yunqi stated. Liang Yunqi nodded, fully aware that Qin Feng's resolve had solidified to an astonishing degree. Mere words could not easily sway his radical notions. Chapter 27. Discovering the bandits. Upon dismounting from the carriage, Qin Feng disregarded the peculiar gazes of the surrounding maidservants and guards, sprinting alongside the carriage with all his might. However, this vigorous running was not at full speed. Rather, it was a series of stationary strides. Only in this manner could he ensure that he maintained high intensity without leaving the carriage behind. Behind him, squads of soldiers followed gradually, leaving deep footprints in the grass. Many wild grasses were even trampled directly into the soil by Qin Feng. Inside the carriage, Liang Yunqi sat cross-legged in meditation. A unique energy from the heavens and earth was continuously drawn towards her, swirling in a grand convergence. It seems the rumors hold truth. This princess is not merely gifted in martial arts. She has been taken as a disciple by an immortal, learning the path of transcendence. Just a few meters away, separated by a single carriage wall, Qin Feng marveled in silence. His current physique allowed him to vaguely sense the fluctuations of energy in the world, enabling him to deduce that it was Liang Yunqi's cultivation within the carriage that triggered this phenomenon. Martial arts cultivate inner strength, whereas only the path of transcendence possesses spiritual roots, allowing one to harness the forces of the cosmos for personal use. Those endowed with martial talent are fewer than 1 in 10. Those with spiritual roots are even rarer, 1 in 10,000. Immortals capable of soaring through the skies show little interest in lingering in the energy-depleted realm of mortals. Even if they encounter someone with spiritual roots, they would only bring them back to the immortal sect for instruction. In the eyes of these immortals, imperial power and commoners are indistinguishable. It goes without saying that Liang Yunqi's ability to remain in the northern frontier indicates her extraordinary talent, placing her among the rarest of the rare, even among those with spiritual roots. Otherwise, her immortal master would not have chosen to remain in the northern frontier to teach her simply because she wished not to cultivate in the immortal sect. Nevertheless, Qin Feng could only marvel at Liang Yunqi's talent. In the past, he would have been consumed with envy. Today, however, equipped with the God of War system, his combat prowess had reached unprecedented heights, enabling him to carve a path unknown to others. No gift could evoke envy within him now. By noon, the convoy came to a halt for a rest. Yet, the ordinary guards, Soldiers, drivers, and laborers subsisted solely on dry rations. Only a select few, some officers, the captain of the guard, merchants, and promising young talents, were privileged enough to enjoy warm food. These meals could be prepared in specially designed carriages. Thus, the entire convoy, including the cavalry surrounding them, did not resort to cooking. After merely half an hour of rest, they set out once more. Throughout this time, Qin Feng only paused for 3 to 5 minutes when utterly exhausted, before resuming his training. His formidable willpower left the guards accompanying the princess in utter awe. Initially, these guards harbored resentment towards Qin Feng due to the exceptional treatment he received, especially as he had joined their ranks and shared the spoils of their achievements. However, they understood that the princess held him in extraordinary regard, and none were foolish enough to provoke him. Yet, by the end of the day, their gazes towards him had shifted from animosity to wariness, with a hint of respect lingering in their eyes. Each of these guards, drawn from the North Town King's manor, was formidable, accustomed to taking lives. Even so, encountering someone capable of such relentless determination instilled fear within them. None dared to harbor thoughts of provoking him. As the convoy continued on its way, a guard suddenly rode forth from the front. Upon reaching near the princess's carriage, he dismounted swiftly and made his way to her side, respectfully reporting, "Princess, scouts have discovered a bandit camp 30 miles to the northwest. The young prince intends to organize a hunt in 1 hour and has dispatched me to inquire if the princess is interested." "Not interested," the voice of Liang Yunqi swiftly echoed from within the carriage. "Understood." The guard turned to leave. Nearby, Qin Feng hesitated, unable to resist the allure of the bandits, and moved closer to the carriage. "Princess, may I lead a team to participate in the hunt?" "You wish to go?" Liang Yunqi lifted a portion of the curtained eye in the military. Accumulating experience in battle is essential for survival. Qin Feng nodded. To him, a bottle of strength-enhancing elixir and a bottle of muscle-building powder meant that Liang Yunqi need not feel guilty for delaying her marriage proposal to him. Rather, he owed her an immense favor. Unfortunately, to him, the bandits were even more enticing than a transcendent beauty. He could only muster the audacity to plead. Liang Yunqi raised her hand and summoned one of the captains from the guard. Instructing Kong Yuan, "Please inform the young lord that I have changed my mind. Additionally, Qin Feng will lead the team, so reserve a spot for him and his squad." "Yes." The captain of the guard promptly rode off towards Liang Yangrong's carriage. "Thank you, princess." Qin Feng hurriedly expressed his gratitude, concealing his elation beneath a composed exterior. Today, he would gain substantial combat strength. Liang Yangrong shook his head slightly, lowered the curtain, and returned to his meditative state. Qin Feng then called upon Liang Su, instructing him to notify the 10 squad leaders to prepare for battle. Once arrangements were made, he resumed his training. Simultaneously, the cavalry commander Luo Jihong and the infantry commander Chi Tai received notifications to mobilize their troops. Qin Feng's 4 squads were also summoned to assemble. In just half an hour, a guard arrived to inform Liang Yunqi. She promptly ordered her guards to bring forth a warhorse. Qin Feng, from his pack, exchanged his heavy iron armor for lighter leather armor. The moment the weighty iron armor was shed, he felt as though he had become as light as a swallow. He mounted another warhorse, trailing behind Liang Yunqi as they galloped forward. The guards followed closely, racing after them. After surpassing the convoy and advancing less than a mile towards the northwest, they encountered 3,500 cavalry and 3,500 infantry drawn from various camps. Awaiting their arrival. At the center of the assembly stood a makeshift command tent. Following Liang Yunqi inside, they found the young Lord Liang Yangrong, cavalry commander Luo Jihong, infantry commander Chi Tai, and over 30 promising young talents gathered within. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the expressions of the young talents soured as if they had tasted something foul. With everyone present, Liang Yangrong proposed, "Let us discuss how to eliminate this band of Chang bandits." He turned to Luo Jihong and Chi Tai, saying, "Both of you are seasoned generals, far more experienced in military affairs than we mere novices. Should any fundamental errors arise in our discussions, I hope you will kindly correct and guide us." The young lord possesses exceptional talent. Even for his first command, he will undoubtedly strategize and triumph from afar. In the presence of the young lord, we are but brash warriors fixated solely on the battlefield. Luo Jihong and Chi Tai quickly bowed in flattery. "You are too humble, generals," Liang Yangrong chuckled. then turned to address the young talents. Time is of the essence, and the convoy must continue its planned journey. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, let us begin drafting our strategy now. To be candid, I have already obtained detailed information about the bandits and contemplated our approach in advance. However, one person's planning is limited. I have no clear direction. Thus, we must rely on everyone's insights and collaborative efforts. If we can annihilate the bandits, we shall discuss merits thereafter. I brought along a selection of elixirs and rare treasures beneficial to martial artist cultivation, serving as an incentive for this bandit hunt. Instantly, the young talents were stirred with excitement and enthusiasm. Even Mu Chunfeng, who had merely come to observe, felt a surge of interest in Qin Feng's heart. He silently praised the young lord, recognizing him as the heir of the northern town king's manor. His words flowed like a gentle breeze, subtly nourishing the hearts of those present. A few self-deprecating remarks, omitting any mention of rewards, merely suggesting a prize, effortlessly enhanced the goodwill of the young talents towards him. Simultaneously, it sparked within them a competitive spirit. If managed properly, it might well lead several young talents to fall in love with the thrill of strategizing and commanding on the battlefield, ultimately pledging their loyalty to this young lord and positioning themselves as future leaders who would covertly command the various armies of the northern frontier on behalf of the northern town king's manor. Chapter 28. Formulating the plan. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, Liang Yangrong began to relay the intelligence regarding the bandits. According to reconnaissance, this bandit group was stationed within a wooded area, comprising approximately 600 members. Additionally, there were around 500 female slaves. The camp was surrounded by only a few traps, lacking any substantial defenses. However, numerous scouts and informants were strategically placed throughout the forest. As Liang Yangrong provided his briefing, he displayed remarkable knowledge. Utilizing charcoal on a blank piece of sheepskin, he sketched the location of the bandit camp within the woods, the rough positions of the scouts, and the surrounding terrain. This is no easy foe. In terms of strength, the Chang tribe far surpasses our great Liang kingdom. It is said that their cavalry can easily defeat 10 of ours for every one of theirs. A young talent remarked with a furrowed brow. Moreover, the bandits are elite warriors, their overall strength exceeding that of larger tribal factions. To contend with over 600 bandits, we would need at least 10,000 troops to have a chance of annihilating them. At present, our forces number only around 7,000. However, this is not necessarily a disadvantage. The Qianrong tribe excels in cavalry tactics, in infantry combat. Utilizing crossbows and bows, we would have a significant advantage even in a 2-to-1 scenario. A young talent pondered aloud. Currently, the bandit camp is nestled within the woods, which is not conducive to cavalry operations. If we strike with the speed of thunder, swiftly infiltrating the forest to encircle the bandit camp, we could undoubtedly annihilate them. Though such words are easily spoken, the bandits have set up scouts and informants both inside and outside the woods. Before our army even approaches the forest, the bandits will already have received word. One young strategist proposed. In that case, let us rely on our agility to stealthily enter the woods and eliminate these scouts and informants. This suggestion was quickly dismissed. It is futile. The situation of the bandit camp has already been assessed by the captain of the royal guards, who is adept in stealth. Given our current capabilities, attempting to infiltrate the forest silently would rely solely on luck, let alone the task of quietly dispatching numerous scouts and informants. Since this method is unfeasible, perhaps we should set a trap to lure the bandits. Soon, a new plan was put forth. 5 miles south of the woods lies a small hill. We could lay an ambush there, while dispatching a convoy from north to south, which the bandits would inevitably detect. The bandits would certainly seize the opportunity to intercept and would thus fall into our ambush. Upon hearing this proposal, the young talent's eyes lit up with excitement. However, there are 2 significant drawbacks. The usually reticent Mu Chinfeng suddenly spoke up. First, only our Daliang kingdom utilizes convoys for transporting goods. A journey from north to south would clearly indicate a return to Daliang. Logically, the carts should be laden with furs and medicinal herbs, yet ours carry coarse salt, textiles, and provisions. Furthermore, the speed of the convoy is slow. The bandits would have ample time to scout, and once they ascertain our intentions, they would likely launch a night raid, not rushing to intercept. What if we disguise ourselves as members of the Qianrong tribe and tempt the bandits with a herd of warhorses? This plan could work. The bandits are notorious for seizing anything in sight. indifferent to whether it belongs to the Qianrong tribe or our Daliang kingdom. Moreover, warhorses are swift, leaving the bandits little time to investigate thoroughly, compelling them to act immediately. The only complication is that the small hill south of the woods is merely 5 miles away, which is insufficient distance to prevent the bandit scouts from discovering our ambush prematurely. We must find another location. As the young talents set aside their pride and impulsiveness, channeling their focus and enthusiasm, they proved to be quite astute. Although they had never participated in military campaigns, they collectively devised a commendable operational plan. After gaining consensus from all, they began discussing the finer details, such as the ambush site, the method of laying the trap, and the number and speed of the horses. In less than half an hour, a comprehensive plan was formulated. In essence, the plan entailed disguising ourselves as the Qianrong tribe, transporting a herd of warhorses past the forest to lure the bandits into an ambush. All soldiers would then advance to the eastern ambush point, dig horse traps, and conceal themselves. Once the bandits suffered significant losses from the traps, we would commence our encirclement, gradually tightening the noose. During this process, we would utilize infantry archers to intercept and deplete the bandits' forces. Once the bandits sustained heavy casualties, we would launch a final assault to annihilate the entire bandit group. Finally, we would sweep through the woods to eliminate any remaining bandits and seize all their spoils. According to military protocol, the number of bandits each soldier kills would determine how many left ears they would sever as trophies. Liang Yangrong seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. Aside from the rewards I have promised, all spoils, including female captives, will be distributed according to merit. Planning the operation accounts for 30% of the effort, while exterminating the bandits accounts for 70%. Now, I will take charge of arranging the bait. Everyone should select their teams and familiarize themselves with the soldiers en route to the ambush site. The young talents, filled with enthusiasm and excitement, rushed out of the tents to choose their teams. Do you think this ambush plan can succeed? Liang Yunxi curiously inquired of Qin Feng. Any plan carries the potential for unforeseen circumstances. This ambush strategy has taken into account the bandits' temperament and mobilization speed. And there are no apparent flaws in the details. It should have a 90% chance of success. Qin Feng, lacking command experience, felt intuitively that the probability of success was considerable. Why did you remain silent during the planning phase? Even a casual suggestion could have earned you a share of the 30% credit, Liang Yunxi questioned. Puzzled, I wanted to give the young prince a chance to allow the young talents to receive some credit, so they wouldn't feel too disheartened. Qin Feng responded with a smile. Liang Yunxi was somewhat taken aback. She could sense that Qin Feng seemed intent on claiming the majority of the credit for the kills. But how could that be possible? During the morning's preparation of the strong body pill, she had already discerned that Qin Feng's physique had reached a level comparable to the 5th stage of bone refinement. In the context of both sides, his strength was indeed extraordinary. Yet, his forces consisted of merely 100 cavalry and 100 infantry. The bandits, even without their horses, numbered 600, and nearly everyone was equipped with mounted bows, matching the prowess of elite soldiers. Reports indicated that the bandit leader had reached the 3rd stage of bone refinement, while the 2nd and 3rd lieutenants each possessed 1st stage bone refinement strength. Should a direct confrontation occur, the likelihood of Qin Feng and his men being annihilated was far greater. Not to mention, under the established plan, unless they disobeyed military orders, no team would have the opportunity to engage independently. Since this operation to eradicate the bandits was to follow military protocols, any disobedience would not be tolerated. Even Liang Yunxi, with her keen intellect, could not fathom Qin Feng's true intentions. However, Qin Feng's strategy was quite simple. During the process of tightening the encirclement, he would entice the bandits to view his team's position as a breakthrough point. This approach would not violate military orders and would enable the complete destruction of the bandits. As for Liang Yunxi's concerns regarding his strength being around the 5th stage of bone refinement and having only 100 cavalry and 100 infantry, defeating the bandits without their horses was hardly an issue. This was because Qin Feng had the unique ability to grow stronger with each battle, bolstered by the special trait of heightened morale. As the princess arrived at the location of the 4th team, Qin Feng was surprised to discover that Liang Yunxi had followed him. The bandits are notoriously savage and ruthless, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. I too wish to slay a few, Liang Yunxi remarked nonchalantly. Qin Feng was somewhat perplexed. He could surmise that Liang Yunxi's presence was likely motivated by concern for his ability to withstand the fight. ready to intervene if necessary. What puzzled him was Liang Yunxi's gifts of the strong body pill and flesh rejuvenation powder, both of immense value. The northern town prince's residence had merely sought to preserve its reputation, fearing public scrutiny, and thus had hesitated to refuse her advances. For him, there was little to lose. 2 vials of priceless elixirs as a means of sealing the deal not only sufficed but also left him indebted to Liang Yunxi in a significant way. Logically, Liang Yunxi had no reason to extend further favors, let alone worry about his safety by personally accompanying him. Could it be that Liang Yunxi has developed feelings for me? This thought crossed Qin Feng's mind only to be swiftly dismissed. When he was still the young marquis, he was indeed charming and handsome. Walking down the street, he would attract the attention of many young ladies. Yet now, he was merely a rugged, scarred figure, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Resembling an imposing brute, standing in the street, young women would likely flee in terror. Only in the brothels would he find any potential appeal. In more upscale establishments, women would prefer refined and charming patrons. Not to mention, this princess hailed from an exceptional lineage, with unparalleled insight and intelligence, her standards surely far exceeding even those of legitimate princesses. In truth, it was not only Qin Feng who found this perplexing. Liang Yunxi herself struggled to comprehend why she felt compelled to worry about Qin Feng's safety, leading her to accompany him to the soldiers' camp. Perhaps it stemmed from sympathy for the young marquis's plight? Or perhaps it was admiration for his indomitable spirit. Chapter 29. The trap. After a brief period of familiarization among the young talents and the commanding officers of their respective squads, the army commenced its march toward the designated ambush site. Each cavalryman was assigned 2 horses, allowing the excess mount to be ridden by an infantryman. Those unable to ride could share a steed with the cavalryman. Hence, their pace was not unduly sluggish, however, due to the majority of infantrymen lacking equestrian skills and the considerable amount of equipment they carried. Their speed remained limited. It was only after half an hour that the main force finally arrived at the ambush location. As the supreme commander, Liang Yangrong issued a command, prompting the various teams to deploy personnel to swiftly excavate the horse traps as per the established plan. Each trap measured 1 meter in depth, 1.6 meters in length, and approximately 40 centimeters in width. Inside, deer antler spears and bamboo stakes were inserted, with a layer of grass turf placed on top, making it difficult to discern unless viewed from close range. A substantial quantity of iron caltrops was scattered around the perimeter of the traps. Once the traps were set, Liang Yangrong's guards received a message via carrier pigeon, confirming that the bait horses were also ready. The assembly of young talents deliberated briefly before approaching Liang Yangrong, who, while merely issuing commands, assumed the role of the acting commander. With a decisive order from Liang Yangrong, a pigeon ascended from the camp. 35 squads then dispersed to their respective designated areas to prepare for ambush. The 7,000-strong army was strategically positioned in a pocket formation, lying in wait approximately 3 miles from the traps. Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away, a convoy continued its slow advance. Upon receiving the command from the pigeon, the royal guards alerted the disguised warriors to commence their operations. A formidable warrior, skilled in horsemanship, donned in the long robe and boots of a Dogrong chieftain, began herding a group of war horses towards the woodland outskirts, where the horse thieves concealed themselves. At this moment, it was still the afternoon, with the blazing sun hanging high in the sky in the heart of the forest. Hundreds of horse thieves were gathered around a clearing, indulging in copious amounts of meat and drink, reveling in the moment. There were no signs of the harsh winter just past or the scarcity of provisions. In the center of the clearing, pairs of drunken horse thieves engaged in wrestling matches. The defeated returned to the edges to continue their feasting, while the victors flaunted their prowess, selecting their next targets. From the towering trees hung dozens of women, abducted from various tribes. Some screamed and wept, struggling against their bonds, while others lay nearly lifeless, their eyes vacant and filled with despair. Suddenly, the chief received news. A horse thief rushed into the clearing, breathless, before the leader, Saboka, exclaiming, to the south, a herd of war horses has been sighted. I do not know from which tribe they hail, but there are at least 2,000 horses. At this proclamation, the horse thieves erupted in excitement. A lucrative opportunity had presented itself, seemingly delivered to their doorstep. How many? Saboka inquired. It is hard to tell, but there should be over 100, the horse thief replied uncertainly. Saboka sprang to his feet, kicking over the table before him, his scarred face twisting into a menacing visage, radiating murderous intent. Notify all brothers to assemble. Those who are intoxicated, once roused, shall remain to organize supplies and prepare to relocate the camp. The rest of you, mobilize immediately to seize this herd of war horses. Yes, the gathered horse thieves shouted in exhilaration. Flipping the table aside, 2,000 war horses was no trivial matter. Capturing them would undoubtedly attract more followers. Conversely, any tribe capable of acquiring or selling 2,000 war horses was surely no small entity. Once secured, they would promptly vacate the woods and relocate their camp elsewhere. This was indeed fortuitous for the horse thieves. The various tribes of the grasslands migrated according to water and pasture. Horse thieves, despised across the vast plains, changed camps frequently, having wintered in the woods for 4 to 5 months, although their food supplies were sufficient. The number of female captives had dwindled from over 2,000 in late autumn to merely 500 now, each one gaunt and disfigured. They had long desired to leave the woods and seek out smaller tribes to replenish their ranks of female captives. With Saboka's command, all the horse thieves promptly gathered their drunken comrades, dragging them together. Buckets of cold water were doused over them. Once they regained a semblance of sobriety and were adequately briefed, Saboka, along with his second and third commanders, mounted their horses, leading nearly 600 horse thieves, each with 2 horses, skillfully navigating the forest. They burst through the trees, pursuing the direction of the warhorse herd with fervor. After a brief exchange of mounts, it was not long before Saboka, utilizing his keen eyesight, caught a glimpse of the herd, which appeared to be resting and stationary. Brothers, the warhorses are just ahead. Charge forth. And prepare the water bags to collect blood. Tonight, we shall drink to our fill with human blood. Saboka brandished his sword, galloping ahead. Instantly, the horse thieves were electrified with anticipation. They raced forward, discarding the water within their bags. Some produced a porcelain vial, pouring a blue powder into a small amount of the liquid, then passing the vial to their comrades. This powder would prevent the blood in the water bags from coagulating. 1 kilometer, 900 meters, 800 meters. The horse thieves closed in on the warhorse herd. Just as they were within 500 or 600 meters, Saboka's horse suddenly stumbled, its hooves finding nothing but air. The steed neighed in panic as it plummeted downward. With a sickening thud, blood splattered as the deer antler spear pierced its belly. The overwhelming inertia sent Saboka flying, startled. He twisted his body mid-air, regaining his balance and landing firmly on the ground. This is bad. There are traps. The horse thieves behind him gasped in horror, instinctively leaning back and tightening their reins, but it was already too late. The galloping steeds, propelled by their momentum, could not be halted instantly. Many horses, even as their reins were pulled taut, reared up on their front legs, while their hindquarters crouched, still sliding forward. Several steeds neighed as they fell into the traps. Despite some horse thieves managing to leap over the pits due to their exceptional riding skills, countless iron caltrops began piercing their horses' hooves. Chaos ensued, with men and horses tumbling in disarray. Saboka, along with his second and third commanders, reacted swiftly, understanding they had fallen into an ambush. They leaped into action, darting towards the distant herd of warhorses. They were acutely aware that, on the vast grasslands, being without horses rendered them as toothless tigers, easily depleted by the enemy. Capturing that herd of horses was their only glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the location, the herd had already begun to retreat under the guidance of the cavalry. Although their speed was not swift, the distance between them had increased significantly. Moreover, in front of the warhorses, various squads began to emerge, with infantrymen wielding bows and arrows leading the charge, followed closely by cavalry. Young talents, brimming with vigor, issued commands to maintain formation. The army of the Great Liang Kingdom. Saboka and his 2 commanders halted, their expressions paling to a ghastly hue. They could not fathom why the army of the Great Liang Kingdom was present here. Ambushing them, a band of horse thieves. Glancing around, they discerned shadowy figures flitting to the sides, clearly hidden ambushers. While there were no assailants behind them, figures were steadily converging from both flanks, in the midst of chaos. With horses and men in disarray, it was impossible to find a path to break free before being encircled. Chapter 30. becoming the breakthrough point. Gather together, immediately assemble. Zaboka's furious roar echoed through the air. After a brief moment of panic, the horse bandits quickly regained their composure. They had repeatedly plundered the smaller tribes, enduring at least a dozen battles throughout the year. The survivors, with their extensive combat experience, were far more seasoned than the veterans of the Northern Town Army. Upon hearing Zaboka's command, the horse bandits unsheathed their curved blades and converged towards Zaboka along with the second and third commanders, swiftly reorganizing their ranks. However, their warhorses were dwindling. Following the dual onslaught of pit traps and iron caltrops, although over 1,000 steeds had survived, only around 600 or 700 remained, most of which had broken legs or pierced hooves. A mere 20 to 30 warhorses were intact. Zaboka and the two commanders mounted a warhorse each, gazing into the distance with somber expressions. The army of the Great Liang Kingdom was still methodically closing in. A rough estimate indicated their strength at no less than 6,000 or 7,000 troops, in a direct confrontation. Even though the Liang infantry had long-range crossbows, they were absolutely confident of achieving victory. The primary reason was the poor physique of Liang soldiers. As long as they could withstand the hail of arrows and advance, the Liang cavalry, with their subpar riding skills and infantry, unable to withstand the charge of warhorses, would be akin to tigers among sheep. Once momentum was gained, annihilating 100 foes would not pose any difficulty. Yet, at present, without horses, it would be challenging for them to break through the blockade of crossbows. Wait! Suddenly, Zaboka's eyes lit up. With his keen vision, he noticed a rather peculiar formation on the left. The Liang army appeared to be organized into two groups, one of cavalry and one of infantry, steadily advancing to tighten the encirclement. However, the speed of this encirclement was not rapid. This was due to the majority of the forces being infantry armed with long-range crossbows leading the charge, while the cavalry either provided cover from the rear or flanked the sides. Yet one of these groups surprisingly had cavalry at the forefront, with infantry trailing behind. Everyone prepared to break through towards the southeast, where a cavalry-led unit was situated. Zaboka quickly calculated the distance between the two sides and the encirclement speed of the Liang army, and a decision formed in his mind. He swiftly issued orders: face northwest and do not glance towards that unit to avoid revealing their intentions. Once the attack was initiated, charge at full speed, prioritize seizing horses, and then charge towards the left side unit to capture more steeds. Yes. The horse bandits were instantly invigorated. As for Qin Feng, disregarding the reminders and objections of the infantry captain, he ordered a change in formation, placing the cavalry at the forefront. Liang Yunxi, astute as she was, immediately connected the dots regarding a question that had puzzled her before their departure. She had always wondered why Qin Feng, intent on monopolizing the glory, would lead a separate charge against the horse bandits. However, the entire encirclement plan did not permit individual action unless one defied military orders. With Qin Feng's sudden change in formation, she comprehended fully. While individual action was prohibited, he could lure the horse bandits, using this as a breakthrough opportunity. To ensure that the young talents enjoyed the thrill of battle, Liang Yangrong, the nominal commander, deliberately acted as a mere figurehead, solely responsible for issuing commands. The entire encirclement strategy was crafted by the young talents themselves. Even the timing of their departure and the initiation of the plan were decided collectively before he relayed the orders. To guarantee the encirclement, the prohibition against individual action was also a consensus reached by the young talents. However, the 30-some young talents held absolute control over their respective units. They could adjust their formations at will, resulting in over 30 uniquely arranged squads. Some had cavalry following the infantry, others flanked the infantry, and some even had cavalry dismount to walk alongside their horses. The details varied widely. Some young talents even had the cavalry dismount and form a spear wall as a secondary defense. Others organized the cavalry into a throwing unit, concentrating their attacks with long spears as auxiliary support against the formidable horse bandits. Regardless of how they adjusted their formations, the infantry armed with longbows and crossbows remained the backbone, positioned at the front to ensure their attacks were not hindered. For even though the horse bandits were without steeds, they could only rely on a dense barrage of arrows to repel the hundreds of horse bandits, including those with enhanced physical prowess. What Qin Feng exploited was precisely this gap. By placing the cavalry at the forefront, he effectively shielded the infantry behind, even deliberately creating a slight distance, thus not violating military orders. This formation, assuming the horse bandit leader was not foolish, would undoubtedly be perceived as a target for a breakout. Presently, Liang Yunxi was left with one lingering question. She could not fathom why Qin Feng, with his capabilities, was confident he could annihilate all the horse bandits head-on with a single unit. As time passed, the encirclement continued to tighten. The various units drew closer together, on the left and right flanks. Some warriors noticed the peculiar arrangement of Qin Feng's unit and began to murmur amongst themselves. Upon hearing this, two young talents glanced towards Qin Feng's direction, their faces paling in alarm. Damn it! How could he position the cavalry at the forefront? This fellow is nothing but a reckless fool, despite his noble lineage and some military experience. The two young talents were torn. They hoped the horse bandits would recognize Qin Feng's glaring error and treat his unit as a breakthrough point. Yet this battle was one where they had devised strategies and personally engaged in combat for the first time. They all yearned for a resounding victory and did not wish for Qin Feng's blunder to ruin the entire encirclement plan. After much deliberation, they decided to send a cavalryman to notify Qin Feng to correct his formation immediately. They understood that, given Qin Feng's strength, even if he could not win, self-preservation should not be an issue. Not to mention, this fool had somehow managed to cozy up to Liang Yunxi, persuading her to join the campaign. If the horse bandits could not eliminate Qin Feng, they could not allow this first-time battlefield command to end with an unfavorable memory. What infuriated them was that the cavalrymen soon returned with the report that Qin Feng had dismissed them, asserting that the arrangement of formations was not subject to outside interference. The two young talents nearly lost their composure. How could he, being the legitimate son of a noble family, be so foolish as to not realize that such a formation, once attacked, would render the longbows and crossbows ineffective? Even after being reminded, he stubbornly held to his opinion. With no other choice, they dispatched another cavalryman to urgently inform Liang Yangrong, urging the nominal commander to order Qin Feng to adjust his formation. Go the southeast. They launched a full-scale assault. Once we break through, I will lead you to invade the borders of the great Liang kingdom and let a few of their soldiers taste the flames of battle. At that very moment, Zaboka seized the opportune moment and issued the command for a full breakout. He turned his horse around, leading the second and third commanders, along with over 20 horse bandits still mounted, to charge towards Qin Feng's position. Nearly 600 horse bandits, wielding curved blades, followed closely behind, howling as they galloped forward. Here they come! A gust of wind brushed against Qin Feng's face, yet his eyes were ablaze with murderous intent. He turned to his soldiers behind him and shouted, "In this battle, although there are no military honors, all spoils, except for those unwilling female slaves, will be divided among you. Women and wealth lie at your mercy. Who dares to claim them? I dare." The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. In just a few words, their eyes turned bloodshot, filled with an overwhelming desire to kill. Chapter 31. Slaying two commanders. Qin Feng dismounted. Raising a hand, his personal guards Liang Su and Zhang Hai each presented him with a bundle of long spears. In the distance, the battle cries drew nearer. The day was fair and bright. Yet the bloody slaughter was gradually approaching. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, as they watched the approaching horse bandits. The four squads displayed various expressions. The veterans were resolute and fearless, their murderous intent lingering in their hearts. The new recruits, however, experienced a tumultuous mix of anxiety and excitement, creating an indescribable sensation. They had never faced life-and-death combat, yet for over half a month, under Qin Feng's rigorous training, they had pushed their mental and physical limits daily. Although their physical conditioning had not yet improved, their willpower was significantly more resilient than that of ordinary recruits. Moreover, with the allure of women and wealth promised to them, they were far less engulfed by fear than other new soldiers. The horse bandits began their breakout, with only 20 or so horses remaining. Even with the presence of warriors of enhanced strength at the forefront, they should be able to repel them with a barrage of arrows. Who knows which lucky fool was chosen as the target for the horse bandits' breakout? Indeed, the horse bandits would not retreat without leaving behind 100 or so corpses. As the bandits suddenly launched their breakout, over 30 young talents, all possessing remarkable intellect, gazed on with envy. Targeted by the marauders, they believed that a rain of arrows could undoubtedly inflict significant casualties upon the assailants. After all, inflicting wounds meant credit and glory. Each of these proud individuals harbored aspirations of emerging victorious in this battle, eager to showcase their prowess before the young prince and the princess, while also reaping substantial rewards. They turned their attention towards the direction of the bandits. With the encirclement intensifying, the distance between various squads diminished, and these young elites, endowed with keen eyesight, could already discern the conditions of other teams. The moment they comprehended the situation, terror threatened to engulf them. Who was responsible for this team? How could they allow the cavalry to take the lead? With the cavalry at the forefront, how could they possibly unleash the full might of their longbows and crossbows? At a distance of 150 meters, the crossbows should have commenced their assault, while the longbows ought to have been prepared to attack. It was Qin Feng, that infuriating Qin Feng. How could he be so foolish as to keep the infantry behind the cavalry when the enemy was nearly within 100 meters? No wonder they say that obedience to orders is paramount in the military. Even the most flawless strategies require execution by the troops. The folly of a single individual can jeopardize a grand victory. The young talents vented their frustrations, their hearts heavy with indignation. None of them had anticipated that what could have been a flawless ambush would be marred by such a colossal blunder. All due to Qin Feng. The prize they believed was within their grasp was now slipping away. Just as their outrage mounted, a figure soared towards Qin Feng's squad, clad in white, exuding grace and elegance. It was Mu Chunfeng. What a stroke of fortune! Should Mu Chunfeng arrive, with his formidable strength at the second level of bone tempering, he could temporarily withstand the charge of the bandit leader. If the adjacent squads promptly dispatched infantry to support, there remained a chance to repel this band of marauders. The young talents felt a flicker of hope amidst their despair. At that moment, Qin Feng seized a spear and abruptly aimed it at the steed beneath Zaboka. Whoosh! A fierce wind howled as the spear shot forth like a colossal crossbow bolt, even swifter and more powerful than those released from a heavy crossbow. Zaboka's expression shifted dramatically. He bent low, attempting to slice the spear in midair, but it was too late. By the time he lowered himself, the spear had already pierced the belly of his steed. The bloodied spear emerged from the rear of the horse, which let out a piercing whinny before collapsing to the ground. Such incredible force! Zaboka leaped down, filled with dread. The sheer power of the attack instilled in him a sense of helplessness. Raising his gaze, he saw Qin Feng, more than 100 meters away, hurling yet another spear, this time aiming for the second-in-command of the bandits. Break through! The second-in-command seethed with rage, feeling insulted. The spear aimed at Zaboka was directed at his steed, while the one aimed at him was a direct affront. How dare he disrespect me? He swung his blade at the spear. Clang! The moment the curved blade struck the spear's tip, he inwardly cursed. A tremendous force surged forth, causing his hands to tremble and the blade to slip from his grasp, sending him hurtling backward. Before he could land, a fierce wind rushed past, and as he looked up, he noticed a dark blur approaching rapidly. His extensive combat experience kicked in. Though he had no time to ponder, instinctively, he twisted his body to regain his balance. With inner strength surging, he attempted to evade. But alas, he was a moment too late. The dark blur pierced through him, pinning him to the ground. Ding! A notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. You have defeated the enemy, combat power 2.13. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this, for the bandit third-in-command was already closing in, within 50 meters. Wealth and women lie before you. Follow me to slaughter. Qin Feng swiftly activated a special ability, Morale Boost. With an additional 100 infantry, his forces now totaled 200. However, he only selected his cavalry before consuming 4 points of combat power to activate Morale Boost. The already fervent soldiers instantly felt an indescribable surge of power coursing through them. Before they could fully comprehend what was happening, Qin Feng had already charged towards the bandit third-in-command, who was merely 20-some meters away. Kill! 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 The soldiers instinctively followed suit. Despite moving on foot, Qin Feng's speed eclipsed that of the steeds. By the time his troops started to mobilize, he had already reached the third-in-command. With a gentle thrust, the spear pierced the charging horse. The bandit third-in-command leapt up, swinging his blade at Qin Feng. Qin Feng paid him no heed, retracting his arm. The spear was drawn back and then thrust out again with nearly double the speed of the bandit's attack. forcing the third-in-command to parry. Clang! The powerful recoil caused the bandit's right arm to tremble. Without a second thought, he pushed off the ground, leaving small craters in the grass as he propelled himself backward. Qin Feng surged forward, delivering another thrust. The third-in-command, unable to withstand the force, could only roll to evade. The spearhead narrowly missed his abdomen. Before he could even feel relief, he saw Qin Feng's wrist flick. The spear suddenly halted and then swept towards his belly, though it lacked any buildup of force. The strike still inflicted excruciating pain, causing the third-in-command to involuntarily fly backward, propelled by the spear. Thud! He had barely landed when another gust of wind approached. Lifting his gaze, he was met with a dark blur closing in. The long spear pierced through his throat. Thick blood, frothy and vivid, coursed down the spearhead. In mere moments, with a swift motion, Qin Feng withdrew the weapon. The gaping wound in the throat erupted like a fountain. Blood sprang forth incessantly. Even as the third-in-command of the bandits clutched his hands around the injury, blood continued to seep uncontrollably through his fingers. Ding. You have defeated the enemy, gaining battle power 2. 02. Qin Feng lifted his gaze. The remaining 20 or so mounted bandits had already surged forward. Behind them, his cavalrymen followed closely in pursuit. He moved at full speed, deftly avoiding the charging steeds, heading towards the nearby Shibuya. With his spear swinging, bandits fell from their horses, screaming in agony. The system notifications of increased battle power rang out continually. Chapter 32. An eye for an eye. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Qin Feng reached Shibuya, the cavalry of both sides collided with a thunderous impact. The outcome was devoid of any suspense. BY expending 4 points of battle power to activate Surge of Morale. The average combat strength of his soldiers soared from approximately 1.5 to around 4.5. Although the bandits boasted an average strength nearing 2 points and were adept equestrians, they could not bridge the vast chasm of power, not to mention the significant disparity in numbers. In a single charge, the bandits, reduced to a mere dozen, were toppled to the ground, subsequently pierced through the head and chest by the spears of the soldiers trailing behind. In stark contrast, among the 4 squads, only one new recruit was unseated by the collision with the horse. Remarkably, this young soldier sprang back to his feet as if nothing had happened, drawing his dagger and howling as he joined the main force in their assault. Behind, the previously terrified infantry stood in stunned silence. From the captain down to the ordinary soldiers, they harbored deep resentment towards Qin Feng, feeling utterly frustrated. To them, his decision seemed tantamount to courting death. Yet, they found themselves assigned to his command, knowing that if the cavalry were to fall, they too would share the same fate. Their minds were rife with curses. However, the reality unfolded far beyond their expectations. Not only was Qin Feng's prowess astonishingly beyond their comprehension, but the cavalry also exhibited an outrageous strength. They understood that the soldiers of the northern town army, having long defended against the incursions of the Changrong tribe, possessed superior strength compared to these garrison troops. Yet, hampered by poor provisions and a lack of training, their overall combat capability paled in comparison to that of the Changrong warriors. It was a common belief that the Changrong cavalry could face 10 foes with ease. Yet, the cavalry before them showcased a formidable power that could effortlessly dismantle over 10 bandit riders. Even when facing an equal number of Changrong cavalry, they would likely hold a significant advantage. Even Liang Yunxi, who galloped alongside the cavalry, could not help but halt. Her original intention was to accompany the cavalry and observe the battle from a distance once they neared Qin Feng. She believed that remaining within 20 meters would grant her absolute confidence to intervene should Qin Feng encounter danger. What she did not anticipate was the cavalry's displayed strength, which far exceeded her expectations. Each rider appeared to possess capabilities comparable to the 3rd and 4th tiers of the body refinement realm. In a direct confrontation, they would not falter against 600 bandits. Not to mention, Qin Feng had strategically eliminated the bandit 2nd and 3rd in command, both of whom had reached the 1st tier of the bone-tempering realm. Under such circumstances, the likelihood of Qin Feng encountering peril was now almost negligible. She finally understood why he was confident in claiming all the glory for himself. Die! As Qin Feng approached, Shibuya's face twisted into a snarl, and he charged forward. He discerned that Qin Feng was slightly stronger than himself. However, given the current predicament, Breaking through was his only path to survival. Retreat meant certain death. He could only confront the challenge head-on. With a swift motion, as Qin Feng lunged with his spear, a glint of malice flickered in Shibua Ka's eyes. He merely sidestepped to avoid the critical areas and swung his blade at Qin Feng. It appeared he was willing to endure a piercing wound to his waist in order to strike Qin Feng. It was a classic case of mutual destruction. Was he more ruthless? A flicker of ferocity crossed Qin Feng's gaze. Shibua Ka sought to leverage his ferocity to drive him back or to inflict mutual harm, hoping to find an opening to escape. Conversely, Qin Feng aimed to swiftly eliminate Shibua Ka to carve out enough time to slay more bandits. Each bandit, in his eyes, represented invaluable combat power. Shibua Ka's all-out offensive tactics were precisely what Qin Feng desired. With neither party yielding, the long spear thrust deep into Shibua Ka's waist. The distance between them continued to close. Shibua Ka let out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth and ignoring the searing pain radiating from his injury. The arc of his curved blade remained unyielding, undiminished. With a swift motion, the blade tore through the leather armor. Even as Qin Feng forcefully leaned back at a critical moment, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. Blood splattered forth, revealing a wound over 10 centimeters long and 1 or 2 centimeters deep through the torn flesh. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the gaping injury. Yet, Qin Feng paid it no mind. He abruptly released his spear, drawing a dagger from his waist, its cold gleam flashing. Shibua Ka's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng, too, possessed such ferocity. After enduring a blow, he could withstand the excruciating pain to counterattack at the earliest opportunity. The head of Zaboka was sent soaring, rolling across the grass, still glaring in fury. Blood splattered all over Qin Feng. Ding. You have defeated the enemy, gaining combat power of 4.15. He abruptly withdrew his long spear, kicking Zaboka's body away. Without even glancing at the wound on his chest, he charged toward the band of horse thieves. Not far off, Liang Yunqi bit her lip, wanting to intervene, but her raised right hand fell back down. Zaboka had already been slain. A mix of anger and urgency swelled within her. This fellow, clearly far stronger than his opponent, was heedlessly sacrificing his own well-being, trading injuries with the enemy. Caught off guard and unprepared. Even her reflexes and capabilities were insufficient to act in time. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of hooves was thunderous. The moment Qin Feng severed Zaboka's head, his cavalry surged into the ranks of the horse thieves. Hundreds of these brigands, recklessly fearless, lunged forward, attempting to drag the soldiers from their mounts. Awaiting them were long spears. The soldiers, having experienced a surge in power, though lacking in horsemanship, displayed remarkable speed and strength, all significantly enhanced. A single charge cleaved through the enemy ranks, leaving the horse thieves split in two. Over 600 brigands lay sprawled on the ground, with more than 100 already dead. Blood mist filled the air, and cries of despair echoed everywhere. Qin Feng advanced fiercely, a veritable harbinger of death, leaving no adversaries standing in his wake. Whether they lay there wailing or attempted to flee, each one met a spear through the skull. Combat power increased by 0.18, 0.17, 0.23. The relentless chime of notifications rang out. The ferocity of his presence, the terrifying might, sent shivers down the spines of even the most reckless outlaws, who now trembled in fear and fled in desperation. 100 meters away, Mu Chunfeng, who had been racing ahead, gradually slowed down until he came to a complete halt. He glanced at the blood-soaked Qin Feng, radiating an aura of murderous intent, then at the cavalry, unstoppable as they tore through the enemy. His eyes reflected an indescribable shock. It was only at this moment that he realized how wise it had been not to reprimand Qin Feng under the gaze of the ambitious young talents last night. Such terrifying strength and ruthless tactics left him in no doubt that had he intervened, with his mere second-tier bone-forging realm, he would have lasted no more than a few exchanges before meeting the same fate as the other young talents. Being struck down by Qin Feng in the distance, the group of young elites stood agog, as if petrified, unable to move. That moment, a profound fear surged within them. Had last night as Qin Feng viewed them as enemies. Just the thought sent chills down their spines, causing their spines to tingle and their heads to ache. This bloodthirsty and merciless harbinger of death had clearly shown restraint the previous night. The massacre continued unabated. The wails of the dying gradually diminished above. Vultures circled, occasionally emitting sharp, excited cries. Qin Feng's spear had pierced countless skulls. The once sharp tip had dulled considerably after penetrating so many hard craniums. Even with his increasing strength, he found it increasingly difficult to fully penetrate the skulls of the horse thieves. Chapter 33. Copper skin and iron bones. When Qin Feng finally beheld the battlefield devoid of any living brigands, he came to a stop. He opened the system interface. Host. Qin Feng combat power. 113.58 troop strength. 95 special ability. Morale boosted. This battle had directly increased his combat power by over 50 points, propelling his strength from the equivalent of the 5th tier of bone forging to that of the 9th tier. Clean up the battlefield, he bellowed, deactivating the morale boost ability. He then retrieved the healing powder gifted by Liang Yunxi from his satchel. Pouring water from his canteen onto his wounds, a sharp sting coursed through him, washing away the blood. The flesh that had been torn open, due to excessive blood loss, appeared pale, with only a faint trickle of blood seeping out. As he tilted the bottle, a sprinkle of healing powder fell onto the injury, a refreshing sensation quickly spreading over the wound. Qin Feng had initially intended to tear a strip of cloth from a brigand for a bandage. Halfway there, he halted, noticing the blood at the wound had already coagulated. The injury was visibly healing at an extraordinary rate, as if the healing powder were a miraculous elixir. As Qin Feng deactivated the morale boost special ability, his soldiers felt the surge of power ebb away like a receding tide. Yet, these rough men paid it no mind, attributing it to the end of the fierce battle, allowing their taut nerves to finally relax. They eagerly and excitedly began to scour the battlefield. The wounded started tending to their injuries, while the unscathed gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades or cut off the left ears of the horse thieves. Stripping their weapons and armor in the distance, with a command from their leader, Liang Yangrong, the group of young elites finally broke free from their stupor of fear and astonishment. They, along with their soldiers, converged toward Qin Feng, each with a crestfallen demeanor and peculiar expressions. Though they felt an overwhelming anger, deeming Qin Feng utterly despicable for monopolizing the credit and disregarding the plan, they could find no fault in him. Upon reflection, they realized that Qin Feng had not disobeyed military orders. He had simply deviated from conventional tactics to deliberately lure the horse thieves. Moreover, even if Qin Feng had defied orders, they felt no courage to question him. Fearing that his bloodlust had yet to dissipate and he might turn his wrath upon them at any moment. The murderous aura surrounding this harbinger of death kept even the circling vultures at bay. As they hovered high above, just as the various teams were about to converge, Qin Feng, who had taken a brief rest, suddenly sprang to his feet. Under the bewildered gazes of everyone, he swiftly mounted his steed. Grasping his spear, after cleaning the battlefield and resting for a brief moment, he set off towards the heart of the forest. After uttering a single command, he galloped towards the horse thieves' stronghold, where more brigands awaited his reaping. Yes, the soldiers replied with excitement. The young elites, however, stood dumbstruck, watching Qin Feng ride away, their minds unraveling. This scoundrel, having already claimed most of the glory, was now even unwilling to let go of the remaining scraps in the woods. What an outrageous act! Several of the more hot-headed young talents could not restrain themselves and began to pursue him. Yet, after just a few meters, they reined in their horses. It was infuriating to have participated in a siege against over 600 brigands, not having had the chance to kill a single one, but to chase after this harbinger of death for credit, only to be struck down by him, was a fate they could not fathom. This battle left an indelible shadow of Qin Feng's ferocity and bravery in their hearts. Only Liang Yunxi remained silent, following closely behind. In the sunlight, her stunning figure and ethereal demeanor walked parallel to the blood-soaked god of slaughter like Qin Feng, creating a striking tableau across the vast prairie. With the temperament of a noblewoman, she should have disdained someone so ruthless and bloodthirsty. Qin Feng suddenly turned to Liang Yunxi. His eyes filled with curiosity. Why do you exert yourself so fiercely when victory is already assured? Liang Yunxi did not answer directly but countered with a question of her own. She indeed disliked the cruel and bloodthirsty. even feeling a sense of aversion. Yet, facing Qin Feng, she simply could not summon any disgust. His unwavering will, his self-sacrificing efforts, their peculiar relationship forged through political marriage, his indomitable aura, and his distinctive charm all stirred something soft within her heart. Just as before the battle, when he had said, "Aside from those unwilling to join you, all spoils of war will be divided among you." This bloodthirsty man harbored a unique bottom line and gentleness within. In the vast prairie, the status of women was akin to that of mere goods. Ordinary women were only slightly more precious than cattle or war horses. Centuries of gradual influence, coupled with the influx of enslaved women from the Qiangrong tribe into the Great Liang Kingdom, reinforced a culture of male superiority. This resulted in the people of Great Liang gradually coming to view the women of the Qiangrong tribe as mere commodities. Only this formidable man, reeking of bloodlust, was willing to grant those female slaves the power of choice. This made Liang Yunxi feel a pang of shame, for her initial thought had merely been to free the enslaved women after defeating the horse thieves. Deep down, she had only felt sympathy for those captured women, never extending to them the respect they rightfully deserve. I am striving hard for two reasons. One, to return to the royal city sooner. And the other, which is not convenient to disclose, Qin Feng stated candidly, offering no half-hearted excuses. You have offended His Majesty. Reclaiming the title your father lost to save you will likely be quite challenging. Liang Yunxi cautioned. Whether it is difficult or not, only by trying will I know, he replied resolutely. Qin Feng was reluctant to speak further, for some words, when heard by others, could be deemed utterly blasphemous. Liang Yunxi did not press him any further. The two of them galloped wildly on horseback. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. You have led your subordinates to a resounding victory over the enemy, gaining the unique ability Bronze Skin and Iron Bones. As they approached the distant outline of the forest, Qin Feng felt a surge of delight. He had been led to believe that this battle would not yield any special ability rewards, as the acquisition of such abilities was merely probabilistic following a victory, rather than guaranteed. To his astonishment, just as he had relinquished hope, the reward manifested unexpectedly. He hastily opened the system to inspect it. Bronze Skin and Iron Bones. For each point of battle power consumed, one can double their physical defense for a duration of 1 hour. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was, in fact, a personal type of special ability. For him, a team-oriented ability would undoubtedly hold greater value. Much like the boosted morale ability, which would only increase in worth as the number of troops under his command grew. With 100,000 soldiers, he would only need to expend 4 points of battle power to elevate their average combat strength to that of a formidable army comparable to the 3rd or 4th tier of skin tempering. However, at this stage, a personal type of ability would enhance his own power, affording him greater self-preservation and a swifter accumulation of battle power. Judging by its attributes, Bronze Skin and Iron Bones was immensely powerful. 1 point of battle power could double his physical defense. 10 points could amplify it tenfold. Moreover, as his battle power increased, the inherent physical defense would also rise, further amplifying the effects of Bronze Skin and Iron Bones. It was undoubtedly a remarkable skill of divine caliber. Chapter 34. Like a demon, like a god. As they plunged into the forest, both Qin Feng and Liang Yunxi, despite their average equestrian skills, found themselves unable to ride effectively, even with their exceptional reflexes. They dismounted and navigated through the thickets. The air was filled with the vibrant essence of spring. Lush greenery surrounding them. One was a towering figure, drenched in blood, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, while the flora seemed to bow under his fierce aura. The other, an ethereal beauty, transcending the mundane, glided as if a celestial being had descended to the earthly realm, illuminating the entire woodland with her presence. Noticing that Liang Yunxi could keep pace, Qin Feng decided to test her limits, exploding into the utmost speed. The wind howled, each stride leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of that exquisite figure, still beside him, effortlessly gliding through the air. The band of marauders had left only about 40 of their number to sort through the spoils. All scouts and watchers in the woods had retreated. The duo traversed the terrain with unparalleled ease and soon reached the marauder camp. Within the forest, disordered rows of tents came into view. Numerous marauders were roughly herding and dragging tattered women, gathering them in a clearing at the heart of the woods. Others were laboriously transporting various goods, including short bows and curved knives, as well as pelts and antlers. These marauders were akin to drunken men abruptly roused from slumber. Upon sighting Qin Feng and Liang Yunxi, they were momentarily taken aback, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene. Point 1, drenched in blood and exuding an aura of malevolence, appeared as though a demon had descended upon the earth. The other, graceful and transcendent, resembled a fairy visiting the mortal world. Together, they presented an overwhelming visual impact that was almost indescribable in their stupor. The marauders gawked at the two figures. Without wasting a moment, Qin Feng surged forward, brandishing his weapon. The sound of piercing strikes echoed. He moved like a bolt of lightning, exuding an overpowering presence, each marauder feeling as if their hearts were being crushed under the weight of terror. Yet, in the next instant, they experienced an inexplicable sense of relief, as if the intoxication returned, their consciousness fading into oblivion, collapsing lifelessly. Blood gushed from their throats, a slaughter, devoid of suspense, unfolded rapidly amidst the trees. The stench of blood spread from the clearing, attracting a lone wolf and a few foxes, who dared only to observe from a distance, their eyes gleaming crimson. Despite the distance, the malevolent aura emanating from Qin Feng instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Battle Power 0.21, Battle Power 0.19, Battle Power 0.23. In mere moments, over 40 marauders lay slain, with none spared. Qin Feng's total battle power surged from 113.58 to 121.89, marking a significant enhancement to his strength. In the clearing, hundreds of enslaved women huddled together, their gazes vacant as if their very souls had been siphoned away, only aware of their need to curl up and cluster. Even as the slaughter unfolded silently around them, not a flicker of emotion crossed their faces. It was only when Qin Feng's searching gaze fell upon them, looking for any surviving marauders, that a glimmer of fear flickered in their eyes. As they desperately pressed against one another, Qin Feng paid them no mind, instead finding a stone to sit upon, awaiting the arrival of his soldiers. Do not be afraid. We are a merchant convoy from the great Liang kingdom. The marauders have all been vanquished, and we shall not harm you. Liang Yunxi, filled with compassion, sought out a stash of furs and provisions, distributing them among the enslaved women. Observing their wounds and festering sores, she produced medicinal powder to tend to their injuries. Yet, her efforts garnered no response. To an ordinary person, her gentle voice, tender gaze, and meticulous care would evoke feelings akin to spring's embrace, presenting her as a benevolent fairy. Yet, at this moment, even this kind-hearted fairy was unable to penetrate the profound void of these women's spirits. They neither recoiled from Liang Yunxi's approach nor resisted as she draped the furs over them and pressed rations into their hands, offering no sign of acknowledgement. Only when she treated their wounds did their hollow eyes flicker with a hint of life. Can you assist me? Some of these wounds are beyond healing. After a long pause, Liang Yunxi suddenly lifted her gaze to Qin Feng. Her eyes, once sparkling like stars, now dimmed significantly. The harshness of this world had left a subtle stain upon her once pure heart. Qin Feng rose in silence. Approaching the corpses of the marauders to gather over 10 curved knives, he made his way towards the clustered enslaved women. While the fairy could not swiftly mend their hearts, the advancing footsteps of a demon could instinctively compel them to tremble. Drawing them closer together in fear, with a clang, Qin Feng cast the knives at their feet, his cold voice resonating across the clearing. The corpses of the marauders lie there. Pick up the knives, strip them of their clothing, drain their blood, and consume their hearts. This voice echoed like a demonic roar in their ears. One of them shakily rose, stepping over a companion, trembling as she approached the knives. More began to stand, gathering their resolve that it is time for you to leave. Qin Feng stood beside Liang Yunxi, his voice softened slightly. Liang Yunxi shook her head gently. Qin Feng chose not to press further. He and Liang Yunxi stood side by side, silently observing the brutal scene that unfolded before them. Eventually, once the 40-odd marauders were reduced to mere pulp, the blood-soaked enslaved women collapsed to the ground. Weeping profusely, outside the forest, 20 miles to the east, lay over 500 marauder corpses. Qin Feng's voice rang out once more across the clearing. But even if you were to shred and consume them, it would only provide a slight release for the hatred within your hearts. It would not alter your fates nor influence your future. Now, you all belong to me as spoils of war, and I intend to bestow you upon my soldiers as rewards. You will have half an hour to contemplate. If you wish to refuse, you may take your own lives with the blades or select any goods and mounts you can carry and depart. For those willing, remain here. Whether as wives or concubines will depend on your own merits. You may face further humiliation, beatings, and starvation, or perhaps find a new lease on life, no longer alone and vulnerable. The only promise I can offer is that you will still have the freedom to come and go as you please. My soldiers will not regard you as mere property. The sound of weeping gradually subsided. Some grasped the curved knives and stumbled toward the eastern woods. Many others stared blankly at Qin Feng, seemingly unable to believe that such words could emanate from a man who appeared as a demon. The wind rustled the leaves, and the scent of blood lingered. Qin Feng's figure seemed both demonic and divine, etching an indelible mark upon their hearts. In the distance, the sound of hooves and footsteps approached. For squads of soldiers arrived in succession. Even after enduring a brutal massacre, the veterans could use heads as pillows and corpses as bedding. The hellish scene still churned their stomachs, but upon seeing the mountain of furs and medicinal herbs, they felt a sense of relief. Chapter 35. A thank you. After the fight continuing to tend to the wounds of the remaining enslaved women, Liang Yunxi approached Qin Feng. I have already contacted my master through the communication jade slip, asking her to send a few senior sisters to deliver a batch of spiritual herbs. However, there are still over 30 among them who, even if they survive until then, will be beyond saving. Life and death are predestined. For them, death is not as terrifying as it may seem. Just tell them plainly, Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Liang Yunxi nodded in agreement. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng spoke up. I suppose I've done you quite a favor just now, haven't I? Liang Yunxi chuckled, a mix of amusement and disbelief. So, you intend to disregard all that I have done for you previously and shamelessly seek to repay your debts? Qin Feng nodded decisively. Go on. Tell me. Liang Yunxi did not give a direct agreement, nor did she refuse. Qin Feng hurriedly asked, in your immortal sect, is there anything that appears trivial yet weighs over 1,000 pounds? Many materials used for crafting magical artifacts and spirit swords possess such characteristics, Liang Yunxi replied without hesitation. Qin Feng rejoiced and inquired, is it expensive? In the mundane world, it is immensely valuable, yet some low-grade spirit minerals are quite commonplace in the immortal sect. Liang Yunxi explained. Could you procure some for me? Qin Feng quickly pressed for an answer. Seeing that your physique is extraordinary, even with armor of over 100 levels, you still rely on running in place to intensify your training. I shall make time for you during my rest tonight to resolve this issue, Liang Yunxi said with a charming smile. I happen to possess a piece of celestial star stone, a small fragment weighing tens of thousands of pounds. However, I am not particularly skilled in fire-type spells, and it would be quite challenging to melt and divide it right away. My experience in artifact refining is limited, thus I cannot guarantee success. Regardless of the outcome, I will be immensely grateful, Qin Feng exclaimed with delight. Maintaining high-intensity training daily can yield an approximate 1% increase in total battle power. For him, this represents a considerable source of strength, especially as time progresses. At present, his total battle power exceeds 120 points. A day of rigorous training could yield around 1.2 points of battle power, comparable to defeating an opponent at the first level of bone refinement. The most troubling aspect for him is that as his battle power increases, his physique surges as well, making it increasingly difficult to sustain high-intensity training. The foremost issue is the burden problem. If Liang Yunxi could assist with this, it would be an immeasurable boon to him. What level of power does the princess currently possess? Qin Feng recalled that Liang Yunxi could consistently keep pace with him and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I am at the 3rd level of spiritual awareness, which is roughly equivalent to the 3rd level of innate martial artists. Liang Yunxi did not conceal her strength. Impressive. To achieve such a level before the age of 20 is remarkable. Even masters struggle to reach the 3rd or 4th level of bone refinement before turning 20. Qin Feng marveled. In no wonder she could effortlessly accompany him at full speed. Below 20, she possesses strength comparable to a 3rd level innate martial artist. In the entire Great Liang Kingdom, only a select few experts could rival her. Such news would undoubtedly leave many martial arts prodigies in the kingdom feeling abashed. Truly, she is a gifted individual who even the immortal sect's masters must accommodate. Remaining in the mundane world to teach, of course, he is not lacking either. The third level of innate martial arts equates to about 400 points of battle power, although he currently possesses a mere 120 points, which is significantly lesser. This increase was achieved in just over a month. His rate of improvement far exceeds that of Liang Yunxi. The path of cultivating immortality can harness the power of heaven and earth to enhance training, which is inherently more rapid than martial arts advancement. Not to mention, most cultivation resources are held within the immortal sect. Liang Yunxi humbly remarked. As they engaged in light conversation, the captains of the fourth squad approached with excitement. Captain, all the spoils have been gathered. The bandits had already begun organizing and collecting supplies, saving them a significant amount of time in raiding the spoils. Let us set forth. Qin Feng waved his hand. The entire fourth squad, leading a procession of horses laden with various supplies, departed to rendezvous with the main force. Their pace was unhurried, for trailing behind them were hundreds of female captives, aside from warhorses. The bandits particularly favored hoarding female captives plundered from various tribes. The former ensured their swift mobility and safety, while the latter not only provided entertainment but could also serve as a reserve food source in times of scarcity. Before winter, the bandits had captured over 2,000 female captives, in the short span of 4 to 5 months. Amidst ample food supplies, only over 500 remained. This starkly illustrates the abysmal plight these captives endure. Among the 3 choices presented by Qin Feng, none of the 500 captives chose to leave with warhorses, food, and precious furs. Nearly 100 opted for death, taking only their weapons, leaving the woods to head eastward. It was evident they intended to turn the nearly 600 bandits' corpses into mush before succumbing themselves. The remaining 400 female captives chose to stay. They were, in fact, more inclined to leave. Even if it meant facing wild beasts and wolves, they would rather take control of their own destinies. The reason none chose to depart, all opting to remain, was due to Qin Feng's promise of granting them the freedom to come and go in the future. This man, who exuded an aura of menace and slaughter, instilling a sense of dread akin to that of a demon, reignited their will to live and bestowed upon them a compassion only deities might grant. They inexplicably placed their faith in Qin Feng's promise, summoning the courage to live anew. Upon exiting the woods, Liang Yangrong arrived with the main force. The various spoils left the young talents feeling a mix of envy and resentment. They hailed from distinguished backgrounds and did not regard the precious furs, medicinal herbs, and warhorses with much value. Even the female captives would not warrant their attention. Most would generously gesture for their subordinates to divide them. What mattered to them was the honor and sense of accomplishment derived from a resounding victory. Yet, Qin Feng had obliterated the glory and achievement that was within their grasp. He had led a mere 100 men to annihilate all the bandits, leaving them eager to engage, itching to direct and partake in their first battle, yet deprived of even a single opportunity to strike. The experience felt akin to biting into a delicious, sweet apple, only to discover it infested with maggots. What vexed them further was Qin Feng's terrifyingly ruthless methods and overwhelming prowess, which rendered them unable to meet his gaze, no matter how much courage they mustered. The likes of which they had never experienced in their lives. Brother Qin, would you be willing to take some time after your injuries have healed to spar with me in a secluded place? Only Mu Chunfeng stepped forward, looking at Qin Feng earnestly. Why swordsmanship lacks the intent of slaughter. This spar, regardless of whether it benefits my sword path, I would be grateful to owe you a favor. Just as before, he did not regard Qin Feng, whose limitations in martial arts made him seem less of a competitor. However, Qin Feng's formidable display in defeating the bandit leader astonished him while also igniting a flicker of hope. Having a training partner of similar age and strength, who is also overwhelmingly powerful, would greatly enhance his swordsmanship. There's no time like the present. Let us do it now. Qin Feng dismounted with composure. Now? Mu Chunfeng was taken aback. Without uttering a word, Qin Feng suddenly accelerated and struck out with a palm. Mu Chunfeng's expression shifted. Before he could react, he felt a scorching pain across his face, and his body was involuntarily sent flying. Bang! With a single slap, Qin Feng sent him sprawling several meters away. When he had slain the bandit leader, he had just around 60 points of battle power. At that time, he was already stronger than Mu Chunfeng. Now, with over 120 points of battle power, he was far beyond just stronger, at close range. He was entirely overwhelming. After waiting a few moments without hearing the system's prompt, Qin Feng felt a wave of disappointment. This graceful individual, hailed as the greatest martial arts talent of the northern border, was rather inconsiderate. Although he had actively sought a duel, the system deemed it non-hostile, resulting in no battle power rewards for his victory. Such a lack of etiquette was comparable to visiting a stranger's home without bringing any gifts. Since he owes me a favor, he should carefully consider what valuable gift to offer in return. Qin Feng uttered a dismissive remark before swiftly mounting his steed. Mu Chunfeng, covering his face with his hands, rose with a profound sense of shame engulfing his heart, despite his typically indifferent demeanor. In that moment, he harbored a desperate wish to dash headlong into the path of Qin Feng's horse, yearning for him to comprehend the reason behind the blossom's vibrant hue. Beside him, Liang Yunxi found herself in a state of bemusement. Caught between laughter and tears, she finally came to understand that the pinnacle of shamelessness lies not merely in acknowledging one's indebtedness to another while seeking to repay a favor, but rather in demanding gratitude from someone after having vanquished them. Truly, he was a man of enigma, exuding an inexplicable malevolence. Chapter 36. Refining or on their way there, spirits were high, filled with excitement and anticipation. Yet upon their return, despite their overwhelming victory, each one was dejected and listless. As they caught up with the caravan, the young talents began to bid their farewells. Liang Yangrong refrained from mentioning matters of merit assessment or the distribution of spoils, recognizing that such discussions would only deepen their gloom. Qin Feng, too, led his team back to Liang Yunxi's carriage. Thanks to the healing powder, his chest wound had healed completely. Even the scars from before had vanished without a trace. He decided to don iron armor and commenced his training. Despite the day's substantial gains, which had not only doubled his combat power but also bestowed upon him the unique ability of copper skin iron bone, he believed that one could never have too much strength. Every little enhancement through training was welcomed. However, as he had anticipated, the heavy iron armor, weighing over 150 pounds, proved insufficient in quantity. Now, with his combat power surging, wearing the armor felt almost ethereal and insubstantial. He had to continue trailing the caravan at a leisurely pace, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of his training. Second brother, I still need to arrange for those female slaves. Let us keep our conversation brief. Liang Yunxi had initially intended to return to her carriage alongside Qin Feng, but was halted by Liang Yangrong, who insisted she remain. Although you share a special relationship with that lad, is your preferential treatment not a tad excessive? Liang Yangrong inquired, voicing his inner doubts. I like him, Liang Yunxi replied with an air of nonchalance. Like? Liang Yangrong's eyes widened in astonishment. He was uncertain whether Liang Yunxi's declaration of liking referred to romantic affection or platonic friendship. Regardless of which it was, it struck him as utterly unfathomable. He was acutely aware of his sister's exceptional caliber and her lofty standards. To profess such feelings after just 2 or 3 encounters completely upended his understanding of Liang Yunxi. She offered no further explanation, for in truth, she herself was uncertain about the nature of her feelings. The man before her seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, devoid of the grace and elegance expected of a young lord. Liang Yangrong could not suppress his skepticism. His temperament is fierce, and his actions reckless and thoughtless. For the sake of a trivial ego, he mercilessly thrashed a group of young talents, each backed by formidable factions and families. In pursuit of glory, he remains blissfully ignorant of having offended even me, a minor prince on the battlefield. While he may exhibit unmatched bravery, it is merely the valor of a common man, crude and savage. How could you possibly develop feelings for such a person after only a few brief encounters? Such inquiries ought not to be voiced, Liang Yunxi retorted sharply. As a dignified prince, the future Duke of the North. It is rather shallow to judge a person solely by their exterior. Yet, even if 1,000 questions plague your mind, one must feign an understanding that transcends appearances. Before you, I have no need to conceal much. He is merely an individual who, by chance, possesses a formidable physique, yet his potential remains limited. I truly see nothing in him that warrants your special regard. Liang Yangrong remained eager for answers. All those female slaves will be allocated to Qin Feng as spoils of war. Liang Yunqi answered curtly before turning to leave. Liang Yangrong's head throbbed with frustration. In truth, he harbored a deep disdain for Qin Feng. This brash individual had thwarted his plans for the second time, preventing him from solidifying his influence over the young talents. Instead, these young individuals appeared utterly dejected, akin to frostbitten eggplants. Were it not for Liang Yunqi's connection, he would have certainly sought to suppress Qin Feng in order to placate the young talents. This was precisely why he had called out to Liang Yunqi, questioning her repeated preferential treatment of Qin Feng. What he never anticipated was to receive such an absurd response from her. In such circumstances, even if a host of young talents, along with their respective factions and families, were to confront him, he could not afford to suppress Qin Feng. For Liang Yunqi was not only his only full-blooded sister, but also the greatest ally in securing his position as the heir to the throne, despite his elder brother's machinations. With Liang Yunqi's innate talent, she would undoubtedly serve as a formidable support for the Duke of the North in the future. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, he would have to devise ways to appease the young talents. Otherwise, he would lose them all. As dusk settled and the caravan came to a halt, the distribution plan for the spoils of war was finally unveiled. The four teams collectively claimed 70% of the spoils. A total of 415 female slaves were allocated to the four teams. Additionally, various warhorses, hides, and medicinal herbs were sold off to the caravan's merchants for convenience, totaling an approximate value of 23,000 taels of silver. The 95 soldiers of the four teams remained blissfully unaware of the additional rewards, their excitement spilling over as they danced with joy. Calculating their share, after deducting compensation for the 5 fallen soldiers, they would each receive 4 female slaves, amounting to nearly 230 taels of silver, in a single night. Their fortunes rivaled those of well-to-do landowners with substantial estates. The night was as cold as water. The sky above, adorned with countless stars, appeared dreamlike and ethereal. On a small hillock, Liang Yunqi reclined against a fur-lined chair, gazing at the heavens. Below the hill, Qin Feng, clad in armor, moved with alacrity. The spear in his hand danced like a serpent, gliding through the starlight with a whistling grace. The cool breeze caressed her face, intertwining with the rustling of grass and the chirping of insects, harmonizing with the gusts stirred up by Qin Feng. This amalgamation brought her an inexplicable sense of ease. After a while, she rose. Her delicate hand brushed against the chair, causing it to vanish without a trace. With another wave of her sleeve, a piece of dark, non-metallic ore appeared before her, measuring 10 centimeters in length and 5 to 6 centimeters in width and height. It pulsed with a peculiar energy that seemed to cause it to sink ever so slightly when placed upon the ground. With another gesture, the energy surged through the air, transforming into a gentle breeze that lifted the ore, suspending it before her. She raised her right arm, and a soft blue flame erupted from her fair and tender palm. Enveloping one end of the ore, a wave of heat radiated outward, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar. The emerald grass gradually curled up, eventually coiling into small tufts. Only Liang Yunqi, positioned closest to the flame, seemed to be shielded by an invisible barrier, impervious to the searing heat in the distance. Qin Feng paused, curiously observing the flames emanating from Liang Yunqi's palm, his admiration growing. Indeed, cultivators possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of summoning flames hot enough to melt steel while also forming formidable protective barriers. He found himself pondering whether he could breach Liang Yunqi's ethereal shield with a full-powered strike. Alas, it remained a mere thought. Given his current combat prowess, he was no match for Liang Yunqi, whose capabilities rivaled those of a third-tier innate realm practitioner, endowed with exceptional talent that clearly surpassed others of her level. Even if he could prevail, he would not be foolish enough to test the strength of her shield. As the powerful flames continued to burn, it was not until an hour later that the sharp tip of the ore began to soften. Liang Yunqi extended her left hand, summoning an invisible force to envelop the heated tip. It appeared as if the tip was being compressed and stretched, gradually morphing into a rounded shape and slowly detaching from the main body. After several more minutes, a small sphere, roughly the size of a mung bean, was separated from the ore. The flames on Liang Yunqi's right hand extinguished, replaced by a frost that surged toward the sphere and the remaining ore. The sphere and ore rapidly cooled down. With a gentle exhale, Liang Yunqi waved her hand. and the small sphere alongside the ear flew towards her. The moment they touched her fingertips, they vanished without a trace. "Remove your armor." Liang Yunqi cast a glance at Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng ascended a small hillock and unfastened the iron armor that adorned his body. His robust and towering physique appeared even more formidable. Sweat trickled down, gliding over his muscles and scars, shimmering under the starlight with an unusual brilliance, while a faint odor of perspiration permeated the air. Liang Yunqi raised her gaze to Qin Feng, who instantly comprehended her unspoken thoughts, moving to the downwind side and taking a few steps back. She paid him no further heed, and with a wave of her hand, the iron armor hovered before her. Lifting her right arm, flames erupted once more from her palm. However, the heat was far inferior to that of the prior blaze. Nevertheless, within the flames, the armor began to melt into a pool of molten iron at a visibly rapid pace. The flames did not relent. Rather, they continued to consume the iron, seemingly purging impurities from the molten mass. Qin Feng, possessing keen eyesight, could faintly discern that the flames were not only melting but also evaporating the impurities from the iron. The volume of the molten iron was steadily diminishing. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the flames gradually extinguished, giving way to frost. The molten iron slowly solidified, its volume reduced to a mere fifth of its original size. In an instant, a small porcelain vial appeared in Liang Yunqi's hand. With a single motion, she removed the cork and poured its contents into the solidifying iron. A fine white powder scattered among the molten mass, swiftly integrating itself. Under Liang Yunqi's control, the still malleable iron began to stretch and morph. Moments later, it transformed into a sleek black belt. This belt measured 5 centimeters in width and 2 centimeters in thickness, featuring hooks at both ends and a groove on the left side. Approximately 3 centimeters in length and width, with a surface covered by a thin layer of iron. Moreover, the center of the belt displayed numerous orderly holes the size of mung beans. Most astonishingly, despite being forged from steel, the belt possessed a softness akin to that of animal hide, allowing it to be easily bent and twisted with minimal effort. Qin Feng felt a surge of enlightenment. He understood that the powder previously poured in was responsible for granting the belt such extraordinary properties. Just as he thought that embedding the hefty Tianqing stone, weighing 1,000 pounds, would complete the task, Liang Yunqi made a sweeping gesture, and invisible force flattened the belt into a sheet of iron. Following that, her arm lifted once more, and another flame unfurled, enveloping the entire belt. The temperature of this flame was significantly diminished compared to the previous one, merely softening the surface of the belt. Moreover, this flame seemed to harbor a magical essence. As it continued to burn, faint lines began to appear on the surface of the belt, weaving together from the groove and spreading across its entirety. After half an hour, clearly exhausted, fine beads of sweat began to form on Liang Yunqi's delicate forehead, with a few strands of hair falling out of place. Under the starlight, her exquisite visage radiated an extraordinary beauty. At last, the Tianqing stone reappeared, and under Liang Yunqi's guidance, it slipped into one of the holes. The hole gradually constricted under an unseen force until it vanished completely. A smile graced Liang Yunqi's face as the flames slowly dissipated, and the belt gently descended to the ground. That should suffice in her hand. A crystalline mineral, approximately 5 centimeters wide and thick, and about 10 centimeters long, suddenly materialized. She handed the mineral to Qin Feng, stating, "This is a spirit stone, the most widely used spiritual mineral in the cultivation realm." As Qin Feng accepted the spirit stone, another dagger appeared in his hand. Based on the size of the groove, he carefully cut a smaller piece from the spirit stone. Qin Feng nodded and took the dagger, drawing it from its sheath. Its brilliance indicated it was no ordinary item. He first assessed the size of the groove and then compared it to the spirit stone. The fur-lined recliner reappeared, with Liang Yunqi seated upon it, observing with great interest as Qin Feng crouched on the ground, meticulously measuring and contemplating how to cut the spirit stone without waste. After a considerable time, he finally used the dagger to slice from an edge of the spirit stone, following the drawn lines. As he had anticipated, the sharpness of the dagger was astonishing. The spirit stone, as hard as steel, was effortlessly sliced through as if it were mere tofu in no time. He had carved a piece measuring less than 3 centimeters on each side, with a thickness slightly less than 1.5 centimeters. The spirit stone, birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, contained incredible energy while maintaining remarkable stability. Even the smallest fragments did not hinder its use. Suddenly, Liang Yunqi laughed. I must admit, you have a surprising aptitude for mathematics. Qin Feng was left speechless. It was far beyond mere aptitude. He was simply wary of waste, applying nearly all the mathematical knowledge from his past life to calculate the optimal cutting lines based on the volume of the spirit stone and the required size. Ensuring he could yield the maximum number of stones that met the groove specifications. Yet she casually remarked that even fragments would not hinder their use. You truly have a lot of leisure time. Helping me craft this belt and wasting so much time in cultivation, only to tease me, he grumbled. I'm not a cultivation fanatic. I believe in following the natural course of strength and realm. Cultivators pursue a path against the heavens, seeking clarity of thought and freedom of spirit. Striving relentlessly for power contradicts my nature and can easily invite inner demons in the future. Liang Yunqi replied dismissively. I sense you're boasting about your innate talent, achieving a level of power that surpasses your peers without diligent cultivation. Qin Feng teased. Liang Yunqi chuckled softly, crouching before the belt as Qin Feng found himself in a similar position. A faint, fragrant aroma wafted towards him. He unabashedly inhaled deeply. Liang Yunqi's cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned indifference, extending her delicate hand toward him. Qin Feng quickly placed the cut spirit stone into her palm. Liang Yunqi lifted the iron covering from the groove and carefully placed the spirit stone inside, pressing the iron back down to completely cover the groove. In the next moment, a pearlescent light flickered across the intricate patterns on the belt, eliciting a look of astonishment from Qin Feng as Liang Yunqi effortlessly lifted the entire belt. Isn't it curious? She inquired. The energy from the spirit stone within the groove is lifting the weight of the Tianqing stone? Qin Feng deduced. Liang Yunqi nodded, explaining, this belt incorporates a special formation, qualifying it as a low-grade magical artifact. Its sole function is to lighten heavy objects, since you are not a cultivator and lack spiritual energy to activate the artifact. I made slight modifications to harness the spirit energy from the spirit stone. She explained. She handed the belt to Qin Feng, indicating he should wear it. He took it. He was astounded by its negligible weight. He wrapped the iron belt around his waist, securing it with the hooks. Liang Yunqi continued, as long as the iron covering completely encloses the groove, the artifact will activate. If you loosen the iron slightly, the artifact will cease its operation. This way, you can wear this belt at all times. When you enter the battlefield or are not training, simply activate the artifact to negate the weight of the belt. The Tianqing stone, the size of a mung bean, weighs 1,000 pounds. Remember to remove the belt before deactivating the formation to avoid a sudden increase in weight that could injure your waist. You need not concern yourself with the consumption of the spirit stone. With a weight of only over 1,000 pounds, that small piece in the groove can sustain the formation for up to a year. Additionally, spirit stones are common in the cultivation realm. I will provide you with a few more later. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Liang Yunqi teased, you helped me with a small favor and then seek to repay it with gratitude. I helped you with such a significant endeavor. What should I request as a token of appreciation? How about I offer myself in gratitude? Qin Feng jested. I shall return to my cultivation, Liang Yunqi replied. Her cheeks tinged with pink, heart racing. She quickly turned to leave. This man was utterly shameless. Yet, why was she not angry? Oh no, could it be that she had unwittingly developed feelings for this rough and uncouth fellow? Watching Liang Yunqi's graceful silhouette depart, Qin Feng was taken aback. He had only intended to tease her, fully prepared for a slap across the face, yet her current demeanor did not seem particularly dismissive. Chapter 38. Hand in hand. It was not until Liang Yunqi had vanished from sight that Qin Feng finally regained his senses. He shook his head, dispelling the distractions in his mind. After several encounters, it was impossible to claim he felt nothing for Liang Yunqi. Otherwise, he would not have attempted such a tease moments ago. Presently, he possessed nothing, and although his approach to life favored weighing pros and cons, he did not intend to apply such calculations to matters of the heart in order to repay a favor. He became a deceiver in matters of the heart. Yet, His singular desire now is to swiftly reclaim the lost honor and status of his father. While he does not entirely dismiss romantic entanglements, he is unwilling to expend excessive time and energy on them. He prefers to let things unfold naturally, taking the opportunity to give it a try when possible. Loosening his belt, he placed it upon the ground. Qin Feng slightly lifted the iron sheet and attempted to retrieve the belt. What was once as light as a feather had suddenly transformed into an unbearable weight. Even with his current physical condition, he found it necessary to exert considerable effort to lift it with one hand. After gradually acclimating to the weight of the belt, he secured it around his waist. Instantly, all his body's center of gravity converged at his waist, pressing down with the force of 1,000 pounds towards his feet. It took him half a minute to adjust before he dared to step forward. His movements appeared laborious, akin to slow motion. This was not solely due to the immense burden he bore, but also because he was unaccustomed to having his center of gravity concentrated at his waist. After repeated attempts, he gradually adapted. Slowly, he transitioned from a walk to a jog. Each stride was steady and powerful, causing the ground beneath him to tremble and sink slightly. In mere moments, he was drenched in sweat. Panting heavily, he had no choice but to activate the formation to rest for a few minutes before continuing. It was not until deep into the night, exhausted to the brink of collapse, that he returned to the camp to rest. After a night of recuperation, he experienced remarkable results, his combat power elevating to 122.29. The following morning, upon awakening, Qin Feng felt rejuvenated and brimming with energy. After breakfast, he commenced his training, jogging alongside Liang Yunxi's carriage. When fatigue set in, he would pause for a brief respite. Throughout the day, Liang Yunxi remained inside the carriage, meditating without even lifting the curtains. Thanks to the assistance of the belt, Qin Feng's training results that day reached their peak for the first time. By the end of the day, his combat strength had increased by 1%, reaching 123.51 on the second morning. Just as Qin Feng began his new day of training, Liang Yunxi suddenly lifted the carriage curtain, revealing herself after a day of absence. She could now take the strengthening pill. Excellent! Qin Feng smiled broadly. He promptly activated the belt, lifted the carriage curtain, and stepped into the spacious compartment that resembled a room. Liang Yunxi, adorned in a flowing green gown, was breathtakingly beautiful. With practiced ease, Qin Feng swiftly removed his leather armor, revealing his strong and explosive physique. He then slipped off his shoes and sat on the soft couch with his back to Liang Yunxi. Liang Yunxi had no words to express. This individual behaved as if he had returned home. Qin Feng retrieved a small ceramic vial containing the strengthening pills and poured out two. She, too, could not be bothered to argue, advising him, "Take 4 directly." Qin Feng poured out 2 more and swallowed them all at once. A warm current surged down his throat, swiftly entering his stomach. Liang Yunxi approached from behind, her soft, almost boneless hands pressing against his back. Spiritual energy surged as she continuously refined the strengthening pills within him. The warmth spread, nourishing his flesh and bones. It wasn't until half an hour later that the effects of the 4 pills were completely refined. When Qin Feng checked his combat strength, it was not as it had been the first time he took the strengthening pill, where a single pill had increased his power by 3 points. However, taking 4 at once granted him an 8-point increase, propelling his total combat strength to over 130 points. Compared to a 9th-level bone refinement, he was already significantly stronger, yet still slightly inferior to a 1st-level innate realm. "Are you not going to ask anything?" Noticing Liang Yunxi taking out a spirit stone and beginning her cultivation, appearing dismissive, Qin Feng could not help but inquire. "Why bother asking if you won't speak?" Liang Yunxi replied coolly, "In the spirit awareness stage, my perception abilities differ from the norm. I sensed it during the ambush against the bandits the day before yesterday. If I had questions, I would have asked long ago." "How would you know if I would answer?" Qin Feng countered. "Then tell me why, during the ambush against the bandits, I felt your vitality clearly increase. Even your soldier's vitality surged several-fold." Liang Yunxi pressed. "It's currently inconvenient to disclose that." Qin Feng shook his head. "Isn't that just as good as asking without asking?" Despite her typically good temper, Liang Yunxi felt an impulse to kick him out of the carriage. "I won't interrupt your cultivation any longer." Qin Feng, understanding the situation, stood up, donned his leather armor, and quickly exited the carriage. The existence of the system was his greatest secret, one he would not share with anyone. Yet, the fact that one could enhance their strength through defeating and killing enemies was something an observant person might deduce. He estimated that during the ambush against the bandits, Liang Yunxi had likely already made some assumptions about this. However, with her intellect, she would not inquire directly. Thus, having finally boarded the carriage, and seeing Liang Yunxi finish refining the strengthening pills, he sensed her dismissive demeanor and seized the opportunity to alleviate the tension and draw closer. Some secrets are best kept unspoken. He knew it was fine not to mention them, and Liang Yunxi understood this principle as well. However, to bring up and acknowledge such a secret was infinitely preferable to avoiding it altogether. Deactivating the formation on his belt, he cast aside distracting thoughts and continued his running exercises. By noon, the carriage unexpectedly came to a halt, which surprised Qin Feng. Raising his eyes, he noticed that the entire convoy had also stopped. As confusion filled his mind, a guard rode swiftly towards Liang Yunxi's carriage. Halting before it, "Princess, we have been intercepted by the Dogrong tribe's army. The young prince requests your presence for discussion. I shall be there shortly." Liang Yunxi's gentle voice rang out. The guard took his leave. Qin Feng's heart stirred. Having entered the vast grassland for 3 or 4 days, a tribe had finally decided to make a move. This was certainly grim news for the convoy, as those bold enough to attack were undoubtedly well prepared. However, for him personally, this presented a tremendous opportunity. It signified that he would once again have the chance to gain immense combat power. Moreover, actively engaging in the ambush against bandits could not be counted as military merit. If the convoy were to be attacked by a tribe or bandits, the defeat of these Dogrong warriors and bandits could indeed contribute to his military achievements. Moments later, Liang Yunxi descended from the carriage and made her way forward. Qin Feng immediately activated the formation on his belt, following closely alongside her. "I didn't invite you to follow." Liang Yunxi, evidently flustered by Qin Feng's unabashed declarations, had lost her composure, abandoning her usual elegance and poise, and began to act like a petulant young woman, attempting to regain some ground verbally. Without responding, Qin Feng suddenly reached out and took her delicate hand. The soft, warm palm and slender fingers compelled him to gently caress them. Liang Yunxi felt as if struck by lightning, her mind buzzing, and she instantaneously lost all capacity for thought. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson, extending to her neck, revealing even the fine hairs at the nape. Allowing Qin Feng to lead her for several dozen meters, she finally caught sight of Liang Yangrong and others gathering in an open area, regaining a modicum of her composure. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to withdraw her hand, she grew increasingly flustered. "There are so many people. Let go quickly." The underlying implication was unmistakable. When fewer people were present, there was no need to release her hand. Her words clearly conveyed her lack of aversion to his touch. Qin Feng had no intention of loosening his grip in his previous life, where romantic pursuits moved at a glacial pace. 3 to 4 days of hand-holding was already considered slow. Moreover, he was preoccupied with enhancing his physical prowess and combat strength, leaving little time for romantic rendezvous. Given the opportunity, he was determined to solidify their relationship. Flustered and anxious, Liang Yunxi attempted to channel her spiritual energy to break free. Yet, fearing that a sudden exertion of her full strength might injure Qin Feng, she could only proceed gradually. Just as she was halfway through her struggle, she realized the open area was now within reach. Reluctantly, she abandoned her attempts to escape, striving to adjust her mentality and feigning a calm demeanor. In her heart, she resolved that after today, she would not step outside the carriage again, utterly embarrassed to face others. Chapter 39. A lion's demanding request. In the open area, a large square table was set, upon which lay a sheepskin map. Liang Yangrong, the cavalry commander Luo Jihong, the infantry commander Qi Tai, and over 30 young talents were all present, gathered around the map, deep in thought as they devised strategies. Yunxi. Upon seeing Liang Yunxi approach, Liang Yangrong greeted her. Upon noticing Qin Feng beside her, he felt a headache coming on. The expressions of the young talents soured instantaneously. Liang Yunxi nodded. "We are in grave trouble. According to the scouts' reports, the enemy boasts over 30,000 cavalry, and their intentions are anything but friendly. If not handled properly, it is highly likely that Liang Yangrong's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. He even raised his hand to rub his eyes, yet what he beheld remained unchanged. Qin Feng and Liang Yunqi's hands clasped together. Despite this, he still felt as though he were hallucinating, for it truly subverted his worldview. Based on his understanding of Liang Yunqi, it was inconceivable that she could develop an affection for a man in such a short span of days. Moreover, this man was cruel, bloodthirsty, and of a rough, imposing stature. Not to mention, within mere days, they had reached the point of holding hands in public. Regardless of whether she was unmarried or already wed, Liang Yunqi would never exhibit such intimacy in front of others. That despicable individual must have employed some bizarre means to bewitch Yunqi's mind. Suddenly, Liang Yangrong felt a chill in his heart. The group of young talents quickly discerned Liang Yangrong's unusual demeanor. Following his gaze, they all gasped in astonishment. What on earth was happening? In terms of talent, status, appearance, and intellect, they felt utterly inferior. How could the noble princess, someone they dared not even dream of, be holding hands with this killer? It was utterly irrational. Could it be that, in an instant, the other young talents shared Liang Yangrong's realization? This individual must have used some kind of drug or method to confuse the princess's mind. Otherwise, given her character, intelligence, strength, and perspective, such a situation would be impossible. Second brother, why not continue? Liang Yunqi knew precisely why they all gaped at her in disbelief. She was overwhelmed with shame, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Yet, not a trace of her discomfort showed on her exquisite face, as if nothing were amiss. It's nothing. I was just lost in thought, Liang Yangrong said, regaining his composure. There was no use in being anxious. At present, the utmost priority was to ensure his sister's safety, followed closely by her reputation. Everyone present had to be silenced. That scoundrel, daring to use drugs or methods to bewitch Yunqi's mind, deserved to be torn apart and shattered to pieces. Please proceed, Liang Yunqi urged. Liang Yangrong took a deep breath, feigning calmness, and continued with the introductions. The group of young talents, including Mu Chenfeng, gradually emerged from their disbelief and shock, replaced by a sense of unease. They were not naive. They understood that certain knowledge, even for those of their status, could lead to unforeseen calamity. To protect the princess's reputation, the Prince of the North would likely resort to silencing them. They were keenly aware that, despite the young prince's courteous demeanor and willingness to befriend them, his loyalty to their respective factions paled in comparison to his devotion to the princess. Even among them, the disciple of the strongest warrior in the northern frontier, Mu Chenfeng, had a considerable risk of being silenced. As Liang Yangrong continued with his introductions, Qin Feng gradually grasped the current situation, feeling a slight disappointment in his heart. This battle might not materialize after all. If the enemy truly intended to ambush the merchant convoy, launching a full-scale attack would be the most effective strategy. Intercepting them ahead of time would only allow the convoy to prepare defensively. The army of the Changrong tribe was adept at offense, while the army of the Great Liang nation excelled in defense. With various barricades, tripwires, pitfalls, and trenches, coupled with an abundance of longbows and crossbows, the Great Liang army would be nearly impossible to breach in a short time, given sufficient time to fortify their defenses. Furthermore, the Changrong tribe was constantly embroiled in conflicts among its various clans. Even the larger tribes, boasting populations exceeding 1 million, would hesitate to allow 30,000 cavalry to remain exposed for long, as they would be vulnerable to attacks from rival tribes. Since the enemy opted for interception rather than a direct assault, it resembled extortion. Should a negotiation succeed, the battle would naturally be averted. However, the specifics would depend on the evolving situation. We have already commenced fortifying our defenses. Detailed countermeasures are still under discussion, Liang Yangrong remarked. His primary concern being Liang Yunqi's predicament. He briefly outlined the situation, his patience wearing thin. Then let us continue our deliberations. Liang Yunqi endeavored to divert everyone's attention. In the distance, a guard from the royal residence rushed over. Young master, princess, the Changrong army has sent a letter, claiming there is a significant deal to negotiate. With that, he presented the letter. Liang Yangrong took the missive, opened it, and his expression turned grave. Once again, his focus shifted from Liang Yunqi's issues to the interception of the merchant convoy. Scanning the faces of those present, he spoke. The 30,000 cavalry intercepting us are a coalition of the Shima tribe and the Taiku tribe. The Shima tribe? The young talents' faces paled. While they were not well versed in the vast grasslands, as residents of the northern frontier, They were somewhat aware of the notorious tribes of the Qiangrong people. Though they had not heard of the Taiku tribe, the Shima tribe was renowned as one of the most powerful tribes on the prairie. With a population exceeding 6 million, capable of mobilizing 100,000 cavalry at will. The threat they posed to the northern frontier far surpassed that of other Qiangrong tribes. According to their terms, they intend to exchange a cartload of invaluable furs and a batch of madness-inducing drugs for 2,000 carts of goods, excluding coarse salt, Liang Yangrong continued. Why not demand everything? One young talent could not contain his anger. They have clearly investigated the convoy and know that aside from 1,000 carts of coarse salt, the rest of the cargo is quite valuable. What if we refuse? What do they mean by madness-inducing drugs? The young talents regained some of their composure. Faced with a formidable enemy, if they could resolve this crisis, the likelihood of being silenced would certainly diminish. The letter does not elaborate. Liang Yangrong shook his head. The young talents furrowed their brows, understanding the gravity of the situation. Though two significant and troublesome matters had arisen simultaneously, Liang Yangrong remained calm and resolute. Regardless, we shall observe the developments. We must expedite the fortification of our defenses while sending word to the Prince of the North and the Northern Army to mobilize reinforcements. They must be vigilant against the Shima tribe's intentions to ambush the reinforcements or launch a large-scale invasion of the northern frontier, while simultaneously preparing to march day and night for support. Additionally, the Royal Guards will dispatch a unit to the surrounding areas to ascertain whether there are any troops from the Shima tribe nearby or any tribes at odds with them, to see if we can persuade them to exert pressure. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the face of uncertainty, this was the only viable course of action. What do you think, given the significance of the matter? Liang Yunxi turned to Qin Feng. In the eyes of others, Qin Feng, despite his noble lineage, was perceived as a brutal, bloodthirsty man who only understood slaughter. Yet she recognized that when it came to intellect and strategy, he was equally formidable. The young prince's decision revealed no apparent flaws. If it were me, I would have immediately led a contingent to strike, Qin Feng stated candidly. This aligned with his interests in enhancing his military prowess and earning accolades. However, from the perspective of the entire convoy, Liang Yangrong's strategy of preparing and observing was indeed the best approach. As everyone pondered whether there were additional points to discuss, another guard hurriedly approached. Young master, princess, there are soldiers among the infantry experiencing a sudden bout of madness, resulting in the deaths of several comrades. A chill ran through the assembly. They began to comprehend why the letter from the Shima tribe mentioned madness-inducing drugs. This madness might very well be the trump card that emboldened them to make such outrageous demands. Chapter 40. Sorcery, take us to see. Liang Yangrong instructed the guards to lead the way. The group followed along the path to the scene of the incident. Along the journey, Qin Feng continued to hold Liang Yunxi's delicate hand. As he felt the gentle warmth of her touch and inhaled the faint, enchanting fragrance, a sense of indescribable serenity and peace enveloped his heart. Liang Yunxi, no longer resistant, resigned herself to the situation. Having already lost face, she accepted her fate when confronted with such an unabashed individual. It was hard to believe that in just 3 or 4 days of acquaintance, she would be walking hand in hand with someone in broad daylight. This was something she would have never imagined before. Yet, the events had transpired. With her keen intellect, she would not dwell on it endlessly. For she was acutely aware that while Qin Feng's brazen behavior infuriated her, it also clarified her own feelings. Astonishingly, she realized that she genuinely liked this man, in a manner distinctly romantic. The sensation felt surreal, as if she were lost in a dream. She quietly absorbed the coarse texture of his roughened palm, calloused from wielding long spears and short blades, which brought her a strange discomfort, yet also a profound sense of solidity and reassurance. It was only when she felt her steps suddenly halt that she awoke from her reverie. Realizing they had arrived at the site of the incident, in the clearing lay 5 bodies sprawled in disarray, with a few blood-stained horse stakes scattered nearby. A captain of the infantry, who had witnessed the events unfold, stepped forward to report the details. Their unit had been tasked with transporting the horse stakes and deer antler spears. After several trips back and forth, a soldier had inexplicably gone mad, attacking his comrades with a drawn blade. Caught off guard, he killed 4 men before the others managed to subdue him. Several young scholars proficient in pharmacology approached to examine the soldier's corpse. However, despite their meticulous inspection and even analyzing some of his blood. They found no trace of poison. Your Highness, Princess, this soldier does not appear to have been poisoned. We examined the surroundings and everything he came into contact with, but found no evidence of toxins. The young scholars returned, disappointment etched on their faces. Liang Yangrong was somewhat taken aback. The gravity of the situation outweighed any concern for the feelings of the young scholars, prompting him to summon a guard captain well-versed in pharmacology and poisoning techniques. To his astonishment, the captain, after meticulously examining the soldier's abdomen, concluded that there was indeed no trace of poison. The faces of everyone present darkened. The inability to detect any signs of poisoning indicated that they would be powerless to prevent or stop further outbreaks of madness. A shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. Even Qin Feng furrowed his brows tightly. He had not anticipated such a bizarre and insidious method lurking amidst the clash of armies. If the madness could not be resolved, the enemy would not even need to launch an attack. The entire convoy would descend into chaos and collapse upon itself. It must be the sorcery of the Chang tribe. Liang Yunxi suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned towards her, yet they also involuntarily glanced at the hands she and Qin Feng were holding. Liang Yunxi remained composed as she explained, each faction of the Chang tribe possesses shamans who inherit various forms of sorcery. Some excel in using sorcery to heal ailments, while others are adept at divination. Among them are those capable of remotely influencing or controlling the minds of others. Upon hearing her words, the group felt significantly more at ease. The unknown threat is indeed the most terrifying. If they could ascertain the cause, they might at least attempt to find a solution. However, the cavalry commander, Luo Jihong, hesitated before speaking up. To my knowledge, the chief shaman of the Shima tribe is most skilled in blessings and rituals, but their abilities are quite mediocre. Indeed, Liang Yangrong also came to the realization. As a young prince, he was privy to many secrets of the vast grasslands. According to historical records, the Shima tribe had boasted a population exceeding 1 million several centuries ago. Such a large tribe would naturally be home to formidable shamans. However, one of the two great masters of the grasslands, Tuoba Gu, hailed from the Shima tribe and had harbored a deep-seated disdain for shamans since childhood. Over 200 years ago, after Tuoba Gu rose to prominence, he conspired with the prince of the Shima tribe at that time to incite rebellion, resulting in the deaths of the Shima king and the chief shaman. Following that, Tuoba Gu ventured out to hone his skills and strive for mastery. After becoming the second master of the grasslands, he never returned to the Shima tribe, but ensured its welfare from afar. It was precisely because of the backing of the great master Tuoba Gu that the Shima tribe was able to weather crises repeatedly and ultimately emerged as the unrivaled largest tribe of the grasslands. To avoid incurring Tuoba Gu's displeasure, the Shima tribe had, for the past 2 centuries, possessed shamans of only mediocre ability, limited to simple blessings and rituals. Liang Yunxi interjected, "Let us not forget about the Taiku tribe." Liang Yangrong and Luo Jihong were suddenly enlightened. "Yunxi, do you have any means to resolve this?" Liang Yangrong inquired eagerly. Liang Yunxi shook her head slightly. "I have not studied methods to counteract such techniques. I can only observe the situation and infer the controlling methods employed by the enemy, then attempt to find a way to break it. First, gather the entire team and inquire if they have experienced anything unusual recently." "Agreed." Liang Yangrong promptly called upon the previous squad leader to assemble all the soldiers, dispatching guards to interrogate each one about their experiences throughout the day. "If I were to fall victim to such a controlling method, would there be any countermeasures?" Qin Feng quietly asked. "Are you afraid?" Liang Yunxi teased him with a playful glance. "Admittedly, I am a bit scared," Qin Feng readily admitted. This bizarre method seemed to be his kryptonite. Such mind-controlling techniques were indeed enigmatic and unpredictable, yet they were not without solutions. Strong willpower, mental fortitude, and vitality could easily withstand such methods and even cause backlash against the manipulator. Seeing Qin Feng openly acknowledge his fear, Liang Yunxi did not press him further and clarified, "Your willpower and vitality are extraordinarily robust. Even if a master skilled in such methods were to take action against you, they would find it impossible to succeed and would instead suffer from backlash." Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had thought that this strange method was his nemesis, only to discover that he was, in fact, a formidable adversary against it. "Die. All of you. Die." Just as the two were engaged in quiet conversation, a sudden, hysterical roar erupted. A soldier, who had been recounting his day's experiences to the guards of the royal palace, suddenly flashed crimson in his eyes. He abruptly drew a short dagger from his waist and lunged at one of the guards. The palace guard, a seasoned warrior of at least the 5th rank of the skin-refining realm, reacted swiftly, dodging the initial attack. However, the soldier, now completely deranged, relentlessly pursued his assault. With a swift maneuver, the guard positioned himself behind the soldier and delivered a precise strike to his carotid artery. The soldier collapsed in response. Just as the onlookers exhaled a sigh of relief, the downed soldier's eyes snapped open, now radiating a sinister crimson hue. In the next instant, his body began to swell rapidly. Retreat. The crowd hastily fell back. Boom! Flesh and blood erupted, splattering those soldiers who were slightly slower to react. It's a malevolent spirit. It's a malevolent spirit. The soldiers were overcome with terror, their legs trembling as they fell to the ground. Those with a bit more courage fled in a frenzy. Even the seasoned young scholars, accustomed to myriad experiences, were gripped by a chilling fear. The sheer strangeness of this method was overwhelming. It was utterly unpredictable. Erupting without warning. Even when knocked unconscious, one could awaken in an instant, their body exploding. The eerie crimson hue seemed to strike at the core of their being, evoking a sense of dread, as if they were being targeted by a malevolent entity. Chapter 41. Please let us fight. Block their path. No one is to leave this place, Liang Yunxi commanded with a wave of her hand, before the terrified soldiers attempting to flee could escape. Walls of ice suddenly materialized before them. Bang, bang, bang. These ice walls, seemingly thin and fragile, stood firm like iron fortifications, unmoving against the soldiers' collisions, causing them to topple to the ground. The guards regained their composure and began to regroup the soldiers. Liang Yunxi gestured, and a small golden bell appeared in her palm. In the next moment, the bell began to spin rapidly, its size increasing exponentially. It ascended to a height of 20 meters above the clearing before coming to a halt. Its volume had multiplied several times over. Clang, clang, clang. The bell, seemingly sentient, released golden ripples that spread downward. The area within a radius of over 20 meters was enveloped by the golden waves. This continued for several moments. With a wave of her hand, Liang Yunxi summoned the bell back, which shrank as it returned to her palm. What do you think? Liang Yangrong inquired. Liang Yunxi's expression turned grave. This is a technique akin to spirit possession, but it surpasses mere possession. It should be through the collection of items used by the soldiers, utilizing mental prowess to remotely awaken the deep-seated fears within their hearts, merging resentment and murderous intent into their consciousness. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, anyone who gazes into the crimson eyes of these soldiers will inevitably sense the profound fear lurking within. The next individual to fall under control will undoubtedly be the one among them who harbors the greatest trepidation. Liang Yangrong hesitated to speak. Liang Yunxi shook her head. As long as fear resides within one's heart, there exists the possibility of being invaded by the adversary, with resentment and murderous intent implanted within. Even if all the soldiers were to be slain, it would be of no avail. The caravan, during its journey, must have left behind a plethora of used relics. The enemy merely needs to seek out new targets, which may be slightly more troublesome and require greater mental exertion. And what of us? The young talents gazed at Liang Yunxi, their hearts gripped with trepidation. They too feared such an eerie method, albeit none dared to acknowledge their fears as openly as Qin Feng. With the adversary's capabilities, controlling you is not beyond possibility, yet the consumption of mental energy and the level of difficulty far exceed that of controlling ordinary soldiers. Should one inadvertently target a warrior with formidable willpower, they might even suffer the consequences of a backlash. Liang Yunxi remarked calmly. Thus, it is unlikely the enemy would consider you as targets. However, to ensure safety, you and all present guards and soldiers must find ways to suppress the fears within. Now that we comprehend the enemy's methods, is there a way to eliminate future threats? Liang Yangrong inquired. The enemy's strength is too formidable for me to resolve, Liang Yunxi replied with a resigned shake of her head. We can only seal off this area. Once any outbreak of madness occurs elsewhere, we must swiftly control all surrounding individuals, suppress the news, and prevent panic from spreading. Yet, Such actions will only increase the enemy's difficulty and delay losses. What if we summon the elders? Liang Yangrong hesitated. The Grand Sorcerer is concealed among 30,000 cavalry. His location is unknown. Summoning the elders would bring more harm than good. Liang Yunqi shook her head. This journey to the grassland involves both her and Liang Yangrong, and the Northern Protectorate will naturally exert its utmost to safeguard them. Besides the 1,000 meticulously chosen guards from the estate, they have even enlisted 2 elders to join. The Northern Protectorate boasts 3 elders, each an exceptional master of the high extraordinary realm, second only to grandmasters. Even the Northern Protector must treat them with utmost respect, not daring to offend them in the slightest. However, even such unparalleled masters, when faced with 30,000 canine nomad cavalry, can at most slay a few before being overwhelmed, and it remains exceedingly difficult to locate the Grand Sorcerer. Such actions would not only fail to resolve the crisis, but would also expose their trump cards, introducing considerable uncertainty for the future. After all, even the 2 elders are not invincible in the vast grasslands, as long as the 2 grandmasters remain unengaged, even if surrounded by 1,000 troops. The 2 elders can still confidently carve a path to safety, but should they attract the attention of the 2 grandmasters or numerous exceptional masters, the outcome would be entirely different, given Liang Yunqi and Liang Yangrong's status. While it is unlikely they would draw the personal intervention of a grandmaster, they might inadvertently summon large tribes to unite and besiege them. If the 2 elders remain uninvolved, it will instill a sense of caution among the great tribes, deterring reckless actions. This presents a conundrum. Liang Yangrong furrowed his brow. Young lord, I am willing to lead my men into the enemy ranks, inflicting casualties to compel the enemy to retreat. Qin Feng suddenly stepped forward. Cupping his fists in suggestion, Liang Yangrong and the assembly of young talents stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. Was this fellow a fool? To lead his 100 cavalry against 30,000? Would that not be akin to sending sheep into a tiger's den? Indeed, this is a strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. If the young Marquis can lead his men to inflict losses upon the enemy, it would undoubtedly exert pressure, forcing their withdrawal. Should this endeavor succeed, it would be a significant achievement. Liang Yangrong was the first to react, promptly agreeing with Qin Feng's proposal. The young talents were left completely bewildered. Were they not essentially sending this fool to his demise? Yet upon further reflection, they realized that allowing him to meet his end would conveniently alleviate the troubles he posed in misleading the princess's mind with drugs or other means. Liang Yunqi instinctively wished to oppose the idea, but as the words lingered on her lips, she chose silence. She understood all too well why Qin Feng would make such a suggestion. I accept the command. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. Liang Yangrong was the true commander of this caravan. With Liang Yangrong's endorsement, he could confidently lead his team to reap military achievements. Fearing that the young lord might reconsider, he promptly turned to depart. Noticing Liang Yunqi following, he paused, looking at her with earnestness. You harbor no fondness for bloodshed. There is no need to force yourself. My path is destined to tread upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with endless bones laid beneath. This moment is but a small segment of that journey. Liang Yunqi remained silent, giving a subtle nod. Wait for my return, and I shall accompany you to witness the sunrise and sunset. Qin Feng smiled, striding forth. Behind him, Liang Yangrong was elated. He had been troubled about how to persuade Qin Feng to keep Liang Yunqi behind. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Feng had taken the initiative to prevent her from following. He hurriedly approached, cautiously inquiring, Yunqi, have you noticed any peculiar changes within yourself? Perhaps something akin to mental control or drug influence leading to behavior that deviates from the norm? Liang Yunqi, being notably astute, pondered briefly before grasping Liang Yangrong's thoughts, rendering her somewhat amused. With Elder Yang safeguarding me from the shadows, do you truly believe Qin Feng could employ drugs or any other means to manipulate my mind? Liang Yangrong was taken aback. His eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that you have genuinely developed feelings for him? And why not? Liang Yunqi countered. Liang Yangrong immediately frowned. The absence of mind control by drugs or strange methods alleviated the burden of rescuing Liang Yunqi and silencing a multitude of young talents. However, new troubles swiftly followed. He could not help but feel a headache coming on, muttering softly. Regardless of whether the incident involving the royal tribute is connected to him, the emperor has already condemned him for it. Even if he is innocent, the opportunity for redemption is unlikely to be afforded to him. If our northern protectorate were to recruit him as a ceremonial guest or a noble consort during this escalating power struggle for succession, it would surely invite the emperor's suspicion and embroil us. Liang Yunqi's expression turned incredulous. No wonder my father insisted you partake in this journey to the grasslands, while you typically appear composed and wise. When confronted with troubles of great significance, you seem entirely devoid of guile. This concerns my lifelong affair. To weigh the pros and cons of this matter regarding the future of the estate and intertwining interests is one thing, but to bring it up in my presence is quite another. Liang Yangrong forced an awkward smile, responding helplessly. You are my only sister. There is no need for pretense or elaborate schemes. This sentiment was somewhat pleasing to her ears. Liang Yunqi chose not to press further. How could you agree to let him lead an attack against the canine nomad army? Liang Yangrong inquired. Perplexed, if he wishes to go, let him go. Deploy 2 winged wolves to relay the battle reports throughout. Liang Yunqi replied without elaboration, for she could not explain. Liang Yangrong could not help but chuckle bitterly. He had always believed that, not just in the northern border, but throughout the entire Liang kingdom and even neighboring realms, no one was worthy of his sister. Only those within the celestial sect could possibly possess matching talent and endowment. Yet, unexpectedly, a potential brother-in-law had emerged, a fool so brazen as to lead 100 cavalry against 30,000. Chapter 42. Selecting subordinates, that is, after all, 30,000 canine nomad cavalry. We possess but a mere 100 men. Charging in would only mean certain death. Indeed. Not to mention the 30,000 canine nomad forces, even a single captain among them is likely to be a low-level warrior of the bone refinement realm. A low-level bone refinement warrior could easily annihilate our entire unit with a single strike. Furthermore, there are 3 captains among the nomads, each a high-level warrior of the bone refinement realm. The commander of the enemy forces would undoubtedly possess even greater terrifying strength. All the soldiers of the 4th unit were thrown into disarray upon hearing that Qin Feng intended to lead them against the canine nomad army. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Qin Feng's booming voice resonated. The entire 4th unit fell silent in an instant. The expressions on everyone's faces turned ashen. They all understood that once Qin Feng uttered those words, any counsel would be futile. I grant you one last chance. If you do not wish to go, you may remain. Qin Feng then shifted his tone. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise, suddenly feeling a sense of survival against the odds. In the Northern Protectorate, disobeying military orders was a path to certain death. Moreover, aside from the military merits that could not be stripped away, all other honors would be revoked. Under such circumstances, no matter how reluctant they were to face death, they had no choice but to follow Qin Feng into battle. What they had not anticipated was that Qin Feng was actually willing to offer them a way out. Those who were unwilling were granted the right to choose to stay behind. I know that none of you wish to die. Moreover, let us not forget that each person was allocated over 200 taels of silver, amidst the presence of 4 women from the Chang tribe. Qin Feng's gaze, as sharp as a blade, swept across the faces of the crowd. In this battle, I am leading you all to your demise. The soldiers looked at Qin Feng with expressions filled with bewilderment. They were disbelieving. This captain, though domineering and assertive, was undoubtedly regarded as the finest leader in history by them. For, when one gazes upon the northern town army, or even the entire Great Liang Kingdom, it is exceedingly rare to find an individual willing to relinquish the hard-earned military merits for the sake of fallen brothers, a leader who is willing to reach into his own pockets to significantly enhance the rations of his subordinates, even one who is prepared to bestow all accolades and rewards upon his men at present. While it was true that Qin Feng intended to lead them to their deaths, they believed he was merely acting under military orders. Left with no other choice, what I desire in my subordinates is a resolute determination to charge forth without hesitation, even in the face of death. This is merely a basic requirement. Qin Feng stated calmly. Those who lack the courage to traverse through mountains of blades and seas of fire alongside me. Those who are content with a mere 200 or 300 taels of silver and a few Chang women are unworthy to remain as my subordinates. For all who choose to stay, I shall find a way to transfer them to the 4th team. Those willing to follow me into battle are effectively relinquishing their sole opportunity for survival. In the future, they may only choose to withdraw in times of peace. To falter before a great war, I will unhesitatingly execute him as a sacrifice to the flag. The soldiers were torn within themselves. Many harbored thoughts of leaving. Yet their silver, the Chang women, were all rewards they had obtained through following Qin Feng. And one might even say were gifts from him. In the face of such a life-and-death battle, retreating at the last moment filled each of them with guilt. Qin Feng clearly perceived their thoughts and continued, I will grant you 1/4 of an hour to contemplate. Those who do not wish to face death may turn and leave. There is no need for guilt, for my kindness toward you is purely a means to leverage your strength to gain greater military merit. For those who wish to continue following me, I can only promise that on the battlefield, I will not abandon any brother. Even in death, they will remain so. Beyond the battlefield, in the Zhangfeng army, in the Northern Town Army, across the entire Great Liang Kingdom, my glory, status, and wealth are yours as well. What I can provide, I, Qin Feng, shall never withhold, Captain. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I vow to follow you to the death. The squad leader, Mao Han, stepped forward. I too am willing. The second squad leader, Ding Fuguei, revealed a broad grin, showcasing his large yellow teeth, and also stepped forward. The two of them were among the last remaining comrades from Qin Feng's earlier days. Fully aware of the captain's character and disposition, life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by destiny. In any case, the wealth and military merit accumulated thus far were sufficient for their parents to live comfortably, and could even benefit their brothers and nephews. It was merely a matter of being wrapped in a horsehide shroud, nothing to lament. Should they survive until the end, they believed Qin Feng would bestow upon them immense riches. I too am willing. I am willing. Influenced by the two, others began to step forward. Yet some chose to silently turn away. They understood that they were foregoing a chance for rapid ascension. However, this opportunity seemed exceedingly slim. If they had nothing to lose, they would be willing to gamble. Yet now, they possessed over 200 taels of silver and 4 Chang women. The silver had nowhere to be spent, and the women were being tended to for their injuries. They could at most visit them, but dared not touch them further. To die in battle would be an immense loss. Within 1/4 of an hour, 95 soldiers made their choices. 56 grit their teeth and chose to continue following Qin Feng. The remaining 39 opted to depart silently, including 5 squad leaders. This outcome surprised Qin Feng. He knew that the soldiers within the Northern Town Army were mostly single men without families, and some would surely be willing to risk everything to follow in his footsteps, treading upon the vast expanse of bones in search of wealth and glory amidst the sea of corpses and blood. Yet the fact that nearly 60% chose to stay exceeded his expectations. These 56 would be the true force under his command. They would be his subordinates, unyielding in the face of peril, who would absolutely obey orders, even if it meant traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire. After this round of selection, his banner would be infused with an indomitable spirit of bravery. In the future, all soldiers willing to stand under his banner would possess this soul. Everyone, mount your horses. Qin Feng wasted no further time. The 56 soldiers swiftly mounted their steeds. Forward. Qin Feng tugged on the reins and galloped ahead, leading the charge. The 56 soldiers, each with 2 horses, closely followed. The fierce wind howled as their armor flapped in the breeze. The sound of hooves echoed, a resounding chorus of iron cavalry. All were filled with a murderous intent, fearless and resolute. They charged forth without hindrance, breaking free from the convoy. Just ahead, a mere dozen miles away, the banners of the Shima tribe and the Taiku tribe fluttered in the wind. The joint command tent of the Shima and Taiku tribes was set up in a clearing at the center of the army's left flank. The army's commander, Takemu, the 6th prince of the Shima tribe, an elder, and the great shaman of the Taiku tribe, along with 3,000 captains, gathered here. There were no spacious tents, nor were there dense guards. This was to guard against assassination by experts from the royal palace. In their view, this was their only weakness. Among the 3 captains, one was at the first level of innate realm, while the other 2 were at a high level of bone-forging realm. In a confrontation, their might would be overwhelming, a force to be reckoned with. The great shaman was also well-versed in powerful sorcery, his strength rivaling that of a first-level innate warrior. The elder accompanying Takemu had even reached a high level of innate realm. However, according to intelligence gathered from the Liang Kingdom's merchant convoy, it was reported that the convoy contained the royal heir and the county princess of the northern town palace. The northern town palace had ruled the northern borders for over a century, and the forces it had cultivated in secret were unfathomable. One could easily surmise that there would at least be one extraordinary expert guarding the convoy, ensuring the safety of the royal heir and the county princess. An exceptional expert at the high level of the extraordinary realm, although not on par with a master who could disregard imperial authority, could certainly disregard thousands of soldiers. Once the enemy discovered the locations of the commander and the great shaman, eliminating them would be as simple as plucking a flower from a bush. Fortunately, although the extraordinary realm was immensely powerful, their internal energy was not inexhaustible like that of a master, and they could not single-handedly annihilate an entire army. As long as they did not reveal their positions, if the extraordinary expert from the northern town palace truly intended to appear, aiming to intimidate the entire army with a single strike, it could be seen as a good thing. At present, they merely sought to force Liang Yangrong to surrender the majority of the valuable goods. Should the extraordinary expert from the northern town palace intervene, it would no longer be merely about valuable goods. The target could very well shift to capturing the royal heir and the county princess. Thousands of carts laden with treasures were worth their weight in gold. Capturing the royal heir and the county princess could easily compel the northern king to cede half of the northern border. If the news were relayed back, it was highly likely that the Shima king would spare no expense to summon an expert of the same caliber to come. They believed Liang Yangrong should not be so foolish as to deliver the bulk of the valuable goods on a silver platter. It was merely a matter of time before that happened. News arrived, reporting that a cavalry unit from the Liang Kingdom was approaching our army. A scout rushed in. Both Takemu and the three captains wore expressions of confusion. Did the Liang Kingdom's army have the audacity to attack? One captain spoke in a low voice. How many men are there? About 60, the scout replied. Takemu and the three captains exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. To take the initiative to attack with such numbers was hardly worth mentioning. The negotiation team was already too numerous. The Shima tribe had never had a precedent for killing envoys, and there was absolutely no need to send men for protection. Was there perhaps some kind of conspiracy at play? Chapter 43. Annihilate a small team first. Send a unit to intercept them and ascertain their intentions. Takemu could not make sense of it, nor did he wish to dwell on it further. He casually took out a small signal flag and tossed it to the scout. The scout immediately took the flag and went to relay the military orders. Meanwhile, Qin Feng led his 56 subordinates onward, advancing toward the Chang army. Above the convoy, two dark, otherworldly beasts soared. These two beasts resembled black wolves, but were significantly larger than the common wild wolf, and possessed wings. On the backs of the black wolves sat royal guards. Under their control, the two winged wolves flapped their massive wings and followed above Qin Feng and his men. I truly cannot comprehend how, with the county princess's intellect and talent, she could possibly fall for a brash man like him. Indeed, this fellow is fierce and assertive, and he certainly shines brightly within the army. Yet it is utterly astonishing that he has captured the county princess's favor. Upon the back of the winged wolf, the two guards gazed in awe as Qin Feng, undaunted and fearless, led 56 subordinates into a fierce assault against the formidable army of the Changrong tribe. Though they were martial artists, their lack of experience in the military made them acutely aware, as protectors of the northern king's estate, that morale plays a pivotal role in the outcome of battles. This young lord not only possessed extraordinary valor, even a mere squad leader could inspire dozens of subordinates to pledge their lives in unwavering loyalty, showcasing a remarkable charisma and influence. Should such a figure survive, he was destined to ascend to the ranks of a great general. If his strength were to grow rapidly, he might even become a notorious and fearsome commander. Yet, despite this potential, the disparity between his fate and that of the princess, who was destined to ascend the celestial path, was stark and illogical. The sound of urgent hoofbeats approached swiftly. A troop of approximately 100 Changrong warriors came charging forth. Annihilate them, leave not a single one alive. Qin Feng bellowed with fury. He activated the system and selected Morale Surge. With a mere thought, all 56 team members were instantly empowered. Gritting his teeth, he sacrificed 16 points of strength. In the next moment, his comrades felt an overwhelming surge of vigor coursing through their bodies. Their vision and reflexes were markedly enhanced. Each warrior's combat prowess increased by 5 points, elevating their abilities to a level comparable to the 5th or 6th stage of the refinement of skin. The special ability Morale Surge consumed 1 point of strength to grant an additional point to each subordinate. However, every subsequent increase in average strength would exponentially amplify Qin Feng's own strength expenditure. Given his current capabilities and the number of soldiers at his command, a 4-point expenditure to raise the average strength by 3 points was the most efficient option. Nevertheless, these were the loyal subordinates willing to follow him into the jaws of death. Every increment in their strength translated to a greater chance of survival. He cast aside any concerns for his diminished power. After deactivating Morale Surge, he swiftly activated Bronze Skin and Iron Bones, sacrificing 10 points of strength to augment his physical defense tenfold. In the blink of an eye, his strength plummeted from 130 to 104. As he beheld the approaching Changrong troop, now less than 100 meters away, the cavalrymen drew their bows, their expressions fierce and menacing, showing no sign of halting. Remember your kills. Each one counts as military merit. With a sudden leap, Qin Feng dismounted his steed with perfect poise and instantly surged forward. Armed with spear in hand, he transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards the Changrong cavalry. The sheer speed left the centurion and warriors of the Changrong tribe aghast. By the time they registered his presence and raised their bows to retaliate, Qin Feng had already closed the distance to within 30 meters. Only the centurion and a few sergeants managed to barely keep pace with his velocity. Clang, clang, clang. The majority of arrows were shot towards Qin Feng's rear, with only a handful aimed directly at him. However, he paid little heed to swat them aside, as anticipated. While these arrows, launched by the centurion and sergeants, had considerable force, the short bows used by cavalrymen could not unleash their full potential. The arrows that struck him merely pierced his leather armor, producing a sensation akin to a mosquito bite upon his skin, barely breaking the surface. The tenfold increase in his defensive capabilities rendered his body nearly impervious to harm. The centurion and sergeants of the Changrong tribe watched in disbelief as Qin Feng approached with the grace of a divine being. Terrified, they steeled themselves, drawing their curved blades and charging recklessly towards him. With a swift thrust, the leading centurion, seeing Qin Feng's spear aimed at him, instinctively swung his sword to defend. Yet, he was a moment too late. Before his blade could collide with the spear, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Indeed, this adversary was beyond his capacity to withstand. As his consciousness faded, the centurion fell from his horse. Ding. You have defeated an enemy. Combat power 0.85. With a fluid motion, Qin Feng swung his spear. Although activating both special abilities had significantly reduced his strength, he still possessed power comparable to the 9th stage of bone refinement. Against a troop of 100 Changrong cavalrymen, he was an unstoppable force. With a single thrust, he pierced the throat of a Changrong warrior, sending him tumbling to the ground. Through sheer might alone, he shattered the ranks of this small squad, leaving chaos in his wake. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, his 56 warriors followed suit, charging forward with indomitable spirit and collective strength that far surpassed that of ordinary Changrong soldiers. In mere moments, the Changrong warriors suffered devastating losses, with only a handful remaining. Moaning on the ground, seizing the opportunity to harvest combat power, Qin Feng swiftly turned, reaching them in an instant, dispatching one after another with his spear. By the end of this encounter, he alone had slain over 40 Changrong warriors, elevating his combat power from 104.29 to 115.56. The remainder of the kills were attributed to his loyal soldiers, who suffered no casualties, save for one who was unseated but sustained only minor injuries due to his exceptional physique and reflexes. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng urged his steed onward, charging towards the Changrong army, now less than a kilometer away. Complete annihilation, Tarkham and the 3 centurions, alongside the great shaman of the Taiku tribe, wore expressions of astonishment. The notion that a mere 60 Liang Kingdom cavalrymen could decimate 100 Changrong cavalry was inconceivable. The only plausible explanation lay in the fact that these 60 were the elite, meticulously selected from the entire cavalry force. Even the guards of the royal estate could not compare. Though the guards might possess greater strength, the art of battlefield combat and martial prowess are entirely disparate realms. Warriors lacking battlefield experience and teamwork, regardless of being 3 to 5 times stronger than ordinary soldiers, would struggle to overcome an equal number of foes. Yet, why had the young lord assembled such a small, elite cavalry unit for what seemed like a death wish? Informed the front lines. We must obliterate this squad at any cost. Tarkham remained dismissive, as a mere 60-man unit seemed unlikely to make any significant impact against an army of 30,000. Chapter 44. The Killing Machine. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The Qiangrong front lines observed with detached indifference as Qin Feng led his men towards them. A mere 60-odd individuals dared to challenge an entire army. Even the recent annihilation of a 100-strong unit was hardly worthy of their concern. "Charge!" commanded a centurion, raising his hand as Qin Feng entered the 300-meter range. 2 centurions immediately mobilized their troops to flank Qin Feng from both sides. Should they succeed in encircling him, it would be tantamount to a 3-pronged assault. The triangular formation, commonly employed for assaults, was rapidly adopted despite their lack of formal training. Although the 56 warriors appeared somewhat disorganized from the front, a bird's-eye view revealed the formation taking shape, spearheaded by 2 sergeants. Just as the triangular formation began to materialize, Qin Feng seized the initiative, dashing towards the left flank of the Qiangrong troop. His speed was such that even the centurion of the Qiangrong tribe barely registered his descent from the horse. Before they could react in astonishment, Qin Feng vanished from sight. A swift glance revealed him hurtling towards them like a bolt of lightning. The centurion, realizing the imminent danger, hastily drew his curved blade. However, as he looked up again, he was met with a dark blur rapidly expanding before him. In an instant, he lost all consciousness as Qin Feng's spear pierced through his skull. "Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated an enemy. Combat power 0.85. In the moment of withdrawing his spear, Qin Feng forcefully collided with the horse, sending both the galloping steed and the centurion's lifeless form crashing into the leading horses. A cacophony of neighs erupted as chaos ensued, with several Qiangrong warriors desperately reining in their mounts to avoid being trampled. Noticing their advance falter, Qin Feng wasted no time, charging full speed towards the oncoming right flank of the Qiangrong troops. Utilizing the same tactic, he effortlessly toppled the approaching warriors in under half a minute. Despite having only slain 2 centurions, he had successfully disrupted their momentum, preventing them from effectively flanking him. Upon reaching the apex of the triangular formation, he found himself less than 100 meters from the Qiangrong front lines. Ahead, hundreds of Qiangrong warriors were poised, bows drawn, ready to unleash their volley. "Prepare!" The chieftain of the Qiangrong tribe drew his curved blade high above his head, his gaze fixed intensely upon Qin Feng, laced with palpable apprehension. The ordinary soldiers, kept at a distance, could only glimpse the flanks of their forces surging forth, but suddenly halted in their charge due to the chaos unfolding ahead. Only he, possessing the formidable strength of the 2nd level of bone tempering, could discern the turmoil among the flanking units, all instigated by Qin Feng. In such a brief span of time, he was able to dart back and forth, intercepting both groups. The sheer speed of this feat exceeded his wildest imaginings. Even his superior, a captain at the 9th level of bone tempering, might well struggle to accomplish such a task. He could not fathom how a figure of such caliber could be leading a mere handful of men. Serving as fodder for death, when in the Dalian kingdom, they would surely command legions of thousands. As the chieftain grappled with these thoughts, he suddenly noticed Qin Feng accelerating, boldly charging towards the main force. "Fire!" Without the slightest hesitation, the chieftain swung down his blade, issuing the command to unleash arrows. A seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he surmised without thought that Qin Feng's intention was to compel them to fire, drawing the attention of their archers away from his own troops. Yet, this was a blatant strategy. He had no choice but to order the volley. Otherwise, when Qin Feng closed the distance, they would find themselves bereft of opportunity to shoot. Thud, thud, thud. A torrential rain of arrows descended, blanketing the area around Qin Feng for several meters. Yet, to him, it posed no threat whatsoever. He paid no heed to the oncoming projectiles and continued his relentless charge. The arrows struck his form, merely piercing his leather armor, leaving behind fleeting red marks that quickly faded from his skin. "Damn it," Do they truly believe the Qiangrong tribe is defenseless? As Qin Feng closed the distance, the chieftain, acutely aware of his impending defeat, spurred his horse forward, brandishing his curved blade with fearless determination. In an instant, Qin Feng was upon him. He thrust his spear directly at the chieftain's chest. To his surprise, the chieftain leapt, springing towards Qin Feng. He merely adjusted his position slightly to evade the heart, not sparing a glance at the spear aimed at him. His blade, raised high, was poised to strike. Embodying a desperate resolve, a slight smirk graced Qin Feng's lips. The most troublesome aspects of the Qiangrong tribe were their mastery of horsemanship and their fearless disposition. However, the latter was precisely what Qin Feng relished. He thrived on such reckless adversaries, those who attacked without defense, exchanging life for life. Thud. The spear met no resistance, plunging into the chieftain's body. Racked with excruciating pain, the chieftain's face contorted in a ghastly grimace. His blade, infused with the force of a tempest, arced towards Qin Feng's head. In a fair contest, with the spear embedded within his foe, the chieftain might have inflicted a fatal blow. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Qin Feng's body leaned back, effortlessly evading the strike. The chieftain, enduring the searing agony in his chest, attempted to swing his blade once more. Qin Feng retaliated with a powerful kick, striking the chieftain squarely in the chest. Crack! Not only did the blow shatter his ribs, but it also sent shockwaves through his heart. The chieftain's blade slipped from his grasp, and his robust frame was hurled backward like a tattered sack. Blood erupted as the spear was withdrawn from his body. Ding! You have defeated the enemy. Combat Power 3.25. The moment the system notification sounded, Qin Feng had already plunged into the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, his subordinates had only just galloped within 50 meters of him. Rather than charging deeper into the heart of the Qiangrong forces, Qin Feng slowed his pace, swiftly dispatching the surrounding Qiangrong warriors. Thud, thud, thud. Like a phantom, each strike of his spear claimed a life. Even the chieftain fell before him in a mere exchange. Let alone the 100 and ordinary warriors of the Qiangrong tribe. As Qin Feng waded through the throngs of soldiers, he resembled a harbinger of death, mercilessly reaping lives. Each thrust of his spear pierced the throat or skull of a Qiangrong warrior. Combat Power 0.18, Combat Power 0.56, Combat Power 0.23. The system notifications rang out in a continuous chorus, music to Qin Feng's ears. For an ordinary warrior at the 9th level of bone tempering, engaging in such relentless slaughter would deplete their inner strength significantly. Though they might initially sweep away their foes, however, Qin Feng was an entirely different entity. His expenditure was solely physical stamina, and his consumption rate was far lower than that of a martial artist's inner strength. Furthermore, unlike a martial artist, he did not need to meditate to recuperate his inner energy. His stamina was in a constant state of regeneration, with a stronger physique allowing for swifter recovery. Moreover, with each enemy he vanquished, his combat power surged, further enhancing his stamina. On the battlefield, he was an endlessly tireless machine of slaughter. Even a transcendent master at a higher level could not single-handedly decimate an entire army. Yet, given sufficient time, he could boom, boom, boom. Behind him, 56 subordinates charged forth. Though not many in number, they arrived just as Qin Feng had drawn all attention to himself, having already decimated the Qiangrong warriors along the path to their charge. Like a torrent of steel, they swept through the remnants of the Qiangrong forces with unyielding momentum. The stench of blood spread, and cries of agony surged deeper into the enemy ranks. 130, 140, 150. Qin Feng's total combat power continued to rise. Chapter 45. Piercing through the army. What? This is impossible. Upon receiving the scout's report, Takemu and the 3 captains were left speechless. How could a mere 60 men penetrate the heart of the army? In response to the 6th prince, upon the enemy's approach, Captain Leto attempted to mobilize 2 units to attack from the flanks. The scout quickly explained, bowing his head. However, they were all thwarted by the enemy captain with a single decisive blow. The surviving centurions speculate that this individual possesses strength at least at the 9th level of bone tempering, if not more. Captain Leto was killed in a single encounter. Moreover, this enemy captain, with astonishing speed, flits between the front and both sides, even managing to reach the rear to aid fallen warriors back into formation. Takemu and the three captains furrowed their brows. Though the scouts' information was vague, they were seasoned veterans and immediately deduced the sequence of events. Essentially, the captain had, with his formidable prowess, actively attracted fire and attention, willingly expending his inner strength to serve as the spearhead in the charge. Slaying those 10-man and 100-man leaders, sowing chaos while supporting his subordinates from various angles. If these subordinates were indeed elite among elites, their combined strength could transform into a sharp dagger, cleaving through the enemy army. As long as their speed was swift enough, the opposing forces would be unable to organize an effective countercharge. This tactic was favored by the Changrong leaders as well, yet to slice through an army of tens of thousands. A strike team would need to comprise at least 1,000 men. Logically, for one to act as the spearhead while constantly maneuvering for support, the inner strength consumed through such acrobatics would be exorbitant, making it exceedingly difficult to lead a team deep into enemy territory. One of the captains questioned. Perhaps by consuming a precious elixir that rapidly restores inner strength, it could be achieved. Takemu waved his hand dismissively. What truly perplexes me is their motive behind such actions. What do they intend to accomplish? Indeed, what are they truly thinking? The three captains were utterly baffled. While a warrior at the 9th level of bone tempering might match a captain of the same level in strength, on the battlefield, their roles varied drastically. Only a leader knows how to bolster morale, anticipate enemy interceptions and tactics, and how to minimize cost while swiftly maintaining formation and charge speed while eliminating foes. A warrior at the 9th level of bone tempering could hardly lead an elite team to breach an army, let alone approach it. In contrast, a captain at the 9th level of bone tempering in the Dalian Kingdom would typically command thousands. A younger, less experienced individual might not hold the same rank as a captain, yet would be regarded with even greater importance than a standard captain. It defies reason for such a figure to personally risk leading a small team into enemy territory. After all, 1,000 soldiers are easier to come by than a single general. The Dalian Kingdom is populous and not lacking in soldiers. Cultivating a qualified captain, however, is exceedingly challenging. Failure would result in catastrophic losses. Even if they succeeded, without an army following through to capitalize on the victory, they would only manage to slay a few hundred foes. Inflicting minimal damage to enemy morale hardly seems worth the gamble. Regardless, let us eliminate them, the 6th prince declared. I shall personally lead an expedition to extinguish them. In the 9th realm of the bone refinement stage, the imposing figure of the Captain Urage emanated an aura of fierce bloodlust. Takemu pondered for a few seconds before nodding, cautioning, do not underestimate them. Gather more men for the pursuit. Understood. Urage casually slung the colossal hammer resting at his feet over his shoulder and strode forth with purpose to muster reinforcements. We've broken through. We actually pierced through the ranks of the Changrong army, exclaimed one soldier in disbelief. This is an army of 30,000 Changrong warriors. Even if we perish, our lives would not be in vain. Captain, let us strike back. To carve a path through their ranks will grant us ample bragging rights for a lifetime. In a mere span of 10 minutes, clarity dawned upon the group. Before them stretched a boundless prairie. Devoid of any Changrong warriors, behind, the Changrong soldiers seethed with rage, contemplating retaliation but wary of causing chaos within their own ranks. The captains, though more eager than the average soldiers to pursue, were compelled to restrain their subordinates from acting recklessly. The soldiers of the 4th squad were panting heavily, their eyes glimmering with uncontainable exhilaration. The recent charge had elevated their spirits to an extraordinary zenith, prompting many to contemplate a counterattack. Although Qin Feng appeared reckless in his endeavors, he was not devoid of wit. With his formidable strength and a contingent of subordinates comparable to those at the 5th or 6th level of the bone refinement stage, it was indeed feasible to breach the Changrong army unexpectedly. However, to attempt the counterattack would be sheer folly. Even with his combat prowess now soaring to 187.58, a significant increase since their arrival, it was a delusion to think he could triumph. The enemy's commander, regardless of his sluggish reactions, would have undoubtedly stationed a captain to oversee the situation. Even a captain renowned for his intellect would possess strength at least at the high tier of the bone refinement stage, making him a formidable opponent. Should he become entangled with the captain, his subordinates would be besieged, their momentum drastically hindered, leaving none to escape unscathed. His incursion into the Qiangrong army was to lay the groundwork, ensuring that his subordinates would henceforth follow him into any perilous situation without hesitation, regardless of the absurdity of his commands. The absence of pursuing Qiangrong troops prompted Qin Feng to signal his men, who began to slow their steeds and assess their losses. The revelation that only 7 out of 56 had sustained injuries, with none dead, ignited their already heightened spirits. Their greatest loss was merely the mounts, which had all perished. Yet, the tally of slain enemies exceeded 700. While nearly half of these were attributed to Qin Feng himself, each of his men had still managed to claim the lives of at least 6 Qiangrong warriors. With such a record of victories, coupled with the feat of penetrating the enemy's ranks, all with sufficient seniority could expect a promotion to squad leader. Truly deserving of the princess's admiration, this individual is undeniably valiant and invincible. Indeed, the sheer ferocity of an army of tens of thousands is enough to instill terror. Merely flying above them left my legs trembling, let alone carving a bloody path through their ranks. Upon the winged wolf, 2 royal guards were left shaken. Although they had soared over the Qiangrong army, their hearts raced with trepidation, knowing that they could easily fall prey to skilled archers among the enemy ranks. Should they be caught unawares, the winged wolf would not escape unscathed. This young lord is akin to a deity of slaughter, marveled one of the guards. His physical prowess is astonishing, confirming that the area below posed no immediate threat. One guard hastily retrieved a charcoal pencil and a yellow sheet of paper, swiftly documenting the events that had unfolded. It was precisely because he was not a martial artist that he could act so decisively. Had he been one, the intensity of the earlier combat would have undoubtedly depleted his inner strength. Another guard, reflecting on the situation, observed Qin Feng and the Qiangrong army below. Despite not being a martial artist, the high-stakes combat would still have drained his stamina significantly, diminishing his earlier vigor. Yet, he appeared to be growing ever more emboldened. After recording the events, the guard rolled up the paper, extracted a white pigeon from his ample satchel, and inserted the note into the small bamboo tube attached to its leg. With a flick of his wrist, the pigeon flapped its wings and soared toward the convoy. Thus, it was no wonder that this individual had captured the princess's attention. One of the guard's gazes suddenly froze as he spotted a company of 1,000 warriors bursting forth from the Qiangrong ranks. To the forefront stood a towering figure wielding a massive hammer, mounted on a steed larger than the average warhorse. The soldiers accompanying him, clad in attire denoting ranks of captain and lieutenant, were significantly more numerous. Such a formidable assembly clearly harbored lethal intent. The young lord was in grave danger. Chapter 46. The pursuers arrived. The convoy, comprising over 10,000 soldiers and laborers, continued excavating trenches and constructing fortifications. Within the central command tent, Liang Yangrong, 2 deputy generals, and a cadre of young talents were beset by worry. Reports of soldiers or laborers from various merchant houses succumbing to a sudden frenzy circulated intermittently. Despite the timely arrival of royal guards to contain the situation and seal off information, outbreaks occurred every 10 minutes or so. The most concerning aspect was that if this relentless cycle continued, more individuals would succumb, making it increasingly difficult to suppress the information. Once word spread throughout the entire caravan, panic would ensue, leading to chaos and a potential exodus of both soldiers and laborers. Only Liang Yunxi appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze frequently drifting toward the tent's entrance. Though aware of Qin Feng's peculiar ability to grow stronger with each kill, she knew he was facing a full frontal assault against a formidable army, including numerous captains stronger than he. Young master, princess, news from the winged wolf has arrived. A guard entered, lifting the tent flap. Let me see. Liang Yunxi's figure flickered, and she appeared before the guard. Accepting the paper he extended, she unfolded it, and a weight lifted from her heart. Yunxi, is he unharmed? Due to her positioning, Liang Yangrong could not discern Liang Yunxi's expression, which only heightened his anxiety. Despite believing the young lord unworthy of his sister and burdened by the imperial tribulations, he did not wish to see Liang Yunxi forlorn. Take a look. Liang Yunxi handed the paper to Liang Yangrong. He hurriedly accepted it, unfolding it to reveal the contents, leaving him momentarily speechless. Realizing that Liang Yunxi had genuinely developed feelings for Qin Feng, rather than being ensnared by some nefarious scheme, He surmised that her agreement for Qin Feng to lead an assault on the Changrong army stemmed from a degree of confidence. However, upon reading the note, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over him. "Young lord, what troubles you?" The young talents gazed at Liang Yangrong with anticipation. The young lord had demonstrated unparalleled bravery, leading just 56 subordinates to breach the Changrong ranks without a single casualty. This battle had resulted in the deaths of an estimated 600 to 700 enemies, including at least 2 captains and over 30 lieutenants. Regaining his composure, Liang Yangrong could not help but raise the note, his expression calm yet inwardly brimming with pride. "Truly worthy of being my future brother-in-law. Though he may be climbing the ranks, his valor is undeniable. Even an extraordinary expert at the high tier of the transcendent stage could only rely on their sheer strength to navigate the enemy's ranks." But this prospective brother-in-law not only led his men through the Changrong army, but also claimed 600 to 700 lives without a single loss among his soldiers. Such accomplishments, if circulated, would be met with disbelief. How is this even possible? The 2 deputy generals and the gathering of young talents stared in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer shock. Our royal guard witnessed it firsthand. Could it possibly be fabricated? Upon witnessing the disbelief among the crowd, Liang Yangrong's expression darkened with displeasure. After all, these were the military merits of his prospective brother-in-law. Had it not been for the astonishing nature of the news, he would undoubtedly have waved his hand and multiplied the accolades by 10 or 8 times. The 2 deputy generals and a cadre of young talents remained skeptical, not doubting the veracity of the Royal Guard's report. Yet the sensational nature of the news was simply too staggering. Perhaps in this crisis, the young lord could indeed turn the tide with a single stroke. Liang Yangrong chose not to dwell on it. His future brother-in-law was unparalleled, born for the battlefield, and no amount of skepticism could alter the truth. The eyes of the 2 deputy generals and the assembly of young talents brightened with intrigue. If that were indeed the case, one success could lead to another. It was entirely plausible that Qin Feng could reverse the crisis with a single act. Although the young talents harbored resentment towards Qin Feng, wishing for his demise amidst the hordes of the Changrong tribe, they acknowledged that his ability to resolve the crisis was far more beneficial. After all, their own safety outweighed any lingering grievances. The sound of galloping hooves resonated, and debris scattered in their wake. Qin Feng sensed something amiss and turned to look back. In the distance, shadows flickered on the horizon. The Changrong tribe had evidently dispatched pursuers. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Everyone dismount and circle back to the convoy. Captain, it is merely a pursuing force. We have already pierced through the Changrong army. Why should we concern ourselves with a single contingent?" The soldiers bristled with eagerness for battle, ready to follow orders. Qin Feng could not be bothered to explain. These individuals had been intoxicated by their recent victory. Under special circumstances, breaking through an army was in fact the opposite of confronting a pursuing force. In the former, the captains were dispersed within the ranks, allowing him to swiftly eliminate them with his speed and reflexes, enabling his comrades to face only ordinary Changrong warriors with minimal combat prowess. Yet, if the pursuers comprised captains of greater strength, even a few could easily overwhelm his subordinates. Recognizing Qin Feng's resolute stance, his soldiers promptly ceased their hesitation, dismounting and swiftly veering to the side. At present, they had only half an hour until the activation of morale surge. The soldiers still possessed strength comparable to the 5th or 6th layer of the refinement realm. Abandoning their horses, they sprinted with remarkable speed. While it could not match the pace of mounted galloping, they were no longer at risk of being tracked by the sound of hoofbeats. Soon, they vanished from sight. Alone on horseback, Qin Feng awaited the approaching pursuers. A gentle breeze caressed him as he beheld the ominous throng drawing near. The thunderous sound of hooves trampling the grass igniting an indescribable exhilaration within him. As time passed, the cavalry grew clearer. What magnificent steeds! Under Urujij, his warhorse stood significantly larger and more robust, prompting Qin Feng to steal a few more glances. Alas, it still fell short of his requirements. His gaze drifted skyward, where 2 winged wolves circled. His horsemanship was average, but this was not due to his preference for foot combat. Mastering riding was entirely feasible. His formidable physique endowed him with extraordinary reflexes and agility, and with a modicum of practice, his riding skills could advance tremendously. His reluctance to practice stemmed from the inadequacy of ordinary steeds to meet his expectations. He needed a mount that resonated with his spirit, possessing astounding speed and extraordinary strength. Only such a steed could conserve his stamina and absorb the recoil from his powerful strikes. Ideally, this mount would also possess formidable flying capabilities to compensate for his inability to soar. Ordinary warhorses would not suffice. However, certain powerful exotic beasts could fulfill his requirements. As the enemy forces closed within 100 meters, Qin Feng steadied his mind. He dismounted, standing tall with spear in hand. "I am a man. Your head shall become my most esteemed goblet." Observing Qin Feng standing like a demigod, even with the momentum of thousands, Eurygid could not suppress a surge of respect. He suddenly spurred his horse, raising his iron hammer high, charging towards Qin Feng. "Die!" Eurygid veered left, swinging the massive hammer with a whistling sound, aiming for Qin Feng's chest. With man and horse united, his momentum was formidable. Yet, Qin Feng merely shifted his feet, easily evading the strike. His heart steadied, he refrained from counterattacking, choosing instead to gauge the opponent's strength. Eurygid's earlier display of speed was akin to lightning. The hammer weighed at least 100 pounds. Unmistakably the might of a Qiangrong captain, and one of considerable skill at that. But that was where his concern ended. What truly troubled him were the renowned captains of superior strength. Captains varied in strength. The weaker ones only reached the 7th or 8th layer of the refinement realm, while the strongest could attain the 2nd or 3rd layer of the innate realm. The latter corresponded to combat prowess ranging from 300 to 400 points. Currently, his combat power stood at a mere 187.58, significantly weaker. Even with the enhancement from copper skin and iron bones, augmenting his physical defense tenfold, it remained a challenge to triumph over such opponents. He needed to devise a strategy to withstand their assaults while maximizing the number of Qiangrong soldiers he could slay to secure a slim chance of victory. The Qiangrong captain before him possessed only the 9th layer of the refinement realm, equating to roughly 100 points of combat power, rendering him a negligible threat. Even in a direct confrontation, Qin Feng held a decisive advantage. However, after evading the thunderous blow, he chose not to engage Eurygid further, instead directing his assault towards the Qiangrong army. Each enemy was a precious source of combat power in his eyes. To eliminate Eurygid too soon would shatter the morale of the Qiangrong forces, sending them scattering in fear. By keeping Eurygid alive, he could maximize his kills among the Qiangrong warriors. Eurygid was left bewildered by Qin Feng's actions. If the latter believed he could not win and chose to flee, he ought to head away from the main army. Moreover, this young man, seemingly in his youth yet exhibiting extraordinary valor, daring to confront tens of thousands with a mere few dozen, was certainly not the type to flee at the first sign of confrontation. Confounded, Eurygid chose not to ponder further. He yanked the reins and turned his horse to pursue Qin Feng. This brief delay allowed Qin Feng to encounter the main force. With over 1,000 elite warriors, the army surged forward, their momentum akin to a colossal beast, seemingly capable of obliterating all in their path. In stark contrast, Qin Feng stood alone, spear in hand, his aura fierce and resolute. Unyielding even in the face of overwhelming numbers. "Boy, lie down." A leading captain grinned wickedly, raising his curved blade, preparing to strike. Qin Feng abruptly accelerated. In an instant, a dark flash pierced through the captain's throat before he could react. Gurgling sounds escaped as blood bubbled from the wound. The captain's malevolent grin froze, turning to stone. "You have slain an enemy, gaining 3.56 combat power. Such strength?" The advancing Qiangrong soldiers momentarily faltered, their eyes widening in terror. To dispatch a captain in a single strike was a display of power beyond their expectations. Even Eurygid, who had been pursuing from behind, felt the gravity of the situation weigh heavily upon him. According to the scouts, this individual possessed strength equivalent to a 9th-layer refinement warrior, yet the speed of that last thrust was something even the vast majority of 9th-layer warriors could scarcely achieve. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, Eurygid sensed that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would likely prove no match for Qin Feng. After a flurry of attacks, he needed to create distance. The warhorse of Eurygid veered around. Charging in the opposite direction, he intended to employ a strategy of attrition, gradually depleting Qin Feng's internal energy. The army of the Qiangrong tribe continued its relentless assault on Qin Feng. The sounds of anguish echoed incessantly, blood splattering everywhere. Despite the cavalry's momentum, their speed and impact far surpassed their own capabilities, yet the disparity in strength remained vast. Qin Feng effortlessly dodged the onslaught of the charging steeds, striking with his spear, causing centurions, decurions, and ordinary Qiangrong warriors alike to tumble from their mounts with cries of despair. The system notifications chimed melodiously in his mind. Combat Power 0.18, Combat Power 0.56, Combat Power 0.23. After a relentless charge, the Qiangrong soldiers scattered, leaving Qin Feng alone amidst a grim scene. The ground was strewn with corpses, their positions haphazard and their deaths gruesome, each with a gaping wound in the throat or skull. Without exception, the count exceeded 50, the stench of blood wafted through the air, unsettling the remaining Qiangrong warriors. Although Qin Feng's leather armor was tattered and his body drenched in blood, his condition suggested that, despite his injuries, they were far from fatal. The loss of over 50 soldiers, including a centurion and several decurions, for such meager accomplishments was difficult for them to accept. Attack from all sides. Kill. Eurigil had no intention of allowing Qin Feng a moment's respite. He spurred his horse and, wielding a massive hammer, initiated a second charge against Qin Feng. Around him, the Qiangrong warriors gritted their teeth and surged forward on horseback. To ensure the intensity of the attrition warfare reached its peak, they alternated between rapid and slow speeds, accelerating in turns. Down with you? Eurigil disregarded any thoughts of using Qin Feng's head as a trophy. As the warhorse passed to his left, he swung the hammer towards Qin Feng's head. Yet, Qin Feng adhered to his plan, evading the thunderous strike despite having absolute confidence in defeating Eurigil. After Eurigil's blow missed, he allowed the horse to charge ahead, creating space before turning around to mount a new attack. As Eurigil redirected his steed, Qiangrong cavalrymen charged toward Qin Feng from all directions. 4 steeds approached in an orderly fashion, with the riders on either side reaching him first. 1 on the left and 1 on the right, both wielding curved blades, prepared to strike simultaneously. But Qin Feng was quicker. He pierced the throat of the left side cavalryman with his spear and swiftly withdrew it. The right side cavalryman, just about to deliver a blow, felt a sudden pain in his forehead and collapsed, unconscious. As Qin Feng pulled out his spear, 2 more cavalrymen closed in from the front and back. He leaped into the air, sweeping his spear. And before the 2 riders could react, they felt a searing pain in their chests and heard the crack of bones as their bodies flew backward. As he landed, yet another cavalryman charged from each direction. Qin Feng marveled inwardly at the prowess of the elite warriors from the largest Qiangrong tribe, their coordination impeccable, their assault relentless as waves crashing upon a shore. This relentless attrition warfare left little room for reprieve, especially with a 9th layer forging bone realm warrior poised for action nearby. Even a 2nd or 3rd layer innate realm martial artist would find themselves on a path to certain death. However, for Qin Feng, this attrition warfare was akin to an unexpected bounty. 1 strike, 1 kill. The Qiangrong soldiers were met with no return. With his combat prowess surging, Qin Feng found himself increasingly at ease in the fray. To avoid raising Eurigil's suspicions, he even began to suppress his strength, occasionally feigning errors to bolster the morale of the Qiangrong warriors, leading them to believe they would soon vanquish him. After a continuous half-hour of combat, Eurigil finally sensed something amiss. Such an intensely high-stakes attrition battle, even for a 1st-layer innate realm warrior with ample combat experience, should have led to a critical depletion of internal energy. Yet, Qin Feng had long begun to display vulnerabilities, appearing fatigued. However, these vulnerabilities allowed only for the cavalry's curved blades to merely graze his armor, without significantly altering the balance of power. Despite appearing drained, Qin Feng's combat effectiveness remained consistently sharp, his strikes lethal, whether against common soldiers or even the decurions. Only 2 centurions presented a challenge, unlike the first who had been swiftly dispatched. Eurigil found himself perplexed by Qin Feng's tactics. Ordinarily, when besieged by an army, one would target the leader first, by any means necessary. Eliminating the commander would likely result in the collapse of the remaining forces, even if morale did not plummet to the point of rout. With sufficient strength and speed, a breakthrough could be achieved. Yet, Qin Feng persistently evaded direct confrontation, allowing the attrition warfare to sap his forces, giving the impression that he almost welcomed the relentless onslaught. Despite his confusion, Eurygeil understood he could not allow the attrition to continue. After half an hour, Qin Feng's ruthless onslaught had claimed over 300 lives. When combined with the 50 lost during the initial charge, nearly 40% of their forces had perished while merely besieging one man. Should this continue, even if they managed to kill him, Eurygeil would return with nothing but shame. Dismount, encircle him. Eurygeil leapt from his horse, brandishing his massive hammer as he charged at Qin Feng. The Qiangrong soldiers followed suit, dismounting and swinging their curved blades in a frenzied assault. Without their steeds, their speed and impact were considerably diminished. Yet, their lack of horses allowed them to close ranks, launching a simultaneous attack on Qin Feng. Seeing Eurygeil's sudden change in tactics, Qin Feng too adjusted his strategy. He would not engage Eurygeil directly, nor would he remain stationary. Instead, he wielded his spear against the approaching Qiangrong soldiers from the south, his strikes fluid and merciless. He did not opt for a full-speed charge to break free. Rather, he focused on dispatching foes, quickly finding himself enveloped in a tightening circle of adversaries. With Eurygeil and 2 centurions now in the mix, the pressure on Qin Feng escalated even as he continued to conceal his strength. He was compelled to abandon his spear and resort to a short dagger for combat. The utilization of merely 200 combat power, akin to a first-layer innate realm warrior, proved insufficient against the overwhelming onslaught of 4. As he faced the frenzied attacks of the 9th-layer forging bone realm Eurygeil, Qin Feng could only evade the fatal strikes aimed at vital areas. Gradually, more curved blades found their mark upon his back and shoulders. Fortunately, the enhancement from copper skin and iron bones still lingered, granting him tenfold defensive capability for several more minutes. The blades only managed to slice his skin, leaving behind shallow wounds. His already tattered armor continued to disintegrate, yet his iron-forged belt remained intact. Kill, slay them all. Eurygeil and his soldiers were consumed by bloodlust. They witnessed the continuous strikes upon Qin Feng, oblivious to the fact that these wounds were insignificant. Though besieged, Qin Feng refrained from unleashing his full might. The injuries were mounting, yet his rate of slaying Qiangrong warriors surpassed that of the attrition warfare. One swift strike sent a Qiangrong warrior's head soaring, or cleaved a body in half. With his dagger honed to a fine edge, he seized another curved blade and continued. Blood mist enveloped the battlefield. The cries of battle were deafening, yet there was not a single sound of lamentation. Under Qin Feng's blade, there were only corpses, no survivors. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his left side. A glance revealed a gash over 10 centimeters long, flesh torn and blood oozing from a wound a centimeter deep. Realizing the enhancement from copper skin and iron bones had expired, he chose not to expend further energy activating the defensive capability. Instead, he ceased suppressing his strength and unleashed his full potential. The speed and responsiveness of his strikes surged drastically. More than doubling his previous capabilities, he dispatched enemies with newfound swiftness, leaving no opportunity for the Qiangrong warriors to land further blows upon him. With a single thrust, he decapitated a centurion he had been holding back. Despite the multitude of wounds, which were not fatal but continued to bleed profusely, Qin Feng resolved not to prolong the battle any further. He was hiding his strength. As Qin Feng's power surged, Eurygeil's face paled in shock, and he quickly retreated, creating space for the surrounding Qiangrong warriors. The last centurion was cleaved in two by Qin Feng's blade. Armor and all, blood sprayed forth, filling the air with a pungent stench. Wu Raij was jolted into full awareness. He turned to flee. Yet, Qin Feng would not allow his quarry to escape. He swung his sword and charged forth, scattering the warriors of the Qiangrong tribe like leaves in the wind. The sound of shattering bones echoing in his wake died in the blink of an eye. He caught up to Wu Raij. With a swift stroke aimed at his back, Wu Raij found himself unable to replicate Qin Feng's speed. Hindered by the warriors blocking his path, desperately, he pivoted, summoning his inner strength to wield his massive hammer against the encroaching blade. The impact was thunderous. At that moment, Qin Feng's combat prowess surged beyond 300 points. His strike shattered the blade, forcing him to retreat a couple of steps to absorb the backlash. Conversely, Wu Raij felt a searing pain in his hands as the hammer slipped from his grasp. His formidable frame, akin to a small mountain, was sent hurtling backward, toppling over a dozen warriors before crashing to the ground. Damn it! Wu Raj struggled to rise, only to be horrified by the sight of Qin Feng bearing down upon him once more. With nothing but the remnants of his short blade, glinting ominously, it sliced through the air towards his neck. The head was severed and rolled upon the ground, its eyes still wide with disbelief. Even in death, he could not fathom why Qin Feng, amidst a frenzied onslaught, would choose to conceal his true strength despite sustaining injuries. Wu Raj, the esteemed Wu Raj, had been slain. Flee, quickly flee. The news of Wu Raj's demise struck the remaining Qiangrong warriors like a hammer. Shattering their morale, their spirits, already taut with tension, were utterly decimated by the loss of their leader. The remaining 200 soldiers began to scatter in terror. Qin Feng pursued, claiming the lives of over 20 more before allowing the remnants of the Qiangrong tribe to escape. His combat power stabilized at 355.68, surpassing even those warriors of the second tier of innate realm. Even Liang Yunxi, who possessed extraordinary talent and a spiritual root, was currently only at the third tier of spiritual awareness, equivalent to the third tier of martial artists, with combat power around 400 points, merely a notch above his own. He exhaled a heavy sigh, collapsing onto the grass, panting for breath. After resting for 2 to 3 minutes, he finally stood up to locate his warhorse, which still bore the satchel containing his strength-enhancing pills and healing powder. In midair, 2 guards from the royal palace, seated atop their winged wolves, seemed petrified, utterly motionless, even though the fierce battle had subsided for several minutes. The horrific scenes replayed relentlessly in their minds, like a revolving lantern, evoking an uncontrollable sense of dread. Especially the figure, drenched in blood yet unwavering, seemed etched into their memories, impossible to erase. That silhouette was reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, causing their very souls to tremble. It was only when Qin Feng retrieved his water pouch and satchel from his steed that the 2 guards began to regain their composure. One, suppressing his shock, produced a charcoal pencil and a yellowed parchment to record the battle, dispatching the report back to the convoy via carrier pigeon. The other wished to utter something to ease the oppressive atmosphere. But the words caught in his throat. Suspended over 100 meters in the air, Qin Feng loomed as a taboo figure, too daunting to discuss. Chapter 49. Return to the convoy. Wu Raj has been slain? The 6th prince and 2 centurions, upon receiving the news, were left utterly dumbfounded. 1. At the 9th tier of bone-forging realm, accompanied by 3 centurions and nearly 1,000 elite warriors, possessed sufficient strength to exhaust a martial artist of the 5th or 6th tier of innate realm, despite incurring heavy losses. Moreover, their target was merely an individual whose power lay between the 9th tier of bone forging and the 1st tier of innate realm. Under normal circumstances, even if the opponent possessed precious elixirs for rapid recovery of inner strength, defeat was unimaginable, to say nothing of returning in utter disgrace, with only 200 common soldiers managing to escape. The 6th prince, unlike the centurion from the Taiku tribe, glanced at the elder behind Takemu, his expression betraying hesitation. This individual could not be measured by common logic. Prudence was the better course. The 2 immediately set about calming the warriors' panic and discussions, arranging defenses to prevent the possibility of a renewed assault by this formidable foe. They could not afford a second defeat, lest morale plummet. Takemu shook his head, well aware that the Taiku centurion wished for him to dispatch the elder bodyguard to hunt down Qin Feng. However, he dared not take such a risk. He was merely the 6th prince of the Shima tribe, and not one of high regard. The strongest protector at his side was the elder named Bada Su, who had attained the 9th tier of innate realm. Such strength would easily vanquish a martial artist ranging from the 9th tier of bone forging to the 1st tier of innate realm. Yet, the Liang Kingdom's convoy also had formidable experts stationed, perhaps even transcendent beings. To recklessly send forth his most powerful guard would be folly, especially if the Liang convoy had anticipated such a move and prepared an ambush. Indeed, both centurions rose to their feet. By heavens! A single individual facing 1,000 troops, slaying nearly 800, including a centurion and 3 centurions. The second report that returned left even Liang Yangrong questioning the palace guard's integrity regarding the battle report, for it was even more incredulous than the first. Liang Yunxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Only she understood the unique strength Qin Feng exhibited, and thus recognized the credibility of this report. She was acutely aware that Qin Feng had the capability to defeat a 1,000-strong army led by a centurion, rendering the risk exceedingly low. The two deputy generals and a host of young talents remained skeptical, harboring hope that the two reports were true while finding it difficult to fully trust them. Especially when the two deputy generals exchanged glances, they both perceived a shared sense of bewilderment in each other's eyes. If these reports held any truth, they had an inkling that the Liang kingdom was on the verge of producing its first mass murderer. The so-called mass murderer was not one who merely accumulated military achievements by slaying over 1 million foes, but a general whose headcount exceeded 1 million. The Liang kingdom had endured over a century of establishment, rife with warfare and continuous conflict with neighboring states, yet not even in its infancy had they produced a single mass murderer. However, in the annals of history, numerous mass murderers had emerged from neighboring nations. Recently, a notable figure had risen in the Zhao kingdom, Duke Lu Qi, a paragon of innate talent. Not only did he possess extraordinary strength, but he was also a martial genius, having been born without any pain sensation. Now in his 70s, he continued to lead troops into battle. Throughout his life, he had engaged in nearly 1,000 skirmishes, becoming bloodthirsty in nature. Even after ascending to the rank of supreme commander, he still preferred to lead from the front. Such individuals were inherently born for war, rendering them nearly invincible on the battlefield. With just a banner, they could galvanize 3 armies, instilling dread in their enemies. At present, Qin Feng evoked similar sentiments in the two deputy generals, reminiscent of the early days of those mass murderers, exhibiting extraordinary valor. An aura of ferocity and an insatiable bloodlust, coupled with an exceptional charisma that compelled his troops to follow him to the death. The only shortcoming lay in the fact that most renowned mass murderers were gifted with innate strength and martial prowess. In contrast, the young Lord Qin Feng was said to lack even the foundational roots for martial arts, with his extraordinary physique being a result of serendipitous circumstances. His potential ceiling might be limited. On the vast grasslands, Qin Feng rinsed his wounds with water from the pouch and applied healing powder. Once the bleeding had ceased and the wounds had scabbed over, he rested for a few more minutes before raising his hand to beckon the 2 winged wolves in the air. This sudden gesture startled the 2 guards, leaving them dumbfounded. What was he attempting to do? It appeared as though he wanted them to descend. With trepidation etched on their faces, they hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Perhaps he merely seeks to ask us something or wishes to save time by having us carry him back to the convoy. As Qin Feng continued to gesture, one guard steeled himself and spoke. Let us descend. With hearts racing and apprehension mounting, they directed the winged wolves to land near Qin Feng. Soon, the 2 creatures alighted on the grass a mere 10 paces from him. The guards dismounted, leading the wolves forward. However, only a few steps in, the wolves halted, growling lowly, clearly intimidated by the overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from Qin Feng. The 2 guards had no choice but to approach alone. Greetings, young lord. At a distance of 4 to 5 meters, they halted, daunted by the prospect of advancing even a fraction closer. They dared not even lift their eyes to gaze upon Qin Feng. To be selected as guards of the royal mansion, one must possess exceptional strength and extensive experience as martial artists. Each of them bore the weight of numerous lives taken. Yet, when compared to the formidable presence before them, they felt like mere novices. In theory, those masters of the craft could obliterate an entire army with a single stroke. However, throughout history, no master has ever committed the atrocity of annihilating tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of their own kin. For such an act requires a heart of stone, and excessive bloodshed can lead to profound psychological distress. Even masters grapple with such burdens. How much more so for ordinary warriors, a common warrior, whose temperament is often inferior to that of seasoned veterans, would find their hands trembling and stomach churning after their first kill, even if it were to take the lives of 10 or 8 foes at once. The nightmares that follow would linger for months, making recovery of their mental state a daunting task. Should one become blinded by rage, their mind awash with turmoil, the act of slaughtering 100 would leave them drenched in blood, surrounded by dismembered limbs and visceral remains. An experience too harrowing for even the most resilient warrior to endure without succumbing to madness. Those with a stronger constitution might awaken from such a nightmare, but they could emerge irrevocably altered, bearing the indelible scars of their trauma. Only seasoned veterans, whose hands are stained with countless lives, and those desperate enough to kill without hesitation, are capable of remaining unfazed. Qin Feng, having engaged in multiple battles and dispatched over 800 warriors from the Dogrong tribe, most of whom met their end at close range, displayed an unsettling calmness that truly terrified the two guards. Such a bloodthirsty and ruthless individual defied all logic. It was entirely plausible that he might slay them on a whim, should he find them displeasing or simply out of boredom. "Take me back to the convoy," Qin Feng commanded, rising to approach a winged wolf. Though his stamina had fully recovered, his strength had multiplied manifold since his arrival. Yet, the commander of the Dogrong tribe could not be trusted to refrain from secretly mobilizing powerful warriors in anticipation of his return. Without subordinates to accompany him, he was free from burdens, yet equally devoid of assistance should he find himself outmatched, with no one to intercept a formidable foe and buy him time to retreat. To ensure his safety, he had no intention of retracing his steps directly to the convoy. A detour would waste time. Hence his summons for the two royal guards to accompany him back on the winged wolf. As Qin Feng approached, the two winged wolves lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly, devoid of any semblance of their feral nature. These winged wolves were only slightly smaller than warhorses. Without hesitation, Qin Feng mounted one, grasping the ropes on its back. With a gentle kick to the wolf's abdomen and a commanding shout, he urged, "Let us depart." The winged wolf flapped its wings and ascended slowly into the sky, heading in the direction indicated by Qin Feng. The two guards exchanged glances of relief, their hearts filled with awe. These winged wolves were fierce beasts, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, without extensive training and bonding. Ordinary warriors could not hope to ride them. This was the first time they had witnessed Qin Feng commanding a winged wolf solely through his imposing presence, directing it effortlessly. For them, the fact that Qin Feng could ride a winged wolf alone was a tremendous blessing, sparing them the need to draw near to this harbinger of death. Chapter 50. Ecological balance. He has returned. The young marquis has returned. One of the royal guards spotted Qin Feng riding the winged wolf and called out. A flurry of activity ensued as Liang Yunxi, Liang Yangrong, and over 30 talented young officers emerged from the command tent. At a height of over 20 meters, Qin Feng leapt gracefully from the wolf. Thud! He landed firmly on the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. His legs felt a faint tingle. Clearly, he was not yet fully recovered. Indeed, when he was still 100 meters in the air, he felt a moment of temptation to test whether his current physical prowess would allow him to land safely. Ultimately, he dismissed that alluring thought. Cultivators of the same realm could already traverse the skies. Even martial artists of equal standing could easily land from great heights. However, martial artists depended on channeling their inner strength to mitigate the impact of their descent through techniques or skills. With his physique, he could similarly slow his fall through technique. Lacking such skill, he would have to rely solely on his robust physical constitution to absorb the impact of a high-altitude fall, which might not suffice. The reality confirmed his suspicions. Even a mere 20-meter drop left his legs feeling somewhat numb. "I must find time to practice my techniques," he mused. He understood well that relying solely on physicality was a significant drawback. Even if he found a suitable mount in the future, there remained the risk of being shot down. Only by mastering the ability to adjust his center of gravity and descent speed during a fall could he minimize this vulnerability. "Congratulations, young Marquis, on your triumphant return." Liang Yangrong praised. "It is merely our duty," Qin Feng replied modestly. "The young prince has surely endured great hardship in your battles. Please, take a day to rest, and we shall discuss our next course of action tomorrow." Liang Yangrong spoke eagerly. "If possible, I wish to gather the soldiers willing to accompany me into battle. Whenever we are ready, we can depart." Qin Feng was not inclined to wait another day. Liang Yangrong glanced at Liang Yunxi, who nodded slightly in agreement. "In that case, General Luo, I ask you to personally summon the elite troops from the army," Liang Yangrong instructed Luo Jihong, the cavalry commander, before turning back to Qin Feng. "Regarding numbers, the Dogrong tribe's army has already suffered a setback, and they should be on guard. How does 1,000 elite soldiers sound?" "That works. Qin Feng responded with a nod. Are there any other requests? Liang Yangrong inquired. Yes. Qin Feng hesitated before nodding again. He suddenly felt as though he were receiving undue favor. He was acutely aware that his previous rebukes had left the young talents feeling dissatisfied with him, and he knew that Liang Yangrong harbored considerable discontent toward him. Had it not been for Liang Yunqi's influence, he would have likely faced retribution long ago. This time, having led 56 subordinates to breach the Dogrong tribe's army, he had the opportunity to resolve this crisis. As the heir to the northern town prince's residence, Liang Yangrong was not so petty as to dwell on past grievances. However, the mere fact that he had the chance to address this crisis had shifted Liang Yangrong's demeanor entirely, placing his desires above all else, which was not befitting of a royal heir. The balance of reward and discipline was a crucial principle that heirs of noble families must learn and practice from a young age. While bestowing him with high rewards, it was also essential to subtly assert his authority, revealing the dignity of his position. The absence of such a display likely indicated that Liang Yangrong had already acknowledged his relationship with Liang Yunqi and did not view him as a subordinate worth cultivating. Feel free to voice any requests. We shall do our utmost to comply, Liang Yangrong declared firmly. First, I would like to request that the young prince assign a high-level expert from the innate realm to accompany us. Qin Feng replied without hesitation. He was mindful that while his relationship with Liang Yunqi was devoid of ulterior motives, he would not refuse the opportunity for assistance. Faced with the prospect of danger, having a royal expert by his side would significantly enhance his safety. No problem, Liang Yangrong readily agreed. Furthermore, Qin Feng turned to Luo Jihong and clasped his hands respectfully. Please inform the entire army that participation in the newly formed temporary assault team is entirely voluntary. There are no restrictions on strength. Any who wish to join me in battle for military merit may sign up. We will only accept 1,000, and once that number is reached, we will refuse further applications. Certainly, Luo Jihong hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. He understood that this would indirectly help Qin Feng amass formidable prestige within the army. Given the connection between Qin Feng and Liang Yunqi, he would inevitably lean toward the northern town prince's residence. Should Qin Feng rise to prominence within the northern town army, it was highly likely that the northern prince would once again seek to control the army, leading to potential upheaval among the high ranks. At that point, he too would find himself embroiled in the chaos. However, as the commander, Liang Yangrong was in charge, and he had no say in the matter. Refusing would only offend the royal heir, and he risked being ousted before the turmoil even began. I appreciate your assistance, young prince and General Luo. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. Liang Yangrong and Luo Jihong promptly set about organizing the arrangements. Qin Feng approached Liang Yunqi, taking her delicate hand in his, and cheerfully suggested, "Shall we take a stroll?" Liang Yunqi remained silent, protesting with her quietude. Unperturbed, Qin Feng led her through the crowd, basking in the warmth of her soft hand and the faint fragrance that filled the air. Feeling an indescribable tranquility within, cultivators emphasize clarity of thought. Otherwise, they risk succumbing to inner demons. Suddenly, Liang Yunqi spoke. Unless you possess an inherently bloodthirsty nature, excessive slaughter can lead to endless repercussions. In the past, I may not have possessed a bloodthirsty and brutal disposition, yet now, Qin Feng comprehends Liang Yunqi's intentions. He speaks candidly. Once on the battlefield, whether before or after combat, I bear no psychological burden. Conversely, the bloodshed and brutality of war do not elicit any excitement within me. Perhaps it is your indomitable willpower that allows you to pursue your desires with unwavering focus, impervious to external influences. Liang Yunqi feels considerably reassured by this. At the very least, it indicates that Qin Feng is not lost to his nature due to the act of killing, nor is he ensnared by inner demons. After all, he has not experienced nightmares or perceived any significant change in his character. Qin Feng has indeed harbored concerns about the potential impact of excessive slaughter on his personality. Fortunately, he has not yet shown any inclination in that direction. After a moment's hesitation, Liang Yunqi reminds him, aside from one's character, there exists another hidden peril. Powerful cultivators possess a profound understanding of the heavenly principles, based on the wisdom passed down through generations. Cultivators are advised against killing. Otherwise, they risk incurring the wrath of the heavens, resulting in a loss of fortune. That ought to depend on the availability of resources, does it not? Qin Feng finds this argument somewhat unconvincing. He may not grasp the concept of heavenly principles, yet he understands the importance of ecological balance. In my view, during times of abundant resources and insufficient life, killing naturally contravenes the heavenly order. Conversely, in periods of resource scarcity and overpopulation, killing is, in fact, in accordance with the heavenly principles. The crux lies in whether we are in an era of resource abundance or scarcity, in the mundane world. With a plethora of inhabitants and severely limited land resources, unless alternative pathways to solving food shortages are discovered, a cataclysmic war among nations is inevitable. If the heavens possessed consciousness, they would likely reward and encourage those who instigate slaughter. Only when the population declines to a certain extent and resources are sufficiently allocated can we hope to enter a flourishing era once more. Liang Yunxi gazes at Qin Feng in astonishment. The brilliance in his star-like eyes sparkles with an unusual light. This perspective completely overturns the deductions made by those formidable cultivators. Regardless of its accuracy, she cannot refute it at this moment. It signifies that although Qin Feng lacks knowledge of cultivation, his insights in certain aspects have reached a level reserved for those powerful cultivators qualified to engage in such discourse, as they stroll and converse. A royal guard rushes towards them after a circuit of the camp. The assault team has been assembled. Let us return. Qin Feng takes Liang Yunxi's hand, leading her back to the center of the camp. Have you considered that our relationship, if known to outsiders, could complicate your standing within the Northern Town Army? Liang Yunxi suddenly inquires. Qin Feng pauses, shaking his head. I had not thought of that. But upon your mention, it does seem plausible. Yet, upon further reflection, he reassures himself. If the Northern Town Army truly falters, relocating to another garrison would yield the same outcome. With your connections, there would be greater autonomy and quicker advancement. Your boldness is truly remarkable. Are you not concerned about whispers behind your back? Liang Yunxi smiles gently. As long as the blade is in my hand, their words matter not. Qin Feng remains unfazed, even considering this strategy worthy of contemplation. Should the Northern Town King acknowledge his relationship with Liang Yunxi, he could easily leave the Northern Town Army and join the garrison in the northern frontier. The garrison is entirely under the Northern Town King's control. As his prospective son-in-law, he could effortlessly ascend to the position of commander of a troop. Having the authority to lead would greatly facilitate his ability to cultivate a faction entirely loyal to him, and would also ease the acquisition of military merit and titles. The prospect of being accused of relying on his wife for success does not trouble him in the slightest. Nonetheless, this plan is fraught with uncertainties. For instance, will the Northern Town King oppose his relationship with Liang Yunxi? Even if he does not, he may prefer to keep him within the Northern Town Army, seeking ways to wrest control of it. The attitude of the commander of the Northern Town Army is equally unpredictable. Overthinking serves no purpose. One must take it step by step. Regardless, as long as his strength remains formidable, neither the Northern Town King nor the commander of the Northern Town Army can suppress him. Conversely, as long as he is not suppressed, whether in the Northern Frontier Garrison or the Northern Town Army, he can swiftly rise to prominence. Should he cultivate a faction that is absolutely loyal to him, even the Emperor Liang Kong would be unable to stifle him. Upon returning to the command camp, 1,000 cavalry have gathered. Upon seeing Qin Feng, their eyes are filled with uncontainable admiration and excitement. Among them are Mao Han, Ding Fugui, and 56 other subordinates, which brings Qin Feng considerable reassurance. A hastily assembled 1,000-man unit, with no prior training, is set to undertake a high-stakes mission. To succeed, they must act swiftly, with everyone focused and fervently following their leader into battle. Any hint of adversity might lead to complete collapse. With the participation of Mao Han, Ding Fugui, and the others, who have previously fought through the ranks of the Xinrong tribe, the risks are significantly mitigated. All 4 teams fall in line. Qin Feng makes a quick calculation and begins issuing orders. The 56 team members ride forth to form a line. You shall temporarily assume the role of squad leaders. The remaining members, regardless of past ranks, should select one leader from groups of 15 to 20 to follow. The nearly 1,000 cavalry begin to form squads, choosing their leaders in groups of 3 to 5. Set forth, Qin Feng mounts his horse and gallops towards the Xinrong tribe's forces, with 1,000 cavalry closely trailing behind. Additionally, a middle-aged man rides beside him, evidently a skilled bodyguard arranged by Liang Yangrong. Bursting from the camp, The sun hangs just slightly westward, past the midday hour. Qin Feng does not rush into the fray. Instead, he slows his pace, ordering the troops to advance while simultaneously forming and practicing a triangular formation. The difference between commanding 100 and commanding 1,000 is monumental. Charging with 56 men is unexpected, and Qin Feng can clear all obstacles solely through his individual prowess. However, leading 1,000 into battle encompasses too vast an area. Even with his greatly enhanced strength, it would be challenging to manage multiple fronts simultaneously. The loss of soldiers is an unavoidable reality. Once casualties occur, gaps and vulnerabilities in the formation are likely to emerge. Without experience, there would be no need for the enemy to exploit these openings. The unit would already descend into chaos. Thus, they must rehearse as much as possible, at the very least ensuring that during moments of peace, they do not charge for several hundred meters only to find their formation utterly disarrayed. The results leave Qin Feng relatively satisfied. After half an hour, the Shinrong tribe's forces are already visible from a distance. Under his modest expectations, the practice of formation and response to unexpected situations have met his requirements. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. The Shinrong tribe, having received news of the approaching 1,000-man assault team, has long been prepared for defense. The Shinrong tribe excels in offense but falters in defense. They do not dig trenches nor employ barriers, pitfalls, or iron spikes against cavalry, yet they possess a variety of horse snares. Upon receiving the alert, numerous Shinrong warriors spring into action. Some drive wooden stakes into the ground along the assault team's path, binding horse snares to them. Others pair up, holding the ends of snares with rings, ready to adjust based on the assault team's position. Just as the assault team draws within 500 meters, 2 cavalry units burst forth from the Shinrong forces, aiming to intercept the assault team from both flanks. Drawing from previous experience, these cavalry units spread out considerably. Even if the front lines falter, it would not hinder the charge of the entire army. Halt! Just as the 2 cavalry units launch their charge, Qin Feng abruptly raises his spear. The soldiers instinctively tighten their reins. The sound of neighing horses fills the air. The 2 Shinrong units, sensing the impending clash, instinctively rein in their mounts. To continue charging would be futile. Qin Feng suddenly dismounts, accelerating towards the Shinrong warriors on the left eye in the blink of an eye. The 200 meters shrink to nothing. Before the leading Shinrong centurion can react, Qin Feng pierces his throat with a single thrust, toppling him from his steed. Immediately, Qin Feng surges forward, weaving through the ranks of Shinrong warriors. The surrounding Shinrong soldiers fail to discern his position, only witnessing their comrades fall in agonized cries. Attack! On the opposite flank. The Shinrong centurion perceives an opportunity and raises his curved blade, issuing the command to attack. All Shinrong warriors adjust their formations slightly before spurring their horses forward, charging towards the assault team. Just as they begin to accelerate, the Shinrong centurion spots a figure racing towards them from the other side, causing his heart to race with alarm. He had intended to capitalize on Qin Feng's distraction to mount an assault on the assault team. Yet he had not anticipated that Qin Feng had been monitoring their movements. As they initiate their charge, Qin Feng arrives in the nick of time. With a single thrust, he eliminates the Shinrong centurion. Keep close to your squad leaders. Slay all enemies that approach you. Fields and women await your return. As Qin Feng swiftly dispatched the charging warriors of the Dogrong tribe, he simultaneously issued commands for the offensive. With a mere thought, he activated the special ability Rallying Spirit. Selecting all his soldiers, he deducted 16 points of combat power in the next instant. The average combat power of the entire assault team surged from approximately 1.5 to an astonishing 6.5. Every soldier felt a remarkable clarity and an overwhelming surge of strength. Kill, kill, kill. They raised their long spears and galloped towards the Dogrong warriors, momentarily halted by Qin Feng. Observing that the assault team had successfully gained momentum, Qin Feng ceased to intercept the ordinary Dogrong warriors, redirecting his focus to eliminate those armored centurions whose combat power was similarly formidable. Reaching 6 or 7 points, boom, boom, boom. As Qin Feng cleared the ranks of the Dogrong centurions, the assault team, now equivalent in strength to those centurions, faced no opposition. Wherever they passed, the Dogrong warriors were thrown into disarray. Even those team members who were unskilled in horsemanship and were thrown off their mounts quickly regained their footing and leapt back onto reserve steeds, bolstered by their formidable prowess. Chapter 52. Retreat. Seeing the assured victory of the assault team, Qin Feng took the initiative, charging towards the Dog Rong army. Release arrows. Release arrows. A barrage of short arrows fell like rain from the sky, chaotic and uncoordinated. Save for the centurion-level warriors, none of the Dog Rong fighters could discern Qin Feng's movements. Occasionally, a few stray arrows were sent his way, but he paid them no mind. This time, in order to conserve combat power, he did not activate the bronze skin, iron bones ability. However, with a combat power exceeding 300, his physical attributes had multiplied several times compared to his first assault, and his bodily defenses had similarly escalated. With his own physical defenses alone, he was able to disregard the scattered arrows. Easily, he cut through the ranks of the Dog Rong army. As he had anticipated, numerous horse snares were laid within the Dog Rong forces. He swiftly replaced them with short knives, severing them with a single stroke. Behind him, the assault team surged forward, following closely into the heart of the Dog Rong army. With the centurions and centurion-level warriors neutralized, and the snares already dismantled by Qin Feng, the 1,000-strong battalion flowed like a torrent of steel. Overcoming all obstacles, cries of despair echoed throughout. The soldiers, intoxicated by their own bloodlust, felt their confidence swell to unimaginable heights, each one eager to vanquish every Dog Rong warrior within sight. Fortunately, there remained 56 squad leaders, including Mao Han and Ding Fugui, who maintained their composure, continuously adjusting formations and sustaining their charge. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder of hooves reverberated, and grass flew in all directions. Blood and screams spread incessantly, until the assault team pierced through the army, leaving behind a vacuum zone spanning 3 kilometers and approximately 50 meters wide. In this desolate expanse lay severed limbs, curved blades, and the corpses of the Dog Rong soldiers, the ground stained crimson. Despite the blazing sun overhead, the scene was one of desolation and sorrow. As the wind swept through, the scent of blood permeated the entire army, plunging the morale of the Dog Rong forces to its nadir. Not even the esteemed Shima tribe, the rightful leaders of the vast grasslands, could have endured such humiliation. Even the warriors of the Taiku tribe had never experienced such disgrace. To be led into battle without any reinforcements, and to be penetrated twice in a single day was a profound disgrace for any army. The 6th prince, the grand shaman of the Taiku tribe, and the 2 centurions were at a loss for words. "Let us retreat." Takamu's expression was one of dejection. The 2 centurions wished to voice something, yet ultimately only opened their mouths in silence, for there existed no alternative but to withdraw. Takamu gestured for them to proceed with the arrangements for retreat. With heavy hearts, the 2 centurions departed. How did it come to this? Takamu slumped helplessly into his chair. What was intended to be a triumphant ambush had turned into an unforeseen disaster. He had hoped to elevate his status among the princes through this battle, yet it appeared he would suffer a calamitous fall from grace. Presently, he still had a chance. The assault team had no reinforcements. After one round of charging, they would inevitably be exhausted. A concerted assault by his army could likely obliterate the opposition. However, he did not dare take the gamble. Although Takamu was not the most outstanding prince of the Shima tribe, he ranked among the top 5. He understood well that on the battlefield, losing one's composure was the gravest mistake. The warrior from the great Liang nation was simply too formidable. A warrior of such caliber could, with his overwhelming charisma and intimidating presence, alter the outcome of a battle, without absolute certainty of eliminating such a figure. Risking everything by advancing the army was unwise, even if the odds seemed to favor him overwhelmingly. The root of his decision to retreat lay precisely in this realization. When the assault team arrived, he had dispatched his elderly bodyguard Badu to seek an opportunity to assassinate the valiant warrior from the great Liang nation. However, Badu returned empty-handed. Within the assault team, he had encountered a middle-aged man with a presence even more powerful than his own. Lacking a guaranteed chance to strike, to act recklessly would not only fail to eliminate the great Liang warrior, but could potentially ensnare himself in peril. If he could not guarantee the destruction of a mere assault team, then he certainly could not overlook the 2,000-strong forces of the caravan. In such a situation, it was wise to concede defeat while the losses were minimal. The North Town Prince's residence was extraordinary. The grand shaman of the Taiku tribe sighed deeply. Not only had he failed to gain any advantage, but he had also offended the North Town Prince's residents. Takamu's return would not only affect him personally. The entire Taiku tribe would bear the brunt of the repercussions. It was said that the North Town Prince's residence was declining with each generation, yet it seemed they had consistently concealed their true strength. Takemu could not help but nod in agreement. His thoughts mirrored those of the Grand Shaman. That warrior from the Great Liang Nation, akin to a descending demon, could be said to have recently joined the North Town army. Seizing the opportunity to gain renown across the grasslands, however, that 1,000-strong assault team could not possibly have been nurtured by the North Town army. With the financial resources of the North Town army, it was inconceivable to secretly train such a formidable 1,000-man force. Meanwhile, the assault team came to a halt approximately 5 or 6 kilometers from the Dogrong army, beginning to regroup. The soldiers tended to their wounds, accounted for personnel losses, and excitedly recounted their kills of Dogrong warriors. Only one middle-aged man, clad in tight-fitting gear and standing apart from the rest, appeared somewhat out of place. Throughout the encounter, he had remained within the assault team without taking a single action. He seemed like a mere drifter of the battlefield. Yet, no one would genuinely regard him as such, for individuals of his ilk held a special designation within the military, the guarding general. In times of conflict, commanders would often invite powerful experts to temporarily join their ranks to ensure their own safety from assassins, or to potentially dispatch these experts to eliminate enemy commanders. Such experts held a transcendent status within the military, and only renowned generals with extensive connections could extend such invitations. Although the soldiers had never encountered a guarding general before, they could surmise his identity from the middle-aged man's demeanor. A winged wolf swooped down from the sky. The guard dismounted and approached Qin Feng. "Young lord, the Dogrong army is mobilizing within their ranks. It appears they intend to retreat." Retreat? Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that a more drawn-out engagement would be necessary to compel the Dogrong army to withdraw. Instead, their commander had decisively ordered a retreat. After considering the situation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of pursuing the enemy. Should he press them too hard, they might retaliate and encircle the assault team. While he had formidable protectors from the prince's residence to break through, the assault team would undoubtedly suffer significant losses amidst the barrage of arrows. Achieving the greatest victory at the least cost was essential to enhancing his prestige within the army. It would be counterproductive to incur heavy losses merely for a handful of combat power. Opening the system, he saw his combat power had risen to 412.56. Although the duration of the rallying spirit ability still had a considerable time left, Qin Feng decided to deactivate it, allowing the members of the assault team to revert to their original state without the combat power enhancement. He beckoned Mao Han over. Mao Han jogged up to him. Qin Feng instructed, "Notify all team members that the Dogrong army is retreating. After a brief rest, we shall proceed to their encampment to scavenge the battlefield and collect spoils." "Yes," Mao Han replied, excitement evident in his nod. The hasty retreat of 30,000 soldiers would leave behind a substantial amount of resources. The spoils collected could yield greater military merit than simply counting the number of enemies slain. Of course, the greatest credit for this battle lay in averting the crisis of the caravan and compelling the Dogrong army to withdraw. However, in matters of military merit, every bit counted. No one would complain about having too much. Soon, as Mao Han relayed the order, cheers erupted in waves. "Ding! You have led your subordinates to a great victory over the enemy, earning the special ability Elite Troops." A sudden notification from the system reverberated in Qin Feng's mind. Chapter 53. Cumulative military achievements of 64,000. Qin Feng felt an immediate surge of joy and hastily accessed the system for further details. Host: Qin Feng. Combat power: 412.56. Troop strength: 95. Special abilities: boosted morale. Tough as iron. Elite commanders. He then opened the Elite Commander's special ability for a closer examination. Elite commanders. For every point of combat power consumed, the training and cultivation effectiveness of subordinates is doubled, lasting for 1 month. Qin Feng nearly burst into laughter. Once again, he encountered a team-oriented special ability that could only be described as divine. Much like boosted morale, Elite Commanders becomes increasingly valuable with a greater number of subordinates. Consuming just 1 point can enhance training effectiveness twofold, while 100 points would amplify it 100-fold. A single day's training would equate to the effect of training for over 3 months. With elite commanders at his disposal, it was as if he could effortlessly cultivate an elite army, even a formidable force of martial artists, provided he was willing to expend combat power. Despite Qin Feng's already extraordinary composure and resolve, he took a minute or two to steady the excitement swelling within him. After a brief wait, the assault team set off towards the abandoned encampment of the retreating Qiangrong army. Scattered remnants of supplies and weapons were abundant. It was not until sunset that the team returned triumphantly, laden with spoils. In this battle, they had vanquished over 2,000 foes and seized countless resources and weapons. The cost, however, was merely the loss of over 20 team members and injuries to more than 100. Qin Feng's name resonated throughout the entire convoy, from the commanding officers of cavalry and infantry to the ordinary soldiers and the drivers of various merchant caravans. All were aware of the exceptional talent emerging from the Northern Defense Army. Initially, reports were quite conventional, highlighting Qin Feng's unmatched bravery and extraordinary charisma. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also inspired unwavering morale among his subordinates. However, as the tale circulated, it morphed into a legend of divine reincarnation, claiming that a mere glare from him could demoralize the enemy, causing them to collapse in disarray. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for Qin Feng. The more fantastical the accounts became, the more it would aid him in establishing his prestige within the military. Overnight, the Northern Defense Army welcomed a young and valiant general, and news of the secret training of an elite cavalry unit of 1,000 by the Northern Defense Prince's mansion began to spread across the vast grasslands, reaching even the defeated coalition forces from the Shima and Taika tribes. After a night of rest, Qin Feng had adjusted both body and mind and resumed his daily training regimen. Liang Yunxi devoted the entire night to refining 3 more tianqing stone pellets for him, bringing the total weight of his belt to an impressive 4,000 jin. Each step he took resonated like thunder, as if a massive hammer was striking the ground. By midday, the official tally of military achievements was announced. Qin Feng's personal military achievement reached an astonishing 62,000 enemy kills, with his headcount totaling 12,000. In truth, his actual number of enemies slain was around 15 to 1,600. However, the elimination of a 1,000-man commander counted as 5,000 kills, while that of a 100-man commander was worth 500. Having dispatched 1,000-man commander and 800-man commanders, he effectively accrued 9,000 kills. Additionally, he had eliminated several 100-man and 10-man commanders. The bulk of his military merit stemmed from his pivotal role in reversing the crisis of the convoy and repelling the Qiangrong army. The commander, Liang Yangrong, with a grand gesture, decreed a target of 100,000 kills, half of which was allocated to Qin Feng.as for the captured supplies and weapons. While they were considerable for ordinary soldiers, they were almost negligible in Qin Feng's case. Although the 62,000 military achievements required verification from the Military Merit Office upon their return, the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion, as the merit had not been exaggerated. Consequently, combined with the 1,500 points he had previously accumulated, Qin Feng's total military merit would amount to 64,000 enemy kills. According to the military merit and nobility system of the Dalian Kingdom, achieving over 1,000 kills at the 3rd level of military merit would grant the title of a 3rd-rank baron. 2,000 kills would earn a 2nd-rank baron, 4,000 would result in a 1st-rank baron, and 8,000 would bestow a 3rd-rank viscount, and so forth. With 64,000 kills, he was already qualified for the title of a 3rd-rank earl. This implied that, should Emperor Liang Kong not impede Qin Feng's noble rank, he would achieve the title of a 3rd-rank earl in less than 2 months, purely based on military merit. In the span of over a century of Dalian history, he would be the first to accomplish such a feat with influential allies, particularly having the commander as his quasi-second uncle. Not only would his military merit remain uncompromised, but he would also encounter numerous conveniences. When Qin Feng merely suggested the idea, Liang Yangrong promptly agreed to mobilize the royal guards to assemble a larger reconnaissance team to disperse and search for traces of bandits. Once located, Qin Feng would lead the charge to eliminate them. Life began to take on an exceedingly pleasant rhythm. In addition to maintaining rigorous daily training, he occasionally accompanied Liang Yunxi to witness the sunset and sunrise and periodically dispatched forces to eradicate bands of marauders, thereby reaping the rewards of military strength. Binering City drew ever closer. In the imperial city, at the Ministry of War, Ma Wanlong gazed at the towering piles of documents with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The struggle for positions had escalated, with high-ranking officials like him preoccupied with strategizing for the princes they covertly supported, leaving them with insufficient time and energy to attend to various official duties. As the Minister of War, he relegated minor issues to his subordinates, the vice-ministers. Matters that required his attention were prioritized by urgency. Those deemed critical enough to warrant a formal memorial were all addressed before bedtime. While non-urgent tasks were accumulated for days when he had no social obligations, allowing him to tackle them all at once. On his desk lay two substantial piles of documents, the accumulation of over half a month. Although there was no immediate rush, he understood that procrastination was not an option. Taking a sip of strong tea, Ma Wanlong steeled himself to begin reviewing the directives. Beside him, the elderly steward was responsible for replenishing the tea and organizing the documents. After a prolonged silence, Ma Wanlong suddenly uttered a soft exclamation. The steward cast a glance, noticing that the document appeared to be a list of noble titles from the Northern Defense Army. He felt a twinge of confusion. The northern frontier had not seen any significant military engagements in months, and thus there were no commanders eligible for promotion based on military merit. Recently, aside from the Northern Defense Prince's resumption of the Chowie Road, there had been no noteworthy events from the northern frontier. He could not comprehend why his master would be surprised by a list of noble titles. "How is Lord Fengxin faring?" Ma Wanlong suddenly inquired. Looking at the steward, the Fengxin Marquis family had already been forced out of the Qin family estate. Lord Fengxin himself had tirelessly sought to reduce the sentence for his eldest son. All efforts were in vain, and it was likely he could not hold out much longer. The steward pondered before responding, "This matter is personally adjudicated by His Majesty, and at such a tumultuous time. While Lord Fengxin's previously established connections may hold some sway, the Marquis's wife is the sister of the valiant lord. Nevertheless, no one is willing to lend a hand. They have only provided some financial assistance. Although the funds are substantial, Lord Fengxin, in his desperation, has been easily deceived, paying out thousands of taels to anyone claiming to have a brother serving as a commander in the Northern Defense Army. Wasting it all in no time, Ma Wanlong nodded slightly. As the Minister of War, he was naturally one of Lord Fengxin's primary targets for bribery. On that occasion, he did not personally intervene but sent a capable nephew to deal with the matter. Logically, Lord Fengxin should have recognized this as a refusal, yet he still harbored a glimmer of hope and left behind ancient jade artifacts worth over 100,000 taels. Ma Wanlong would certainly not refuse such an offer, which required no effort on his part. Even if the matter were to come to light one day, he merely needed to throw his nephew under the bus. What surprised him was that the Fengxin Marquis's house, which had fallen into despair, would unexpectedly experience a turn of events. The young Marquis, Qin Feng, who had been dispatched to the northern frontier, had somehow qualified for a noble title based on military merit. Naturally, he found it hard to believe that such military achievements were indeed Qin Feng's doing. The heir of a noble family, surrounded by numerous guards, could not possibly know whether his entourage possessed martial prowess. However, it was widely known that the young Marquis from the Fengxin family lacked the aptitude for martial arts. Looking across the entire northern frontier, the only individuals with the courage and capability to elevate a young Marquis to nobility based on military merit within a month of enlistment were the Northern Defense King and the commander of the Northern Defense Army. The power of the Northern Defense Prince's mansion had been diminishing for generations, and the prince himself longed to remain hidden, wishing that all would forget the existence of the Northern Defense Prince's mansion. Meanwhile, the commander of the Northern Defense Army was originally a guard of Emperor Liang Kong. Otherwise, the emperor would not have dispatched him to oversee the Northern Defense Army and keep the prince's mansion in check. Neither of these two had any reason to assist the disgraced Lord Fengxin in fortifying the young Marquis's military achievements. Ma Wanlong sensed that this situation was far from simple and that the winds of change were just beginning to stir. He resolved to have Xingchuan discreetly return 9/10 of Lord Fengxin's gifts, explaining that he had never been informed of this matter and that it was entirely Lord Fengxin's unilateral decision. After making the necessary arrangements, he could only retract the gifts when he realized that the situation was untenable. He glanced at the steward and instructed, "Understood." The old steward dared not inquire further. Ma Wanlong rubbed his aching temples and then, with a steady hand, inscribed a precise character in the ledger before affixing his seal. Within and beyond the imperial city, various incidents had already left him in a state of utter disarray. And now, with the faint stirrings of yet another upheaval on the horizon, He yearned to extricate himself entirely from the fray. Fortunately, the winds of change had only just begun to stir, allowing him ample opportunity to sever ties. What brought him solace was the fact that, after Emperor Liang Kong became enamored with the pursuit of longevity, much of the power had been decentralized. The granting of titles was no exception. Previously, only Emperor Liang Kong could bestow formal titles, but now, for titles of a viscount and below, it sufficed for the 6 ministers to jointly confer them. He had sufficient time to disentangle himself from any entanglements. Chapter 54, Binding City, the 23rd day of the 3rd month in the 20th year of Liang Kang's reign. After a journey spanning half a month and covering 400 kilometers, the grand procession finally arrived at Binding City. The vast, boundless grasslands housed several settlements, albeit of modest scale. Binding City stood as the largest among them, its rectangular layout stretching just over 7,000 meters in length and 5,000 meters in width. The city walls, towering at 8 meters, were constructed from massive stones, exuding a majestic splendor. Despite enduring over 6 centuries of the elements, the city had only acquired a patina of age, which lent it an air of profound depth and gravitas. Once the imperial capital of the Mongto Empire, the city became a coveted prize among the warring tribes following the empire's fragmentation, with the adage "He who possesses Binding City possesses the vast grasslands," once echoing widely. Yet, as time wore on, those formidable tribes soon realized that seizing Binding City often rendered them targets for assault by larger factions, leading them to abandon their ambitions. Consequently, Binding City languished in neglect for nearly a century. It was not until 300 years ago, when one of the great masters of the grasslands, Agila, chanced upon the city and chose to settle there, gathering disciples, that Binding City began to flourish once more. Under Agila's protection, the city rapidly revived, reclaiming its former glory. Today, Binding City has evolved into the commercial hub of the entire grassland region, marking the terminus of the grass trade route designated by the first Duke of the North. Here, trade flourishes not only with the various tribes of the Dogrong people, but also with merchants from distant lands. The city gates are guarded by disciples of the Binding Palace, a faction established by the great master Agila. After conducting some negotiations and inventorying the goods within their carts, a disciple of Binding Palace led the way as the procession formally entered the city. Passing through the imposing gates, a vast expanse unfolded before them. Unlike the city planning of the Great Liang Kingdom, Binding City was divided into 2 distinct zones, one for commerce and the other for residence. The procession entered the commercial district, where the eye was met with numerous tents and warehouses erected by various trading caravans. In addition, many residents of Binding City set up stalls, creating a vibrant marketplace. The commercial area was further subdivided into sections for slaves, furs, jewels, and more, allowing merchants to freely display their wares in appropriate zones. Initially, Binding Palace collected a tax of 1/10 of the goods traded. But this levy gradually diminished until it was abolished altogether. The palace recognized that as Binding City became the commercial epicenter of the grasslands, an abundance of lucrative opportunities awaited. As the landlord, possessing unmatched information resources, it was effortless to reap substantial profits without leaving home by engaging in low-cost purchases followed by high-margin sales. The trading caravan organized by the Duke of the North boasted over 3,000 carts laden with goods, including many precious items, and thus did not need to set up stalls like smaller merchants. After finding a clearing to halt, the caravan began to establish camp, while the heads of various trading companies made their way to the residential area. Many major trading houses maintained personnel in Binding City, tasked with gathering intelligence and prearranging deals with tribes and merchants from various nations. Remarkably, even before the caravan had set off, these representatives had already begun seeking and contacting potential buyers, resulting in more than half of their goods being reserved before their arrival in Binding City. As Qin Feng activated the formation on his belt, pausing his training, he sought out Liang Yunxi to inquire if there were any places she wished to explore. In the luxurious carriage, Liang Yunxi, as if sharing a telepathic bond, lifted the curtain. Mao Han hurried over, out of breath. "Captain, Lieutenant Zhang's personal guard has come, requesting your presence at the forward camp for an important discussion. Inform Lieutenant Zhang that the caravan is expected to remain in Binding City for about 5 days. Later, I will announce that each division can arrange its own rotations for rest and now. Instruct all soldiers to gather the goods together. Qin Feng needed no further thought to understand why Jiang Haicheng sought him out. He commanded, once the rotations begin, don't rush to set up stalls to sell goods. First, investigate the prices of similar items, and then sell gradually. There is ample time. No need to hastily clear out stock in the final days. We can handle the remaining goods at lower prices. Understood, Mao Han nodded enthusiastically. After taking a few steps, he turned back, hesitating to speak. Qin Feng, growing impatient, waved his hand. During the rest period, feel free to enjoy yourselves, as long as you don't stir up trouble. Tell all the brothers that I will give 10 taels of silver to each. They can use it to buy slaves, goods, or indulge in entertainment, whatever they wish. Once a batch of goods sells, they can retrieve funds from Lieutenant Jiang, deducting it from my share. Yes, Mao Han exclaimed joyfully, eager to ensure Qin Feng did not change his mind, and he dashed off. With 56 team members, that amounted to 560 taels of silver, even with the added profits from selling goods in the northern border. It would hardly amount to more than a few thousand taels. Qin Feng was unconcerned, turning to Liang Yunxi and asking, now that we are in Bainang City, we must explore. Where do you wish to go? The treasure district. Perhaps we might uncover some fine treasures, or at the very least, broaden our horizons. Following that, we should visit the residential area to sample delicacies from various regions, Liang Yunxi replied without hesitation. After that, it will be up to you. Qin Feng chuckled. And then, perhaps a stroll through the slave district to procure a few female slaves? I've heard that exquisite beauties are often auctioned there. Would it be too much to say you wish to buy female slaves in my presence? Liang Yunxi retorted, slightly annoyed. Well, I currently lack the silver to do so. I must find you to borrow a considerable sum. So I must be clear about what I intend to use it for. Qin Feng responded with a grin. Liang Yunxi had no retort, decisively dropping the curtain. Very well. If I were to borrow silver to buy exquisite female slaves as a gift for your father, it would indeed carry the appearance of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Since you disapprove, I shall have to settle for a few less appealing ones. A token gift should suffice, and I doubt the prince would be displeased. Qin Feng sighed deeply. You never speak a word of truth. Realizing Qin Feng was merely teasing her, Liang Yunxi waved her hand, summoning an ice pillar that materialized outside the carriage and shot toward Qin Feng. Bang! Qin Feng did not resist, allowing the ice pillar to strike his chest, shattering into a flurry of icy shards. Impressive! Qin Feng exclaimed, clutching his chest, which bore no mark even through his leather armor. Astonished, I genuinely suspect you possess two distinct personalities, one decisive in battle and another shameless in everyday life. Liang Yunxi smiled softly, stepping out of the carriage in a flowing white dress, exuding tranquility and elegance. The first is born of necessity, the second is my true self. Yet I find the first preferable, Qin Feng replied lightly. Liang Yunxi huffed in response. Qin Feng said nothing further, drawing her close with a gentle embrace. The softness enveloping him, I now find the second much more appealing. Liang Yunxi's cheeks flushed crimson, her temper entirely dissipating. Walking hand in hand was her limit. In such a state, she felt utterly embarrassed to face others. Qin Feng, recognizing her discomfort, promptly released her. Chapter 55. A suspected glutton in the treasure district, a myriad of stalls and tents sprawled before them. Merchants were vociferously hawking their wares. Thousands of years prior, a formidable sovereign had established a unified dynasty. Although this dynasty has faded into the annals of history, its common language and script have endured, albeit with varying accents. Qin Feng and Liang Yunxi strolled leisurely, hands entwined. Most of the vendors hailed from neighboring nations surrounding the grasslands. The stalls were replete with copper statues, wooden carvings, and silverware. The goods displayed within and outside the tents boasted a significantly higher quality. An array of exquisite items dazzled the eye: crystal goblets, golden masks adorned with unique patterns, and mysterious skulls imbued with arcane power, creating a visual feast that was hard to absorb. Indeed, as the commercial heart of the grasslands, Bainang City's layout, while lacking the orderly precision of Yanhui City, far surpassed it in terms of the sheer volume of goods available. Even with Liang Yunxi's discerning perspective, she found herself continually astonished. As they meandered along, Liang Yunxi had acquired a considerable collection of exquisite items. A piece of translucent white stone, a gourd adorned with peculiar patterns, and a square copper seal. Although Qin Feng could discern no particular significance in these acquisitions, Liang Yunxi asserted that they were either materials for crafting magical artifacts or complete treasures in their own right. While their quality might not be exceptional, they were practically suitable for her current level of cultivation. The most appealing aspect was their affordability. In Beijing City, transactions could be conducted with gold and silver or through bartering. The 7 items she procured cost her merely over 3,000 taels of silver. In the mundane world, these materials and treasures held little value, but within the realm of cultivation, their worth was far beyond mere gold and silver. Hurry, hurry. Let us head to the beast district. Merchants are selling exotic beasts. As the two strolled leisurely, they witnessed someone hastily rushing to a nearby stall, dragging along a friend. What was so extraordinary about these beasts? In the beast district, merchants frequently sold exotic creatures. However, this particular one was different. It was a species never before seen, ferociously voracious, capable of consuming anything. Most remarkably, it could change its size at will and, despite lacking wings, it could fly. Presently, the bidding had escalated to an astounding 10,000 gold. Yet the owner remained unwilling to part with it. Is it true? If it weren't, why would I come running to you? Let us go quickly. The two ventured further away, and those around them, overhearing their conversation, were also stirred and began to follow suit. Shall we join in on the excitement? Qin Feng inquired, casting a glance at Liang Yunxi, wanting to see if it might be suitable as a mount. Liang Yunxi, reading his thoughts, nodded. In fact, I have already contacted my master to assist in finding a beast tamer to train a spiritual beast for riding. Liang Yunxi elaborated, however, spiritual beasts possess considerable intelligence and formidable strength, making it challenging for even ordinary cultivators to tame them, let alone someone like you, devoid of any spiritual energy. Even with the help of a beast tamer, it would take about 6 months to a year. Qin Feng's eyes brightened with curiosity. Why didn't you tell me? Liang Yunxi shook her head. I wanted to surprise you. Is there any other surprise you haven't shared with me? Liang Yunxi hesitated but decided to speak the truth. Since you are determined to develop in the military, it ultimately comes down to mounts, weapons, and armor. Are you planning to spare time to help me forge weapons and armor? Qin Feng was elated. While armor was secondary, a suitable weapon had always been his desire. I haven't started yet. I'm relying on my master to help gather materials. You're not a cultivator, so ordinary spiritual artifacts are of no use to you. Liang Yunxi countered. I can only customize and forge something akin to a belt, which, even for a non-cultivator, would possess some basic efficacy. My forging skills are merely at the beginner level. Even with sufficient materials, I can only produce a rudimentary set of weapons and armor for now, which can be improved gradually later. Feeling a bit guilty about taking advantage of you, Qin Feng remarked with a click of his tongue. After pondering, he couldn't conceive of any surprise to offer Liang Yunxi. He could easily think of ways to startle her, however. Liang Yunxi chuckled. How rare it is to see you feeling bashful. Qin Feng forced a few awkward chuckles before pulling Liang Yunxi along to continue their exploration. Since we have a mount, there's no need to join in the commotion. Let us keep searching for good finds. Liang Yunxi, however, gently tugged him along with the crowd. I mentioned the mount to prevent you from becoming enamored with that exotic beast and joining the bidding war. To his surprise, Qin Feng realized that the serene and graceful Liang Yunxi also enjoyed mingling with the crowd as an onlooker. Liang Yunxi remained silent, pretending not to have heard. Upon arriving at the beast district, they found the throngs of people surging in a singular direction. The closer they approached their destination, the more crowded it became. Qin Feng decisively drew his short blade, dispatching anyone who ventured within 3 meters of them with a swift strike. Those who dared to protest were sent flying even further. As they barbarously advanced, their path remained unimpeded. By the time they reached their destination, they had not only failed to witness the anticipated commotion, but also gained an additional 2 points of battle prowess. Following their encounter with the dog-riding tribes, Qin Feng's total battle power surged to 412 points. Over the past several days of intense training, he had accumulated about 40 points, with an additional 70 points gained from slaying bandits. Coupled with the recent 2 points, his total battle power reached 525.78, surpassing that of a typical 4th-layer innate martial artist. Upon nearing the spectacle, Qin Feng and Liang Yunxi soon realized that the excitement was not easily accessible. The owner of the exotic beast was clearly skilled in commerce. As the number of onlookers swelled, He ordered a sectioned-off area to be enclosed with barriers. To enter, one had to pay 10 taels of silver or equivalent goods and furs. 10 taels of silver was a trivial amount for merchants from various tribes and nations, yet it represented a significant sum for small traders, guards, and attendants. Consequently, the enclosed area was not overly crowded. Liang Yunxi produced 20 taels of silver, allowing both her and Qin Feng entry into the open space. Inside, there were barely over 100 people. Upon closer inspection, they found a massive square iron cage occupying the center. This cage measured 5 meters in length, width, and height, containing an exotic beast measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. This creature was covered in a coat of black fur, resembling a giant lion with 2 horns sprouting from its head. Its limbs were shackled with iron chains, and a brass ring was wrapped around its waist, with chains connecting the ring to the top and bottom of the cage. The beast's massive form was suspended in the center of the cage, and its mouth was fitted with a metal muzzle, preventing it from opening its jaws. Qin Feng was taken aback when he felt a sudden chill emanating from Liang Yunxi's typically gentle and soft hand. Turning to glance at her, he noticed her complexion had paled slightly. "What's wrong?" he inquired softly. "Its throat is as deep and dark as night, akin to the descriptions of the ancient ferocious beast." "Tao Tai, I once read in an ancient text," Liang Yunxi replied, her expression grim. "According to ancient records, the emergence of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts foretells a cataclysmic calamity that could spell doom for the cultivation realm. Do not worry. Ancient texts can often be exaggerated. It could simply be a coincidence that this beast fits the description. If it were indeed an ancient ferocious beast, how could it be captured by mere mortals?" Qin Feng reassured her in a hushed tone. Liang Yunxi shook her head. "From its size, it appears to be in its juvenile stage. Regardless of whether it is or not, since it is in its juvenile phase, we could eliminate it to prevent future troubles." Without hesitation, Qin Feng declared, "Let us kill it." Liang Yunxi continued to shake her head. "Ancient ferocious beasts are born in response to calamities, possessing immense fate. They cannot be easily slain in their juvenile form. Furthermore, its appearance may merely be an omen, not the source of the calamity. I suspect the true source of the calamity is related to the opposing forces of abundant and scarce resources. As you previously analyzed, I refrained from telling you earlier, fearing it would only add to your worries. The cultivation realm is also undergoing a period of resource scarcity, with various sects embroiled in constant conflict and chaos among myriad beasts. Given that, there's no use in overthinking it. Whatever the calamity may be, I will carve out a peaceful world for you," Qin Feng declared, an aura of solemnity radiating from him. The surrounding onlookers instinctively stepped back. Sensing something in the air, the exotic beast within the cage, resembling Tao Tai, lifted its gaze to scan Qin Feng. "Your strength may not surpass mine," Liang Yunxi retorted, feeling a mixture of reassurance and indignation at the remark. Unable to suppress her response, she was merely worried about the impending calamity and her inability to protect those she cherished, yet she did not feel the need for anyone to safeguard her. Qin Feng chuckled, "Then you must protect me well. You cannot leave my side at night." Liang Yunxi immediately fell silent, unwilling to continue the debate. "Asier? It's Asier." Suddenly, the crowd parted as a young man, approximately 26 or 7 years old, dressed in a blue robe and exuding an air of elegance, strode forward. People around him continually bowed in respect, and he acknowledged them with a nod. The merchant was a middle-aged man clad in a silk robe, with a head full of golden hair and 2 curled mustaches. Seeing a promising potential client arrive, he exchanged glances with his subordinates. Approaching the large iron cage, he began to extol the extraordinary qualities of the exotic beast. "Esteemed guests, I am Mox, a merchant from the Hippal Kingdom. This exotic beast is ferociously powerful. Its claws and teeth can rend copper and iron, and it can devour gold and iron. Moreover, its most remarkable trait is its ability to change size at will. And it can fly without wings." A middle-aged man, while introducing, gestured to his subordinates. 3 men approached, brandishing peculiar iron implements. These implements resembled long spears, yet their tips were not pointed. 2 of them bore long hooks, while the third ended in a fork. The man wielding the long fork ascended the iron cage, while the other 2, holding the long hooks, extended them into the cage, deftly snagging the muzzle harness off the beast within. With a roar, the creature opened its massive maw and bellowed in fury. Both Qin Feng and Liang Yunqi observed intently, noting that the beast's throat was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light. Deep and unfathomable like an endless abyss, as if it could consume everything in its path. If Liang Yunqi's ancient texts were not fabrications, this beast could undoubtedly be none other than Tao Tai. One of the four great ancient ferocious beasts. Clang, clang, clang. After lowering the hooks, one man brandished an iron plate, striking the cage. Another approached the Tao Tai, holding 2 legs of lamb. The creature's roars began to subside, displaying a remarkable level of intelligence. With mere basic training, it could be commanded. With dedicated time for taming, it would prove to be a formidable ally. Under Mox's introduction, one man tossed the iron plate to the Tao Tai. The beast lunged forward, snapping its jaws around the plate. With a crunch, its razor-sharp teeth effortlessly shattered the thick iron, swallowing it whole. The onlookers gasped in amazement. While many ferocious beasts surpass ordinary wildlife in strength, few can crush iron plates with such ease. Once the Tao Tai finished the iron plate, another man tossed the legs of lamb to it. In just a few bites, the entire lamb leg vanished into its belly. The Tao Tai licked its lips, its gaze sweeping over the crowd, brimming with ferocity and greed. Soon after, a man began to loosen the iron chains restraining its body. The beast's form gradually descended. This creature possessed strength rivaling that of the mightiest bronze knights, equivalent to the 9th level of the bone refinement realm in your ranks. We suffered considerable losses initially, requiring the mobilization of dozens of bronze knights to capture it, due to its ability to alter its size. We had to fabricate various specialized tools and assign personnel for round-the-clock surveillance, even commissioning the Archbishop of our nation, Hippolyte, to custom-make sacred artifacts to control it. As Mox continued his introduction, the Tao Tai's body fully descended. A man approached, waving a leg of lamb before the Tao Tai. Another round of astonished gasps erupted. The Tao Tai's form began to shrink rapidly, reducing to merely 30 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width. Its limbs, freed from the chains due to its size reduction, were no longer restrained. Remarkably, the copper ring around its waist also shrank in tandem. Undoubtedly, this copper ring was the sacred artifact custom-made by the Archbishop of Hippolyte. As mentioned by Mox, the man continued to wave the lamb leg, and the Tao Tai's body began to expand once more until it reached its previous size. Immediately, another man stepped forward, reapplying chains to restrain its limbs and hoisting it up again. The man holding the lamb leg tossed it to the Tao Tai. Once the beast devoured the entire leg, the long hook was inserted once more to secure its muzzle, sealing its mouth shut. Including the sacred artifact, Prince Likduo's highest bid reached 30,000 gold coins for the fur coat. While this price seemed substantial, it paled in comparison to the cost we incurred for capturing, restraining, and transporting it. Mox's gaze swept across the crowd before lingering on the newly arrived Assel. I wonder if anyone else is willing to bid higher? 100,000 gold. Assel did not disappoint, casually raising the price several-fold. 110,000 gold. Assel, I had my eye on it first. Are you attempting to snatch it away? Prince Likduo immediately countered. He appeared to be around 30. Robust in stature, with piercing eyes exuding an air of composure and authority. Merely because you have laid claim to it first does not grant you ownership. 1,200,000 gold, Assel replied calmly. The surrounding audience erupted in excitement. It was evident that the bidding war had commenced. Mox, the vendor, was equally elated. Likduo was the 8th prince of the Shima tribe, the most formidable tribe on the vast grassland. Although he was merely the 8th son, he was undeniably the next in line to become the Shima king due to his exceptional talents. Possessing innate strength and remarkable martial abilities, he was taken as a personal disciple by the master Tuoba Gu at the tender age of 6. Now, at 30, he had already reached the first level of the innate realm. Assel's background was equally extraordinary. He had been taken as a personal disciple by another master, Agila, from a young age, and had broken through to the second level of the innate realm at the age of 26. Rumors were circulating that Agila's lifespan was nearing its limit. Assel was being groomed as the next head of the palace, and if both Agila and the Benin Palace invested their efforts in his training, he would have the opportunity to challenge the realm of the masters in the future. One was the future Shima king, the other the heir to the Benin Palace, with both having the potential to ascend to the master realm. Coupled with the fact that their masters, two renowned masters of the grassland, had historically been at odds, and the extraordinary nature of this beast, the competition was intense. The price quickly soared to 300,000 gold. The tension between their exchanges grew palpable. Mokes, the vendor, was so excited that his hands trembled. Ultimately, when the price reached 400,000 gold, Likduo conceded defeat. 400,000 gold, when converted to silver, amounted to 4 million taels, enough to purchase over 400,000 living sheep. Although Likduo was likely to become the next Shima king, the majority of the tribe's power still resided with the current king. 400,000 gold was the upper limit of resources he could mobilize. In contrast, Assel maintained a calm demeanor. Internally, he was somewhat anxious. The Benin Palace controlled the commercial hub of the vast grassland, Benin City, and possessed wealth surpassing even the mightiest Shima tribe. He was indeed being groomed as the next head of the Benin Palace. And at a young age, his authority within the palace rivaled that of several deputy palace masters. However, to spend tens of thousands of gold on a beast as a pet felt excessive. Were it not for Likduo's backing by another master, Tuobagu, suppressing Likduo would indirectly aid his master in triumphing over Tuobagu. He would have only bid up to 200,000 gold before withdrawing. Seeing Likduo's expression darken as he refrained from further bidding, Mokes could not help but inquire. Assel, I have come to Benin City to prepare for a duel with the Northern King, the warrior who frightened my sixth brother into fleeing without a fight. Likduo glared coldly at Assel. I wonder if you will have time for a rematch after this? I would be more than willing. Assel replied nonchalantly. I shall send someone to deliver the challenge. Likduo turned and departed, followed closely by his entourage. Liang Yunshi glanced at Qin Feng, quietly remarking, It seems this future Shima king is speaking of you. How delightful, Qin Feng replied truthfully. When the battle comes to my doorstep. What could be better? Liang Yunshi smiled knowingly. She was aware of Qin Feng's strength and did not take it too seriously. As Likduo left, Mokes turned to Assel. Congratulations, Your Excellency. From this moment forth, this beast shall belong to you. Shall I send it to the Benin Palace? There's no need. Why Dogrone tribe employs straightforward methods for taming beasts. Just release it. Assel shook his head. I will send someone to deliver the 400,000 gold later. Assel understood that rumors were circulating across the vast grassland regarding his master Agula's impending end of life. Such rumors had severely impacted the prestige of the Benin Palace. He intended to publicly tame this beast to bolster the palace's reputation. Very well, Mokes nodded, signaling his subordinates to open the cage. Although the 400,000 gold had yet to be received, the Benin Palace's credibility was still trustworthy, even if unforeseen circumstances led to the beast's escape. The agreed payment would not be shortchanged. Step back. Liang Yunshi suddenly pulled Qin Feng, retreating to the outskirts of the crowd. Are you concerned that even with our strength, we might not be able to defeat this Taodai? Qin Feng asked in a low voice. Liang Yunshi nodded, explaining softly. Ancient ferocious beasts have an extraordinary growth rate. Before being imprisoned, it may have only possessed the strength of the 9th level of the bone refinement realm. However, months have passed, perhaps even a year, since its captivity, and despite being confined, its strength has likely increased significantly. That makes sense. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. He suddenly conceived a different idea. Chapter 57. The Cunning Taodai. After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng grasped Liang Yunshi's hand and swiftly exited the enclosure, heading toward the periphery of the crowd. What's wrong? Liang Yunshi expressed her displeasure. The spectacle has not yet concluded. Moreover, if Assel truly fails to control the Taodai, we could also intervene and see if we can slay this juvenile Taodai. Though the likelihood is slim, it wouldn't hurt to try the sky. Qin Feng elucidated. Do you wish to take this juvenile Taodai for a trial run? Liang Yunshi inquired with curiosity. There's no need to ascend to the sky merely to observe the spectacle. The only plausible explanation is that Qin Feng seeks to test his luck. Should the Taodai manage to escape, he could pursue it from the air. I intend to see if I can tame it. Qin Feng did not conceal his intentions. This was indeed an ancient beast that, upon maturation, could wreak havoc across the realms of cultivation. How could it possibly be subdued? Liang Yunshi widened her eyes, somewhat doubting whether she had misheard. It was entirely reasonable for Likduo and Asher to wish to tame the Taodai, as they were unaware of its ancient lineage. However, Qin Feng, who was cognizant of the Taoye's identity, still harbored the ambition to tame it, a level of ambition that left her baffled. "Let us give it a try," Qin Feng explained. "This ancient beast is still in its juvenile phase. Is it truly plausible for the merchant to control it merely with a few sheep legs? Temporarily yielding and recognizing a master are two different matters. If it could genuinely be tamed, the merchant would not have traversed mountains and rivers to transport it to Benin City." Liang Yunxi remained steadfast in her belief that a creature of the Taoye's caliber could never acknowledge another as its master. "We shall see if it fails." Qin Feng maintained a nonchalant demeanor, asserting that only after attempting would they ascertain the outcome. "Very well." Observing that her words could not sway him, Liang Yunxi ceased to press further. As they retreated to the periphery of the crowd, all eyes converged at the center. The surge of spiritual energy was palpable. In the next moment, Qin Feng felt a gust of air materialize beneath his feet, as if walking on solid ground. With the propulsion of this air current, his body ascended into the sky. The wind howled past his ears as the audience below grew smaller, gaining altitude of merely 100 meters. Not only could he see the beast's zone, but the entirety of Benin City lay beneath him. At over 200 meters high, Liang Yunxi came to a halt. Although the viewers below appeared as tiny as ants, both of them possessed the keen eyesight to discern details clearly. At that moment, the muzzle on the Taoye's mouth and the chains around its limbs and waist had all been unfastened. The spectators within the enclosure hastily retreated beyond the barriers. With the muzzle removed, the previously roaring Taotai, realizing that no one was presenting sheep legs and that the crowd was retreating, seemed to sense something amiss. It began to quiet down, lazily reclining within the iron cage, exhibiting a demeanor of exhaustion, as if devoid of the strength to roar without the sheep legs. Once everyone had retreated beyond the barriers, Asher's shoulder twitched slightly. The flash of lightning, imperceptible to the naked eye, flickered momentarily. Truly, Asher was remarkable, capable of executing 2 strikes in the blink of an eye. What strikes? Only practitioners above the bone refining stage could barely discern the instantaneous maneuver. As Asher drew his saber from his waist and struck the iron cage twice in succession. "Is that real? I only saw a flash of light." The speed of his draw and retract was so rapid that one at the skin refining stage could not hope to comprehend it. Outside the barriers, gasps of astonishment erupted, as if to validate the words of those at the bone refining stage. The iron bars of the cage snapped and fell in the blink of an eye. A gap approximately 2 meters wide appeared in the iron cage. "Come out," Asher beckoned nonchalantly to the Taotai. The Taotai glanced at Asher but remained utterly motionless. Had it lost its wildness from being confined for too long? Asher felt a pang of disappointment. A creature stripped of its ferocity could not showcase his prowess nor elevate the prestige of Benin Palace. "Bring a sheep leg." Asher turned his gaze toward the merchant Mokes, who promptly instructed his subordinates to fetch a sheep leg and present it to Asher. Holding the bloodied sheep leg, Asher waved it enticingly toward the Taotai within the cage. Yet, the Taotai merely licked its lips, emitting a low growl from its throat, still unwilling to leave the cage. Asher's disappointment deepened. A creature that hesitated to consume food right before it hardly required him to display his strength to tame it. He could only step back a few paces and toss the sheep leg at the entrance of the cage to further entice the Taotai. This time, it appeared somewhat tempted, warily eyeing Asher. It cautiously stood up and slowly emerged from the cage, inching closer to the sheep leg. Just as everyone was convinced it would begin to feast upon the sheep leg, and Asher prepared to request Mokes to procure additional sheep legs, the Taoye's body suddenly pivoted, its hind legs propelling it forward. A cloud of earth was kicked up, heading directly toward Asher. Its body transformed into a streak of black lightning, leaping above the cage. Bang! Upon landing atop the cage, it exerted force again, soaring into the air. Each step felt as if it were treading upon solid ground. Impressive. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim in admiration. This juvenile ancient beast's ferocity remained to be seen, but its cunning was undeniable. He had initially believed that the prolonged confinement had dulled the Taoye's aggression and courage, yet it seemed that all of that was merely an act. Nowhere to escape. Asher, as the heir to the colossal Benin Palace, possessed extraordinary composure and reflexes. Following a brief moment of astonishment, he launched himself skyward. With a swish, a blade of energy sliced toward the Taotai. The Taotai did not turn back but was acutely aware of the presence of this blade of energy. Its agility in the air was remarkable, deftly altering its trajectory to narrowly evade the strike. Damn it! Asher was both furious and anxious. His internal energy surged to his legs as he employed his lightness skill, propelling his body, which had been hovering, toward the Taotai. Roar! The Taotai suddenly executed a sharp turn, lunging toward him. Asher was taken aback. It was only at that moment, as the Taotai pivoted, that he realized he had underestimated its ability to evade his fierce assault. Its strength was clearly beyond what the merchant Mokes had claimed, reaching the 9th level of the bone-refining stage. The intelligence of this creature was alarmingly high, upon discerning his approximate strength and witnessing his continued pursuit. It unexpectedly launched a counterattack. One could soar without wings, traversing the air as if on solid ground, even using momentum to pounce. Another relied solely on internal energy to generate air currents beneath its feet, which could not be sustained for long. The disparity between the two was stark. Aware that he could not best the Taotai in midair, Asher wasted no time. His movements were as swift as lightning. Weaving a vast net of blades before him, Roar, the charging Taotai, its eyes glinting with malice, unsheathed its claws like blades, resolutely slashing toward the seemingly seamless web of blades. Clang, 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 blood splattered as Asher's body plummeted to the ground like a ragged sack. His chest shattered. The Taotai, too, was not unscathed. Its right claw was bloodied and trembling. Asher! The Taotai was poised to dive down for another strike to eliminate Asher, but the onlookers from Benin Palace surged forth. Roar! With an angry roar, the Taotai abruptly changed its mind, turning to flee into the sky in the air. Liang Yunshi immediately led Qin Feng in pursuit. Practitioners of lightness could only hover briefly in the air, while cultivators, provided their spiritual energy was abundant, could soar indefinitely. Even with Qin Feng in tow, their speed rivaled that of the Taotai. Just keep your distance. Wait until it lands, excitement glimmered in Qin Feng's eyes. This juvenile ancient beast, shrewd and decisive, displayed a fierceness and fearlessness when the time called for it, and he found himself increasingly drawn to it. Chapter 58. A ferocious assault on the Taotai. The duo sped away, covering dozens of kilometers away from Benin City, until they felt secure, at which point the Taotai began its descent. Descending to a height of several dozen meters, it began its search for prey. Soon, a pack of wild wolves came into view. Roar! An excited low growl emanated from the Taotai's throat as it lunged toward the pack of wolves. The wolves, sensing danger, eyed the descending Taotai with trepidation. Retreating hastily, a woo! Suddenly, the Wolf King let out a howl, and the previously trembling wolves seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, their fear vanishing in an instant. What replaced it was a fierce and violent howl. They no longer retreated, but instead charged toward the Taotai. The gluttonous beast lunged downwards with ferocity, its immense form effortlessly toppling a wild wolf as though it were a mere chick. With a thunderous roar, its cavernous maw opened wide, engulfing half of the wolf's body in one swift bite. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by the chilling sounds of crunching and chewing. The pack of wolves, undaunted, charged at the glutton, tearing at it with wild abandon. Fur flew in all directions, yet only the Wolf King managed to inflict faint scratches and bite marks upon the glutton's hide in mere moments. It devoured one wolf whole, skin and bones alike, and with a swift swipe of its right paw, another wolf was reduced to a bloody pulp, hastily consumed. 1, 2, 3, 4. No matter how fierce the wolf pack, they could not withstand the overwhelming might. The glutton's belly resembled an insatiable abyss, as it voraciously devoured wolf after wolf, showing no signs of satiation, seemingly intent on consuming every last one from above. Qin Feng watched in astonishment, feeling as if he could never afford such a creature. Finally, after the Wolf King was effortlessly torn asunder, the remaining wolves snapped out of their frenzy, their crimson rage ebbing like a receding tide as they scattered in terror. Yet the glutton had no intention of sparing them. It surged forward with unrelenting speed, no longer concerned with the freshness of its prey, pouncing upon each wolf, one claw at a time. Utilizing its speed, It tore the remaining wolves in half, preparing to eradicate them all before indulging in a leisurely feast. "Stand back. I will handle this myself. You may observe from a distance." Qin Feng finally signaled Liang Yunqi to take action. She promptly joined him, swiftly approaching the glutton point 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. Just as they neared within 50 meters, the glutton's bristled black fur stood on end, as if sensing something. It abruptly glanced upwards and, upon spotting Qin Feng, hesitated for a moment before snatching up a wolf carcass, chewing and swallowing as it fled at full speed. As it descended, Qin Feng launched a minor ice spear at it. He quickly accessed the system to activate copper skin, iron bones, calculating a deduction of 3 points to his combat power. In the next instant, his total power diminished to 522.78, while his physical defense tripled, reaching 4 times its original strength. Liang Yunqi gestured, sending an ice spear towards the glutton. However, both its power and speed were greatly reduced, allowing the glutton to evade effortlessly. With a thud, perhaps startled by the need to dodge, a piece of uneaten wolf meat plummeted to the ground. The glutton, unable to resist, paused to retrieve the fallen morsel, thus closing the distance between them rapidly. Just a mere 10 meters away, as the glutton prepared to seize the wolf meat, it forcefully propelled itself off the ground, muscles bursting with power. Its body, akin to a small mountain, charged towards Qin Feng and Liang Yunqi, exuding an oppressive aura that threatened to suffocate. A faint smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. He had anticipated that even a minor ice spear would compel the glutton to reconsider, turning its predatory gaze upon them. "Fall back," he commanded, yet rather than retreating, he advanced with a booming shout, propelling himself off the ground. His robust form surged forward like a tightly strung bowstring released with thunderous might. With a roar, sensing the overwhelming pressure and malevolence, the glutton faltered, yet could only stifle its fear with a furious growl. Baring its teeth and swiping a claw at Qin Feng, boom! Qin Feng was swifter still, landing a punch squarely on the glutton's jaw. A crack echoed as its jawbone shattered, sending its massive body flying like a small mountain. With a slashing sound, the glutton's sharp claws left a shallow mark across Qin Feng's chest. He clicked his tongue in disbelief. With his current physique and quadrupled defense, even a blade forged from fine iron would struggle to draw blood on him. Yet, the glutton, having absorbed his punch and rendered powerless, managed to inflict a wound that bled. Its strength and sharpness were astonishingly formidable. Conversely, his fully powered strike had merely cracked its jawbone. Its defensive capabilities were equally remarkable. Considering the glutton's previous displays, he estimated its combat power to be at least 400 points, comparable to a third-tier innate martial artist. This indicated that during its months, perhaps a year, of confinement, the glutton's power had escalated at a rate far exceeding that of martial geniuses. Its potential was unfathomably high, rendering it the perfect choice of mount in Qin Feng's eyes. With a roar, the glutton crashed to the ground, yet even after sustaining such a heavy blow, it sprang back up, roaring defiantly at Qin Feng. Darkness enveloped its throat, akin to a black hole, exuding an aura reminiscent of hell itself. Qin Feng remained silent, suddenly launching himself forward, his form akin to thunder, resembling a terrifying demon. With each step, the air seemed to compress, creating an oppressive force. The glutton faltered, turning to flee. Boom! Qin Feng's speed surpassed its own. His right fist, capable of shattering boulders, sent the glutton's massive body flying as if it were a mere sack of sand. With a howl, the glutton leaped once more, a tempest of ferocity erupting from its form. Its eyes glimmered with a frenzied murderous intent. Unable to escape by speed, it resorted to a blood-soaked battle. Enduring the agony coursing through its body, it lunged at Qin Feng before he could close the distance. With razor-sharp fangs and claws like blades, it launched a reckless assault. Wide open and desperate, it seemed determined to exhaust Qin Feng's strength through mutual injury. Little did it know, Qin Feng's physical prowess surpassed its own, and he relished such reckless tactics. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures collided across the grassland, both unleashing their full power. The howling winds and continuous roars echoed, accompanied by the deafening sounds of impact and bone cracking, reminiscent of thunderous explosions. The shockwaves from their clashes uprooted the surrounding grass. Both man and beast appeared frenzied, battling from east to west and then from west to south. Blood sprayed in all directions. From a distance, Liang Yunxi watched in horror, repeatedly contemplating intervening to assist Qin Feng in subduing the rampaging glutton, but ultimately refrained till last, after the glutton was once more sent crashing to the ground. No amount of thrashing could lift its battered body. Its shattered, bloodied form began to shrink rapidly until it measured only about 30 centimeters in length, resembling a wretched little black dog lay sprawled on the ground. Tongue lolling out, panting heavily, exuding an air of surrender. Ding. You have defeated the enemy, gaining 41.5 combat power. The system notification rang out suddenly. Qin Feng's total combat power surged to 564.58, despite having been equally breathless. He felt invigorated, his strength amplified. This frenzied battle not only granted him a reward of 41.5 combat power for defeating an enemy, but also provided an additional 0.5 boost through intense training. Are you all right? Liang Yunxi rushed to Qin Feng's side, her eyes brimming with concern. I'm fine. Just some superficial wounds, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Thanks to the suppression of power, though he was indeed bloodied and bruised. His injuries were not severe, unlike the glutton, which likely had numerous bones shattered from his blows. With Liang Yunxi's assistance, he tended to his wounds before approaching the glutton. Surrender, submit to me. The glutton, raising its swollen eyelids, gazed at the still formidable Qin Feng. Having regained a modicum of strength, it laboriously crawled to Qin Feng's feet. It was clever. Despite not understanding Qin Feng's words, it grasped his intent, extending its tongue. It licked Qin Feng's boot, conveying its submission. Smart? Qin Feng praised, preparing to lift the glutton. Wait! Liang Yunxi halted him, revealing an unknown leather scroll that appeared in her delicate palm. This is a contract scroll specifically designed to tame spirit beasts. Crafted from unique hides and formations to establish a bond of ownership. As long as both parties willingly drop their blood into it, they can become bound and recognized by the heavenly way. Liang Yunxi explained. Such a remarkable item? Qin Feng exclaimed with delight. Be cautious. Ancient ferocious beasts rarely recognize others as their masters. Liang Yunxi reiterated her concerns before infusing her spiritual energy into the contract scroll. In the next moment, the scroll soared from her hand, positioning itself between Qin Feng and the glutton. A radiant light enveloped them, and both minds involuntarily received a message regarding the contract's ownership. Without hesitation, Qin Feng stepped forward, bending down to drop a drop of blood onto the scroll. The glutton, trembling, advanced towards the scroll, its hind legs propelling it forward as it lunged at Qin Feng's leg. Bang! Qin Feng had long been prepared, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying away. Chapter 59. The duel with Likido. Roar. It soared over 10 meters, and the meager strength that Tao Dai had painstakingly gathered was once again expended. After struggling a few times and realizing it could not rise, it let out a feeble roar at Qin Feng. Despite the weakness in its voice, its eyes were filled with fierce defiance and determination. The ancient ferocious beast indeed bore an inherent stubbornness that refused to be subjugated even in death. With a smile, Qin Feng approached, pointing at the contract scroll and then at Tao Ye's mouth, indicating that if it was willing to acknowledge him as its master by shedding blood, it would be akin to its previous surrender. Tao Tai glared intently at Qin Feng, its gaze fixated. Can the contract scroll be reused? Qin Feng inquired of Liang Yun 11. As long as no contract has been established, it can be used again. She confirmed with a nod. That's good. Qin Feng felt relieved and stepped closer to Tao Dai. He took a step forward. Crack! In its diminished state, Tao Dai's physical strength had evidently decreased significantly. This kick directly shattered its two hind legs. Looking at Tao Dai, it let out a pained roar, yet its eyes still burned with a ferocity that seemed capable of devouring souls. Qin Feng stepped forward again, crushing Tao Ye's ribcage and internal organs. Tao Dai howled in agony, finally unable to withstand the pain, and succumbed to unconsciousness. Its body lay like a puddle of mud, utterly defeated. Ancient ferocious beasts were born from the world's accumulated grievances and malevolence. Possessing immense fortune, how could one be killed even in its juvenile stage? Liang Yunxi gazed at Tao Ye's evidently irreparable body, her eyes filled with disbelief. Regardless of its overwhelming fortune, encountering me, it must lie prostrate. Qin Feng dismissed the notion of such so-called fortune. In his view, no one could surpass him, a wielder of the war god system, especially when it came to matters of fate. If fate determined life and death, then none who opposed him would survive. Let us hope its luck is indeed extraordinary. I intentionally avoided its heart. Qin Feng stepped forward, grasping Taoye's horns. He did not deliver a lethal blow. Despite nearly obliterating Taoye's body, he had avoided its heart. He could sense a faint heartbeat still lingering within Tao Tai. Whether it could survive due to its formidable physique depended on the resilience of its life force. He could feel that deep down, Tao Tai possessed an unyielding spirit that refused to be enslaved. Without repeatedly forcing it to confront the specter of death, it would be challenging to compel its submission. If I could truly kill it, I believe it would be better to do so, Liang Yunqi remarked, skeptical that Tao Tai could survive in such a state of disrepair. Conversely, she believed in the ancient ferocious beast's extraordinary fortune. Considering the likelihood of being killed in its juvenile phase to be nearly zero, she cautioned, ancient ferocious beasts are notoriously unruly. No one can truly master them, even if it signs the contract scroll due to its youth and immature disposition. It will always harbor thoughts of devouring its master. Though bound by the blood oath, while it cannot directly attack you, it may betray you at a critical moment during a battle with a formidable opponent. With a few more beatings, it will surely learn to obey, Qin Feng retorted nonchalantly. Liang Yunqi shook her head. Even if imprisoned, Taoye's strength can rapidly advance, and with its terrifying potential, once its power surpasses yours, how will you ensure you can still intimidate it? I will never allow its strength to surpass mine. The very reason I am interested in it is precisely due to its exceptional potential and rapid growth, Qin Feng stated, brimming with confidence. Despite Liang Yunqi attempting to assist him in acquiring a spirit beast mount, he insisted on compelling Tao Tai to acknowledge him as its master, for Tao Tai was indeed an ancient ferocious beast with astonishing potential. Liang Yunqi was taken aback by Qin Feng's audacious confidence. However, reflecting on Qin Feng's strange speed of advancement, she realized that if he could maintain it, his growth rate might indeed surpass that of ancient ferocious beasts. Yet, she pondered the limits of his potential. Lacking the innate roots for martial arts or spiritual roots for cultivation, how far could his physical prowess truly take him? After a moment of hesitation, she refrained from questioning or undermining Qin Feng's self-assurance. She sighed, "Have you considered the trouble and risks that may arise if cultivators familiar with Tao Tai discover that you have an ancient ferocious beast by your side?" "That's a good thing," Qin Feng replied candidly. "All right, in my past life, I must have owed you a considerable sum of silver." Liang Yunqi ultimately chose to acquiesce. Having such a headstrong and obstinate companion, she could only focus on diligently cultivating her strength and seeking other means to bolster her control over Tao Tai, while concealing its existence to mitigate the potential risks. Rest assured, the 4 great ferocious beasts you mentioned are merely omens of a world-shattering calamity, Qin Feng said, wrapping his arm around Liang Yunqi's delicate shoulder with a grin. "Have you ever considered that if my strength continues to rise, and one day I undergo a drastic change, becoming truly bloodthirsty and brutal, perhaps I would be the very instigator of this catastrophic calamity you speak of?" Liang Yunqi stiffened, staring at Qin Feng in shock. "Your strength can keep rising indefinitely?" Qin Feng did not answer that question. Instead, he seized the opportunity while Liang Yunqi was momentarily distracted to lean down and gently kiss her alluring, luscious lips. Soft and warm, it sent ripples through his soul. Liang Yunqi's cheeks flushed crimson, her ears tinged with embarrassment, her mind buzzing, completely devoid of rational thought. After a long moment, she finally regained her composure. "Beast, we haven't even wed yet, and you dare act so frivolously." A surge of spiritual energy surged wildly in Liang Yunqi's mind, gathering rapidly from the heavens and the earth. As she prepared to unleash a powerful strike, Qin Feng could not help but lick his lips. Indeed, the girls of this era were far too conservative. Even Liang Yunqi was no exception. He did not flee but gently held her exquisite face, whispering, "Remember, I might very well be the instigator of this world-altering calamity, and the burden of saving the world rests upon your shoulders. Use your love to transform me, to prevent me from undergoing a drastic change in temperament, losing my mind in the pursuit of power, and becoming a truly bloodthirsty and brutal individual. Liang Yunxi glared at Qin Feng. His shameless confidence and arrogance left her utterly flabbergasted, rendering her unable to concentrate on how to cast ice spells. "Let us go," Qin Feng said, gripping the bloodied Taotai in one hand, while massaging Liang Yunxi's shoulder with the other, heading toward Baining City as if nothing had happened. After walking a considerable distance, Liang Yunxi, still dazed, finally shook off Qin Feng's hand, pretending as if nothing had transpired. They ambled along for about half an hour, and upon sighting personnel in Baining Palace attire searching for Taoye's whereabouts, Liang Yunxi adjusted her mindset and flew back to Baining City with Qin Feng. Upon returning to their quarters, the young Prince Liang Yangrong sat beside Liang Yunxi's carriage, absent-mindedly fiddling with an envelope. Lost in thought. As soon as he noticed their return, he rose. "Where have you been?" "I dispatched people to search all over Baining City for you." Qin Feng raised Taodai. "We went hunting." "Hunting? A little black dog? What could you possibly hunt?" Liang Yangrong's sharp mind caught on, his eyes widening slightly. This little black dog, it couldn't possibly be the one that embarrassed Ashier, which Baining Palace is now desperately seeking. Could it? "It is." Qin Feng nodded in affirmation. "Goodness, I must commend my sister. This little black dog's prowess is said to surpass even Ashier," Liang Yangrong exclaimed. "The little black dog should still be alive. I'll go find someone to make an iron cage." Qin Feng thought Liang Yangrong intended to discuss something with Liang Yunxi, so after greeting him, he planned to find his personal guard, Liang Su. "Don't worry about the iron cage just yet. I'm here to find you. Likido, the 8th prince of the Shima tribe, has sent a challenge, inviting you to a duel at noon tomorrow in the arena." Liang Yangrong handed the letter to Qin Feng. This individual is a disciple of Tuoba Gu, one of the 2 great lords of the vast grasslands. Possessing innate strength in his youth, he was capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. And he has reached the first level of the innate realm. He wishes to duel you, likely due to your previous victories over the Shima tribe and Taiku tribe's coalition, which have humiliated the Shima tribe. Currently, as winter has just passed, all major tribes are severely lacking in food, and even the Shima tribe requires military expeditions for plunder. Defeating you, the warrior who scared their 6th prince into retreating without a fight, is essential for restoring the Shima tribe's prestige. Qin Feng opened the challenge letter and glanced at it. The content was extremely concise, simply inviting him to the arena for battle at noon the following day. He could not help but ask, "Can we kill in the arena?" Liang Yangrong replied calmly, "Master Aguila has established rules for Baining City, allowing fights but strictly prohibiting causing injury or maiming. The arena is much more lenient. Yet once one side concedes, the other must refrain from further attacks. My idea is to find a powerful guard at the mid-innate level, disguise him as a youth, and let him fight in your stead. Alternatively, we could seek out a skilled fighter to see if they can launch a surprise attack on him at night. After all, should you fail, it would also negatively impact our northern town Prince S mansion in the northern town army." "No need. I shall face the challenge tomorrow," Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. This was an opportunity to enhance his combat prowess. How could he refuse? Liang Yangrong looked at him with a puzzled expression. "This little black dog was captured by me," Qin Feng declared, raising the creature he held in his hand. A glint of excitement flashed in Liang Yangrong's eyes. This prospective brother-in-law possesses such formidable strength? He mused, "Very well, I shall refrain from intervening in this matter. The gladiatorial arena in Baining City allows for wagers on the outcomes, does it not?" Qin Feng inquired suddenly. Liang Yangrong nodded. "Indeed, the arena is organized by the Baining Palace to resolve various grievances. Wagering is permitted, with the palace only taking a modest commission of 1% for the venue and staff expenses. However, there is a cap on bets. Residents of Baining City may wager no more than 1 tael of silver each, while outside merchants are limited to 100 taels. Might I persuade you to assist in this endeavor and perhaps earn a little profit? Encourage all soldiers and the drivers of various merchant caravans to place their bets at the arena." Proclaiming that the talents of the Qiangrong tribe stand little chance against the geniuses of the great Liang nation, Qin Feng proposed with a smile. Although the prospect of winning a substantial sum was enticing, it would inevitably incite the ire of the entire Qiangrong tribe. "I am reluctant to assist with this," Liang Yangrong remarked, glancing toward Liang Yunxi. Then let the bets be placed in my name. Liang Yunqi suggested. Having gleaned Qin Feng's intentions, though still harboring some resentment, she instinctively aligned herself with him without a second thought. Your words are no different from coercing me into agreement, albeit in a more subtle fashion. But as siblings, must we truly be so circumspect? Liang Yangrong retorted, exasperated. Liang Yunqi climbed into the carriage, resolutely ignoring everyone. This soft life is indeed delightful, Qin Feng chuckled, lifting the nearly lifeless yet undeniably resilient little black dog. Seeking out Liang Su to arrange for an iron cage. Chapter 60. Offering a blade to seek medicine, the early morning dawned. Though the night rains had lingered, the sun rose from the east. Albeit a little later than usual, the air was infused with the fragrant scent of verdant grass. Quickly, to the gladiatorial arena. A member of the Qiangrong tribe burst through the tent flap, calling out to a few companions inside. What is the rush for the arena? The duel between Likduo and that warrior of the great Liang nation doesn't commence until noon. His companions, gathered around sipping warm goat's milk, replied nonchalantly. Early that morning, a significant number of soldiers and drivers from the Great Liang had descended upon the arena to place their bets, dispatched by the young prince of the northern town to do so. The members of the Qiangrong tribe expressed their indignation. It is said that their young prince is utterly confident in the victory of the Great Liang warrior. Thus, he has instructed them to bring silver and await at the arena, wagering 100 taels on Likduo's victory, while they follow suit, betting 100 taels on the Great Liang warrior's triumph. They are all clamoring that Likduo is overestimating himself, practically inviting a beating. Hoping to incite us Qiangrong to place counter bets. The companions were immediately taken aback. Is the young prince of the northern town out of his mind? That warrior of the Great Liang is undeniably powerful. But it is assessed that he is only at the 9th level of bone forging, or the 1st level of innate realm. In terms of strength, he seems to be on par with Likduo. However, Likduo is a natural powerhouse and a martial arts prodigy, a disciple of Master Tuoba Gu. Not only is he invincible at this realm, but he could easily defeat anyone at the 3rd or 4th levels of the innate realm. It is likely that the Great Liang warrior is also a martial arts prodigy with innate strength. Otherwise, he would not have frightened the 6th prince of the Shima tribe, Takemu, into fleeing without a fight. This was because the northern town had secretly trained a formidable elite force, not merely relying on the prowess of a single Great Liang warrior. Regardless, it was certain that Likduo would emerge victorious. With that in mind, what was there to wait for? The companions of the Qiangrong tribe, suppressing the heat in their throats, downed their steaming goat's milk in one swift motion. They were members of a medium-sized tribe within the Qiangrong, sent to Baining City to trade furs. Due to the continuous conquests of the Shima tribe, they generally held little regard for them. However, when it came to the rivalry between the northern town and the Shima tribe, they instinctively sided with the latter, especially since Likduo's innate strength, combined with his martial prowess, had long since etched an indelible impression in the minds of the Qiangrong people through numerous battles. No one believed that a suddenly rising warrior could defeat Likduo. Since the young prince of the northern town was so willing to offer silver, why would they refuse? Naturally, they hastened to the gladiatorial arena to place their bets. As the news spread, more and more members of the Qiangrong tribe flocked to the arena. The highly anticipated battle, ignited by the provocations of the Great Liang soldiers, became even more fervent. Both sides exchanged verbal barbs from a distance, and the betting amount soared, compelling the Baining Palace to increase personnel to prevent further escalation of tensions. Within a large tent, Likduo furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. The young prince of the northern town? Yesterday, he had been outbid by Asher for an exotic beast. Although the beast had escaped, tarnishing Asher's reputation, it was equally humiliating for him to have been unable to compete with Asher. He did not expect to find himself in direct opposition with the young prince of the northern town today. This young prince confidently wagered millions of taels against his defeat. Could it be a psychological tactic? Realizing that he was uncharacteristically worried, his confidence wavering, Likduo steadied his mind and sought to regain his composure. He resumed his training, striving to maintain his peak condition, as all eyes in Baining City, including those of merchants from various nations, turned toward the impending confrontation. Only a few perceptive individuals noticed an elderly man, bearing a wooden box, strolling leisurely to the entrance of the Baining Palace. The Beinang Palace, situated at the heart of the residential area, was grand and exquisite. Inside a meticulously crafted secret chamber, an elderly man dressed in fine garments, with hair and beard as white as snow, was meditating. Though not a cultivator, the surging internal force coursing through his meridians caused the surrounding spiritual energy to quiver slightly. Master, the envoy from the great Liang nation requests an audience, announced the Beinang Palace's deputy master, Aguila, the eighth direct disciple, as he appeared at the entrance of the passage. Aguila, multitasking as he continued to circulate his internal technique, inquired, "Is it Emperor Liang Kong or the Northern Prince?" "Emperor Liang Kong," the deputy master elaborated. "He claims to come to offer a blade in exchange for medicine." Aguila frowned slightly. Emperor Liang Kong is indeed calculating a twofold strategy. He has reopened the grass exchange road of the northern town, but unlike before, where he profited handsomely while secretly communicating with various tribes on the grasslands to implement a strategy of division and disintegration, he has sent only one person with a wooden box to our Beinang Palace, clearly indicating to Tuobagu that the great Liang nation is prepared to lend a helping hand. This not only pressures the master to confront Tuobagu in a life-and-death struggle, thereby shattering the balance of the vast grasslands, but also seeks the longevity elixir. Aguila, non-committal, asked, "Who is the visitor?" The deputy master explained, "It is the great Liang nation's heavenly blade, Duan Shui." Aguila was taken aback. Emperor Liang Kong is indeed generous, even engaging Duan Shui, who is only a hair's breadth away from the realm of a master. The deputy master replied without hesitation, "Perhaps, the opportunity to discuss profound truths with the master and the hope of breaking through his bottleneck is one of the primary reasons why Duan Shui is willing to accept Emperor Liang Kang's commission." Aguila replied coolly, "Please invite him in." The deputy master hesitated, then, after a few moments, bowed and departed. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Although the Beinang Palace had been maneuvered against, it could not refused, the campsite of the great Liang merchant convoy. Qin Feng remained unfazed by the imminent duel, neglecting to conserve his energy. Instead, he disabled the formation on his belt and practiced his spear techniques in a clearing, drenched in sweat. There were no intricate spear flowers or dazzling spear shadows, only sweeping movements. Swift as thunder, fierce and merciless, embodying the art of killing on the battlefield. Nearby lay a large iron cage, crafted as a replica of a previous cage for a Taotai, measuring roughly 5 meters in length, width, and height. The Taotai, resembling a small black dog, lay feebly, seemingly lifeless. Its body was suspended in the center of the cage by 2 iron chains connected to a copper ring around its waist. Allowing for adjustment, hanging just out of reach of the Taoye's mouth was a bloody leg of lamb. Exuding a pungent aroma, 4 squads of soldiers stood guard in shifts beside the cage. "Qin Feng, it is time to head to the gladiatorial arena." Liang Yangrong approached with a group of young talents. Observing Qin Feng drenched in sweat, the young talents wore complex expressions. Repeated humiliations had bred a deep-seated animosity toward Qin Feng. Yet, his close relationship with Princess Liang Yunxi rendered them too intimidated to express their ire. They were even unable to come to Liang Yangrong's aid in this moment, feeling stifled and frustrated. Very well. Qin Feng ceased his training, activating the belt's formation, causing the weight of the Tianqing stone to vanish abruptly. Instantly, he felt an immense lightness envelop him. He plunged his spear into the ground and called out to the nearby carriage. "Yunxi, it is time to depart." Clad in a flowing white dress, like a celestial being descended from the heavens, Liang Yunxi soon lifted the carriage curtain and emerged. This sight only intensified the envy of the young elites surrounding them. They simply could not comprehend why a princess of the Daliang kingdom, who was beyond their reach, would be drawn to such a crude and uncouth man. What frustrated them the most, however, was that this very rough man had not spared them even a glance. This blatant disregard, more scathing than mockery or disdain, felt like an invisible hand tearing at their self-esteem. "Are you not going to freshen up or change your clothes?" Liang Yangrong inquired, noticing Qin Feng approaching bare-chested and empty-handed. "No need. I will be training again upon my return," Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Liang Yangrong could not help but steal another glance at Qin Feng's bulging, powerful muscles, suddenly harboring different thoughts. Chapter 61. A single punch sends the opponent flying once Liang Yunxi alighted from the carriage. The group convened. Dressed in a majestic python robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, Liang Yangrong waved his hand, and they set off towards the arena. Following behind were hundreds of royal guards, their imposing presence causing the Qiangrong tribe and various merchants to scatter in their wake. The vast arena was already teeming with spectators. Situated centrally between the commercial and residential districts, it spanned over 100,000 square meters. At its heart lay an open space, featuring a platform measuring around 10 meters in width and length. Elevated over a meter high, surrounding it were various arenas for horse racing and beast fights. The primary purpose of this arena, aside from resolving disputes among tribes and merchants, was to serve as a significant entertainment venue for the residents of Benin City. The royal guards cleared a path, swiftly arriving beside the platform. Although there were no seats around the platform, the guards had arranged a sunshade in advance, providing Liang Yangrong and Liang Yunxi with chairs and a table. The table was adorned with an array of teas, pastries, and fruits. This display drew incessant murmurs of discontent from the Qiangrong tribe members. With still some time before noon, the formidable Lictuo had yet to arrive. Qin Feng ascended the platform, ignoring the countless curious gazes and noisy discussions around him, calmly awaiting his opponent. His imposing stature radiated an extraordinary presence. Could this man truly be the warrior of the Dalian kingdom? He appeared to be merely in his early 20s, perhaps just youthful in appearance. It was said that his strength lay between the 9th layer of bone refinement and the 1st layer of innate realm. Even masters would not reach such a level at that age. As Qin Feng stood on the platform, the onlookers from the Qiangrong tribe and various merchants quickly recognized him as the valiant warrior who had led his troops to break through the enemy lines twice, sending the 6th prince of the Shima tribe fleeing in terror without a fight. Undoubtedly, this warrior of the Dalian kingdom was worthy of the title, his mere presence exuding an extraordinary aura. The fierce killing intent emanating from him could only be honed through countless battles on the field. Given another 20 or 30 years, he might very well become a renowned general of the Dalian kingdom. Alas, he had chosen to accept the challenge from Prince Lictuo, a decision that could only be seen as courting death. While Lictuo might not be invincible among his peers, he was undoubtedly unmatched at his level due to his innate martial prowess. Even those gifted with masterful talents would struggle to prevail against him. Surrounding the platform, discussions buzzed fervently, with the majority leaning in favor of Lictuo, given the predominance of the Qiangrong tribe members. Consequently, many merchants who had come merely to spectate hurried to the betting area to wager on Lictuo's victory. Although the Benin Palace established the arena without profit in mind, there remained a limit of 100 taels of silver for bets. Nevertheless, for many small merchants and guards, this was not an insignificant amount. For the drivers and attendants, it was a considerable sum. Free money from the heavens. Why not seize it? In the betting area, despite the bets being placed, numerous soldiers and drivers from the Dalian kingdom voluntarily lingered, waiting for someone to bet on Lictuo's victory with less than 100 taels of silver, ready to mock and taunt them in hopes of inciting further wagers. This was because young Prince Liang Yangrong had genuinely promised that should Qin Feng triumph, they would each receive a reward of 10 taels of silver. 10 taels could buy precious furs and herbs, and upon returning safely to Yanhui City, they could easily sell them for several times that amount. This outing, aside from a few guards and soldiers left behind, saw Liang Yangrong mobilizing nearly half of his forces to place bets, over 23,000 people. Even so, they could not rival the enthusiasm of the Qiangrong tribe members and various merchants. With still an hour until noon, the betting amounts began to significantly favor Lictuo's victory. He has arrived. Lictuo is here. A cry erupted, transforming the clamor of the arena into a chorus of cheers. The crowd parted suddenly to the south as Lictuo strode forth, flanked by an elder and a dozen subordinates. Upon spotting Qin Feng on the platform, Lictuo appeared momentarily taken aback. So young. He looks at most 20. Such youth could hardly achieve the 9th layer of bone refinement or the 1st layer of innate realm. Even if he were a mastered in the next moment, Lictuo's thoughts aligned with the majority. He must simply appear young, while his actual age was likely greater. With a leap, he ascended the platform. The future prince of Shima donned tight-fitting attire, a curved blade at his waist. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he towered over Qin Feng. His robust physique appeared almost ready to burst from his clothing, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure simply by standing there. His thick brows furrowed slightly, exuding an aura of chilling intimidation and authority. "You are the warrior of the Dalian kingdom?" He fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, his eyes sharp as blades. Qin Feng, disinterested, awaited the commencement of their duel. To him, Lickduo represented merely a 20-something with combat prowess. There was nothing worth discussing. It has been quite a while since I encountered someone so arrogant before me. Lickduo, rather than becoming enraged, bore a glimmer of admiration in his keen gaze. He cracked his neck, stating, "I hope your strength matches your audacity, and that you do not disappoint me. I also hope you can endure until the end." Never surrendering, "Let us begin." Qin Feng turned to the student from the Benin Palace, who was officiating. "The time has not yet come," the student replied without hesitation. Qin Feng, unwilling to squander time, simply stared at the Benin Palace student. The student felt compelled to take a step back, sensing an impending eruption within those calm eyes. "Let us begin," Qin Feng reiterated. "The duel officially commences," the Benin Palace student proclaimed without further thought. At last, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to Lickduo. He extended his right index finger, beckoning Lickduo forward. "Interesting." Lickduo unsheathed his curved blade, its golden sheen dazzlingly bright, crafted from a unique material. Wasting no time, he took a single step forward. Though his stride was not large, it seemed to span thousands of mountains and rivers, arriving before Qin Feng in an instant. With a swift slash, the air rent asunder. The golden light surged, even outshining the sun, forcing many to squint and shut their eyes against its brilliance. It was a ferocious and unstoppable force. Just as the blade's aura closed in, Qin Feng burst into action. A sudden wave of killing intent erupted from him, startling even Lickduo. The spectators around the platform felt as though a demonic god had descended, instinctively retreating in fear. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Lickduo's colossal form was launched backward like a cannonball, tumbling over 20 meters before crashing to the ground, inadvertently crushing several unfortunate spectators who had been unable to evade in time, their cries echoing through the arena. A gasp swept through the entire arena. All eyes were fixed on the platform, where Qin Feng stood tall like a mountain. They were utterly stupefied, their shock reaching an unprecedented level. None had anticipated that, just as they believed Qin Feng would be cleaved in two by a single stroke, he would instead send Lickduo flying off the platform with a mere glance. Most had not even witnessed Qin Feng's counterattack. Only those martial artists above the 9th layer of bone refinement could discern that at the moment the golden blade was about to strike, Qin Feng had unleashed a punch, far surpassing Lickduo's speed, and struck him squarely in the chest. This warrior of the Dalian kingdom possessed terrifying strength, easily defeating Lickduo. "You shall pay." Beneath the arena, a sudden roar erupted. Soaring into the heavens, from the crowd, Lickduo struggled to rise. His eyes were wide with fury as he gripped his golden blade tightly. Enduring the excruciating pain of fractured ribs, he stepped forward towards the platform, each footfall resonating like the sound of a heavy hammer striking the ground. The swirling internal energy and murderous intent around him manifested almost tangibly, whipping up a fierce wind from the earth itself. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Excellent. As he had anticipated, this future king of Shima was indeed endowed with innate strength and extraordinary constitution. Even after receiving a blow from him, Lickduo still had the capacity to continue fighting. Moreover, his resilience and fighting spirit were remarkable. Even in the face of such a devastating blow, he remained unyielding, ready to battle to the bitter end. His plan could proceed as intended. Chapter 62. The Challenge to All Bang. Lickduo leaped onto the arena. His tremendous force caused the platform to tremble slightly. "You are stronger than I expected. Splendid," he declared, each word deliberate as he advanced toward Qin Feng. With every step, he exuded a weighty presence that sent shivers through the souls of onlookers, as if treading upon their very essence. The air was thick with tension, and many instinctively covered their ears. This was the soul-treading step, a technique created by Master Tuoba Gu, capable of concentrating terrifying pressure that could devastate an enemy's spirit, making it increasingly potent the closer one drew. Even the spectators were significantly affected. Some could not help but shout in alarm. The non-martial audience covered their ears, while the members of the Qiangrong tribe sparkled with excitement in their eyes. To witness the technique of Tuoba Gu was, for them, a rare blessing. All gazes converged upon Lik Duo. One noticed the calm demeanor of Qin Feng across the way. He could indeed sense the overwhelming intimidation that struck at his very soul. Each step Lik Duo took, though seemingly slow, possessed a peculiar rhythm, akin to relentless blows that continuously pressed down upon him. As Lik Duo approached, the pressure intensified, as if an invisible hand were squeezing his very being, attempting to crush his body and spirit. However, his resilience was formidable, and his willpower reached astonishing heights. These advancing steps and the intangible hand felt like mere tickles against his skin. Utterly inconsequential, Lik Duo advanced at a languid pace, merely wasting time. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless Qiangrong tribesmen, he took the initiative to walk towards Lik Duo. His steps were steady, his expression unperturbed. Was it not said that this step could consolidate terrifying pressure, inflicting wounds upon the soul? The closer, the more powerful, a foreign merchant whispered a doubt. The Qiangrong tribesmen had no answer. Logically, Lik Duo should not have been lacking in skill. One knew the turmoil and shock raging within Lik Duo's mind. Watching Qin Feng approach with such composure, his soul-treading step began to falter. It was not until Qin Feng drew within 2 meters that he regained some clarity. As he stepped forward, he swung the golden blade in his hand. Bang! Yet Qin Feng was faster, landing a punch squarely on his left cheek. Lik Duo felt as though struck by lightning. Even with his innate strength and remarkable constitution, the pain was unbearable, and his world spun. His body fell in response, his head crashing against the ground, bouncing twice before sliding 2 meters to a halt. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, with tens of thousands of spectators holding their breath as if time itself had ceased. Whether Qiangrong tribesmen, foreign merchants, or soldiers of the great Liang kingdom, all stared, mouths agape, at the figure standing tall on the platform. One punch sent him flying. Another brought him down. The opponent was none other than Lik Duo, a disciple of the master Tuoba Gu, renowned for his unparalleled might in the same realm. Qin Feng took 2 steps forward, standing over Lik Duo, and placed a foot upon his battered face. Dare to kill him, and you shall perish. An elder accompanying Lik Duo finally reacted, swiftly appearing at the edge of the arena, his gaze sharp and a formidable aura locking onto Qin Feng. Elder Yang, Liang Yunshi stood up beneath the awning. As long as I am here, unless Master Agula intervenes, no one can slay him. An aged voice resonated in Liang Yunshi's mind. Only then did she relax and resume her seat. Qin Feng did not even cast a glance at the elder. After all that talk, you didn't even make me sweat. You're quite impressive. He ground his foot into Lik Duo's disfigured face a few times. It was his first utterance, yet it struck at the very heart, rendering Lik Duo, who had lost all capacity to retaliate yet still glared with unbridled fury, as if his soul had been drained. His spirit and willpower shattered completely. Ding. You have defeated your enemy. Gaining battle power 35.6, the system notification finally chimed. Qin Feng's total battle power rose from 566.78 at the conclusion of his morning training to 602.38. He continued to plant his foot on Lik Duo's face while his gaze swept across the entire arena. A domineering and arrogant voice reverberated throughout the Colosseum. Is this the heir of your Qiangrong tribe, the disciple of a master, the pinnacle of the younger generation? Pathetic. You lack even the ability to make me sweat. Even in defeat, you have lost all fighting spirit, preferring to die beneath my feet than to surrender. Buzz. The arena was immediately engulfed in chaos. The Qiangrong tribesmen seethed with righteous indignation, glaring fiercely at Qin Feng. Shouts of anger erupted in waves. Soldiers, drivers, and laborers from the great Liang kingdom immediately stood up to counter the insults. Tensions escalated, threatening to erupt into a brawl, prompting disciples of Bainang Palace to shout hoarsely, urging both sides to remember that this was Bainang City. Any disputes could be resolved in the arena. Otherwise, they would be deemed enemies of the master. Only the merchants and guards from various nations remained in disbelief. Was it not said that victory was assured, with silver guaranteed? How could this renowned successor to the king of Shima be taken down with just a few punches? They even began to suspect it was a ruse to deceive them out of their money. Not satisfied, Then come to the arena. Qin Feng's voice thundered, silencing the cacophony of jeers. He completely disregarded the thousands of furious eyes that seemed ready to tear him apart, extending his finger to sweep across the crowd. I, Qin Feng, captain of the 4th Squadron of the Northern Town Army of the Great Liang Kingdom, challenge all Qiangrong tribesmen under the age of 40. No limits on numbers or strength. All I seek is to break a sweat. Boom! The entire Qiangrong tribe erupted in uproar. Such arrogance, such hubris. Everyone felt their pride deeply insulted. In that moment, Qin Feng became the most despised figure among all Qiangrong tribesmen in Bainang City. Beneath the awning, Liang Yangrong abruptly stood. This prospective brother-in-law was excessively audacious and fierce, igniting within him an intense longing to have lived his life more boldly, wishing he too could embody such raw ferocity. To be human was to live without fear. Suddenly, he raised his fist and shouted, "Qin Feng! Qin Feng! Qin Feng!" All the guards, soldiers, drivers, and laborers of the Great Liang Kingdom raised their arms in unison. Particularly, the warriors of the Great Liang Kingdom roared with such fervor, it was as if they had gone mad. Until now, only the fiercely spirited Qiangrong tribesmen dared to act with arrogance before the people of the Great Liang Kingdom. It had always been the Qiangrong who provoked and invaded the Great Liang. With their superior physical prowess, archery skills, and remarkable mobility, a team of over 10 Qiangrong warriors believed they could charge against 10 times their number in Great Liang cavalry. On the platform, Qin Feng's disdainful demeanor, challenging an entire tribe of Qiangrong alone, was akin to an invisible hand tearing at their very souls, igniting a fierce passion within them, filling their hearts with boundless admiration and fervor. The winds picked up, and the hearts of the people blazed like fire. Qin Feng beckoned to the Qiangrong tribesmen with a flick of his finger. Chapter 63. Subduing the entire arena. Kill him. Regardless of his strength, he could not withstand our assault. Kill, kill, kill. Qin Feng's provocative actions ignited the fury simmering within the Qiangrong tribesmen. Countless Qiangrong warriors surged from all directions, charging madly towards the arena. A smirk crept across Qin Feng's lips. It worked to prevent any reckless transcendent warriors from disregarding Bainang City's rules and attempting to attack him. He swiftly accessed the system, activating Copper Skin Iron Bones, deducting 10 points of battle power. His physical defense surged tenfold in an instant. A figure leaped onto the platform, rushing towards him. Bang! With a swift backhand, Qin Feng sent his opponent flying off the arena. Ding! You have defeated your enemy. Gaining combat power 1.86, more members of the Qiangrong tribe leapt onto the stage, charging towards him with lethal intent. Bang, bang, bang. Whether they were warriors or mere mortals, all were sent sprawling by his palm or fist. He did not strike to kill. His force was perfectly calibrated, merely injuring them and tossing them off the stage. This was not a battleground solely defined by life and death. He had instigated this chaotic melee. Unwilling to let his playful banter with Liang Yunxi materialize into a loss of reason and principles in pursuit of power, in the Great Liang Kingdom, he would never stoop to such provocations that might incite public wrath for the sake of enhancing his strength. Combat power 0.56, combat power 0.19, combat power 1.23. The system notifications echoed repeatedly. On the congested arena, the Qiangrong tribesmen attacked Qin Feng with frenzied desperation. The subordinates brought by Likido also attempted to infiltrate the crowd to rescue him. As he lay devastated and listless on the ground, lost in thought, anyone who ventured within a meter of Qin Feng was effortlessly sent flying by a punch or a slap. The sounds of bones cracking and anguished cries reverberated both on and off the stage. Shadows danced as a multitude of Qiangrong tribesmen surged onto the platform, while others were relentlessly expelled from it. Qin Feng's combat power continued to ascend, growing ever stronger. His robust physique resembled that of an invincible war god. Seemingly tireless and exceedingly adept, he did not even need to exert the strength that had bested Likido to send the crazed influx of Qiangrong tribesmen sprawling. 600, 610, 620 as his combat power soared. Qin Feng could distinctly feel his physical prowess elevating. It was a sensation beyond verbal description. Strength, features, spirit. His exterior bore no significant alterations, yet everything within him was enhancing, as if he were transcending into a higher order of existence. The sun hung high above, gradually shifting towards the west. The shouts of the great Liang kingdom's guards, soldiers, and laborers had grown hoarse, yet they remained resoundingly vibrant. Half an hour had passed. The number of Qiangrong tribesmen on the arena finally began to dwindle. Beneath the stage, countless Qiangrong tribesmen wailed in agony. Further away, the fury that had once burned within them had dissipated, replaced by fear and trepidation. At last, on the stage, apart from the blood-soaked yet defiantly standing Qin Feng, there lay Likido, battered and questioning his very existence. Gazing up at that solitary figure, akin to a titan atop a mountain, the Qiangrong tribesmen's eyes were filled with an indelible terror. For the rest of their lives, they would remain overshadowed by this demon. The guards and soldiers of the great Liang kingdom erupted into deafening cheers. Their eyes were filled with fervor, their spirits aflame, especially the over 20,000 soldiers, who, at a command from Qin Feng, would unhesitatingly charge towards the Binary Palace, where a master resided. He was both a demon and a deity. As no one dared to advance, Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. His combat power had stabilized at 1,256 points, having doubled in a mere half hour, sending over 2,000 Qiangrong tribesmen flying from the arena, stripped of their capacity to resist. Regrettably, Binary City was the domain of Master Agila. His strength was insufficient, and he had to adhere to the rules set forth by this master, resolving all grievances upon the arena. The small stage could not accommodate too many Qiangrong tribesmen, causing most of their anger to gradually cool with the passage of time. Slowly, they were rendered devoid of courage by his relentless might. If he could descend from the stage and seize the moment when the Qiangrong tribesmen were emboldened, he could swiftly sweep through the throng, potentially taking down half before the remaining tribesmen scattered in fear. Get off the stage. Suddenly, a grim voice echoed in his ears. Qin Feng turned to see the elder, who had been fixated on him with a powerful aura. Are you threatening me? Once more, he planted his right foot atop Likido's head. You dare? The elder glared fiercely, his body taut, as if poised to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Suddenly lifting his foot, he stepped down, boom. Even with his innate divine strength and physical prowess surpassing that of ordinary men, Likido's head exploded in an instant. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing Likido. Such a gifted adversary, with an extraordinarily powerful background, must be eradicated root and branch, and perhaps even draw more enemies into the fray. His earlier restraint was not born of fear of the elder's formidable power, but rather a desire to preserve the courage of the Qiangrong tribesmen. The elder's threat held no sway over him, for Liang Yunxi had already communicated with the extraordinary protector assigned to her. Ensuring his safety, you seek death. The elder seethed with rage, his internal energy swirling like a tempest, producing a howling sound. Think before you act. A calm voice resonated in his ears. He sensed a powerful force subtly locking onto him. The anger in his heart was instantly doused, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. You are impressive. The elder glared at Qin Feng, filled with regret. If only he had acted sooner to reclaim Likido. Perhaps despite being over 40 and thus violating Qin Feng's challenge rules, he could have charged onto the stage without consequence, facing only a reprimand from the deputy master of Binary Palace. Sustaining only minor injuries, he had never anticipated that Qin Feng would be so audacious as to disregard the threat posed by an extraordinary being and brazenly slay Likido. Likely, Likido himself had not foreseen this either. Otherwise, he would not have gritted his teeth in defiance, clinging to the last vestiges of his dignity. Now, if he struck to kill Qin Feng, it would serve as a release for his pent-up resentment. With his level of strength, he could escape swiftly before Master Agila received word of the incident, as long as he did not return to the vast grasslands, even if he grossly violated the rules of Binary City and provoked Agila and the palace's authority. They could do nothing to him. However, the merchant convoy from the Great Liang Kingdom also had extraordinary beings covertly protecting it, due to the involvement of the Crown Prince and the Princess. He sensed that their strength far surpassed his own, undoubtedly reaching a high level of extraordinary prowess. If he were to strike, not only would he be unable to kill Qin Feng, but he would also find himself ensnared. Despite his seething hatred for Qin Feng, he could only temporarily swallow his resentment. On the stage, Qin Feng paid no heed to the elder. He raised his right hand. The thunderous cheers of the great Liang Kingdom's guards, soldiers, and laborers fell silent in an instant. Return to the camp. Tonight, I will take care of all the taverns and establishments in Binary City. Qin Feng gently gestured towards the direction of the camp. Return to the camp. Return to the camp. The earth-shattering cheers and roars erupted once more throughout the Colosseum. With the Qin family stripped of its titles and their assets seized, the military rewards would only be distributed upon their return, leaving no funds to commandeer all the taverns and establishments in Binary City. Liang Yangrong could not help but glance at Liang Yunqi. Qin Feng's audacity ignited a fervor within him, making him yearn to take his place. Liang Yunqi watched him calmly. Moments later, Liang Yangrong suddenly came to a realization. Chapter 64. The senior sister has arrived. Upon returning to the camp, Qin Feng did not rest. He deactivated the formation on his belt, picked up his spear, and continued his training. With his combat power soaring to 1256 points, he had evolved to a level of physical prowess surpassing that of a 9th-layer innate expert. The 4 celestial star stones, weighing 4,000 pounds, were insufficient to sustain his high-intensity training. He could only make do for now, planning to ask Liang Yunqi for assistance in refining more celestial star stones after completing his training. Barely half an hour had passed when Liang Yangrong approached him, accompanied by 2 maidservants and 2 guards. Upon reaching near him, he extended his hand. The 2 maidservants assisted him in loosening his clothing, removing his python robe and jade belt. Soon, his upper body was bared, revealing a physique that, while not entirely devoid of vitality, lacked the robustness one might expect. Bring me the spear. Liang Yangrong raised his hand, and a guard presented him with a long spear. He began to emulate Qin Feng, dashing forward at full speed while swiftly thrusting the spear towards his target. His speed was commendable, as a young prince of the northern town king's manor. He possessed the innate potential for martial arts, albeit with only mediocre talent. In his youth, he had experienced a fervent obsession with martial training, dedicating 6 or 7 years to it. With the aid of various resources, he achieved the 5th level of the skin refinement stage. However, at the age of 13 or 14, he discovered more intriguing pursuits and hobbies, leading him to gradually neglect his training. Now, he had barely reached the 6th level of the skin refinement stage. As a young prince of the northern town king's manor, he was never lacking in female companionship. Both the main consort and the secondary consort were the most distinguished daughters of venerable noble families. Furthermore, his numerous concubines were all stunning beauties. Yet, despite the abundance of women, there was still one he could not attain. A woman from Yanhuicheng. The more unattainable she was, the more it stirred his restless heart. At noon, upon witnessing Qin Feng's explosive and imposing physique, he suddenly yearned to transform his own image. He resolved to cultivate a robust and muscular physique to significantly enhance his masculine presence before attempting to pursue her again. When he saw Qin Feng dominate the arena, instilling awe in all present, the surge of fervor ignited his determination to completely redefine himself. With a commanding presence, inspiring countless followers and sweeping away multitudes of foes. This was the vision he had long harbored for the young talents around him. If these young elites wished to enter the military, they would undoubtedly serve the northern town king's manor, thereby bolstering its control over the northern frontier. Whether or not he would succeed remained uncertain, but under Qin Feng's influence, he was suddenly imbued with a fervent desire to conquer the battlefield, treading upon the heads of his enemies and subduing all with his formidable martial prowess and charismatic personality. Thus, having concluded his earlier tasks, he hurriedly sought out Qin Feng to train together. He understood well the adage that proximity to the red leads one to become red, while proximity to the black leads one to become black. Training alone was feasible, but training alongside a fervent enthusiast could either induce profound existential doubt or inspire one to become equally zealous in their pursuits.